So, I have crossed over. I have crossed into a world where both firearms and magic coexist, where martial arts and beast taming compete against each other. Bai Changsheng looked at the crowd passing by on the street and the shop across that sold martial techniques and blood essence pills, feeling his mind in a state of chaos. The latest batch of blood essence pills from Hongyun Group, full of medicinal power, pre-order now. First grade magic fireball spell, includes a video tutorial by a grand mage, only 500 copies available, get it before it's gone. Newly hatched white-scaled snakes, only 9.9 each, easier to bond if raised from a young age. Two beautiful ladies, would you like to take a look? The noisy calls behind him, a world that Bai Changsheng couldn't quite understand, and people he couldn't grasp. Boss, is this white-scaled snake really 9.9? Hearing the shopkeeper's call, a young girl spoke up, pulling her friend along as they walked over. The girl speaking had an extremely delicate face, especially those peach blossom eyes. Once seen, it was hard to take your eyes off of them. She wore a high ponytail, and though she was dressed in the most ordinary school uniform, her ponytail swayed with her steps, showcasing youth and vitality to the fullest. She reached out and pointed, a sound like jingling bells rang from her wrist. Beside her was another girl, also wearing a school uniform, with short hair just past her jawline, tinged faintly with purple, though not too noticeable. Her looks weren't as striking as the girl with the peach blossom eyes, but she was by no means less attractive. Anyone who saw them would unconsciously spend a little more time gazing at the two of them. Yes. The shopkeeper, a rough man, saw the girl really ask about the price, and answered, "Our shop is doing poorly, it's only 9.9, a clearance sale." Upon hearing this, the girl was clearly tempted, about to say something more, but was stopped by the short-haired girl beside her. "Xiao Yuer, you don't really want to buy a white-scaled snake as a spiritual pet, do you? The white-scaled snake may look good, but even when it grows up, it will only be about 30 centimeters long. It has no combat power at all. If you form a spiritual bond with a white-scaled snake, it's as if you've given up on being a beast master." Jiang Zhiyu, however, was completely unconcerned, shrugging slightly and saying, Yao, you know my family's situation, I can't afford to practice martial arts. Any spiritual pet with high potential, just the cost of growing it is something I can't bear. The white-scaled snake is just fine, eats little, doesn't need any spiritual materials for training, and most importantly, it's so pretty. As she spoke, the girl crouched down slightly, and Bai Changsheng saw the girl's face getting closer to him, her finger extending to point at the transparent glass display case in front of him. Yao, look, it's so small and cute. Bai Changsheng could clearly see that the girl was pointing at him. Yes, he had crossed into a world full of various systems of martial arts, but sadly, he had turned into a white-scaled snake. A white-scaled snake with no growth potential, almost no combat power, and even worse, being pointed at by a girl saying it was small and cute. Other crossovers were either incredibly talented or came from prestigious backgrounds. But not him. Not only was he singled out for being weak, but he was also locked in this display case for people to choose from. Is this reasonable? It's not reasonable at all. Lin Jingyao saw that Jiang Zhiyu had already made her decision and knew what kind of person her childhood friend was, so she could only hold back her persuading words, following Jiang Zhiyu's finger and looking into the display case. I have to admit, though the white-scaled snake is useless, it is really beautiful. Bai Changsheng turned his head and glanced at his siblings. Its body was entirely white phosphor, with 3 lines of different lengths, pink, green, and purple, under each of its snake eyes, making it a good candidate for a pet snake. Since you've already decided, I won't persuade you anymore, but even if a spiritual contract has to be signed with the white phosphorus snake, it must be with the most beautiful one. I think this one is really nice. Lin Jingyao also pointed at Bai Changsheng. Right? I feel the same. From the beginning, this one has been looking at us both, its eyes are the most lively. Jiang Zhiyu turned to the shopkeeper. Boss, can I touch it? Of course. Even the rough shopkeeper couldn't avoid being common when facing a beautiful girl, smiling as he said, it just hatched, its fangs haven't grown yet, it's not afraid of biting people, feel free to touch it. The glass cabinet cover was opened, and then Jiang Zhiyu's hand reached in. Bai Changsheng wanted to dodge, but he was just a moment too slow. The next moment, his body was already in the air, and then he was embraced in Jiang Zhiyu's arms. Zhiyu, look, it seems like it really likes you, its eyes are closed. To Lin Jingyao's exclamation, Bai Changsheng turned a deaf ear, pretending he hadn't heard it. After all, he couldn't resist, so why bother resisting? That's right, so obedient. Another hand rested on Bai Changsheng's body, warmth brushing past, and there was indeed a kind of indescribably pleasant feeling. Boss, I'll take this one. Jiang Zhiyu spoke, and Bai Changsheng didn't even move. He had already accepted his fate. The fact that he had become the white-scaled snake couldn't be changed. Instead of being bought by some unknown person, it was better to be taken by Jiang Zhiyu. At least he'd face a beautiful girl every day, which would make his mood better. Alright, the little girl is beautiful, let me give you a small bag of white shrimp as well. White-scaled snakes don't have a big appetite, feed it every 3 days, this bag of white shrimp will be enough for a month. Thank you, boss, I'll send the money over. After a brief transaction, Bai Changsheng was held in her arms, becoming Jiang Zhiyu's spiritual pet, without anyone asking him what he thought. Of course, even if they asked, he couldn't give any answer. After all, he was just a pretty waste. What felt strange to him was that after Jiang Zhiyu pricked her fingertip and smeared a drop of fresh blood on his head, whispering a few words, Bai Changsheng felt a faint, indescribable sensation. A feeling of inexplicable closeness to Jiang Zhiyu. Is this the spiritual contract? It indeed seems a little magical. You're all white, I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on. With her palm supporting him, Bai Changsheng was facing Jiang Zhiyu's peach blossom eyes. Zhiyu, do you think Xiao Bai is hungry? Should we feed it something first? Let's try a white shrimp. If it's hungry, it'll naturally eat. But I feel like it probably won't eat, after all, it's so small. The two girls said, and a small white shrimp was placed in front of Bai Changsheng. To be honest, from the moment he broke out of his shell until now, Bai Changsheng hadn't eaten anything, and he really was a bit hungry. Looking at the shrimp in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a strong desire to eat. He opened his mouth and bit the shrimp, swallowing it bite by bite. The fishy taste he imagined didn't appear, instead, there was an indescribable sweetness. At the same time, an electronic synthetic voice sounded in Bai Changsheng's mind. God-level devouring system binding successful. God-level devouring system, devouring blood, flesh, or objects containing spiritual power can gain vitality points. Devouring precious items will grant evolution points and evolution tree branches. Congratulations, host, for devouring frozen shrimp meat, gaining 0.01 vitality points. Congratulations, host, for completing the first devour, unlocking the initial evolution tree branch, Digestion Enhancement LV1. Digestion Enhancement LV1, your digestion ability has been greatly enhanced, and you can digest flesh and blood food in a shorter time. Chapter 2, the God-level devouring system and the female emperor master. The sudden electronic synthetic voice caused Bai Changsheng to freeze for a moment, followed by a surge of joy in his heart. A system. It's really a system. Before his transmigration, Bai Changsheng, as a novel enthusiast, was naturally no stranger to systems. Originally, he thought that being reborn as the white-scaled snake would mean he would only ever be a pretty waste in this life. But if he got the system, everything would be different. Especially when he saw the system's explanation, Bai Changsheng instantly understood the power of the system. As long as he devoured, he could gain chi and blood value. Doesn't that mean his improvement would have no bottlenecks at all? And also, the evolutionary points and evolution branches obtained from devouring precious items, infinite evolution? If that's the case, it seems it's not unacceptable after all. Bai Changsheng murmured to himself, then saw a faint blue light screen slowly appear in front of him. God-level devouring system. Host, Bai Changsheng. Race, white-scaled snake. Chi and blood value, 0.12. Evolution tree lit, digestion enhancement LV1, 0/1. Available evolution points, 0. Evolution tree unlit, none. A simple and clear attribute panel, everywhere revealing the word poor, of course, referring to Bai Changsheng's own attribute being poor. He didn't know how the world's combat power, or rather, chi and blood value division worked. But one thing was certain, with 0.12, no matter how you calculated it, he was in existence with no combat power at all, and if he encountered a real exotic beast, he would probably just be a snack. Survive and develop, steady and don't rush. With this thought, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth again towards Jiang Zhiyu. It's not embarrassing to gain evolution points after all. The two women looked at Bai Changsheng, who had opened his mouth again, and exchanged glances. Didn't the boss say to feed it once every 3 days? Why do I feel like it still hasn't had enough? Should we feed it another piece? Lin Jingyao hesitantly suggested, and Jiang Zhiyu nodded, then handed another piece of shrimp meat to Bai Changsheng. As expected, the shrimp meat was swallowed in one bite, and then, under the gaze of the two women, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth again. Feed, eat, eat. After 9 pieces, Bai Changsheng finally felt like he couldn't fit any more food in his stomach. He then shifted his body and stopped eating in a comfortable position. Although his digestion ability had been enhanced by the system, it was obviously not enough to eat infinitely, but even so, it was enough to satisfy Bai Changsheng. Normally, a white-scaled snake would eat 1 piece of shrimp every 3 days, but he could eat 9 pieces at once. This wasn't a significant enhancement, it was an enhancement by dozens of times. 9 pieces of white shrimp successfully gave him 0.09 chi and blood value. And Bai Changsheng had a feeling that if he slept and woke up, he could probably eat this much again. At this rate, eating 3 meals a day, gaining 0.1 each meal, in 3 days, his chi and blood value would exceed 1. However, Bai Changsheng's thoughts were beautiful, but to Jiang Zhiyu and the two women, it seemed a bit exaggerated. Little Bai seems a bit too hungry. Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changsheng, who was squinting comfortably, and after a few seconds of silence, spoke. Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything, but her eyes also showed some surprise. The boss had raised so many white-scaled snakes, so they should be familiar with their habits. Feeding once every 3 days would suit most white-scaled snakes, but now it seemed to conflict with the little Bai in her hands.
It's okay, it's just white shrimp. A big bag only costs 10 yuan. If it eats more, let it eat more.
Lin Jingyao added, and Jiang Zhiyu nodded, looking down at Bai Changsheng in her hands, but said nothing further.
After a little more time of strolling on the street, the two women went home. And Bai Changsheng was also woken up when Jiang Zhiyu opened the door to her house.
What he saw was a somewhat old, 2-bedroom apartment. The sofa, coffee table, and cabinets were all made of wood, but the wood was the cheapest kind, the kind that made it obvious the family didn't have much money. There was no one else in the house, and Jiang Zhiyu seemed to have let go of her restraint. After looking around, she sighed heavily.
A new life, back to this home again. Although it's shabby, it's full of warmth. Dad, Mom, are you all okay?
Don't worry, this life, I will never let the tragedy of the last life happen to our family again. A few simple words, but they made Bai Changsheng, who had been a bit dazed, open his eyes wide. Not a sister, but a reborn person.
Others may not understand, but Bai Changsheng surely understands the meaning behind Jiang Zhiyu's words, doesn't he? What's going on? A traveler, a reborn person, and now we have a gathering of hidden talents?
Originally, he just wanted to casually find someone's house and settle down, but who would have thought fate would play such a big joke on him?
Feeling something, Bai Changsheng looked at Jiang Zhiyu, and Jiang Zhiyu just happened to look at him too.
In my last life, I awakened my beast taming talent, but unexpectedly, I went down the wrong path because of it. I spent a lot of money to buy a tiger pattern spotted leopard, and invested all my money and energy into it, only to barely cross the threshold of an initial level beast tamer at the age of 22. It wasn't until I was 40 that I accidentally came into contact with blood and chi martial arts. I reached small success in a week, and great success in 3 months. It was then that I realized I should have been training in blood and chi martial arts all along.
After 15 years, I entered the Imperial Realm and became the 8th unparalleled throne of the Celestial Dynasty.
Unfortunately, by then, my blood and chi were already beginning to decline. To go further was as difficult as ascending to heaven, until the final battle came. I should have fallen then, but for some unknown reason, I was reborn back to the final year of high school. This time, I will not walk the path of beast taming. I will invest all my money and energy into myself. As for you, I can't give you resources to help you grow. The reason I contracted you was to give others a reason for me to switch to practicing blood and chi martial arts. But don't worry, although I can't provide you with precious treasures, ordinary food and expenses are not much. I will take care of you for a lifetime, until the end of your days.
Listen to this, is there anything more heartfelt than this?
Bai Changsheng had never imagined that one day, a woman who was now the campus goddess and would one day become the empress, would personally say such words to him. I will take care of you for a lifetime. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation, but at this moment, he felt an urge to speak but couldn't. Since Jiang Zhiyu could become the empress in her past life, her character would surely not be fragile. Once she made a decision, it wasn't something he could change. The probability was high that he was really going to be raised like this. In that case, why not just eat? Bai Changsheng opened his mouth again to Jiang Zhiyu, and Jiang Zhiyu, looking at him like this, was momentarily speechless.
I also lost my mind. I actually said so much to you, thinking you could understand. Forget it, let's eat if we're hungry.
Saying this, Jiang Zhiyu added a few pieces of shrimp to Bai Changsheng's plate and casually turned on the TV. According to reports from our station, in Linen City, a strange beast has recently successfully broken through to the Beast King realm, greatly increasing in power. It may cause damage to the city's defenses. Also, a reminder to all awakened hunters in Linen City, the Beast King realm beasts now have the ability to take human form.
Be cautious of strangers when hunting in the wilderness.
The voice from the TV caused Bai Changsheng, who had been happily chewing shrimp, to stop for a moment. His gaze slowly turned toward the TV to confirm that he hadn't heard wrong.
Beast King realm can transform? Bai Changsheng didn't even know how to describe his feelings at that moment.
Jiang Zhiyu, looking at the TV, also muttered to herself. According to the classification of strange beasts, from the lowest grade beasts to the final beast god, there are 9 levels. Low grade, 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade beast soldiers, beast generals, lords, beast kings, beast emperors, and beast gods. These correspond to the apprentice, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade martial artists, martial generals, martial marquis, martial kings, martial emperors, and finally the imperial realm for warriors. If this beast has broken through to the beast king, its blood and chi value must be over 1 million.
Bai Changsheng listened closely to Jiang Zhiyu's words.
He took another look at his 0.22 health points, and was left in silence. With his current health regeneration speed, even after system enhancement, he could only increase by 0.3 points per day, but to transform, he needed a whole 1,000,000 health points.
Eating non-stop for 100 days would only increase his health by 30 points. 1 million? He'd have to wait 10,000 years. But fortunately, with the system's assistance, that 10,000 years didn't seem as hopeless. Moreover, as his health continued to grow, his size kept increasing, meaning the amount of health he could devour and absorb each day would also grow. Thinking like this, it seemed like 1,000,000 health points might not be so far out of reach. Let's set a small goal for myself first, to devour and become the Beast King. Bai Changsheng encouraged himself silently, then continued devouring shrimp meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyu was watching TV, still frowning deeply. If I remember correctly, the second change in the world started around the time I was in my senior year of high school. The first change created the mutant beasts, and also birthed warriors, mages, and beastmasters. But the second change only affected the mutant beasts, causing their strength to rapidly expand, and eventually, 30 years later, an existence even more powerful than the beast god appeared. The balance between humans and mutant beasts was broken again, and countless space cities started to fall. Phew! Thankfully, I was reborn, and this time I didn't stray off track. Moreover, with the foresight and cultivation experience from my previous life, I will grow even faster this time, and there's a real chance I might even try to break through to the Emperor realm. Bai Changsheng glanced at Jiang Zhiyu, full of ambition, then squinted slightly. Sure enough, every reborn person is like this, full of arrogance, thinking they can conquer the heavens and earth, not realizing that even with the system, he didn't dare to think about the beast god or emperor realm. Why couldn't they be like him, mature and steady, setting small goals for themselves, like becoming the Beast King? Bai Changsheng didn't have the intention to advise Jiang Zhiyu to walk steadily, step by step, because he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. At this moment, all he needed to do was focus on eating 3 meals a day and fully activating his digestive system every moment. After eating, he would sleep. When he woke up, he would eat again. During this time, he also met Jiang Zhiyu's parents. A pair of ordinary, aging, and tired couple, working factory jobs, with a combined salary of around 10,000. When Jiang Zhiyu took the initiative to form a spiritual bond with a white-scaled snake, the old couple just sighed and said no more, thinking they were holding Jiang Zhiyu back. They didn't oppose Jiang Zhiyu's wish to change to the Beastmaster path and practice the blood-boosting martial arts. Silently, they transferred 15,000 yuan to Jiang Zhiyu, which was the greatest effort they could make. Bai Changsheng saw all of this and continued pursuing his goal of becoming the Beast King. 3 full days passed like this. At noon, after returning from school, Jiang Zhiyu, as usual, poured a few pieces of shrimp meat. But Bai Changsheng, after taking the third bite, received a different system prompt. Congratulations, host, you have devoured frozen shrimp meat and gained 0.01 health points. Congratulations, host, your health points have reached 1 point, meeting the conditions for the first evolution. Would you like to start the evolution? The sudden change in the system prompt made Bai Changsheng's heart stir. He held back his excitement to start the evolution and continued eating the remaining shrimp. However, this time, he didn't gain any more health points. This food can no longer provide health points. Is the limit reached? Although he had already guessed this would happen, when the moment arrived, Bai Changsheng still felt somewhat helpless. But fortunately, the shrimp meat had completed its mission, helping him stack his health to a full 1 point. Since that's the case, there seemed to be no reason to hesitate. He made up his mind and confirmed the evolution. The first evolution begins. This evolution will last for 4 hours. As the system prompt finished, the evolution began. Bai Changsheng only felt a dizzying sensation, his consciousness seemed to sway along with it. Before he could take any further action, the next moment, everything went black, and he fell into a deep sleep. In this darkness, he didn't know how much time had passed. When his awareness returned, he found himself back in Jiang Zhiyu's room, on the mat, coiled up like a snake. His snake head slightly lifted, and through the full-length mirror in Jiang Zhiyu's bedroom, he could see his current appearance. Compared to 3 days ago, he had grown a whole lot, and even his body length had increased by 30 centimeters, reaching the growth limit of his species. Though still tiny, at least there was growth, wasn't there? If such an evolution happens a few more times, it wouldn't be long before this room wouldn't be able to accommodate him anymore. Moreover, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that, after this evolution, it wasn't just his body getting thicker and longer, his appetite had grown significantly as well. Evolution completed, consumed 0 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for completing the first evolution. Next evolution requires 10 vitality points and 1 evolution point. In other words, the conditions for the next evolution are 10 vitality points and 1 evolution point? Bai Changsheng muttered to himself inwardly. Shrimp meat no longer provided vitality points. He had to find other food. And this evolution point needed to devour rare items to obtain. Where was he supposed to find that? The system didn't make it clear, but it was obvious that, if he wanted to keep gaining vitality points, the food must be at least a level higher than shrimp. Things like rice and flour were out of the question, and the next level up would be better, preferably something like meat. A new problem appeared in front of Bai Changsheng. How should he tell Jiang Zhiyu that he didn't want shrimp but wanted meat?
That evening, after school, Jiang Zhiyu, as usual, served Bai Changsheng a few pieces of shrimp meat. But this time, Bai Changsheng took a bite and immediately spit it out. Earlier, he had still been a little hopeful, wanting to give it another try. But the reality proved that shrimp meat could no longer provide him with vitality points. Why aren't you eating? Did it spoil? Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brows slightly, took a sniff of the shrimp, and didn't detect any strange smell, so she pushed the shrimp back toward Bai Changsheng. But this time, Bai Changsheng didn't even look at it. Are you tired of shrimp? Should we try feeding you something else? Jiang's mother, who was about to wash her hands and cook, saw the commotion and spoke up. Bai Changsheng nodded toward Jiang's mother, not sure if she understood him. When he had just hatched, he could only make movements like swallowing and opening his eyes. After the first evolution, his body had grown longer. Although he still had no combat power, he could at least control his body now. Oh, the little guy can actually understand what we're saying? And even nods his head? Alright, wait here, I'll get you some meat. Vitality martial arts, the vitality is fundamental. Though her parents couldn't help with rare treasures or the like, they could manage to provide me every meal, and now it benefited Bai Changsheng. A small piece of meat was cut by Jiang's mother and placed in front of Bai Changsheng. Without hesitation, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth and devoured the meat. Congratulations, host, for devouring fresh beef, gaining 0.21 vitality points. The vitality points provided by beef were clearly much higher than shrimp meat. This small piece of meat, probably around 7 or 8 grams, provided 0.21 vitality points. More importantly, Bai Changsheng felt that he was only half full, he had not yet reached his limit. Mom, cut a little more meat for him. Seeing Bai Changsheng finish the meat and look longingly at her, Jiang Zhiyu immediately understood what he meant. Soon, Jiang's mother cut another piece of meat, just as large as the one before, and placed it by Bai Changsheng's mouth. Another system prompt sounded, and this time, his vitality value increased by 0.25. Together with the previous increase, that made a total of 0.46, equal to what he had gained in the past day and a half. If this rate keeps going, it seems like the Beast King isn't that far away, just less than 2,000 years. Forget it, the path to becoming a king is long and difficult, in the end, it still needs to be done step by step. Looking at Bai Changsheng, who, after eating, narrowed his eyes and started to sleep, Jiang Zhiyu's eyes flashed with surprise. This white-scaled snake was just something she picked casually, but now it seemed to be even more intelligent than she had imagined. And its growth speed. In 3 days, it had grown from 10 centimeters to 30 centimeters, which clearly wasn't normal for a white-scaled snake. This white-scaled snake, could it be a rare mutated type? But the surprise passed quickly. After all, it's still just a white-scaled snake, and its potential is locked. No matter how intelligent it gets, even if it's a mutated breed, it wouldn't be much use. It's like a base value of 1, no matter how it mutates, it can't exceed 100, but other species, their base value is 100. They don't need to mutate, and they've already reached the limit of Bai. But seeing how lively it was, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't resist and turned to her mother saying, Mom, next time we buy meat, buy a little more, and prepare some for the little one. Alright, I'll listen to you. For this cute little creature that doesn't run around, Jiang's mother didn't mind at all. Besides, buying 1 or 2 extra pieces of meat wasn't going to cost much. To be honest, there's something really comfortable about the feeling of having food delivered right when you need it. 6 more days passed, and Bai Changsheng continued to live in the routine of waking up, eating, and then going back to sleep. Every day, without fail, 1.5 vitality points were credited, making Bai Changsheng feel that his body was becoming stronger. But as his vitality value reached 10, a new problem presented itself. Congratulations, host has devoured fresh beef and gained 0.26 vitality points. Vitality value has reached the current limit, please proceed with the second evolution as soon as possible. Conditions for second evolution, vitality value, 10/10, evolution points, 0 to 1. Vitality points are easy to get, but where can he get the evolution points? If he were outside, he could hunt some creatures to see if he could get evolution points, but unfortunately, he couldn't even leave this room. Of course, with his current strength and size, any creature he might encounter in the wild would likely be much stronger than him. Who would devour whom, it's hard to say. Mom, this morning, the school will organize a real combat training, the whole class will go to the simulation training ground, so I won't come back for lunch. Jiang Zhiyu, wearing her school uniform, came back and took a small piece of fresh meat from the fridge, sliced it into long strips, and placed it in front of Bai Changsheng. Hearing her daughter, Jiang's mother, who was wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen, looking somewhat worried. Real combat training? Is it dangerous? I heard that, although the simulation training ground doesn't have high-level beasts, every year, some students still get injured. Bai Changsheng leisurely ate the meat, although beef no longer provided him with vitality points, he still got hungry. Hearing Jiang's mother's words, he tilted his head and glanced at Jiang Zhiyu. Although he didn't know what the real combat training was like, it clearly seemed more focused on teaching than actual combat, given that it was aimed at all the students. After all, she was a reincarnated empress, and a real combat training aimed at all students wouldn't be something to underestimate.
Wait a minute, real combat training? There will be beasts?
Bai Changsheng suddenly thought of something, and his heart stirred. Jiang Zhiyu's hand slowly brushed over Bai Changsheng's body, even her fingers carried a warm feeling, making Bai Changsheng feel quite comfortable. Don't worry, there will be a teacher following the whole time, nothing will go wrong. And this time's real combat teaching, the school will give some rewards, every class's most outstanding student will get a blood and chi pill worth 2,000. Alright, later cut a few pieces of meat for Little White, I am joining under the title of Beast Master, I must bring my own spirit beast.
Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Changsheng felt even more comfortable.
Early the next morning, while Bai Changsheng was still in his dream, suddenly he felt his body rise into the air, then he was stuffed into a dark space, it seemed to be Jiang Zhiyu's school bag. But knowing where he was going, Bai Changsheng did not struggle, he quietly curled up inside, half asleep, not knowing how long had passed, faintly hearing girls talking, then the zipper of the school bag was pulled open. At the opening of the bag was the face of a short-haired girl, and a hand reaching toward him. Still not giving him any chance to resist, the girl held him in her arms, and a faint fragrance of a young girl came to him in thin strands.
Chapter 5 Fire Mane Flame-Swallowing Lion. Zhiyu, it's only been 10 days, right?
Little White has grown so much. Lin Jingyao gently stroked Bai Changsheng, the fine snake scales felt extremely smooth, the girl couldn't stop touching for a while. I don't know why either, it really did grow a bit fast.
Another hand rested on his body.
Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that many boys in the classroom looked at him with a few traces of envy in their eyes.
But thinking about it, it made sense.
Being held and touched by the two most beautiful girls in the class, even the whole school, was something they didn't even dare to dream of. At this moment, there were probably countless boys who wanted to switch places with him. Some people being alive yet not even as good as a snake, that feeling grew stronger and stronger.
But it's still so small. If we really let it go to battle, won't it be eaten in one bite by another beast?
Lin Jingyao's worry was not without reason, but these words, falling into Bai Changsheng's ears, hurt the snake's heart a bit. I worked hard eating meat for 10 days, finally reached this level, and you're worried I'll be eaten by another beast?
To show his silent protest, Bai Changsheng wriggled a little inside.
But the next moment, a low roar sounded from outside the door.
Everyone, including Bai Changsheng, instinctively turned to look toward the door.
Then they saw a blonde-haired boy walking in, leading a lion. Unlike the lions in Bai Changsheng's memory, this one was crimson all over, even the mane around its neck looked like burning fire. Its body wasn't big, only about 1 meter tall, yet every step it took carried a frightening pressure. Compared with this lion, Bai Changsheng looked a bit shabby and childish, except for looking cute to girls, he had nothing else. After the blonde boy came in, his eyes swept across the room, he let out a light hum, and the lion in his hand gave a loud roar, showing everyone its power.
Is that Huang Xiaotian's spirit beast?
I heard before, his father spent 500,000 to buy him a young fire-mane flame-swallowing lion, it should be this one.
500,000. Is this what a rich family's child is like?
Just for his first beast, he's willing to spend that much.
Not only that, 500,000 is just for buying the young one.
To raise this fire-mane flame-swallowing lion, every month, just on different beast meats and spirit materials, it costs nearly 100,000. If you really count it, raising this fire-mane flame-swallowing lion costs much more than buying it. They say once the fire-mane flame-swallowing lion reaches adulthood, it becomes a beast general-level existence.
A small portion of the bloodline mutation, even able to grow to the level of a lord.
Compared to Huang Xiaotian, our pets are nothing but trash.
Isn't that obvious? Huang Xiaotian is aiming to enter Shuimu Wu University after the college entrance exam, what are we compared to him?
That's true. Though being insulted, the person being insulted didn't feel anything wrong, as if it was meant to be that way. Listening to the flattery around him, the person named Huang Xiaotian, with yellow hair, smugly walked over with his spirit beast towards Jiang Zhiyu and Lin Jingyao. Wherever he passed, everyone stepped aside, afraid of blocking his path. The two girls frowned slightly when they saw this.
Zhiyu, take a look at my spirit beast.
This is a pure-blooded fire-mane flame lion, my dad spent 500,000 to buy it at an auction.
Jiang Zhiyu didn't speak, but Lin Jingyao couldn't help herself first. If you can afford a 500,000 spirit beast, can't you afford a $1,000 spirit bag? Bringing a lion into the classroom, didn't you see that some students were scared? Besides, no matter how much potential it has, isn't it still just a first-class beast soldier?
Her words were sharp, showing no mercy to Huang Xiaotian at all.
But Lin Jingyao wasn't wrong.
Many girls in the classroom were looking at the fire-mane flame lion with pale faces. Huang Xiaotian glanced at Lin Jingyao, seemingly used to her attitude, and then turned his gaze back to Bai Changsheng.
Is this your spirit beast?
I'm not saying this to hurt you, but the first spirit beast is extremely important for a beast master.
How could you casually sign a contract with a white-scaled snake?
If you can't find a suitable one, just tell me. I can get my dad to find you a better spirit beast. In just a few short sentences, Bai Changsheng had figured everything out. This guy is interested in Jiang Zhiyu, his family has some money, but he's more stingy. If he really had the heart, he could offer some rare treasures, anyone can talk.
Coincidentally, Lin Jingyao's thoughts aligned with Bai Changsheng's. Then what should we do? It's too late to talk about these things now.
Why don't you, Huang Xiaotian, bring out something good to nurture Xiao Bai?
It could be helping Zhiyu too. Sure enough, when Lin Jingyao said this, Huang Xiaotian's face showed a hint of embarrassment.
Well, the resources I have are all provided by my dad. Just enough to cover the daily consumption of the fire main flame lion. Huang Xiaotian wanted to explain something, but saw Jiang Zhiyu shake her head, saying it wasn't necessary, then she turned her head to look at Lin Jingyao. The teacher said the gathering is at 8:30, it's almost time, let's go wait downstairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyao, holding Bai Changsheng, moved and walked out of the classroom, leaving Huang Xiaotian and his lion behind, a bit awkward. But there were still many people complimenting him, even though Jiang Zhiyu and Lin Jingyao ignored him, plenty of people were willing to do so. Bai Changsheng was held in Lin Jingyao's arms, not being put back into Jiang Zhiyu's bag this time. The brief contact just now made Bai Changsheng clearly realize how far he was from being a true exotic beast. He originally thought a vitality value of 10 was enough to make him somewhat proud. But when facing Huang Xiaotian's fire main flame lion, he realized the gap between them wasn't even on the same level. If they had encountered each other in the wild just now, that fire main flame lion would have eaten him like eating a spicy strip. What's even more exaggerated is that this level of exotic beast had just reached the first-class beast soldier, and beyond that, there are second-class and third-class beast soldiers, even beast generals and lords. Realizing his own severe lack of strength, Bai Changsheng silently made a decision. To avoid being eaten like a spicy strip, I guess I'll have to stay close to Jiang Zhiyu for now. At least until I can reach the level where I can swallow this fire main flame lion in one bite.
At the same time, we must seize this opportunity to gain enough evolution points and start the second evolution.
Bai Changsheng was not the type to be blindly confident, but he had to admit that the power gap in this world was much larger than he had imagined. The only good news was that with the system's support and Jiang Zhiyu, the future empress, by his side, he might still have a chance to touch that ultimate level of power.
Chapter 6, Second Evolution.
The place for practical combat training is in the simulated training field, which is where we are heading now.
Tell your classmates the points they need to pay attention to. Make sure you listen carefully. First, the simulated training field is an enclosed mountain forest, and in there, anything could happen.
Inside the bus, the homeroom teacher, with a small B-shaped badge on his waist, was going on and on about the precautions, but clearly, everyone's attention was no longer on him.
Anything could happen just sounded a bit more intimidating. In reality, the area they were going to didn't even have any beast soldier level exotic beasts. This wasn't a martial artist's exam, so the students' strength was uneven. If something deadly were to happen, the school would take the fall. Under these circumstances, it was likely just a formality. The bus slowly drove into a mountain forest and stopped in front of a 4-story building. As the group entered, everyone was given a set of weapons and armor. The precautions had already been discussed on the way, so there was no need to repeat them here. Once everything was confirmed to be ready and communication systems were functioning normally, the middle-aged man carrying a long sword finally allowed everyone to enter. Looking at the environment, it didn't seem much different from an ordinary forest. When they first entered the forest, there was a small path that had been trodden by humans, but as they went deeper, the students who had been grouped together began to scatter slowly. Their feet crunching on the fallen leaves, the sound of each step breaking the silence. Zhiyu, do you think we'll encounter any exotic beasts that will eat us all in one bite?
Lin Jingyao, who usually seemed fearless, became especially quiet after entering the forest. At this moment, she lightly held onto Jiang Zhiyu's arm, afraid of being left behind. No, beast soldier level exotic beasts are mostly in the martial artist trial zone. In the area we're in, even ordinary non-grade exotic beasts are rare. Even if we encounter one, you're an advanced apprentice.
Are you afraid of non-grade exotic beasts?
Jiang Zhiyu tilted her head slightly to look at Lin Jingyao, feeling a little helpless. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyao gained a bit of courage, letting go of Jiang Zhiyu's arm. However, she tightened her grip on Bai Changsheng, whom she was still holding in her arms. Little Bai, if we really end up fighting later, don't run around. I'm telling you, there are a lot of exotic beasts here. If you run around, something might grab you and eat you. Ignoring Lin Jingyao's self-talk, Bai Changsheng was carefully analyzing the strange scent in the air. He had been staying in Jiang Zhiyu's room before, so he hadn't been able to sense the extra warmth in the air. But now, in the forest, the temperature suddenly became varied and rich. He could even use the scent to roughly deduce the potential strength and approximate location of the exotic beasts around them. This must be a talent inherent to snakes, and surprisingly, this ability was quite useful. Within a 2 to 3 kilometer range around him, there were 3 distinct scents that made him uneasy. The rest didn't seem to pose any threat. Perhaps it was because they were a bit too far, so the feeling wasn't as vivid, but this also proved that this place was not as dangerous as it seemed. At least, judging by the battle intent in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, it didn't seem like they were in immediate danger.
Just enough to make Bai Changsheng feel at ease.
Hiss. The sudden snake hiss made Jiang Zhiyu and Lin Jingyao turn their heads to look at Bai Changsheng. Since bringing Bai Changsheng back home, they had never heard such a loud noise from him. This was the first time.
But seeing Bai Changsheng staring fixedly at a spot, Jiang Zhiyu quickly reacted first.
With a quick shake of her wrist, the long spear that had been standing by her side suddenly revealed its sharpness, with the tip pointing towards a bush beside the two of them. In the next moment, a spider, completely black and over 40 centimeters long, rushed out from the bushes, leaping high towards Bai Changsheng.
Getting closer, Bai Changsheng could even see the hairs standing up on its legs. His body tensed instantly, and at the same time, he heard Lin Jingyao scream. But before Bai Changsheng could do anything, Jiang Zhiyu, who was prepared, took action. The alloy spear instantly shot out, its speed so fast it even created a sound of air braking. With a soft poochy sound, the huge spider, which had been ready to devour Bai Changsheng, met its end under Jiang Zhiyu's spear. The spear tip pierced through its body, and though its legs still struggled, it was already beyond saving, its life force fading away. It's just a black-patterned wolf spider, don't be afraid.
With a flick of her spear, the corpse on the tip was thrown to the ground. From spotting this creature to killing it with one strike, the entire process was smooth and effortless, with no hesitation. It was only then that Bai Changsheng truly believed that Jiang Zhiyu was indeed the reincarnation of the Empress, not just someone playing some cosplay game with him. Just her temperament alone was definitely not something a high school girl should have. A real high school student would still be screaming wildly. He glanced back at the noisy Lin Jingyao, and with a slight movement of his body, Bai Changsheng leapt down from her arms and crawled towards the dead black-patterned wolf spider. To be honest, its death was rather brutal, and its appearance wasn't very appetizing.
But who told him that he was a snake now? His instinct told him that this black-patterned wolf spider, which didn't survive a second under Jiang Zhiyu's hands, could give him what he needed. As long as he ate it, there was a high chance he could gain evolution points. Bai Changsheng was not the type to be picky. Knowing that eating this black-patterned wolf spider could bring him evolution points, would he give it up just because it looked unappealing?
That would be foolish. No, that would be something only a foolish snake would do. So at this moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and bit down on one of the spider's legs, pulling it off with a slight force. The feeling of disgust he imagined didn't appear, and the system's prompt sounded at the same time. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast, the black-patterned wolf spider, gaining 0 health points, gaining 0.14 evolution points.
As expected. Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Changsheng felt a surge of joy inside.
Because no evolution had occurred, the health points had reached their limit and could not be gained further. But this wasn't important. What mattered was that he had gained evolution points, even if it was only a meager 0.14.
One spider leg gave 0.14 evolution points.
If he ate the remaining 7 spider legs, it would be enough to reach the required evolution points to level up. Keep going, no one will stop him from gaining evolution points today. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast, the black-patterned wolf spider, gaining 0 health points, gaining 0.14 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast, the black-patterned wolf spider. After consuming all 8 spider legs, the system prompt finally changed. Congratulations, host, you have met the second evolution condition.
Would you like to start evolution? Start. Chapter 7, Digestion Enhanced LV2.
As Bai Changsheng confirmed the start of his second evolution, a rush of heat suddenly surged from within his body, and this heat flowed throughout his body, giving him the feeling that his blood was boiling.
As one of the representatives of cold-blooded animals, snake's blood is naturally cold.
The consequence of making the blood boil was that, at this moment, Bai Changsheng felt like his body was about to explode, as if his blood had been instantly replaced with lava. Lin Jingyao reached out to pick him up again, but as soon as her fingers touched him, she gasped and instinctively pulled her hand back.
So hot. What happened to Xiao Bai? Could it be poisoned?
Lin Jingyao's voice was filled with worry, but Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brows and stopped her from trying to move Bai Changsheng any further.
The black-striped wolf spider is poisonous, but the toxin is concentrated in its fangs. Xiao Bai only ate the spider legs, so he shouldn't be poisoned.
He should be going through an abnormal change. Whenever a creature undergoes an abnormal transformation, its body will show changes opposite to the usual, and besides this abnormal transformation, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't think of any other word to explain Bai Changsheng's current condition.
Abnormal transformation?
Wasn't Xiao Bai already a second transformation after the first? Lin Jingyao paused, and both women's eyes turned to Bai Changsheng, lying on the ground. They saw Bai Changsheng's slender body slowly curling up, and as he kept twisting, a layer of semi-transparent scales began to shed from his body. As the twisting became more intense, more and more snake scales were shed. Unlike the first evolution, which happened in his sleep, this time, Bai Changsheng clearly felt the entire process. While the pain was almost unbearable, there was also a sense of release, as if breaking free from some kind of restraint. This continued for several minutes until Bai Changsheng finally felt the burning sensation that had spread through his body begin to slowly fade, until it completely disappeared.
Phew! Finally done.
Bai Changsheng let out a long sigh of relief, and the system notification sounded at the same time.
This evolution is complete, consuming 1 evolution point.
Congratulations, host, on completing the second evolution.
Next evolution requires 100 vitality points and 10 evolution points.
Although he suffered, it was all worth it. By unlocking the vitality points cap, it meant he could continue to grow, and the cap was directly raised from 10 points to 100 points. His gaze fell on the remaining body of the black-striped wolf spider, and Bai Changsheng initially planned to continue, but the next second, his body was lifted into the air.
Then, what came into view was Lin Jingyao's delicate face. Zhiyu, Xiaobai has grown so much. It's so amazing, it doubled in size in just a few minutes? Jiang Zhiyu also looked at Bai Changsheng with some amazement.
Before, she only thought Bai Changsheng was intelligent and grew quickly, suspecting he might undergo a second transformation, but now, she was witnessing all of this with her own eyes. Lin Jingyao didn't understand the rarity of a second transformation in a mutated beast, but she knew. A normal white-scaled snake could only fetch around 10 yuan in the market, but if it underwent a second transformation, its value could soar to 5 figures. If she could sell Xiaobai. Before Jiang Zhiyu could even fully think of this, she saw Xiaobai turn his head and look at her. With the increasing strength of the spiritual beasts and their masters, the effects of the spiritual contract they had signed began to gradually show. Bai Changsheng could vaguely sense that Jiang Zhiyu had a feeling of something called greed arising in her heart. Ahem. It seemed that Bai Changsheng's gaze made Jiang Zhiyu a little embarrassed, so she cleared her throat a couple of times. Since they had already signed the spiritual contract, even if she wanted to sell him, she wouldn't be able to. Besides, Bai Changsheng's increased strength was also a good thing for her, even though she didn't really need his meager battle power boost. Let's continue moving forward. After Xiaobai's second transformation, his body's senses have been greatly enhanced, and he can help us alert to potential threats around us. The trial only lasts for 4 hours. I must be first in the class. Is it for the Qi blood pill? Bai Changsheng felt a faint sense of something in his heart, and his senses, as Jiang Zhiyu had said, had indeed enhanced a great deal. The scent judgments that had been a bit unclear before, this time Bai Changsheng could sense a more accurate location. After returning to the ground from Lin Jingyao's hand, Bai Changsheng confirmed the direction and immediately took action. Jiang Zhiyu and Lin Jingyao quickly followed behind. Put. Roar. Splash. Battles began to happen frequently in this not-so-dense forest, thanks to Bai Changsheng's keen sense of smell. Jiang Zhiyu kept harvesting the lives of low-tier exotic beasts nearby. Lin Jingyao, on the other hand, followed behind, doing nothing much. Although her strength was not weak, when it came to actual combat and killing, it was obvious that she couldn't compare to Jiang Zhiyu, a reborn being from the Emperor realm. And Bai Changsheng also stole a quick meal, eating a black-furred rabbit with blood-red eyes. It's worth mentioning that the blood and vitality values, as well as the evolution points, provided by this black-furred rabbit were almost as much as those from the black-patterned wolf spider. Congratulations to the host for devouring the red-eyed black-furred rabbit, gaining 1.7 vitality, and gaining 0.88 evolution points. The vitality value wasn't key, but after getting this 0.88 evolution point, along with the remaining ones, it was just enough to gather a bit more. Bai Changsheng's gaze couldn't help but fall on the personal panel, at the one evolution tree branch that had been lit up, digestion enhancement. Would you like to use the evolution points to continue lighting up the evolution tree branch, digestion enhancement? Use. 1 evolution point deducted, evolution tree branch digestion enhancement level increased. Current lit evolution tree branch, digestion enhancement LV2, 0/5. Before the food crisis, Bai Changsheng's vitality growth depended entirely on how fast he could digest. Spending the hard-earned evolution points on enhancing digestion was, after all, an investment in both increasing income and saving costs. The only regret was that before he could continue devouring, a sound of a horn began to echo in the sky, and a drone quickly flew past above. This practical combat training is over. All students, please return to the reception center building after hearing the broadcast. Repeat, this practical combat training is over. Jiang Zhiyu shook her long spear twice, scattering the remaining blood on the shaft before retracting it. Let's go, it's time to return. In these 3 hours or so, the low-tier exotic beasts that had died under her spear were already enough. There was no need to be greedy for a little more time. As for Lin Jingyao, she had long wanted to go back. After wandering in the forest with these two, even though she had barely made any moves, just running in the forest for over 3 hours had already drained her energy. Finally, we can go back. Zhiyu, your points should be enough for first place, right? Chapter 8, Hybrid Pill.
Whether the points were enough for first place could be figured out with a calculation. More than half an hour later, the two women brought Bai Changsheng back to the four-story reception center. Huang Xiaotian was still receiving compliments and praise from those around him. When he saw the two women enter, he quickly pushed his way through the crowd to greet them. Zhiyu, I got 177 points. The highest among others is only 45 points. How about that? Pretty impressive, right?
When Huang Xiaotian spoke, his eyes held a hint of smugness and expectation. Clearly, compared to the praise from others, what he really wanted was Jiang Zhiyu's surprise. If Jiang Zhiyu could look at him in admiration and let out a gasp, Huang Xiaotian probably would float up to the sky. But clearly, Jiang Zhiyu was not interested at all. After hearing the 177-point number, she secretly let out a breath, then simply said oh, and went to submit her battle video. It was Lin Jingyao, however, who gave Huang Xiaotian a roll of her eyes. Relying on your dad buying you a high-level spirit beast and still getting only this many points, only you would still dare to show off. A fire-main flame lion, with strength already reaching the level of a first-rank beast warrior, faced the beginner simulation training ground for students. If it still couldn't get a cliff-like lead in points, it could only prove that Huang Xiaotian was really too useless. It's just a pity that this guy seemed really to have been praised to the point where he couldn't find his own position. Upon hearing Lin Jingyao's words, he suddenly got anxious. Even if I got this score by relying on my father, it's still the highest score in the class. You, Lin Jingyao, could never get it even if you tried. The highest score in the class? Lin Jingyao chuckled, only you could be so confident. Since young Master Huang is so confident, how about we make a bet? Bet? Huang Xiaotian froze for a moment. Bet what? Let's bet on whether or not you have the highest score in the class this time. Lin Jingyao raised her hand to take off the sports camera hanging in front of her, waved it, and then continued.
If you have the highest score, I'll lose and give you a chi blood pill. If not, you'll lose and give me a chi blood pill.
Huang Xiaotian fell silent, but seeing Lin Jingyao's confident expression, he suddenly laughed. Among the remaining students who haven't submitted their videos, it's just you and Zhiyu left.
Zhiyu is obviously impossible. Her contracted white-scaled snake is lucky if it doesn't get eaten by the wild beasts in the forest, let alone help her hunt wild beasts. As for you, although your strength is decent, you're just a little girl. How many wild beasts could you kill? You can't be stronger than my fire-main flame lion, can you?
Alright. I'll bet with you.
If you lose, I don't even want your chi blood pill.
Huang Xiaotian grinned and turned to look at Jiang Zhiyu, who was submitting her video in the distance.
You just need to give me Zhiyu's WeChat account.
Looking at Huang Xiaotian's smug expression, Lin Jingyao couldn't help but shudder, and when she spoke again, there was a hint of disgust in her voice. I'll give you Zhiyu's WeChat account, but there's an extra condition. Apart from that chi blood pill, you need to add 2 hybrid pills for spirit beasts to eat. Chi blood pills and hybrid pills were actually the same thing, except the hybrid pills were of slightly lower quality, containing many impurities. If a warrior consumed them, it could cause their chi and blood to become unbalanced and leave hidden diseases. However, there was no such worry when spirit beasts consumed them. One chi blood pill was worth 2,000 alliance coins, while the hybrid pill only cost around 1,000.
Deal. Huang Xiaotian made an okay gesture, and a confident smile reappeared on his face.
But the next moment, the class teacher's voice came.
Jiang Zhiyu, 234 points. What? 234?
When this sound rang out, everyone turned to look at the class teacher. The once very smug Huang Xiaotian's smile immediately froze. It was Lin Jingyao, however, who after a chuckle, extended her hand toward Huang Xiaotian.
Young Master Huang, you should honor your bet. You promised this bet in front of so many people, you wouldn't go back on your word, right?
Huang Xiaotian's face gradually stiffened, and he felt as though countless eyes were staring at him from behind.
He had woken up.
Lin Jingyao had deliberately shaken her sports camera to make him think that she was the one competing with him, but in reality, it was Jiang Zhiyu.
No, even if it was Jiang Zhiyu, how did she get so many points?
Huang Xiaotian instinctively wanted to voice a doubt, but when he turned around, he met the eyes of many classmates looking at him. Don't worry, it's just a few pills. I'm not the kind of person who would break my promise on a bet. After speaking, Huang Xiaotian simply flipped his hand, and 2 porcelain bottles appeared in his palm. He poured the pills from the bottles and tossed them to Lin Jingyao.
It's settled.
I still have to say, young Master Huang is quite generous. He's just handing over 4,000 worth of pills like that. Lin Jingyao held the pills in her hand and couldn't resist mocking Huang Xiaotian one last time. Facing Lin Jingyao's ridicule, Huang Xiaotian, no matter how unhappy he felt inside, could only endure it. As for whether he cursed inwardly, that was unknown.
What's wrong? Jiang Zhiyu had just submitted the video and noticed the atmosphere was off, so she asked aloud.
It's nothing, just a big spender saying he wants to give you a few medicinal pills.
Lin Jingyao stuffed a chi blood pill into Jiang Zhiyu's hand and took the backpack from behind her, unzipping it. "Xiao Bai, see what your sister got for you." Bai Changsheng was extremely sensitive to smells, and the moment the backpack was unzipped, a fresh aroma rushed in. The irresistible attraction made Bai Changsheng seemed to lose all reasoning. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth and swallowed the bright red pill in Lin Jingyao's hand. "Wait, Xiao Bai's chi blood is too low, you can't eat the hybrid pill." Jiang Zhiyu's words had not finished, but Bai Changsheng had already swallowed, and next, a surge of indescribable warmth hit him, and the system notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for devouring the hybrid pill, gaining 28 points of chi blood and 12 points of evolution." In an instant, the surge of chi blood felt like it was going to burst Bai Changsheng's whole body open. This feeling was more than just being overly full. What it resembled was returning directly to the surface from hundreds of meters below the sea. In just a flash, Bai Changsheng realized that if he didn't do something, his body would likely explode right there from the overpowering effect of the medicine. Using evolution points, continue to light up evolution tree branch, digestion enhancement. Deducting 5 evolution points, digestion enhancement level increased. Current evolution tree branch lit up, digestion enhancement LV3, 0/20. As digestion enhancement was raised to level 3, the chaotic force of the medicine that had been rampaging suddenly was restrained, and with the passage of time, the feeling of being about to burst subsided. That was close, he almost choked to death on that bite. "Xiao Bai, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I really didn't know you couldn't eat the hybrid pill right now." Seeing Bai Changsheng's painful expression, Lin Jingyao anxiously said "I'm sorry," not knowing if he could understand her. However, Jiang Zhiyu was standing beside them, sensing something, looking at Bai Changsheng with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lin Jingyao could not feel it, but she had signed a spirit contract with Bai Changsheng and could somewhat sense his state. Initially, Bai Changsheng felt a vague sensation of being about to burst due to the power of the hybrid pill, accompanied by continuous pain. But just 2 or 3 seconds later, that painful feeling disappeared, replaced by joy and excitement. The effect of the hybrid pill had already been absorbed. Even Jiang Zhiyu, who had seen much in her previous life, could not help but feel astonished. The white-scaled snake she had unintentionally chosen did not seem as simple as it appeared. It was intelligent, had a remarkably big appetite, underwent a second mutation, and now, even with its chi blood at a sad level, could still forcefully absorb a hybrid pill. Of course, she was only surprised. These abnormalities did not fundamentally change anything. The white-scaled snake was still a white-scaled snake, it still struggled to grow into a beast soldier and thus was not worth her excessive concern. But if she could, Jiang Zhiyu would still try to help it. "Don't worry, Xiao Bai is fine." Watching her best friend's anxious face, Jiang Zhiyu could only explain. Lin Jingyao then relaxed a little, only to find Bai Changsheng had quietly returned to calm, and his gaze was fixed on her hand that held the hybrid pill. In that moment, it seemed that as long as Lin Jingyao dared to feed him, he would dare to keep eating. "No, no." Lin Jingyao hurriedly handed the remaining hybrid pill in her hand to Jiang Zhiyu. "If you eat more, you will definitely burst, I can't feed you again." The scene just now made her feel fearful. If she were the reason for Bai Changsheng's death, how could she explain it to Jiang Zhiyu? Now that nothing happened, it's already a blessing. Lin Jingyao was too afraid to act recklessly again. Seeing that Lin Jingyao dared not feed again, and Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of feeding him either, Bai Changsheng smacked his lips, secretly thinking it was a pity. A hybrid pill could give him 28 points of vitality and 12 points of evolution value. If he could eat a few more, he might soon directly enter his third evolution. However, Bai Changsheng knew that although his digestion enhancement had reached level 3, it would still take time to fully digest the effects of the hybrid pill. At this moment, eating another hybrid pill would truly not allow him to absorb its medicinal power. The desire for food was just the result of a snake's greedy nature. Human greed is insatiable, and Jiang Zhiyu was right not to give him a second hybrid pill. Shrinking back, Bai Changsheng retreated into the backpack to absorb the medicinal power, while Jiang Zhiyu reached out to put the backpack back on her shoulders, then turned to walk toward the staff in the reception hall. "Zhiyu, where are you going?" "Little Bai's appetite is getting bigger, and he seems to prefer eating exotic beast meat, so I was thinking, can we get some for him?" Lin Jingyao exclaimed and hurriedly followed her. "Hello, I would like to buy some exotic beast meat, I wonder where I can get some?" Jiang Zhiyu's face was somewhat cool, but because she was pretty enough, anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel good about her. Especially with Lin Jingyao, who was also incredibly beautiful, even with a sweet mouth. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu wanting to buy some exotic beast meat, they knew she was looking for food for Bai Changsheng, so she quickly spoke, looking pitifully at the male staff member. "Little brother, we raise a white-scaled snake, but it seems to have a big appetite, and it's quite picky, it won't even eat shrimp. Could you?" Before Lin Jingyao could say more, the staff member decisively surrendered. "No problem." The staff member's face was slightly red, it seemed he had never been called little brother by beautiful girls before, and he was a bit flustered. "We occasionally hunt some exotic beasts and deliver them to the hotels in the city, we just happen to have some stock."
The beast soldier level and delicious exotic beast corpses can't be given to you, but the others are fine, they are just right for feeding exotic beasts.
You can follow me.
The staff member was generous, even more so than Jiang Zhiyu and Lin Jingyao had imagined. But it was also because the exotic beast corpses that were not of good quality and poor meat were unwanted, and they didn't hold much value themselves. It was better to do a favor and earn a few flattering words from beautiful girls. In a small cold storage room, quite a few exotic beast corpses were stored. Jiang Zhiyu showed no signs of being polite, picking out more than 10, all of decent size. After picking, she turned to look at Lin Jingyao. A 3-cubic storage ring cost 3,000, she didn't dare to buy it, but Lin Jingyao had one. Seeing this, Lin Jingyao immediately made a bitter face. My storage ring is full of snacks. Though she said so, to avoid little by going hungry, Lin Jingyao still stuffed as much exotic beast meat into her storage ring as she could.
Until they could not fit anymore, the two finally returned satisfied.
Bai Changsheng did not know how much Lin Jingyao sacrificed for him. The remaining medicinal power of the hybrid pill made him sleep soundly for almost an afternoon, and when he woke up, he was already home. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Zhiyu, who was only wearing a tank top and shorts. Her hair was still tied high, but at this moment she had a flushed face, with beads of sweat seeping out. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, her 5 hearts facing the sky, she looked like she was absorbing spiritual energy. Her white socks were already off, and her long legs were fully displayed in front of Bai Changsheng, along with her slim waist and splendid front. Bai Changsheng didn't disturb her, just quietly watched. To be honest, this was his first time observing Jiang Zhiyu so calmly, and he had to say, just in terms of appearance and figure, Jiang Zhiyu was already perfect beyond reproach. Not to mention she was the reincarnation of the Empress, her talents and experiences were unmatched. If nothing unexpected happens in this life, she would definitely attain the Emperor realm in the future. Being by the side of such an incredibly beautiful and potentially boundless future Empress, even just being a loyal pet seemed enough to attract countless people's envy.
But again, with a system by his side, wasn't he also full of potential? In the future, his achievements probably wouldn't be any lower than Jiang Zhiyu's. A true man born between heaven and earth could not be trapped beneath others for long. After all, he was also a transmigrator, even if the soft rice from the school beauty Empress was delicious. Huff. First grade warrior, achieved. Just as Bai Changsheng was lost in his thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. At the same time, an indescribable pressure fell upon Bai Changsheng. Well, it seems he would still have to enjoy this soft rice for a while longer. Chapter 10, Evolutionary Tree Branch, Rock Armor Defense.
He had thought Jiang Zhiyu's strength would rise quickly, but he had never imagined it would happen this fast. While everyone in the class was still stuck at the apprentice stage, she had already successfully entered the warrior stage. More importantly, Jiang Zhiyu's power was clearly beyond what an ordinary warrior could measure. Just the faint pressure she emitted was something a warrior couldn't achieve. In comparison, Bai Changsheng's vitality was barely at 29.7, far from the 100 points needed for the third evolution. Disregarding those chaotic thoughts in his mind, Bai Changsheng straightforwardly opened his mouth to Jiang Zhiyu.
Are you hungry so soon?
Jiang Zhiyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, extended a long leg, and slipped her fair foot into a slipper. From Bai Changsheng's perspective, Jiang Zhiyu's long legs were simply extraordinary. She hadn't looked this stunning in her school uniform, he had never seen it this vividly before. After getting off the bed, Jiang Zhiyu slightly flipped her hand, and then a fist-sized beast leg with scales appeared before him. The storage ring contained beast meat prepared for Bai Changsheng. Since it was useless for herself, Lin Jingyao simply lent her storage ring to Jiang Zhiyu. Just by looking at its appearance, it was impossible to tell what it originally came from. But that didn't matter, what mattered was that Bai Changsheng was indeed very hungry. After reaching level 3 in digestion, his appetite had significantly increased. In front of him was a beast leg that looked to weigh about a pound, and he opened his mouth to bite into it, swallowing it whole. Congratulations, host, you have devoured a 3-colored knife lizard, gaining 2.7 vitality points and 0.6 evolution points. The system's prompt sounded simultaneously. 2.7 vitality points definitely weren't few. Previously, that was enough for him to eat for a day. But at that moment, Bai Changsheng still felt hungry, with no sense of being full at all. More? Jiang Zhiyu looked at Bai Changsheng, who gazed back at her, and her mind stirred as she sensed the emotions he was conveying, causing her to hesitate momentarily. Then she became interested and took out another piece of beast meat from her storage ring.
This piece was larger than the previous beast leg, weighing about 1.5 pounds.
Without any hesitation, she opened her mouth and swallowed the whole piece of beast meat. Congratulations, host, you have devoured a hulking rock turtle, gaining 3.4 vitality points and 0.9 evolution points.
Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the unlit branch of the evolutionary tree, Rock Armor Defense. Rock Armor Defense, after activation, a dirt-based defensive layer can form beneath the scales. Greatly enhanced defense ability. Required evolution points to light up, 6. A new branch of the evolution tree.
A sudden change brought a joyful feeling to Bai Changsheng's heart.
Especially after hearing the system's explanation, this feeling of joy became even more apparent.
For this ability that could save his life at a critical moment, Bai Changsheng would naturally not be stingy with evolution points.
Glancing at his remaining evolution points, after upgrading digestion enhancement, he had 7 points left.
With the additional 1.5 just gained, he had 8.5 surplus. He hadn't even gathered enough health points for the third evolution, so there was no need to worry about evolution points, and he hesitated not at all.
System, add points.
6 evolution points deducted, the evolution tree branch rock armor defense has been lit up.
Current lit evolution tree branch, rock armor defense LV1.
Next upgrade requires evolution points for rock armor defense, 18. There was no obvious sensation, not even any pain. After the system's prompt sound faded, Bai Changsheng felt a tingling sensation beneath his scales, slowly spreading throughout his body, before completely dissipating a few seconds later. As the tingling sensation faded away, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel a faint energy circulating around the surface of his body. It couldn't be said to be rich, but it was truly there. Once an attack pierced through his scale defense, it would face the resistance of this energy.
Not a loss, even a slight gain.
Though this evolution tree direction cost him 6 evolution points, it was still worth it.
Personal panel. God-level devouring system. Host, Bai Changsheng. Race, white scale snake, second evolution. Health points, 45.8. Lit evolution tree, digestion enhancement LV3, rock armor defense LV1.
Available evolution points, 2.5.
Can light up evolution tree, none?
In just 10 days, the attribute panel was renewed. If at the moment he just crossed over, he was a weakling with a combat power of only 5, now he at least had a certain level of combat power. And according to the current efficiency of obtaining health points, it wouldn't take many days for his health points to reach the threshold for the third evolution.
100 health points, 1-star beast soldier. Though his goal was to become a beast king and gain the ability to transform. But ultimately, the beast soldier level was the threshold he should consider now.
The next day, Jiang Zhiyu took a morning off, and when she returned, she already had a bronze martial artist medal in her hand, symbolizing her 1-star martial artist identity. Looking at this medal, a smile inevitably appeared on her face. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, after obtaining the martial artist medal, the country will subsidize 1,000 alliance coins every month, plus a health pill. You don't need to worry about my training resources, I can earn it myself. However, after graduating from high school, I plan to try the wasteland. Seeing their daughter's rapid improvement in strength, Jiang's father and mother were clearly delighted. How many people spend a lifetime just barely crossing the martial artist threshold? Yet Jiang Zhiyu went from apprentice to martial artist in just 10 days. This also proved one point: Jiang Zhiyu's martial arts talent is indeed extraordinary. But upon hearing the word wasteland from Jiang Zhiyu's lips, the couple exchanged a glance, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. After the disaster, humans were forced to give up vast lands, migrating from coastal areas to the inland, and only by relying on firearms and martial artists did they barely establish the cities we have now. Yet even with the development of martial arts, they still could not reclaim those lost lands from the alien beasts. This part of the territory filled with alien beasts and oceans was collectively referred to as the wasteland. For many, the word wasteland was nothing short of hell, a paradise for alien beasts, and a forbidden zone for humans. Although every year there are tales of people making huge fortunes in the wasteland, more often stories of martial artists being severely injured or even killed by alien beasts in the wasteland abound. Wanting to say something, but Jiang Zhiyu did not give them the chance to express their concerns. Carrying Bai Changsheng, she returned to the room. Taking out 2 pieces of alien beast meat from the storage ring, Jiang Zhiyu watched Bai Changsheng eat the meat, but she felt a bit dazed and distracted. After becoming a martial artist, the resources needed for cultivation will only increase. Every 3 days, a blood chi pill is needed to ensure that the speed of blood chi increase does not slow down. Becoming a martial artist can alleviate some economic pressure, but it still doesn't solve the fundamental problem. In the end, I still have to go to the wilderness. Only by hunting alien beasts can I earn enough money for my cultivation needs. If only you could break through to Beast Soldier. Then I could also take the Beast Tamer assessment and earn extra income every month. Jiang Zhiyu looked at Bai Changsheng, muttering to herself. Chapter 11, Third Evolution, Beast Soldier Level. When he first crossed over, Bai Changsheng felt that becoming a beast soldier was quite distant. After all, at that time, he needed to devour flesh every day, and the blood chi he gained had to be calculated with decimals. However, with the completion of 2 evolutions and raising his digestion ability to level 3, the amount of blood chi he could gain every day became quite considerable. Having 3 meals a day, he could gain 6 points of blood chi value each meal, and depending on the real strength of the meat he ate, he could also gain a fair amount of evolution points. More or less, but the daily improvement was visible to the naked eye. 3 days later, Bai Changsheng's blood chi value reached the current level cap. Congratulations, host, for devouring the tricolor knife lizard, gaining 2.4 blood chi points and 0.5 evolution points. Blood chi value has reached the current limit. Please activate the third evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for third evolution: blood chi value 100, evolution points 10. Evolution conditions have been met. Would you like to initiate evolution? Yes. After the system notified him that he had reached the limit, Bai Changsheng directly chose to initiate the evolution, but this time the burning sensation was even stronger than the last time. Without any warning, the originally white scales on Bai Changsheng began to show a hint of red. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his consciousness started to grow dim. Damn, will every evolution in the future be this painful? Cursing silently in his heart, Bai Changsheng could only endure it. Although he didn't know if fainting during evolution would lead to death, even a slight failure in evolution was something he couldn't bear. After accumulating blood chi value and evolution points for such a long time, if he failed, he would have to wait several days to accumulate enough evolution points again. So no matter what, he had to hold on. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiyu noticed something unusual about Bai Changsheng. Seeing Bai Changsheng, who had turned completely red, Jiang Zhiyu frowned, murmuring, 3 mutations? How is that possible? Even in her previous lifetime, among all the beasts she had seen that could complete 3 mutations, she could count them on one hand. And those capable of undergoing a third mutation were, without exception, at least Beast Emperor level beings. 3 mutations are almost regarded as exclusive to Beast Emperors. Completing 3 mutations guarantees one will become a Beast Emperor. But little Bai is just a white-scaled snake. How can it possibly achieve a third evolution? Jiang Zhiyu discovered that her past experience and vision seemed completely useless when it came to her little spirit pet. Every time she derived a new result about Bai Changsheng's growth limit, it wouldn't be long before Bai Changsheng would break it. Again and again, she could hardly remember how many times this little guy had amazed her. These things, no one would believe if she said them, yet they were happening right in front of her. However, although she was surprised, Jiang Zhiyu still had the discernment required. In the palm of her hand appeared a mixed blood pill, which was the one Lin Jingyao had gotten from Huang Xiaotian during the previous practical lessons. She had eaten one, and kept this one for now. But looking at that hybrid Dan, Bai Changsheng surprisingly wanted to avoid it. The evolution had already caused him so much pain. If he took another hybrid Dan, it would truly be double torture. The mutation consumes a lot of blood energy, just like when a warrior breaks through. Without enough blood energy replenishment, it's easy to fail. Jiang Zhiyu didn't give him another chance to refuse. She reached out and stuffed the hybrid Dan into Bai Changsheng's mouth. As the hybrid Dan entered his mouth, the previous feeling of blood energy about to explode surged back, intertwining with the burning sensation he felt all over. But strangely, as the medicinal power of the hybrid Dan erupted, the burning sensation instead diminished, and even the boiling feeling of blood energy wasn't as exaggerated as he imagined. Everything returned to a level that Bai Changsheng could bear. Shedding skin, the burning sensation faded, blood energy slowly stabilized. A few minutes later, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host, for devouring the hybrid Dan, gaining 20 points of blood energy, gaining 8 evolution points. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 10 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for completing the third evolution. Required blood energy for the next evolution, 1000 points, evolution points 100. Feeling like he had just survived a disaster, Bai Changsheng panted lightly, tilting his head to see his current state in the mirror. When he first crossed over, his body was barely 10 centimeters long, and he looked very round, appearing quite tender and cute. But after 3 evolutions, his length had reached 2 meters. Now, he no longer had the slightest hint of roundness, especially his head, which faintly bore a sharpness. Especially paired with the 3 colorful stripes of varying lengths beside his eyes, he looked even more divine. You are already a beast soldier so soon? Jiang Zhiyu's voice sounded in his ear, and as he tilted his head slightly, Bai Changsheng caught the surprise in her eyes. Your growth speed is hardly any worse than mine. Jiang Zhiyu didn't know what her feelings were, especially when she saw Bai Changsheng looking at her. Surprise? Joy? Or confusion? Regret? In her previous life, she spent 22 years researching beast taming, investing all her thoughts and money into spirit beasts, only to end up with a total failure. When she switched to blood energy martial arts, it was too late, her potential had been exhausted. In this life, she chose the blood energy martial path from the start, losing all interest in beast taming. She never expected that casually picking a white-scaled snake would bring her such a big surprise. After 3 mutations, it grew to a beast soldier in just 13 days. This growth speed could be said to be extraordinary. Although some exotic beasts are born with the strength of beast soldiers or even beast generals, like Huang Xiaotian's Firemane Flame Lion, that is due to high-level bloodlines. Don't forget, Xiaobai started as a lowly bloodline, with 0 combat power. Jiang Zhiyu had a feeling that she didn't believe in him at all, but he was proving her wrong fiercely. If I had focused on beast taming from the beginning, would Xiaobai have
This thought just sprouted and was immediately denied by Jiang Zhiyu herself, shaking her head and laughing silently.
Focusing on blood energy martial arts almost guarantees her the title of martial emperor, but beast taming is not so certain. There are countless exotic beasts, but very few can grow to the level of beast gods. Even offspring of beast gods cannot guarantee growth to beast god level, and only have a 1 in 10 chance of reaching beast emperor.
The bloodline of the white-scaled snake is ultimately limited.
However, becoming a beast soldier will allow me to pass the beast tamer assessment.
Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts stirred, her gaze bright. Jiang Zhiyu, a first-class warrior?
Practicing both chi blood martial arts and beast taming, this young girl has a high talent.
The staff member responsible for document review looked at the cool-tempered Jiang Zhiyu and couldn't help but praise her.
Warriors who practice both chi blood martial arts and beast taming do exist, but normally, they only consider taking on another path after reaching the limit in one to enhance their combat ability. People like Jiang Zhiyu, who are still in high school and are training in 2 paths, are extremely rare. It's either because their family is wealthy beyond measure, or they possess truly outstanding talent. Just like Jiang Zhiyu at this moment, her talent awakened just 2 weeks ago, and she has already received a warrior medal. Now she is here to get her beast tamer qualification certificate.
This is the true definition of a chosen one.
Jiang Zhiyu simply responded with a hum and didn't say much. In fact, although everything happened right before her eyes, she herself couldn't explain how Bai Changsheng grew to the beast soldier level.
Is this your spirit beast? Wait, why is it a white-scaled snake? The staff member glanced at Bai Changsheng next to Jiang Zhiyu, his eyes filled with some suspicion.
However, being official staff, they had seen much in their experience. Seeing Bai Changsheng's obviously altered size, he realized, it has undergone a second mutation. No wonder it grew to the beast soldier level so quickly. After signing his name on the document and entering it into the system, the staff member continued speaking. The assessment rules for beast tamers are basically the same as for warriors. The only issue is that the entire battle must focus on the spirit beast. You can assist, but I need to see your spirit beast possess beast soldier level combat power, understand? Jiang Zhiyu turned to look at Bai Changsheng beside her and then nodded. After preparing again, she and the snake, with the guide of the staff member, headed to the back mountain. It was still the place for the last practical training, just in a different area. The previous area was prepared for students, where the beasts inside were generally not strong, even considered pitifully weak. It was clear that the combat assessment wouldn't take place there. Upon entering this new forest area, Bai Changsheng sensed a change in the smell of the air. For sense of beast soldier level came from different directions, making him feel an indescribable pressure. Little Bai, just try your best, no need to force yourself. Jiang Zhiyu whispered, placing a hand on Bai Changsheng's head. Vaguely recalling her previous life's beast tamer assessment, she had to take it 4 times before finally obtaining her junior beast tamer qualification certificate at 22, just before graduating from university. The animals released here were all captured by high-level warriors from the wilderness. On one side were those grown through slaughter, while on the other side was a spirit beast that had just hatched for 2 weeks and hadn't experienced a proper battle yet. Unless the chi blood value could overwhelmingly crush the opponent, it would be difficult to pass the assessment. Bai Changsheng was unaware of Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts, but he genuinely wanted to see how strong his true combat power was. After a moment of thought, he ultimately chose the weakest of the 4 auras and hurried towards that direction. As he got closer, the presence became more distinct, until he stopped in front of a patch of low shrubs. The scent here was most intense, and if nothing unexpected happened, then the beast soldier level beast must be hiding in this shrub. Looking at the shrubs, which were only about 4 or 5 decimeters high, anything that could hide there wouldn't be too large. This was good news, but at the same time, it was bad news. If this beast was small, yet achieved beast soldier level, its chi blood value wouldn't be high, but it had to possess unique qualities far superior to other beasts. Bai Changsheng slowly approached the shrubs, continually collecting the lingering scents floating in the air. He wanted to find out the exact location where his opponent was hiding. In the next moment, his heart suddenly jolted, and he turned to see a scorpion's tail stinger viciously stabbing towards his head. The speed was so fast that it made Bai Changsheng feel that his mind had reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. Instinctively, he shrank his body, pulling his head to the side by a few inches, narrowly avoiding the sting of the tail. It was only at this moment that Bai Changsheng finally got a clear look at the full form of his opponent. Over 50 centimeters in length, it had a pair of pincers not much smaller than its body, completely pitch black, while the raised tail stinger glowed a golden red color. Golden stinger giant pincer scorpion? This thing is not easy to deal with. Not only is its defense outstanding, but that poisonous stinger at the end is also extremely sinister. Under the beast soldier level, anyone stung is doomed. Even if it's an exotic beast at the beast soldier level, even if it barely survives, it will be injured in the nerves and become foolish from then on. The staff looked at the standoff between a snake and a scorpion and continued, "Little girl, I advise you to take your spirit beast and find another opponent. If something goes wrong and your second mutated white scale snake gets hurt, it would be not worth the loss." The staff's reminder was not without reason, but Bai Changsheng also knew one thing: although the toxin of the golden stinger giant pincer scorpion was terrifying, its vitality value was pitifully low. If he didn't choose it, other options would only be harder to handle. As for Jiang Zhiyu, seeing that Bai Changsheng had no intention of retreating, she understood his meaning. The golden stinger giant pincer scorpion is slow, and every time it attacks with its stinger, it needs time to build up power to unleash its speed.
Jiang Zhiyu's words coincided with Bai Changsheng's thoughts.
In the brief standoff, Bai Changsheng had already realized the opponent's weakness. With a sudden thought, Bai Changsheng exerted force and directly charged at the golden stinger giant pincer scorpion. Another tail stinger came stabbing. Its speed, although not as quick as the previous ambush, was still quite fast. Fortunately, Bai Changsheng was prepared this time, and his charge did not use full strength. His body jerked to a halt, narrowly evading the tail stinger, and then his speed suddenly exploded. His mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to swallow it whole. The golden stinger giant pincer scorpion certainly would not surrender, its tail stinger attack missing, but those giant pincers also had enough lethality. There's no doubt, even if he didn't die from being pinched, he would be severely injured. Bai Changsheng had no intention of testing whether the opponent's strength could break through his rock armor defense, so he fiercely whipped his snake tail out like a whip.
The golden stinger giant pincer scorpion's attention was drawn to the front. Caught off guard, its body was flipped over.
It wanted to turn over and continue attacking, but Bai Changsheng had already coiled around it. With a continuous exertion of over 120 points of vitality, the sounds of the golden stinger giant pincer scorpion's exoskeleton cracking rang out. From the moment they faced each other to the moment Bai Changsheng eliminated the opponent, it was less than half a minute. Such a swift battle left the watching staff in confusion. Your white scale snake seems to be a bit too clever.
Chapter 13, Evolution Tree Branch, Toxins. Bai Changsheng did not know that his actions had brought a slight shock to the two outside the arena.
After confirming that the golden stinger giant pincer scorpion he had wrapped around was completely dead, he relaxed his body. Then, without waiting for them to say anything, he opened his mouth and swallowed one of its pincers. Before this, what he had eaten were all low-grade exotic beast meats. Their vitality content was not much, and the meat itself was not flavorful. Especially after the third evolution, his initial vitality value had already returned to 0. Such a change also allowed Bai Changsheng to discover some patterns within. As his strength continued to rise, the requirements for the quality and level of flesh and blood will become higher and higher. If he wants to maintain the same high efficiency improvement rate as before, the meat he eats must be of the same level as him, at least not too much lower. This feeling is somewhat similar to the experience compensation mechanism in games. If the level difference is too large, health points and evolution points will approach 0 infinitely, and vice versa. Bai Changsheng's enthusiasm for the golden needle giant claw scorpion's meat is not only because it is at the beast soldier level but also for a more important reason. Congratulations, host, for devouring the beast soldier level golden needle giant claw scorpion, gaining 5.4 health points, and gaining 1.2 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the unlit evolution tree branch, Toxin. Toxin, after lighting it up, a poison sac can be formed in the snake fangs, which can attach poison damage when attacking with the snake fangs. Evolution points required to light up, 12.
Indeed, it can be done.
This is the second reason why Bai Changsheng is so eager, a new evolution tree branch. He had a suspicion when he devoured the muddy rock turtle and awakened the rock armor defense, and now it has just been confirmed. What the system meant by devouring rare items to obtain evolution tree branches refers to creatures with special attributes. For example, the turtle shell of the muddy rock turtle and the toxin from the tail of the golden needle giant claw scorpion at this moment. Only if this characteristic is outstanding enough can it be recognized by the system and gain an evolution tree branch. If that's the case, then everything is clear.
So, does this count as passing the assessment?
Jiang Zhiyu turned to look at the staff, who smiled wryly and nodded. From start to finish, Jiang Zhiyu never made a move. The entire battle was completed by Bai Changsheng alone, so naturally, he passed. The data has already been submitted. The Junior Beast Master Certificate will be issued in about half an hour. The staff member said after operating on their tablet for a moment. However, after finishing this, they suddenly shifted their gaze to Bai Changsheng.
Little girl, are you selling this white scale snake?
Ha!
What does this mean?
Hearing this, even Bai Changsheng stopped eating and turned to look. It's like this: I know a merchant who loves to collect and raise such second mutation beasts.
So, he asked me to keep an eye out.
Although your white scale snake has a low bloodline, its strength has already reached the beast soldier level. If you're willing, I can buy it directly for 50,000.
50,000? Hearing this number, even Bai Changsheng couldn't help but mutter, have I become so valuable? Thinking back to that day when it was 9 yuan and 9, and they even gave a bag of shrimp.
In just 2 weeks, its value had directly increased 5,000 times.
But would Jiang Zhiyu agree?
Facing the staff's gaze, Jiang Zhiyu's expression didn't show a bit of fluctuation. She shook her head directly.
Don't worry, I won't force you to break the spiritual contract, nor will it harm your spirit. Even if I bought it, it would just be for appreciation. I will also provide enough resources for the spirit beast to grow. The staff member wanted to try harder, but Jiang Zhiyu had already waved to Bai Changsheng. Little Bai, let's go back. After swallowing the remaining body of the golden needle giant claw scorpion in one bite, Bai Changsheng slowly returned to Jiang Zhiyu's side. He was hesitating whether to light up the newly obtained evolution tree and take a bite out of the staff member. They said it was for appreciation, but who would spend such a large price to buy second awakened beasts purely out of interest? And talking about providing enough resources, it would be ridiculous to believe that. If that were the case, it would be an insult not to tear him apart given how much money he spent. However, what surprised Bai Changsheng was that Jiang Zhiyu actually showed no hesitation in the face of 50,000 union coins. If it were Bai Changsheng in her place, with conditions at home not so great. If someone offers him this price, he might really struggle to say no. After all, multiplying 5,000 by 2 weeks, anyone can do the math on this deal. Seemingly sensing the doubt in Bai Changsheng's heart, Jiang Zhiyu glanced down at him. 50,000 is indeed a high price, enough to cover my expenses for at least a first or even second-grade warrior stage. But you are still my spirit beast. And I have never been the kind of person to sell my battle partners. Jiang Zhiyu knew that Bai Changsheng was highly intelligent. Whether he could fully understand her words was unclear, but he surely sensed the meaning. Because after she finished speaking, she felt kindness coming from Bai Changsheng. Little girl, this is your junior beast taming certificate. In the future, the monthly allowance will be sent to your certified warrior account. In addition, you will receive 2 hybrid pills each month, which you can collect at any official medical center. With a monthly allowance of 1,000, plus 2 hybrid pills, having this certificate means getting 3,000 alliance coins every month. This allowance isn't too much, but it's certainly not too little. Especially since Jiang Zhiyu also has a warrior medal, making it a total of 6,000 in benefits, even more than her parents' salary. However, even so, compared to her expenses, it still feels a bit insufficient. 1 blood energy pill every 3 days means 20,000 alliance coins a month, and that doesn't even include nutrition solutions and other essential resources for cultivation. Based on Bai Changsheng's calculations, at most in another month, Jiang Zhiyu would head to the wasteland. What he could do was to help her improve her strength as much as possible before she left for the wasteland. And in fact, things turned out just as he expected. As the progress of her training continued to rise, Jiang Zhiyu's funds in her pockets rapidly diminished. Starting with a blood energy pill every 3 days, it gradually became 1 every 4 days, until she simply stopped taking them and relied solely on her innate talent to cultivate. But this way, her training speed would inevitably slow down. The only good news was that Bai Changsheng's blood energy value was still increasing steadily. Every day he feasted on exotic beast meat, and occasionally, Jiang Zhiyu would take him to that assessment arena, hunting under the pretext of taking the intermediate beast tamer assessment. They avoided the trouble of second-grade beast soldiers and specifically hunted first-grade beast soldiers in that area. With 1 person and 1 snake working together, most first-grade beast soldiers really couldn't touch them at all. As a result, Bai Changsheng's food standard not only did not decrease but increased instead, and in just a month, his blood energy value broke the 500 mark. However, a piece of news that Bai Changsheng had already anticipated also came. I am going to the wasteland, do you want to come with me? Jiang Zhiyu looked at Bai Changsheng and said. Chapter 14, Next Stop, Wasteland. Calculating the time, a month and a half has passed since the crossing. From being weak and vulnerable, just 1 kick from a random person could crush him, to now where ordinary warriors can no longer pose any threat to him. If Bai Changsheng said he wasn't feeling proud, it would be a lie. After all, the improvement is visible every day, and Bai Changsheng is very clear about how fast his strength is rising. Just look at Lin Jingyao, who once hugged him and called him Little Bai. She still hasn't entered the warrior realm after more than a month. Now, Bai Changsheng only needs 1 glance to crush Lin Jingyao. Of course, even with such rapid improvement, Jiang Zhiyu could still consistently keep him under control, which prevented him from truly getting arrogant. There basically won't be any second-grade beast soldiers around the wasteland defense line. With our strength, we can handle most first-grade exotic beasts together. And you can warn me in advance of second-grade exotic beasts approaching. As she spoke, Jiang Zhiyu paused for a moment. Looking at Bai Changsheng, whose body length was already close to 3 meters, she continued. Even she had to admit that the white-scaled snake she had randomly bought back then had given her a huge surprise. Not just because it could now bring her great help, but also because of the potential that didn't belong to a white-scaled snake for Bai Changsheng. In just a month and a half, from 0 to mid-level battle strength of a first-class beast soldier, even Huang Xiaotian's fire main flame lion was somewhat inferior to Bai Changsheng. Because of this, right now, the relationship between Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng was more like partners than that of a master and a spirit pet. If you are willing, just nod your head. Listening to Jiang Zhiyu, Bai Changsheng slowly nodded his head.
In fact, after crossing into this world, Bai Changsheng understood that he would inevitably go to the wilderness. The only difference was the timing. There was no choice. Jiang Zhiyu could not even hold on to her own cultivation resources. She could only find a way to hunt food in the wilderness herself. And this past month and a half had allowed him to pass through the awkward phase of weakness. Now with this strength, as long as I am careful and don't act recklessly, there shouldn't be any situation where a random strange beast could just stomp on me. Jiang Zhiyu was able to reach the Imperial realm in her last life, so she wouldn't make the mistake of blindly facing enemies. Being with her did provide a sense of security.
Zhiyu, are you guys really going to the wilderness?
Lin Jingyao asked with a worried face. The wilderness is so dangerous, even the head teacher said we shouldn't think about going there before graduating from university.
Why are you in such a hurry? If you lack cultivation resources, I can give you some of mine.
Hearing Lin Jingyao's words, even Bai Changsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this girl really had no cunning at all. But upon thinking about it, the fact that Jiang Zhiyu could maintain this relationship with Lin Jingyao after her rebirth was proof enough. Faced with Lin Jingyao's words, Jiang Zhiyu could only smile helplessly.
Yao, what I'm lacking is not just a month of cultivation resources.
Not to mention that your cultivation resources are just enough for your own needs. You can help me for a moment, but not for a lifetime. In the end, I can only rely on myself to strive for my cultivation resources. I have already got the consent of the head teacher and my parents on this matter, so you don't need to persuade me anymore.
Moreover, with Bai here, you know its capabilities.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyao turned her head to look at Bai Changsheng and stopped trying to persuade her.
Have you prepared your armor, weapons, and spirit pouch? If not, I can ask my dad for some money.
Other things don't matter, but the armor must be good enough. It can save your life in critical moments.
Don't worry. Jiang Zhiyu reassured her.
It was clear that she and Bai Changsheng were going to the wilderness, yet it seemed like Lin Jingyao was the one about to go to the wilderness. Weapons, armor, and the spirit pouch were all borrowed from the Warrior Association for purchase. Although the level is not high, it is enough for fighting against first-class beast soldiers. Once there are gains in the wilderness, we can pay back after returning.
Knowing Lin Jingyao's tendency to be chatty, if she let her continue, it was likely that neither she nor Bai Changsheng would be able to set off today. She could only pacify her a couple of times before sending her out of the house. After sending Lin Jingyao away, Jiang Zhiyu returned with a cloth bag that looked like a sachet in her hand. This thing is called a spirit pouch. It can contain spirit beasts that have signed a spirit contract, and you can see the changes in the outside environment. Don't resist, I will take you in.
As soon as Jiang Zhiyu finished speaking, a faint light surrounded Bai Changsheng's body, and a sense of barely perceptible pulling began to act on his body, causing his form to shrink continuously until he entirely flew into the spirit pouch in Jiang Zhiyu's hand. As Jiang Zhiyu said, he could see the things outside, and whenever he wanted, he could fly out from the storage bag at any moment. This actually made it convenient for him. At least he didn't have to travel back and forth with Jiang Zhiyu. After saying goodbye to his parents, under the worried gaze of Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Zhiyu boarded the train heading to the wasteland.
Any area occupied by strange beasts can be called a wasteland.
In our country, there are as many as 4,800,000 square kilometers designated as wasteland. 200 martial artist towns are located on the plains, linking together a 3,000-mile defense line.
Our destination for this trip is the 72nd martial artist town.
Having just undergone a large-scale cleaning operation for strange beasts, although many high-value beasts are gone, the possibility of being attacked by high-level beasts is also eliminated.
This is the most suitable choice for the two of us.
The train to the wasteland has a long distance to travel, so there is no concept of hard seats or soft seats. All martial artists heading to the wasteland will be assigned to a separate small compartment after boarding. Jiang Zhiyu sat on the bed, with a map on the small desk in front of him, seemingly talking to himself, but in fact, he was speaking to Bai Changsheng in the spirit bag.
Bai Changsheng had no objections. From Jiang Zhiyu's perspective, even if the choice made wasn't the best, it certainly wouldn't be bad.
His gaze passed through the spirit bag, watching the scenery outside the window constantly retreating, unable to help but feel a strange excitement and thrill. As the spirit beast contracted to Jiang Zhiyu, although he wouldn't be attacked in the city, he still felt somewhat restricted and often stayed in Jiang Zhiyu's room, rarely going outside. Staying in a small place for too long can be suffocating. Although he was still in a snake form at this moment, his inner soul was still that of a human. But once they reached the wasteland, it would truly be a vast sky for birds to fly.
Chapter 15, Iron-Armored Giant Lizard. Little girl, are you alone? The wasteland is so dangerous, if you encounter any danger, you won't even have the strength to fight back. How about I help you find a martial artist team? At least your safety can be guaranteed. The speaker was a big man with a beard, his face wearing a friendly expression. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. I'm just here for a battle training before the college entrance examination. There are elders waiting for me in County 0541 at home, so there's no need to trouble you.
In the wasteland, there are no cameras, no laws, not even a guarantee for communication signals. Jiang Zhiyu knew well that sometimes the greatest danger encountered in the wasteland did not come from strange beasts, but could also come from fellow humans. Killing and robbery, new grudges and old enmities. Dying in the wasteland means dying in the mouth of a strange beast. No one will care, and naturally, no one will investigate. So generally, martial artists entering the wasteland seldom act alone, mostly forming small teams of 4 or 5. One reason is to have stronger risk resistance when facing strange beasts, and the other is to avoid being targeted by other teams. Defend against strange beasts, but even more against humans.
However, a team evidently does not refer to a temporary assembly.
Jiang Zhiyu's words seemed to be ignorant and fearless, laying out all her cards in a few sentences, but in reality, it was precisely because of this depth of ignorance that it could deter malicious intent.
As a young girl, so beautiful yet so weak, if she didn't have an elder protecting her at home, wouldn't she be like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered? There's an elder waiting for you? Then that's fine.
I was going to help you find a team, but it seems there's no need for that. It's unknown whether the bearded man spoke sincerely, but none of this mattered. After registering for entry and exit, Jiang Zhiyu donned a set of black armor and held an alloy red tassel spear.
The figure gradually disappeared over the plain at the entrance of the warrior town.
Only when the outline of the warrior town behind became blurry did Jiang Zhiyu call Bai Changsheng out from the spirit bag. According to the previous plan, our activity range is only within 100 kilometers from the town.
Next, it's your turn to play your role.
As Bai Changsheng's vitality continued to increase, his sensitivity to smells also kept improving. This thing might also be considered a kind of racial talent, but it was not classified within the branches of the evolution tree by the system. After coming out of the spirit bag, Bai Changsheng quickly caught the faint smell floating in the air. The direction of the smell, the type of beast it came from, and its approximate power level. After a little thought, Bai Changsheng moved his body. Seeing that Bai Changsheng already had a target, Jiang Zhiyu also kept moving forward and followed him. The pair, one person and one snake, traveled only about a kilometer when a giant lizard over 1.5 meters long appeared before them. With its head lowered, it constantly sniffed the ground with its nose, as if looking for food. As Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu approached, the giant lizard seemed to sense something and raised its head to look at them. Iron-armored giant lizard, early-stage Tier 1 beast soldier, vitality value around 300, its armored scales can be used to make Type 1 armor, estimated value is around 2000. Jiang Zhiyu murmured, her voice carrying a hint of ease. Although she and Bai Changsheng had killed many beast soldier-level creatures in the simulated training ground before, those beasts had been obtained at great expense from the wastelands, and the materials collected after killing them were obviously not for her to take. So, in the previous month, although she fought many times, her income was 0. However, now in the wasteland, the beasts they killed were all her spoils. The first beast they encountered was worth 2,000, which clearly lifted her spirits. As usual, you attract its attention, and I'll be the main attacker. Bai Changsheng's vitality value was not low, but his attacking methods were scarce. Facing such a heavily armored beast, the only thing he could do was rely on his overwhelming vitality to bind and crush the lizard's scales. But if he did that, all the scales would be destroyed, and they wouldn't sell for a good price, so it would be better not to kill it. In terms of killing, Jiang Zhiyu far surpassed him. After the words fell, Jiang Zhiyu held her spear and darted toward the side of the iron-armored giant lizard. Meanwhile, Bai Changsheng also seized the opportunity to make some noise, raising the front of his body while constantly hissing, trying to distract the lizard's already scattered attention. Compared to Jiang Zhiyu, a human, Bai Changsheng clearly posed a greater threat to it. When Jiang Zhiyu got within 10 meters of the beast, Bai Changsheng surged forward, applying pressure to the iron-armored giant lizard. In the next moment, Jiang Zhiyu's ally spear shot out, the tip glistening coldly, penetrating smoothly without any obstruction into the ribs beneath the lizard's front legs. With armored scales protecting its whole back, the alloy spear could break through the defense but couldn't create a fatal wound instantly. Its only weakness was in between its ribs, and Jiang Zhiyu perfectly seized the opportunity. After the thrust, without any hesitation, she withdrew her spear. The iron-armored giant lizard let out a fierce cry of pain, frantically trying to fight back, but its struggle was ultimately futile, and it dashed a few meters before collapsing onto the ground. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, ensuring that it was no longer alive, Jiang Zhiyu summoned a small knife from her storage ring and walked toward the iron-armored giant lizard. The spear was skilled at killing, but for skinning and scaling, she still needed a small knife. 2,000 alliance coins, in my pocket. After collecting the lizard's back armor into her storage ring, Jiang Zhiyu finally turned to Bai Changsheng.
Do you want to eat this meat?
With a glance at the somewhat tragic-looking iron-armored giant lizard. Bai Changsheng did not respond, but continued walking in one direction. Previously, there was a shortage of rations, having anything to eat was good enough, but now he has become picky. Meats from those heavy armored beasts are usually tough and flavorless, not worth eating, but too precious to waste. Seeing Bai Changsheng's attitude, Jiang Zhiyu understood his meaning, glanced back at the giant lizard's corpse on the ground, and turned to follow him. Giant Scythe Mantis, the pair of scythe arms in front can be used to forge and synthesize metal materials, worth 1,400 alliance coins. 100-section Centipede, it is poisonous, can be used in medicine, worth 3,200 alliance coins. White-striped Leopard, has no special value, only the meat can be sold for some money. If it can be brought back whole, it should be worth about 1,000 alliance coins. However, taking it back is too far, and storing the whole beast in the storage ring would take up too much space, it's not worth it.
Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Changsheng did not retreat, instead, he rushed forward.
Though it can't be sold for much, its meat is firm, and the blood essence it contains is higher than that of other beasts at the same level. Not being able to sell it does not affect his ability to eat.
Chapter 16, Toxin equals Forced Health Drain.
In one morning, we harvested beast materials worth about 6,600 coins. At this rate, we should also have significant gains in the afternoon, and today we should be able to harvest beast materials worth over 10,000. While saying this, even Jiang Zhiyu, known for her calm nature, could not help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Without stopping her hands, she continued to roast the hind leg of the white-striped leopard. Bai Changsheng quietly stayed beside her, listening to Jiang Zhiyu's words, but his gaze never left the leopard leg. To make over 10,000 in a day means 300,000 in a month. Thinking about how Jiang Zhiyu's parents worked tirelessly in a factory for a month, combined, they only earned about 10,000.
The income of both sides is simply not on the same level. No wonder this wasteland is also known as the gold-digging land. However, high income in the wasteland also means risking one's life to earn that money. Common warriors, if they run into beasts whose strength exceeds their own, can easily meet their end. The reason the two can navigate this area so smoothly largely depends on Bai Changsheng's ability to assess the strength and direction of the beasts. Eat, and after finishing, we need to get back to work. Before the sun sets, we must return to the warrior town. Jiang Zhiyu tore off a piece of meat from the leopard leg and then gave the rest all to Bai Changsheng. At night in the wasteland, the beasts become even more ferocious, with many powerful beasts leaving their territories to hunt. Teams with more people take turns to keep watch, but with only one person and one snake, they have to sacrifice a lot of resting time to switch. Since the warrior town is not far away, it's better to return to rest. It just happens they can sell these beast materials and buy some blood essence pills. Without the blood essence pills to provide extra blood essence, Jiang Zhiyu's cultivation speed has already slowed down significantly, and she urgently needs them to return to a high-efficiency cultivation state. Bai Changsheng had no objections, opening his mouth to bite into the piece of meat weighing over 10 pounds and then swallowing it whole. Cooked meat tastes much better than raw, especially after removing the fishy smell. Though Bai Changsheng does not currently mind that fishy taste, why eat raw if he can have it cooked? Even though he is a snake, his inner soul is still human. He can't develop a taste for raw meat. What if one day a beast king transforms and can't change back? Congratulations, host, for devouring beast soldier level white-striped leopard, you gain 6.2 blood essence and 1.3 evolution points. Savoring the leopard meat, Bai Changsheng's thoughts moved, and he called out his attribute panel to take a look. In just a month, not only did his blood essence value rise rapidly to 500 points, even the evolution points had piled up to over 80. As for the evolution tree, he had only upgraded the digestive enhancement by one level, and to upgrade it further, he needed 100 evolution points. Bai Changsheng didn't have that many evolution points. Regarding other evolution trees, he had been staying in the city before, so upgrading them was useless. It was better to save them for the fourth upgrade. However, now that he was in the wasteland, saving them any longer seemed unreasonable. The key was to enhance his strength as much as possible. With a shift in thought, Bai Changsheng began to upgrade and light up several branches of the evolution tree one by one. Deducted 18 evolution points, the evolution tree branch rock armor defense level has been upgraded. Next upgrade for rock armor defense requires 54 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, consumed 12 evolution points, lighting up the evolution tree branch, Toxin. Next upgrade for Toxin requires 36 evolution points. Deducted 36 evolution points, the evolution tree branch Toxin level has been upgraded. Next upgrade for Toxin requires 98 evolution points. After a series of notifications, Bai Changsheng's attribute panel was refreshed. God-level Devouring System. Host, Bai Changsheng. Race, White-Scaled Snake, 3 evolutions. Vitality, 507.5. Lit evolution trees, Digestive Enhancement LV4, Rock Armor Defense LV2, Toxin LV2. Available evolution points, 14.6. Available to light evolution trees, none. If possible, Bai Changsheng actually wanted to raise the level of Rock Armor Defense to level 3, but the required evolution points were just too many. He had no choice but to raise the level of Toxin first. After a round of consumption, Bai Changsheng's evolution points were almost depleted again. Fortunately, the expenditure was worthwhile. The improvements were something Bai Changsheng could clearly feel. The energy that had been circulating under his scales became increasingly obvious and solid.
Bai Changsheng vaguely felt that with his current defense, it would probably be very hard for beasts of the same level to deal any substantial damage to him. As for Toxin, it was even more exaggerated. Toxin LV2, according to the target's strength, it puts them into a poison state, forcing them to lose health.
A brief introduction represented a disregard for levels.
In other words, even if the opponent were a beast god, a bite from Bai Changsheng would still make them lose health.
Of course, whether he could break the skin, how much health would be deducted, and whether Bai Changsheng would be crushed in return, were all questions to consider.
However, these did not affect the fact that Toxin was a skill that could be deemed abnormal.
No wonder it required so many more evolution points than rock armor defense.
Jiang Zhiyu took small bites of the grilled meat, feeling something, and slightly turned her head to glance at Bai Changsheng. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Bai Changsheng seemed to have undergone a significant change, yet she couldn't pinpoint the source of this change, ultimately attributing it to her being overly sensitive and somewhat imaginative. After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them, one person and one snake, did not stop and began a new round of hunting. However, this time they were not as lucky as in the morning. The beasts near the warrior town were already scarce, and the frequent passing of warrior teams made it less likely to encounter them. If they did, they wouldn't mind casually earning a few thousand alliance coins.
Just like this, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu's harvest would be significantly reduced.
After wandering for an afternoon, they only managed to take down a giant armored lizard. Apart from that, there were no other gains. With the sun hanging low, although Jiang Zhiyu felt helpless, she had no choice but to choose to return to Warrior Town first. After selling all the beast materials obtained today, they received 8,400 alliance coins. Jiang Zhiyu then bought 3 vitality pills and 2 hybrid pills, leaving only 400 as today's remainder. Unfortunately, in this place, the price of any hotel exceeded 400. Bai Changsheng didn't mind, he could just dive into his space bag, but Jiang Zhiyu, a young girl, couldn't sleep on the street for a night. After working hard all day, within 10 minutes, she had spent everything they earned today. It is indeed somewhat difficult to bear. However, from the moment the hybrid Dan entered his mouth, Bai Changsheng had no objections. Though the effect of this thing had been decreasing due to his increasing vitality, it was still far better than the meat of the exotic beasts. After swallowing 2 hybrid Dawn, Bai Changsheng slept very comfortably this time.
Chapter 17, Little Sister, Are You Alone? For another 7 days, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng repeated the operations of the first day.
In the morning, they left the city to hunt exotic beasts and returned after sunset. The area near the martial artist town didn't have too many exotic beasts, and there were basically no beasts with extremely high material value. But it was stable and safe. With Bai Changsheng around, these 2 points were greatly strengthened. Nearly every day, their earnings were between 8,000 to 10,000 alliance coins, which was indeed a considerable income. Especially for Jiang Zhiyu, the blood pills in her storage ring had exceeded 20, enough for her 2 months of training needs.
After a few more days, we should go back. There are still 2 weeks until the martial arts entrance exam. I need to prepare well.
Jiang Zhiyu was roasting meat, murmuring a couple of sentences. Once they entered the wasteland, there was no one to talk to, only Bai Changsheng by her side, but unfortunately, he could not speak. As her strength increased, Xiaobai became more and more spirited, now he even wanted to eat roasted meat. Jiang Zhiyu turned her head to glance at the lazy Bai Changsheng, who was only fixated on the grilled meat, nearly drooling. But in a daze, Bai Changsheng suddenly stood up and looked intently in a direction beside him. The lazy look in his eyes was now full of vigilance. After fighting side by side for so long, Jiang Zhiyu had come to understand Bai Changsheng well enough. Something must have happened for him to suddenly take such a stance. Following Bai Changsheng's line of sight, she faintly saw a black shadow, but within just a few seconds, the shadow had approached them to about 300 or 400 meters away.
A martial artist team?
Jiang Zhiyu frowned slightly. At this point, wanting to avoid them was no longer possible, as they were in a vehicle, moving much faster than they could on foot. Encountering a martial artist team on the wasteland was not unusual, especially not far from the martial artist town. In the past few days, she and Bai Changsheng had encountered at least 7 or 8 martial artist teams. But this time, it seemed this team was specifically heading for them.
300 to 400 meters was just a matter of half a minute.
Screech. The sound of brakes echoed as a black SUV, kicking up dust, came to a steady stop in front of Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng. Then they saw 5 men with dyed yellow hair emerge from the vehicle. Their bodies were covered with messy tattoos, making it clear that these 5 were definitely not good young men. Especially the leader who got out from the passenger seat, wearing a white tank top and camouflage pants, holding a long tang knife in his hand. Although he didn't want to admit it, even Bai Changsheng could sense the thick waves of vitality coming from these 5 men. Experts, and at least for him at that moment, they were definitely experts.
Little sister, what are you doing alone here?
You even brought a white-scaled snake.
Don't you know this is the wasteland?
It's very dangerous. The leader of the young men looked Jiang Zhiyu up and down, and the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably as he continued with a lewd smile. Do you want your brother to protect you? Jiang Zhiyu's expression was already somewhat impatient, and upon hearing this, her brow furrowed even deeper. No need, my elders have something to attend to back in the city, and they'll be back soon. You don't need to worry about my safety. If she had encountered other martial artist teams, they would have probably dropped their thoughts upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words. But it was clear that these people were not an ordinary martial artist team. TSK, such a beautiful little sister, can actually deceive so well? It's early in the morning, back to the city for supplies? And why are you not taking her with you, leaving her here all alone? Deception is not good, little sister. To punish you for lying to someone who sincerely wanted to help you. With a clang, the long knife was drawn, pointing sharply at Jiang Zhiyu. Hand over the storage ring. Jiang Zhiyu frowned, her mind stirring, and Bai Changsheng felt something. But before they could act, an overwhelming pressure of blood and energy slammed down upon them. In an instant, Bai Changsheng felt as if a high mountain pressed upon him, making even movement sluggish. Little sister, listen to my advice, honestly hand over the storage ring. I only want your money, not your life. The harvest of these past few days was not too much, but it was still significant. All the alliance coins had been exchanged by Jiang Zhiyu for blood and energy pills, now stored in the storage ring. If she hands over the storage ring, it means that all the work she and Bai Changsheng did over the past 8 days would be for nothing. 20 blood and energy pills, worth 40,000 alliance coins. This number was clearly unacceptable to Jiang Zhiyu. But if she doesn't hand it over? If Xiao Bai and I work together, we can barely fight against a second-rank martial artist. But there are 4 second-rank martial artists and 1 third-rank martial artist on the opposite side. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath. The more it came to this, the more stable her emotions became. 3. As the lead man began to count down, in the next moment, Bai Changsheng felt a flash before his eyes, and then a knife was placed against him. I don't mind letting you see some blood to check if we really dare to move. But I can't bear to touch such a beautiful little sister, so I guess I'll just go for your spirit beast. Oh, a second mutation white-scaled snake? If we kill it, the snake scales can fetch a good price. And it's said that the meat of a second mutation white-scaled snake is delicious, a treat for the brothers. 2. If he could, Bai Changsheng really wanted to curse. The storage ring is on Jiang Zhiyu, how can you put a knife against my neck? But it was evident that Bai Changsheng couldn't curse, and no one cared about his feelings. Moreover, just one person from the opposing side made him unable to even dodge. This alone showed that their strength was absolutely beyond what he and Jiang Zhiyu could resist. What to do? Bai Changsheng didn't hesitate and called up his panel to upgrade his rock armor defense by 1 level. Evolution points deducted, 54, rock armor defense level upgraded to LV3. Next upgrade of rock armor defense requires evolution points, 162. Originally, these evolution points were reserved for Bai Changsheng's 4th evolution, but now, facing life and death pressure, he couldn't care less. Level 3 rock armor defense should help him endure a few more blows. With the addition of toxins, breaking through shouldn't be a big issue. But even so, the gap in strength between the two sides still seemed insurmountable. Even if he could fight to take one out, they still had 5 people. Bai Changsheng wanted to think of a strategy. But in the face of absolute strength, all cleverness seemed somewhat powerless. 1. As soon as the word fell, the lead man raised his head, and his subordinates immediately understood. The long knife pressed against Bai Changsheng was withdrawn and raised high. In the next moment, the alloy long knife was about to come down, and Bai Changsheng was already prepared to fight to the death to take one with him. Chapter 18, everyone, line up behind. I'll do it. At the critical moment, Jiang Zhiyu finally spoke up. The 5 on the opposite side were determined to snatch the storage ring. It wasn't about whether she could sacrifice Bai Changsheng to keep the storage ring. Killing Bai Changsheng wouldn't mean they'd let her keep the storage ring. Since that's the case, why resist stubbornly? 20 blood and energy pills, although worth a lot. To save a life, one can always earn it back later. Under the gaze of the 5, Jiang Zhiyu took off the storage ring from her hand and threw it to them. Why didn't you do this earlier? The leader, a blonde-haired man, raised his hand to catch the storage ring and said with a smile, but then his expression darkened as he inspected the ring. After just a few seconds, the smile vanished from his face as he looked back at Jiang Zhiyu. Sister, don't joke with your brother. There are only 20 blood essence pills in here, are you trying to cheat us? For Jiang Zhiyu, 20 blood essence pills was already a fortune. But for these fighters who had been battling in the wilderness for who knows how long, this amount was clearly not enough to satisfy their appetite. We are 5 brothers, how much does that give each of us? Hurry up and hand everything over. Jiang Zhiyu felt helpless in her heart, but she could only patiently explain, I just arrived in the wilderness not long ago, this is all I have. Tsk, TSK, still trying to deceive your brother?
The blonde leader sneered, "Can you afford to buy a mutated white-scaled snake as a spirit beast and only have 20 blood essence pills on you? Since you don't want to hand it over willingly, then I'll have to search you myself. Don't worry, sister, I'll be gentle." The long knife was sheathed again, and the wicked smile reappeared on his face. Previously, he thought this guy was only after money, but now, Bai Changsheng realized he had underestimated the limits of some fighters in the wilderness. He desired wealth, and he didn't intend to let Jiang Zhiyu go. "Xiao Bai." Jiang Zhiyu's tightly furrowed brows eased at this moment, and she whispered softly. At the same time, she kicked her foot, and the long spear that was stuck in the ground was suddenly in her hand. As soon as Bai Changsheng heard Jiang Zhiyu call him, he was already in action. The snake's mouth opened wide and bit at the ankle of the person standing next to him. There were no protective gears here. Once bitten, even if the second-level toxin wasn't fatal, it could significantly reduce the opponent's fighting power. However, it was clear that the others had long been guarding against the sudden attack from him and Jiang Zhiyu. Bai Changsheng's sneak attack was dodged, and a metal long knife cut towards his head. Not daring to bet whether his third-level rock armor could withstand this blow, Bai Changsheng could only retreat and look for another chance. Jiang Zhiyu also encountered setbacks on her side, thinking to seize the advantage and capture the enemy's leader first. After all, he wasn't wearing protective gear, and the metal spear could easily break through defenses. But at the moment of confrontation, it was far from that scenario. Even if Jiang Zhiyu's skills were exquisite, facing opponents with several times or even over 10 times more vitality, their reaction and strength were not on the same level. A third-grade fighter could instantly kill a first-grade fighter. Clang! Boom! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Jiang Zhiyu was violently pushed back, meeting up with Bai Changsheng. "Didn't expect it, little sister is quite fiery. But that's good, the spicier the girl, the more I like. You all go chop that snake, just in time to use the little sister's fire to cook it. This little sister will be left to me, then you all line up. After we eat, drink, and have our fun, we will go slaughter that beast general." The extremely insulting words came from the blonde man's mouth, but Jiang Zhiyu seemed to not hear them at all. She slightly lowered her head and glanced at Bai Changsheng. "They are here for me. I will try my best to stall them for you, run as far as you can. When I die, the spirit contract will automatically dissipate, and you will be free from then on." Did she really have to say her last words at this moment? Bai Changsheng felt a bit powerless to complain. He didn't know how long Jiang Zhiyu could hold on, but one thing was certain. After this group killed Jiang Zhiyu, he would definitely not escape. Since there was no escape, why not fight back? Taking one as a shield would be enough, taking two would be a profit. Bai Changsheng's eyes swept over the four people, constantly analyzing the situation and how to drag one along as a cover. "Damn it, don't let me get away, or all 5 of you, one by one, I will take you all down." Seeing the 5 people closing in, a fight could break out at any moment, but suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Another vehicle sped in from a distance, moving quickly, and the shape of the car became clearer. Damn! Where did so many troublemakers come from? The leader with yellow hair spat on the ground as he looked at the suddenly appearing vehicle. In about half a minute, the newly appeared SUV reached everyone. Not knowing whether it was friend or foe, Bai Changsheng remained tense. However, the vehicle showed no signs of stopping, it just slowed down as it passed by the two confronting sides, and then the passenger window rolled down, glancing over. Bai Changsheng saw clearly that sitting in the car was a girl only 2 years older than Jiang Zhiyu. But just one glance gave Bai Changsheng an overwhelming sense of pressure. Another third-grade martial artist. He hadn't encountered any third-grade martial artists for several days, but today, it was like they were all gathered together. It wasn't just Bai Changsheng who noticed the girl, Jiang Zhiyu and the 5 yellow-haired men also saw her. Just a beast general, how did this woman get summoned here? Forget it, brothers, let's retreat quickly to the target location before someone else snatches it. Clearly, this suddenly appeared girl disrupted the original plans of these yellow-haired men. Even if they had confidence in taking down Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng quickly, their interest had faded. Something more important was waiting for them, and they didn't want to waste even this little time. Seeing the 5 planning to leave, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The premise of a gentleman avenging himself is that he stays alive. However, Jiang Zhiyu didn't seem to think so. Senior Shin. Wait. With a call of Senior Shin, the departing SUV indeed came to a halt. The passenger door opened, and a girl wearing a black tight suit with 2 short daggers at her waist stepped out of the car. Turning her gaze toward Jiang Zhiyu, a confused voice came through. Do you know me? Chapter 19, Xin Shuang, Zhang Hang. Along with this girl, a man dressed in silver armor also got out of the vehicle. He had short hair, a strong build, and a serious square-shaped face. Since getting out of the car, he hadn't spoken, just scanning everyone present, bringing silent pressure to all. Another third-grade martial artist. Moreover, the fluctuation of his energy was faintly the highest among all present. I'm Jiang Zhiyu. My father is Jiang Yinlu, a mentor at the Waterwood Beast Taming Academy. I've seen Senior Shin and Senior Brother Zhang on campus before. Jiang Zhiyu spoke up to explain. However, this sentence made Bai Changsheng turn his head to look. What Waterwood Beast Taming Academy teacher, what meeting on campus? This entire sentence, besides the name matching Zhang's father, not a single word was true.
Yet the two opposites seemed not to think much of it. The girl named Shin nodded thoughtfully.
So it's Junior Jiang. This even worked? Bai Changsheng was taken aback. Words filled with loopholes surprisingly made this woman believe it.
It wasn't just Bai Changsheng who felt this way. The 5 yellow-haired guys felt the same.
Seeing Jiang Zhiyu really knew this woman, they felt an overwhelming headache, and more critically, her father was a teacher at the Waterwood Beast Taming Academy?
If these words were only spoken from Jiang Zhiyu's mouth, they wouldn't feel anything yet, but now, these words were validated by that woman, making it impossible for them not to believe.
Had they bullied the daughter of the Shui Mu mentor in the wasteland? If that old Deng found out, what awaited them would likely be endless pursuit.
The 5 exchanged glances and silently retreated toward the off-road vehicle. However, their movements were hard to escape the notice of others on the scene. Jiang Zhiyu turned her head to look this way and spoke again. I have long heard my father mention that Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Sister Xin from the Blood and Chi Martial Arts Academy act justly and cannot tolerate injustice.
These 5 took my storage ring.
I hope Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Sister Xin can help me retrieve it, considering we are all from Shui Mu. Jiang Zhiyu pointed her right hand at the 5 yellow-haired guys, speaking decisively and directly. But as soon as she said this, the 5 panicked instantly.
Heaven knows they were just being tempted by looks. How did they end up provoking someone from Shui Mu? But now, it was too late to say anything. Finding a way to escape was the key. What nonsense!
You clearly gave it to us voluntarily, so how can it be that we forcibly took your storage ring?
The young girl is quite pretty, so why is she spouting slander?
If possible, they naturally did not want to confront those 2 from Shui Mu head-on, even though they hadn't shown any intention to help Jiang Zhiyu yet.
Glancing at the indifferent pair, even Bai Changsheng felt a bit guilty.
If he could, he wanted to advise Jiang Zhiyu to let those 5 go. Making a big issue out of nothing could backfire. After all, she wasn't really the daughter of the Shui Mu mentor. But he couldn't advise her, and Jiang Zhiyu showed no sign of backing down.
The atmosphere on the scene suddenly fell into an awkward silence. However, in the next moment, Xin Shuang spoke up.
You guys, return my junior sister's things. Her cold voice rang out, causing the 5 yellow-haired ones to change their expressions. This woman really wanted to meddle.
Xin Shuang, what are we supposed to hand over things we didn't take? What? Is everything decided by the Shui Mu students? Are you just finding any excuse to extort us?
The leader of the yellow-haired ones wanted to argue a bit more, but before he could finish, Xin Shuang placed her hand on her short dagger. The students of Shui Mu are not as weak as you think, but they are not to be bullied by anyone.
Since you don't want to hand it over, let's see if you can keep this storage ring.
As soon as Xin Shuang said this, the 5 yellow-haired ones instantly felt a great threat. Although there were only 2 Tier 3 fighters on the opposite side, their combat strength was also not lacking. But just those 2 words, Shui Mu, were enough to say everything. Even being Tier 3, there was still a gap.
Xin Shuang, don't bully us too much. If it comes to a fight, you won't gain anything.
But you should think carefully, is it worth it for a storage ring if it delays what comes next? The leader of the yellow-haired guys wanted to say more, but Xin Shuang had already drawn 2 short daggers. Not just her, even Zhang Hang beside her swiftly produced a long knife made of alloy. The knife was entirely silvery, shimmering coldly, with the characters Dragon Roar engraved on the handle, showing its great value without needing to think. Seeing that the other side had already drawn their weapons and could strike at any moment, no matter how unwilling the leader of the yellow-haired ones was, he had to consider the consequences of fighting. After pausing for 2 seconds, he ultimately threw the storage ring back to Jiang Zhiyu. The grudge today will be noted by my wildfire team.
You wait for me. Let's go.
Even though he was forced to return the storage ring, he still had to leave some fierce words.
However, Bai Changsheng memorized the words wildfire team and the looks of these 5 yellow-haired guys in his heart.
He is not a gentleman, he cannot achieve a smile that erases old grudges. There are some grudges he must remember. Watching them leave, the 5 people boarded the vehicle, and this time, Jiang Zhiyu did not speak out to stop them. After confirming that the 5 had gone far away, Jiang Zhiyu turned to Zinfrost and Zhang Hang and bowed his hands. Thank you, Senior Sister Xin and Senior Brother Zhang, for your just words. Otherwise, today's matter would have been hard to resolve. The short dagger was sheathed, and the long knife was stored back in the storage ring, but the way the 2 looked at Jiang Zhiyu had a hint of peculiarity.
In the end, it was Zinfrost who spoke first. Junior Sister Jiang, this wilderness is not so easy to endure. Did not Teacher Jiang stop you from coming out recklessly?
Jiang Zhiyu shook her head and said, at first, I only wanted to hone my marksmanship, so I hid it from my father. I didn't expect that so close to the warrior town, I would encounter a team that attempted a strong-arm robbery. Jiang Zhiyu knows that the heart of men in the wilderness is unpredictable, but she truly did not expect such a coincidence, and that the opponents would be so bold. If she had not met Zinfrost and the others, she probably would have had to fight to the death with that warrior team today.
So what do you plan to do next? Zinfrost continued to ask, are you going back, or are you continuing to train here? My marksmanship training is far from enough. If I go back now, I would stagnate again. After thinking for 2 seconds, Jiang Zhiyu continued, I wonder where Senior Sister Xian plans to go. May I follow you, along with my spirit beast? Since Zinfrost and the others appeared, the attitude of the wildfire team suddenly changed, and from the dialogues later, one could vaguely guess that something significant must be happening nearby, otherwise, so many third-tier warriors would not gather together. Even Bai Changsheng could see this, and with Jiang Zhiyu's depth of understanding, she naturally could not miss it. It's just that Bai Changsheng did not expect that Jiang Zhiyu actually wanted to get involved. Frost. Zhang Heng spoke, and although he did not say much, the implication was obvious. He was unwilling for Jiang Zhiyu to get involved, and even unwilling to tell her the real situation. But Zinfrost waved her hand to indicate it was okay, and then turned to look at Jiang Zhiyu. Junior Sister Jiang must know that the 72nd warrior town has just undergone a major purge, right? Jiang Zhiyu nodded but did not interject. Half a month ago, a martial king took action and thoroughly cleansed the area of 71st, 72nd, and 73rd warrior towns, within a 400-kilometer radius of exotic beasts. Almost all exotic beasts above the third-tier soldier level were slaughtered. However, even with a martial king's action, it is inevitable that in such a large area, there would be omissions. Yesterday, a warrior brought back a piece of news from the wilderness. There is a low-level Lord-class exotic beast hiding in 0541 County, which is 120 kilometers away from the 72nd town. Low-level Lord? Hearing Zinfrost's words, even Bai Changsheng, who was initially uninterested, could not help but look over. According to that person, this low-level lord has been severely injured by the martial king, and now its strength is only 1/10 left. It is in an extremely weak state. I estimate its strength is at the level of a beginner beast general. So that was the reason. In just a few days, Bai Changsheng had already gained a rough understanding of the prices of exotic beast materials. The materials from a first-tier soldier are priced between 1,500 and 3,000, second tier is between 5,000 and 8,000, while third tier will be at least over 10,000. Going higher, any beast general level will generally be priced at tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. A low-level lord would likely have materials worth over 1 million altogether. That wouldn't be surprising at all. No wonder so many third-tier warriors suddenly rushed over, striving to get it. Since this area has been cleared, many warrior generals have nothing to do, and third-tier soldiers are not worth their while. Thus, it gave us third-tier warriors an opportunity. If we could take down this low-level lord, sufficient to meet the needs of 6 months, or even a year of cultivation. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Just by taking one risk, one can earn millions of alliance coins. Any third-tier martial artist who is not content with their current situation would probably join in upon hearing this news. No wonder the wildfire team hurried to leave as soon as they saw Xian Shuang, clearly afraid of being beaten to it. No matter how alluring a beauty may be, it cannot compare to the temptation of 1 million alliance coins. But that was all there was to it. Bai Changsheng was only slightly surprised after hearing this, then felt no other emotions. He knew his strength was still far lacking, let alone low-level beast generals. Even if the lord-level beast's strength had diminished to the third-tier beast soldier level, it was still not something he could provoke. However, Jiang Zhiyu clearly thought differently. With bright eyes, just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Xian Shuang's raised hand. Junior Sister Jiang, although you have reached the mid-stage of a first-tier martial artist, the upcoming battle is obviously beyond your capability to engage in. You should just stay here honestly, or return to Shuweimu early. Xian Shuang's words clearly indicated she didn't want to take Jiang Zhiyu along. In her eyes, a first-tier martial artist was nothing but a burden. High-level battles are not something one can easily intervene in. It's like in a game, where a level 1 player decides to try their luck against a nearly dead dragon. It's just wrong. But Jiang Zhiyu clearly didn't think that way. After 2 seconds of silence, she continued, the lord-level beast has already awakened its intelligence, and it's not low. Since it knows its location has been exposed, it will certainly move to a safer place. County town number 0541 may not be big, but it is still a town area with a diameter of over 20 kilometers. Can Senior Sister Xian guarantee that you can find this low-level lord before the other martial artist teams? Xian Shuang fell silent, while Zhang Xing looked at Jiang Zhiyu, confused about what she was trying to express. Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of keeping them guessing. She pointed her right hand at Bai Changsheng. My spirit beast can catch the scent of beasts in the air. It can identify strength and determine direction. With one sentence, both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing turned to look at her. What's going on? Why are they bringing him into this again?
Bai Changsheng was puzzled as to why Jiang Zhiyu insisted on getting involved. After all, it was a lord-level beast. Even if she was an empress in her previous life, she should have a clear understanding of her current strength. Serpents inherently possess the ability to track sense. Though this one is just a white-scaled snake, ordinary white-scaled snakes cannot grow to this level. It is clearly mutated. If it can truly achieve what you say, it would indeed be a great help. Xian Shuang paused before speaking again, but junior sister Jiang, you should know very well. Even if we take you along, you won't get anything in the end. After all, the rule in the wilderness is that effort determines the share. Your combat power and that of your white-scaled snake are quite limited. Not only can you not participate in the battle, but we also have to divide our attention to take care of you. Seeing Xian Shuang ease up, Jiang Zhiyu hurriedly spoke up. Senior sister Xian, do not worry, I naturally understand the rules. I just want to follow along to gain some experience in hunting a lord-level beast. I have never seen it before. This sounded extremely sincere. If Bai Changsheng didn't know Jiang Zhiyu's background, he would indeed think her curiosity was genuine. However, Jiang Zhiyu's sudden reckless behavior did make Bai Changsheng notice something odd. If he remembered correctly, on the way to the wilderness, Jiang Zhiyu's arrangements were all extremely mature and composed. Even though their income had continuously decreased, she had never shown a desire to venture deeper into the wilderness. Why now suddenly is she trying to persuade Xian Shuang to go deeper into the town? In that case, let's go together. But there are some things that need to be said first. Although Zhangxing and I are not weak, we are going to face a lord-level beast. If something unexpected happens in the middle, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Zhangxing obviously wanted to say something, but seeing Xian Shuang had already agreed, he could only swallow his words back down. The team consisting of the three plus Bai Changsheng was formed like this, and although this matter did not get Bai Changsheng's consent, it was clear that the three present did not care much about his opinion. Bai Changsheng returned to the spirit-preserving bag and then watched Jiang Zhiyu get into the vehicle with Xian Shuang, heading towards the target city. As the vehicle continued deeper into the wilderness, the surrounding beast resources became noticeably richer, with many that Bai Changsheng had never seen before. However, the three had no intention of stopping to hunt. Compared to these level 1 beast materials, the corpse of that low-level lord was clearly worth much more. Chapter 21, County Town 0541. County Town 0541 was a resource and heavy industry city before the disaster. Due to the vast and rich underground mineral resources, the chemical and smelting industries here were very developed. Factory after factory stood tall, bringing high production capacity as well as providing many jobs. If not for the disaster, County Town 0541 might have already been promoted from a county to a city. Unfortunately, the sudden arrival of the disaster left this county town completely abandoned. So now what Bai Changsheng and the others saw was a half-collapsed building and weeds growing wildly on the streets. The off-road vehicle slowly stopped in an open area near a factory at the edge of the city. Driving further in would definitely attract beasts with the engine noise. While it wouldn't be a big deal, it would still be a hassle, as their purpose for this trip was very clear. Before finding that injured lord-level beast, it was best not to engage in any combat. This place is about 10 kilometers from the main urban area of County Town 0541. However, that lord-level beast could be hiding anywhere in the county area. Let's walk from here to the main urban area. Xian Shuang's plan was very simple and direct. In short, with so many martial artists gathered in this small county town, it was all about who could find that injured lord-level beast first. Originally, she planned to go directly to the center and wait in a tall building with Zhangxing, so once there was a sign of battle, they could rush there as quickly as possible. But now with Bai Changsheng around, they didn't have to be so passive. Jiang Zhiyu got out of the back seat and raised her hand to summon Bai Changsheng from the spirit-preserving bag. Xiao Bai, see if you can find it. Bai Changsheng did not hesitate, although he still didn't know what Jiang Zhiyu intended to do. All that didn't matter. What he needed to do was find the target of the three and then quietly wait in the spirit-preserving bag. Unlike the air outside the martial artist town, once entering the urban area, the beast sense Bai Changsheng could capture had clearly multiplied several times, and the information conveyed by each scent was different. Such a large amount of information needed processing. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, even if it could capture the scent, it would probably be hard to specifically distinguish it. However, for Bai Changsheng, this was not difficult. After quietly staying in place for 2 minutes, Bai Changsheng shook his head gently. This posture couldn't help but draw the attention of Xian Shuang and Zhangxing. This white-scaled snake has reached this level of intelligence? It truly is something extraordinary. Such a sentient spirit beast is rare, even in the Beast Tamer Academy, right? Faced with the praise from the two, Jiang Zhiyu just smiled. Not much was said. If it is a plane, Xiaobai can scout about 2 kilometers, but here the presence of strange beasts is complex, making it easy to cause interference. Even so, we can ensure that there is no presence of that lord-level strange beast within a 1 kilometer radius. It seems we need to continue pushing further inside. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's conclusion, Xin Shuang did not hesitate, waved her hand, and took the lead to walk outside the factory. Zhongxing followed at the back, while Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng walked in the middle. This position allowed them to respond to various emergencies at any time, while also avoiding sneak attacks from strange beasts at the rear, causing casualties. The group of 3 people and 1 snake slowly advanced towards the city center. However, after walking 4 or 5 kilometers, Bai Changsheng still had not detected any presence of high-level strange beasts. Although there were some exaggerated entities among them, it was obvious that they were far inferior to the Lord-level strange beasts mentioned by Xin Shuang. Continuing the search, 3 hours passed without finding even a trace of the opponent, as they nearly finished searching the entire urban area. If it weren't for confirmed news indicating it was around here, Bai Changsheng would even suspect they had entered the wrong city. Not just their group, other warrior teams that had rushed into the city had also found nothing. Even occasional sounds of battle only came from ordinary beast soldier-level strange beasts. Senior Xin, are you sure we are in County 0541? Seeing Bai Changsheng shake his head again, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but turn to ask. Previously, Bai Changsheng had never made a mistake, so Jiang Zhiyu naturally suspected the messages from Xin Shuang and the others were incorrect. I'm certain. I already asked someone, and several warrior teams saw the Lord-level strange beast in this county around dawn. But it was already dark at that time, and they didn't dare to follow. Xin Shuang frowned slightly and spread out a map of County 0541 drawn before the disaster. It shouldn't be like this. Zhang Xing's gaze scanned the map, puzzled. If it was seriously injured, long-distance running would worsen its injuries. If it weren't necessary, this Lord-level strange beast would not choose to retreat. But we've searched the entire urban area. If it was still here and so much time has passed with so many warrior teams searching together, it should have been found long ago. Unless there is some place we haven't looked into. Places we haven't searched. Jiang Zhiyu and Xin Shuang exchanged glances and spoke at the same time. The mine. The mine? Zhang Xing turned to look at the 2 women. Before the disaster, this was a resource city, rich in mineral resources, which had been mined for 50 years without interruption. This has left a large number of residential buildings and industrial plants on the surface. 50 years of mining left countless traces of extraction. Some main mines are wide enough to accommodate the movement of Lord-level strange beasts. As Jiang Zhiyu's voice fell, Xin Shuang's voice chimed in. The underground mines are irregularly arranged, the same mine might even branch out into 7 or 8 different extraction routes, making the difficulty of finding something much higher than on the surface. With the intelligence of the Lord-level strange beast, it clearly knows we are hunting it. Taking advantage of the night to hide in the mines has instead left us in the dark, wasting so much time. Having ruled out all possible options, the final impossibility turned into possibility. Quietly exiting the main urban area without alarming other warrior teams or strange beasts, they headed toward the marked mining area on the map. However, it was obvious that, like them, many teams that sensed something was amiss were also on the lookout. When they encountered each other halfway, both sides showed no intention of making a sound, merely quickening their pace silently. The mining area was larger than the living area. The mine is vast and winding, whether you can find your way depends entirely on your skills, but that doesn't mean they will remind those warrior teams who have not yet realized this. Let them continue to wander aimlessly on the surface. Chapter 22, Lord Steelbone Wolf King. The situation in the mine is even more complicated than Jiang Zhiyu and the others had imagined. After 50 years of resource extraction, there are more than 10 large and small mines combined. They entered 2 mines in a row, only to have them collapse due to the lack of maintenance after the disaster, which, while eliminating wrong choices for them, made it extremely time-consuming to discover and retreat. At this rate, it might take more than 2 days to check all these veins one by one. And right now, the one thing they lack the most is time. On the way here, they encountered 2 warrior teams, and just now they saw another team approaching from a distance. There's no time left. If we continue to waste time like this, in at most 2 hours, a large number of teams will arrive. Everyone choose a mine based on your instinct. If we go in a kilometer and find nothing, we will come out. 2 hours should be enough for us to explore these 3 mines. If none of these 3 have anything, other teams have probably already found that Lord-level beast. If that happens, we will have no chance with that Lord-level beast. Xin Shuang is not the kind of person to hesitate. Once she confirmed they couldn't finish checking all the mines before other teams, she decisively made a decision. She pointed her right index finger at the map. I choose this one. Jiang Xing also pointed to a mine on the map after hearing this. Jiang Shimmy, you choose one too. Me? Jiang Zhiyu seemed a bit surprised, but she didn't hesitate. After scanning the map, her fair finger pointed to a mine at the southernmost end, which was also the farthest from them. Bai Changsheng quietly watched the 3. He didn't even have the right to participate in the discussion, but that didn't matter. He had no great interest in hunting Lord-level beasts. One should know that a modest life is a blessing. However, he only needs to devour things rich in vital energy to grow and cannot understand the warrior's relentless competition for it.
The first mine was chosen by Xin Shuang.
After going 1 kilometer deep, they found nothing unusual, and Bai Changsheng did not track down the aura of the Lord-level beast. The group had no choice but to exit.
The second mine was the one chosen by Jiang Zhiyu.
But upon arriving, they found that this mine had already collapsed, and the entrance was gone, meaning there was no need to continue. Only one mine remained out of the 3. For some unknown reason, standing at the entrance of the mine and looking into the dark tunnel, Bai Changsheng felt inexplicably anxious and had a vague desire to flee. He hadn't felt this way in the previous mines.
It can't be that out of 10 choices, Jiang Zhiyu really picked the right one, can it?
Bai Changsheng slightly tilted his head to look at Jiang Zhiyu. The girl's face showed no sign of emotional fluctuation, looking a bit lost as she stared at the mine entrance, unsure of what she was thinking.
Let's go.
Jiang Zhiyu held a strong flashlight and stepped into the mine first, followed by the others. Under the beam of the flashlight, the previously dim mine lost its mysterious feel, but the deeper parts remained dark. His innate snake-like ability allowed him to see clearly in the dimly lit mine with just a little light. Yet even so, Bai Changsheng's unease did not lessen at all, and in fact, it felt like it was growing stronger. Suppressing the inexplicable feeling of anxiety, he climbed over the shattered stone blocks,
constantly collecting the scent in the air of the mine. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters.
As the group went deeper, Bai Changsheng suddenly caught a hint of something unusual. His body abruptly halted. Though it was extremely slight, so faint it mingled with the humid air of the mine that one could easily miss it, Bai Changsheng was certain that ordinary beasts could not emit such a rich fluctuation of vital energy.
This breath, absolutely no doubt about it. Little Bai? Without needing to raise an alarm, Jiang Zhiyu had already noticed Bai Changsheng's anomaly.
Jiang Zhiyu, who was walking in front, turned his flashlight back, and then saw Jiang Zhiyu lower her voice and say, "Little Bai has made a discovery."
With this remark, even Xin Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but pause slightly, followed by joy appearing on their faces. At first, they only agreed to let Jiang Zhiyu follow because they heard Bai Changsheng could search for beast scents.
But who would have thought, in the end, they actually found this lord-level beast because of Jiang Zhiyu. Take down this lord first, we can deal with the rest when we head back. If Jiang Zhiyu hadn't played a role, they could comfortably claim all the spoils, but now it was clear it couldn't be counted that way.
However, it wasn't the right time to say so. For now, they just needed to find it.
Whether someone would come to meddle, and whether they could capture it, all these were still unknown. Jiang Zhiyu didn't dwell on this, flipping her hand to take out 2 mixed yuan pills from her storage ring to feed Bai Changsheng.
Little Bai, help us find it. Eating a person's food, one is soft-hearted.
It was unlikely for Bai Changsheng to fight the Lord, but if it was just to help find it in this mine, that was still possible. Suppressing the instinctive urge to escape this place, Bai Changsheng moved to the front of the team, following the intermittent scent deep inside. Behind him, Jiang Zhiyu and the other 2 had already summoned their weapons, prepared for battle at any moment. As they delved deeper, the originally faint trace of scent began to become more apparent, until the entire passage was filled with the smell that instinctively terrified Bai Changsheng, and a deep, low roar echoed. Hearing this roar, the 3 instantly stopped, even their breathing became much slower. Roar! This time it was heard clearly, confirming to them that they were indeed on the right track. Moreover, just from the sound, they could tell that this lord-level beast hiding in the mine, while formidable, was also somewhat pained and weak. Jiang Zhiyu, take the lead, I will look for an opportunity to attack its wounds. As for you, Junior Jiang, just support us from the side and distract that guy's attention.
But absolutely do not engage it directly.
Xin Shuang whispered the instructions. Jiang Zhiyu nodded in response, then urged her spirit bag to store Bai Changsheng inside. The mission was already accomplished, staying here would only complicate matters, and it was better to remain in the spirit bag to watch the show. The flashlight's light went out, and the 3 advanced in darkness for another 200 to 300 meters, after which they suddenly felt an opening before them. Deep underground, unexpectedly, there was a natural cave over 30 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. What appeared in sight was a beast over 4 meters tall, resembling a wolf, yet from its back protruded dozens of bony spikes. In the pitch-black mine, a pair of eerie green eyes flickered in and out of view. Low-level Lord, Steel Bone Wolf King. Chapter 23, Perilous Situations. Upon seeing their target this time, both Xin Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu, the 2 third-grade martial artists, couldn't help but hold their breath. Although they knew before coming what they were hunting, seeing it with their own eyes was another matter entirely. For third-grade martial artists to hunt a low-level lord was already a great risk, let alone a bloodthirsty wolf-like beast. Without a school teacher waiting behind to intervene, the 2 looked at the Steel Bone Wolf King lying on the ground, licking its wounds, and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. The only good news was that the opponent was indeed badly injured. A nearly 2-meter-long narrow wound had almost torn its entire abdomen open, although its insides weren't exposed, blood had continuously flowed without stopping. It's easy to imagine that this blow was aimed at taking this creature's life, yet the Steel Bone Wolf King's vitality was incredibly strong, surviving such a serious injury. But even if it survived by chance, its power had greatly diminished. The deep, long wound on its abdomen made it difficult to even move its body significantly. Every lick of its wound would trigger another wave of abdominal pain, and its sounds even carried a hint of whimpering. The three just quietly watched, with no one planning to act recklessly. Until 2 minutes later, confirming that the opponent's weak state was not fake, Xin Shuang gently patted Jiang Zhiyu's shoulder, giving him a gesture to act. Waiting like this wasn't a solution, and other teams could arrive at any moment. Moreover, having finally found it, and seeing it truly injured, even though attacking first could lead to their downfall, Xin Shuang still intended to test the waters. Roar! The steel-bone wolf king seemed to sense something, suddenly raising its head and letting out a low roar towards the cave entrance, its eerie green wolf eyes fixed on them. This posture seemed to warn Jiang Zhiyu and the others not to disturb it. But in the eyes of the three, it looked like a facade of strength. If it really had remaining strength, this lord-level creature would have charged at them by now to devour them. How could it merely issue a warning? However, since they had already been discovered, there was no need to hide any longer. Quick battle, quick resolution, attack. As Xin Shuang's voice fell, Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward, his body rushing out. The vitality of a third-class warrior erupted completely at that moment, so fast that Bai Changsheng felt a hint of not being able to keep up. The alloy longsword in his hand was raised high, and when he charged within 10 meters of the steel-bone wolf king, he swung it down fiercely, creating a sound that cut through the air, aiming for its neck. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with this speed and force, if Bai Changsheng took this blow, he would surely die. But what Jiang Zhiyu faced at this moment was still a lord-level beast. Even if it was severely wounded, it remained a lord. The steel-bone wolf king's massive body stood up, facing the incoming alloy longsword, simply raising its paw to swipe, producing a spark and the clashing sound of metal. Clang! Jiang Zhiyu was thrown back more than 10 meters, feeling a slight numbness in his palm, and the sword trembled. If this situation had occurred while fighting other beasts, he would definitely have turned and run without hesitation. But at this moment, he had a look of joy. Shuang, only the strength of a lower-class beast general. Jiang Zhiyu's voice sounded, and Bai Changsheng then realized that Xin Shuang, who had been beside Jiang Zhiyu, had mysteriously disappeared. In the next moment, a flash of cold light flickered past the side of the steel-bone wolf king, leaving a trail of blood. The sudden attack caused the steel-bone wolf king to let out a cry of anguish as its sharp claws swiped at its side, but it only grasped air. Having hit its mark, Xin Shuang immediately retreated, giving the steel-bone wolf king no chance to counterattack. Both Jiang Zhiyu and Xin Shuang understood very well that the steel-bone wolf king was still a lord-level beast. Even though it was injured, they absolutely couldn't stand and trade blows with it. The right approach was to pull it back, continuously wear down its strength, and worsen its injuries. Jiang Zhiyu, who had been knocked back by a swipe, charged forward again, the alloy longsword swinging out once more. Alongside him was Xin Shuang, wielding two short daggers. One was engaging in a frontal assault to draw attention. An ambush waited for an opportunity to strike, intensifying the opponent's injuries. The cooperation of the two was quite exquisite, even giving a pleasing feeling. 3 consecutive attacks were all successful. The steel-bone wolf king, which had barely begun to heal, had its wounds torn open again, and intense pain brought a hint of crimson to its eerie green eyes. Another round of attacks came. Jiang Zhiyu charged forward with his knife, and Xin Shuang followed closely behind, but this time, the steel-bone wolf king's eyes were filled with fury. As the two drew closer, the wolf completely abandoned defense against Jiang Zhiyu and suddenly turned its wolf head toward Xin Shuang, the crimson in its eyes deepening, before its massive body abruptly vanished from its place. When Xin Shuang saw the steel-bone wolf king turning to look at her, her heart leaped, realizing something was wrong. She wanted to withdraw immediately, but how could her speed match that of the lord-level beast? Even wounded and moving with difficulties, its speed remained astonishingly fast, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Its mouth opened wide, seeming like it would completely tear Xin Shuang apart in the next moment. Coincidentally, Xin Shuang was now leaping high, and there was no way for her to adjust her body in midair. In such a posture, unless an accident occurred, what awaited her was only death. Shuang. At this moment, Jiang Zhiyu wished to intervene, but it was already too late. He could only sprint towards the steel-bone wolf king, attempting to intercept its attack before it harmed Xin Shuang. But how could his speed match that of the steel-bone wolf king? Seeing the wolf king's attack getting closer, Xin Shuang resigned herself to her fate, raising a short dagger in front of her, intending to withstand the steel-bone wolf king's bite. She didn't know if her armor could withstand a lord-level beast's attack, but it was all she could do at this moment. However, in the next moment, a long spear suddenly shot in from the distance. Senior sister Xin. Jiang Zhiyu's voice suddenly roared, and Xin Shuang barely reacted, instinctively changing the position of her short dagger to meet the incoming spear. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Xin Shuang was propelled several meters to the side by the power contained within the spear. As for the spot she had originally occupied, it was now replaced by a metal spear. Then came a crunching sound. The supposedly tough metal spear was bitten in half by the steel-bone wolf king, breaking into several segments. having narrowly evaded the Steelbone Wolf King's attack, it was only after landing that Xin Shuang came to her senses, feeling a wave of fear that made her back sweat and her heart pound like a drum. Even the metal spear was so easily broken in the Wolf King's mouth. It was clear that if that bite had landed, her life would be forever lost here. Chapter 24, The Frenzied Wolf King. Although Jiang Zhiyu had not fought, his attention had always been focused on the Steelbone Wolf King. Seeing the creature's eyes turn fiery red with rage, Jiang Zhiyu realized something was wrong. It was this awareness that led to the critical rescue shot earlier, saving Xin Shuang from the jaws of the Steelbone Wolf King just in time. However, although Xin Shuang narrowly avoided the lethal strike of the Steelbone Wolf King, the crisis was not over. After biting through the metal spear, the Wolf King showed no signs of stopping and turned to continue its attack on Xin Shuang. Fortunately, this time Xin Shuang had a point of leverage. As she retreated explosively, Zhang Hang's attack arrived as well. Tidal wave. Zhang Hang's metal blade seemed to carry the power of endless waves, with a hint of water sounds echoing. After the recent danger Xin Shuang faced, he could not afford to hold back. Even if this strike could not inflict a fatal wound on the Steelbone Wolf King, at least he needed to redirect its anger. Thousands of points of blood energy surged forth, making it his strongest move yet. Even the Steelbone Wolf King cannot completely ignore such momentum. If it were in its prime, it could easily wipe out these few ants in one bite, but unfortunately, it is now severely injured. In a situation where even movement is extremely difficult, the more blood energy it mobilizes, the heavier its injuries become. This is also the reason why Zhang Hang and the other two have been able to fight it for so long. Abandoning the relentless retreat, Xin Shuang turned to face the fully unleashed Zhang Hang. The wolf claw was raised, striking heavily towards the long knife in Zhang Hang's hand. The sound of metal clashing immediately echoed in the small underground cave, the powerful blood energy explosion causing debris to fall from the ceiling. Zhang Hang's figure was blasted back, the long knife embedding into the ground, counteracting the backlash. Xin Shuang had also retreated, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Zhiyu. The Steelbone Wolf King's eyes had completely turned crimson, resembling two ghostly flames in this dim cave. Although it had been provoked, it did not rashly charge forward but continuously let out low growls to intimidate the three. Thank you for just now. Xin Shuang slightly tilted her head towards Jiang Zhiyu, feeling a bit breathless from the sense of survival after the ordeal. Let's talk about it after we get out. Jiang Zhiyu's face remained calm. The series of attacks just now has completely enraged this beast. The real tough fight is just beginning. Relying only on the two of you will be hard to take down this beast. I and Xiaobai must also join the fight, just to distract the Steelbone Wolf King's attention. The rest will depend on you and senior brother Zhang. The brief clashes had made Xin Shuang and Zhang Hang realize the gap in strength between both sides. Especially the sudden frenzy of the Steelbone Wolf King. If it were not for Jiang Zhiyu's timely rescue, Xin Shuang would already be a corpse by now. At this moment, if they still thought of fighting individually, not to mention taking down the Steelbone Wolf King, even their own lives would be uncertain. Moreover, the battle had already erupted, and at any moment, other warrior teams might notice the situation and rush over. They must end the battle swiftly. Xin Shuang and Zhang Hang exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Rest assured, junior sister Jiang, I guarantee in the name of a student of Waterwood. If we really take down the Steelbone Wolf King, regardless of the spoils, you will have your share. Xin Shuang spoke. Jiang Zhiyu responded with an not concerned about how much she would actually receive. She trusted Xin Shuang and Zhang Hang, not only because they had helped her earlier but also due to her experiences with them in her previous life. Bai Changsheng emerged from the spirit bag, taking a deep breath to suppress the panic he felt when facing a lord-level beast. He had witnessed the battle just now and realized that the Steelbone Wolf King was now at its last gasp. Since that was the case, there was no need to shrink back. After all, he did not need to be the main attacker. Causing some distraction would not be a problem. By the way, here's this for you. Xin Shuang summoned a metal spear from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu's original spear had been destroyed by the Steelbone Wolf King when she was saving Xin Shuang, and Xin Shuang had clearly noticed that Jiang Zhiyu had no backup weapon, which is why she offered it. It's not of high grade, just use it for now. Jiang Zhiyu did not refuse, reaching out to take it and weighed it in her hands, feeling the spear's weight and texture. End it quickly, let's make our move. As soon as Xin Shuang's command fell, the three of them acted simultaneously, and Bai Changsheng also crept towards the Steelbone Wolf King in the darkness. His goal was very clear, to find an opportunity to bite. This was just the chance to see if the poison could affect a lord-level beast like the Steelbone Wolf King. The battle in the cave resumed less than a minute after it had calmed down. This time, Zhang Hang held back nothing. Every strike was a full-force explosion, fearing another situation like just now. And Xin Shuang had also become much more cautious. Though the number of strikes decreased, each one aimed to widen the wound on the Steelbone Wolf King's belly. Jiang Zhiyu held a spear, moving alongside, and every time Xin Shuang was about to strike, she would attempt to attack together, helping Xin Shuang share the pressure of the offensive. Facing the combined attacks of the three, the wound on the Steelbone Wolf King's belly continued to tear apart. Even if its vitality was strong, it could not withstand this relentless assault, blood spraying out constantly. Old wounds had not healed, new wounds were added. If this dragged on, its situation would only grow more difficult. The Steelbone Wolf King clearly understood this, letting out a long howl as it raised its head. Bai Changsheng felt a sudden shock in his mind, followed by a disorienting sensation, as his body uncontrollably crawled towards the Steelbone Wolf King. Not just him, the other three also felt no better, subconsciously raising their hands to cover their ears, but their minds still could not avoid the impact. A moment of daze at ordinary times may not be fatal, but they were currently in a life-and-death struggle with a lord-level beast. The Steelbone Wolf King clearly would not miss this great opportunity, its crimson eyes scanning the area before it suddenly charged towards Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Xuan, raising its wolf claw and then swinging it down fiercely. Bang! A heavy sound echoed as Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Xuan were directly slapped away by the Steelbone Wolf King, their bodies crashing heavily against the cave wall. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Jiang Zhiyu bit his tongue out of desperation. The sharp pain instantly brought his mind back to clarity, allowing him to barely block the blow. However, after being struck by that claw, both he and Xian Xuan found it difficult to rise, having lost their fighting ability. Is this what a lord-level beast is like? Even when severely injured, it can unleash such terrifying power. The group that had just held a slight advantage was suddenly hit hard, and the situation turned for the worse. Bai Changsheng was utterly astonished, watching as the Steelbone Wolf King's crimson gaze shifted and charged towards Jiang Zhiyu instead, causing his heart to tighten. Chapter 25, Kill the Wolf King, a new branch of the evolution tree. Over 50 days had passed since the crossing. Perhaps it was due to the spiritual bond or perhaps due to the daily companionship of these 50 days. Bai Changsheng had come to regard Jiang Zhiyu as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Now, seeing the Steelbone Wolf King charging at Jiang Zhiyu, he couldn't pretend to be indifferent. But after experiencing the seemingly soul-crushing attack from the Steelbone Wolf King, he now found it hard to control his own body, only able to watch helplessly as the beast drew closer to Jiang Zhiyu and raised its claws. Yet for some reason, Bai Changsheng noticed not a trace of panic or fear on Jiang Zhiyu's face. Wait, Jiang Zhiyu was an empress in her past life. As a being who had accomplished imperial status, one of only 8 in the entire heavenly dynasty, would she really leave no backup plan and rush into a hunt against a lord-level beast? How powerful a lord-level beast could be, Xian Xuan and the others did not know, but how could Jiang Zhiyu not understand? From the beginning, Bai Changsheng felt something was off. Now he finally realized where the problem lay. Did Jiang Zhiyu dare to come? She must have calculated everything, and now in this situation. Soul-extinguishing needle. Jiang Zhiyu, who should have been standing still, suddenly exclaimed softly. Then, a violent wind surged throughout the cave, and the Steelbone Wolf King, which had already raised its claws, instantly froze, its eyes hollow. At that moment, Bai Changsheng, who had been stunned by the Steelbone Wolf King's roar, suddenly felt his body relax and regained his ability to move. However, after unleashing this strike, it seemed Jiang Zhiyu had been drained of all her strength. His body collapsed on the ground, unable even to stand. Xiao Bai. Jiang Zhiyu's voice rang out, and Bai Changsheng instantly understood her meaning. With a sudden rush, he dashed a few meters forward, then bit down on the wound in the Steelbone Wolf King's abdomen, unleashing the poison to its maximum, almost as if it were free, continuously injecting it. The lord-level beast had incredibly strong defenses. Under normal circumstances, even Bai Changsheng's blood chi would struggle to break through. However, right now, a wound that nearly pierced its body was right in front of him. If he couldn't break through its defenses now, Bai Changsheng would be a bit too useless. He could even clearly feel the poison immediately being swept away by the Steelbone Wolf King's surging blood chi as soon as it entered. Please, you have to give it some strength. Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Xuan had been heavily injured by the Wolf King, and Jiang Zhiyu, after using her strongest moves, was also in a weakened state. If he couldn't seize this moment of opportunity, they might truly be buried here today. Understanding this, Bai Changsheng saw that the Steelbone Wolf King was about to regain its strength, and with a fierce determination, he moved and crawled into its body. Roar! The intense pain washed over the Steelbone Wolf King, bringing it back to consciousness, and its howls echoed, stimulating Bai Changsheng, who had already burrowed in completely. Opening his mouth, he bit down. He hadn't even identified what he was biting into, just that poison was injected into the Steelbone Wolf King's internal organs. If the defenses are strong, and external injuries can't kill you, then let's start breaking down from the inside. There can't be such strong defenses for internal organs too, right? If there are, then let's add more poison. To Jiang Zhiyu and the others, it looked like the Steelbone Wolf King was being tortured by Bai Changsheng, charging wildly as blood gushed out, while its cries gradually weakened. But even so, the current Steelbone Wolf King was still not something they could shake. Having suffered serious injuries and temporarily lost their fighting ability, the three could only pin all their hopes on Bai Changsheng. Fortunately, Bai Changsheng did not disappoint them. In fact, he brought them a tremendous surprise. In just over 10 seconds, the once mighty Steelbone Wolf King suddenly crashed to the ground with a thud. Its forepaws struggled fiercely, trying to push itself back up, but its strength grew weaker and weaker until it became completely still, no longer making a sound.
Did it work?
The three didn't approach directly. After waiting for several dozen seconds without seeing the Steelbone Wolf King move, they slowly drew closer.
Even so, Jiang Zhiyu never put down his ally long knife, ready to respond if the Steelbone Wolf King suddenly attacked.
As they got within 10 steps, they suddenly saw the Steelbone Wolf King's abdomen bulging, and Jiang Zhiyu tightened his grip on the knife, about to strike again, only to see Bai Changsheng crawling out from inside. With an unidentified organ in his mouth, Bai Changsheng, though covered in blood, had a vibrant spirit about him. Congratulations, host, for devouring the Lord-level Steelbone Wolf King, earning 350 blood chi and 220 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the evolution tree branch not yet illuminated, Steelbone. Steelbone, after it lights up, the strength of all bones increases.
Points needed to light up, 120.
The Lord-level beast was indeed extraordinary. Just a piece of internal organ provided him with 350 points of blood chi, 220 evolution points, and a branch of the evolution tree that requires 120 points for initial unlocking. However, with such a massive influx of blood chi, Bai Changsheng felt his blood surging within him, as if it were going to burst his body apart. This feeling was similar to when he first swallowed the hybrid pill. He truly never expected that, even after enhancing digestion to level 4, he could still feel so inflated. Helpless, Bai Changsheng could only raise his digestion enhancement by another level. Fortunately, just this piece of the Steelbone Wolf King's internal organ had given him 120 evolution points. He was not at a loss in any way. Looking back at the Steelbone Wolf King behind him, Bai Changsheng couldn't even imagine how much he could grow if he completely devoured it. As Bai Changsheng emerged from the Steelbone Wolf King's body, the three exchanged glances, suddenly falling silent.
Previously, Jiang Zhiyu was weak, and Xin Xuan could casually say she wouldn't share anything with her.
Later, Jiang Zhiyu saved her life, and Xin Xuan was ready to split her share in half, giving one part to Jiang Zhiyu.
But now,
she and Zhang Hang were intimidated by the Steelbone Wolf King. Another claw strike could have seriously wounded them. If Jiang Zhiyu hadn't suddenly struck to immobilize the Steelbone Wolf King and sent the spirit beasts into its body to wreak havoc, killing it in the process, they would have already been eaten by the Steelbone Wolf King.
How could this be calculated? There was no way to count anymore. In the end, it was Jiang Zhiyu who spoke first. This place is not suitable for staying long.
Senior Sister Xin, please collect the body of the Steelbone Wolf King.
We can talk more when we get back. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Xin Xuan and Zhang Hang both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. Having fought the Wolf King for so long, the noise was not small. Let's get out of the cave first.
Xin Xuan didn't say anything more, raising her hand to store the body of the Steelbone Wolf King into her storage ring. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Jiang Zhiyu put Bai Changsheng back into the spirit bag, and the three finally hurried towards the outside of the cave. But halfway through, they suddenly heard some voices. There's a sound of battle coming from this cave. The Steelbone Wolf King must be inside.
Hurry up! The sudden voices made Jiang Zhiyu and the others tense up instantly.
Zhang Heng instinctively turned off his powerful flashlight to avoid being seen. If it were ordinary circumstances, meeting other warrior teams would just be an encounter. With two third-tier warriors and Shu Weimu as their support, no one would casually provoke them, as it would be unwise. But now, they had just hunted the Steelbone Wolf King. How many fools could survive in the wilderness? Hearing the sounds of battle and seeing that the three had just gone through a fierce fight, anyone not foolish could guess that they had successfully hunted the Steelbone Wolf King. How could anyone remain indifferent to something that started at 1,000,000 alliance coins? Moreover, their current state was worrying. Two were severely injured, and one was mentally exhausted. The only one not affected was Bai Changsheng, who was just a first-tier spirit beast with a rather pathetic combat power. In this state, even a random second-tier warrior could wipe them out. As long as they acted decisively, it would not be hard to leave them here permanently. Even if later their bodies were discovered, it would just be blamed on the cruelty of the alien beast, while they would be deemed as unskilled in their craft.
No! We can't confront these people head-on. Xin Xuan, acting decisively, frowned and spoke, let's retreat and continue deeper into the cave. Zhang Hang and Jiang Zhiyu also planned the same way. The cave was interconnected. Continuing deeper, finding a side path to avoid those people wasn't difficult at all. They turned back to the huge cavern and then circled around to another side, entering another tunnel. The voices of the warrior team behind them sounded again. Damn!
The blood on the ground is still wet, and the damage inside the cavern is all fresh.
There was a battle just now.
Such a level of battle must have involved warriors of a high tier. It's very possible that a warrior team found the Steelbone Wolf King before we did. The Steelbone Wolf King is missing now, and we still hear the sounds of battle ahead. Even if those people succeeded, they are certainly still inside the cave. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but for a moment, they couldn't recall where they had heard it before. just experienced a battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King, and they must have suffered heavy casualties to avoid seeing us.
Find them for me. Bring them out.
The Steel Bone Wolf King belongs to our wildfire squad, no one else can touch it.
What a tight spot we have found ourselves in. Hearing the words wildfire squad made the three tremble in their hearts.
If they had encountered another squad, even if found, just handing over the body of the Steel Bone Wolf King might have led to their escape. But facing the wildfire squad, given their previous actions, it was likely that no matter what they offered, this matter wouldn't end well.
For now, the only option was to run. Jiang Zhiyu lightly patted the spirit bag, calling out Bai Changsheng from within.
Although Bai Changsheng had been in the spirit bag, he could hear the voices and see the scenes outside, clearly understanding the situation they were in. Without any hesitation, he headed deeper into the mine, and Jiang Zhiyu and the others hurriedly followed. In this unfamiliar underground mine, Bai Changsheng, being a snake, was clearly more adapted than they were. Even if he couldn't help them find a new exit, at least he wouldn't lead them into a dead end. They turned left and right, and only stopped when there was no sound behind them. Jiang Shimmy, if we can get out safely this time, I will surely reward you well.
Xin Shuang whispered. Jiang Zhiyu slightly shook her head.
Let's talk about all that after we get out. The most urgent thing now is to rest and adjust. The mine is complex, but it won't take the wildfire squad too long to find us. Before they arrive, you and Brother Zhang must at least have the strength to fight. Neither of them were injured, they had only been thrown off balance by a strike from the Steel Bone Wolf King.
This level of injury would heal in about a week even without deliberate treatment.
However, it was clear that the wildfire squad wouldn't give them such a long time to recover. Xin Shuang and the others naturally understood the urgency and took out a porcelain bottle from their storage rings. This contains blood-soothing pills, worth 30,000 alliance coins each, capable of calming the blood and suppressing the counterflow in a very short time.
Jiang Shimmy, would you like to swallow one as well?
Outsiders didn't know her condition, but Jiang Zhiyu was aware that the blood-soothing pill was of no use to her. What she needed was a pill to soothe her spirit.
Third-grade warriors had no qualification to use spiritual attacks, and thus, wouldn't carry pills to calm the spirit.
After shaking her head in refusal, Jiang Zhiyu looked at Bai Changsheng, thought for a moment, and took out 2 mixed blood pills from her storage ring, tossing them to Bai Changsheng. Little Bai, stay alert around us, and warn us in advance if anyone approaches.
Swallowing the 2 blood-soothing pills, Bai Changsheng glanced at Xin Shuang and Jiang Xing, who were already sitting down to regulate their blood. He turned and crawled off into the distance. If anyone came near, he would be able to sense their scent in advance. Indeed, he was more suited for the task of vigilance. But as the effects of the 2 mixed blood pills began to take effect, the system's prompt sounded too. Congratulations, host has consumed mixed blood pill, gaining 17 blood value, gaining 10 evolution points. Congratulations, host has consumed mixed blood pill, gaining 10 blood value, gaining 10 evolution points. Blood value has reached the current limit, please initiate the 4th evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for 4th evolution, blood value 1000, evolution points 100. Evolution conditions are met, would you like to initiate evolution?
Originally, Bai Changsheng had expected that he would need at least another week to reach 1000 blood value to initiate the 4th evolution. But after consuming a piece of the Steel Bone Wolf King's internal organ, he gained a huge amount of blood value and evolution points, pushing the progress forward considerably. The 2 mixed blood pills he just swallowed filled that last gap perfectly. There is likely to be a big battle soon, and the wildfire team cannot find this place in a short time. Is there any need to think about how to choose?
Activate.
As his voice fell, the system's prompt sound also rang out in sync, but what followed was an extremely cold feeling. Bai Changsheng had originally prepared to accept the boiling of his entire body's energy and blood, but this sudden coldness made him shiver involuntarily, and his body instinctively shrank together. Yet even so, that cold feeling still showed no sign of relief, as if it wanted to completely freeze his soul. Until his thinking became sluggish, and he couldn't even perceive how much time had passed. Bai Changsheng was nearly unconscious, but fortunately, the system voice finally rang out. This evolution is complete, consuming a total of 100 evolution points. Congratulations, host, on completing the 4th evolution.
Next evolution requires energy and blood points, 3000 points, evolution points, 1000 points. Chapter 27, Luring the Enemy, Ambush, Encirclement, Deadlock.
The cold feeling slowly receded, and Bai Changsheng's consciousness gradually returned. In his line of sight, around the mining cave centered on him, there was actually a lot of frost condensed, which clearly showed what kind of suffering Bai Changsheng had experienced during this chilling period. Except for the first evolution, the next 3 evolutions are each extreme pain, and each one is stronger than the last. 2 times felt like being burned by fire, and this time felt like falling into an ice pit. I don't know what kind of situation I will encounter in the future. Bai Changsheng sighed deeply in his heart, but feeling the relaxing sensation all over after the evolution, his mood was greatly uplifted.
Although every evolution feels no different from being punished, there is an inexplicable comfort after completion.
But then again, to gain growth, one must endure some pain.
Since he couldn't resist, he decided to try to accept it. Bai Changsheng had a good attitude. After the 4th evolution, my body size has again greatly increased. I am probably over 5 meters long now. Moreover, with 1,000 energy and blood points, I have entered the ranks of 2nd grade beast soldiers. The only problem is that the threshold for the 5th evolution has directly increased to 3,000 energy and blood points, and even the evolution points need to be 1,000. Such a high threshold is tough. But if I can keep the flesh of the steel bone wolf king. Bai Changsheng secretly calculated that if he could have the meat of a lord-level exotic beast, then the requirement of 3,000 energy and blood points might not be so hard to achieve. Of course, the premise is that he must keep the body of the steel bone wolf king. Have they searched over there? Let's go have a look. The sudden voice interrupted Bai Changsheng's thoughts. Even though he had hidden deep in the mining cave, he still couldn't escape from these guys? Bai Changsheng did not alert the other party and turned to head towards where Jiang Zhiyu and the others were. Noticing Bai Changsheng's return, Jiang Zhiyu opened her originally half-closed eyes, but her brows furrowed when she saw Xian Shuang and Zhang Heng still meditating. They still need some time to stabilize their energy and blood. Wait, your body size. Though the cave was dim, it was still barely possible to see, especially with Bai Changsheng's size change being so obvious. How could she not notice? 2nd grade beast soldier. I didn't expect your improvement to be even faster than mine. Feeling Bai Changsheng's change in energy and blood, Jiang Zhiyu was even more surprised in her heart, but this surprise was only for a moment before she suppressed it. You go lure them away, and give them a bit more time. If Bai Changsheng was still a 1st grade beast soldier at this moment, Jiang Zhiyu would naturally not let him take the risk. But if he was a 2nd grade beast soldier, then in this dark mining cave, it would be just a matter of delaying for a while. Bai Changsheng felt a bit helpless. Clearly, he was the weakest one, yet in the end. 2 3rd-grade warriors were seriously injured, and Jiang Zhiyu was also in poor spirits, yet they still needed him to distract the enemies. However, aware of the urgent situation, Bai Changsheng showed no hesitation. They were now like grasshoppers tied on the same string. If Jiang Zhiyu and the others were found, it was very likely that this group would not spare him either. With a turn of his body, Bai Changsheng headed straight toward the direction from which the voice had come, and finally, he collided head-on with the 2 members of the wildfire team at a corner. What the hell? What's that? Someone exclaimed, but the response to him was Bai Changsheng rushing in fiercely, mouth wide open. With a sharp sound, Bai Changsheng's mouth was instantly filled with the smell of blood. This strike had torn off one of the man's arms right off. Ah! In an instant of intense pain, that person knelt on the ground, only left with a horrifying scream. Logically speaking, the other party was also a 2nd grade warrior and shouldn't be hurt so easily. But in the dark cave, with Bai Changsheng lying in ambush, caught off guard, even a 2nd grade warrior found it difficult to react. With one strike successful, Bai Changsheng showed no hesitation and turned to rush in the opposite direction. Damn! It's that white-scaled snake. Only at this moment did the other person react, cursing angrily before dropping a weight here and chasing after Bai Changsheng with a knife. After searching so many places without finding traces of other teams, even confirming that the other side was still in the cave, they inevitably felt a bit tired. But now, Bai Changsheng's sudden appearance undoubtedly gave them a shot of adrenaline. Boss, over here! Shouting for support echoed behind, and Bai Changsheng did not dare to pause for a moment, his body darting left and right. But the man behind him was like a parasite. No matter how he tried to shake him off, he couldn't. Both were 2nd grade warriors, but Bai Changsheng had just barely crossed the threshold. He clearly could not compare to the other. Fortunately, he had managed to injure one person with a sneak attack earlier, otherwise, his situation would have been much worse. Just as Bai Changsheng had struggled to turn twice and barely created some distance, suddenly, he felt a tightness in his body at a corner. A cold light suddenly appeared, striking downwards directly at his head. In the face of this sudden change, Bai Changsheng felt a chill down his spine, instinctively shrinking his body, forcibly stopping his forward momentum. Clang! The alloy long knife struck the broken rocks in the cave, creating a sound of metal clashing and a few sparks that flashed by. Bai Changsheng could clearly see that the alloy long knife was merely 2 inches away from his head. If the other side had struck just a bit faster or if the long knife had deviated a few inches toward him. Having failed to strike, the opponent immediately turned the knife's edge, changing from a downward slash to a thrust. However, this time Bai Changsheng was already on guard. He retreated quickly, narrowly dodging another strike. With 2 consecutive attacks missing, the person behind let out a soft but did not strike again, because it was no longer needed. Behind him, the person who had been chasing Bai Changsheng had now caught up, holding a long knife, eyes filled with malice. With an ambush in front and pursuers behind, after fleeing such a long distance, Bai Changsheng was ultimately cornered in this cave, with no other exits left to escape. How long has it been since we last met, and you've actually grown in size? The beast with the 2nd mutation is truly different. The man who had just ambushed with the knife looked at Bai Changsheng's increased size in surprise. This beast has already entered the realm of the 2nd grade beast soldiers and just bit off my brother's arm with a sneak attack. Kill it. Avenge my brother.
Warriors most despise physical deformities, for once one's body is damaged, it means blocked meridians and unflowing chi in blood, leading to a life of suffering. It's hard to make any more breakthroughs, and even maintaining the current cultivation levels is extremely difficult. In other words, once disabled, one becomes useless. Seeing his teammates, whom he spent every day with, harmed by Bai Changsheng, even the ambushed person couldn't help but show anger.
Chapter 28. If your skills are not enough, look for the reason within yourself. Bai Changsheng's gaze swept back and forth between the two approaching figures, calculating the gap in battle power between them.
Although he had stepped into the second rank, facing two warriors whose power was not weaker than his, and even far exceeded his, still seemed a bit overconfident. If the two combined forces, he feared that he wouldn't last 3 strikes before being completely slain.
No, I have to find a way to break out.
Simply judging by the fluctuations in their vital energy, the two were not much different, but the person chasing him had been running for a while, which would have consumed some of his strength, unlike the other who was lying in wait, full of energy. Seeing Bai Changsheng looking at him, the person who had been closely pursuing him immediately understood Bai Changsheng's plan. "Yang Chang, this white-scaled snake is treating you like a soft persimmon."
Upon hearing his companion's words, Yang Chang's already angry emotions surged completely. "Come. Just right. I'll kill you to avenge my brother." With no extra words, Bai Changsheng's body suddenly lunged forward, the snake's mouth wide open, aiming to bite Yang Chang's neck.
Yang Chang, however, showed no sign of retreat, seeing Bai Changsheng actually dared to come, his ally long knife raised, cold light flashing as it slashed down.
Bai Changsheng wanted his life, and he also wanted to cut down Bai Changsheng right there.
But what caught him off guard was that as Bai Changsheng charged halfway, just when he was about to collide with the long knife, he suddenly halted and, twisting his body, his thick long tail whipped through like a whip. With a sudden attack and a retreat, Bai Changsheng not only avoided the blow but also seized the moment while Yang Chang struggled to recall his strength, forcing him to barely raise his knife for a block. After a muffled sound, Yang Chang was unexpectedly struck back several steps before finally stabilizing his form. Looking up at Bai Changsheng, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. A second-rank beast soldier-level creature, surprisingly so agile and even feigning an attack? The previously encountered beasts, even the third-rank ones, only charged in recklessly. Where was there such cleverness as Bai Changsheng showed? But no matter how clever, today he must slay Bai Changsheng. Bai Changsheng didn't think as much as Yang Chang did. Having pushed Yang Chang back with a feigned attack, he charged again. Attack again. Bai Changsheng understood the principle of gaining momentum and then losing power. It was hard to push back Yang Chang, and if he didn't take advantage of Yang Chang's unsteady feet for another attack, it wouldn't be so simple to break out when Yang Chang regained his strength. The person surrounding from behind also began to charge with a knife, clearly unwilling to just watch Bai Changsheng and Yang Chang duel. Hurry! 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 Feeling anxious, his attacks grew faster and faster, but responding to him was a figure rushing from behind Yang Chang, followed by a flash of cold light. Bang! Bai Changsheng's body heavily smashed against the wall of the mine, crashing out several stones before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The newcomer used just one sword strike to send Bai Changsheng, who had already stepped into the second rank of beast soldiers, flying. Although Bai Changsheng had just entered the second rank of beast soldiers, he still had 1,000 points of vital energy, yet in front of the newcomer, he seemed powerless to resist. For a moment, Bai Changsheng felt a pain in his abdomen, especially at his back, which had just taken a blow, now bleeding profusely. Fortunately, he had raised his rock armor defense to the 3rd level, just barely blocking this blow. Otherwise, he would likely be dead by now. To withstand my blow, this beast really is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Approaching with a knife, the blade slightly lifted Bai Changsheng's head. This time, Bai Changsheng saw clearly that the person was indeed the leader of the wildfire team. Having just faced 2 second-tier warriors, Bai Changsheng still had a chance to break free. But now, with the 3rd-tier warrior of the wildfire team present, no matter how many thoughts he had, it was all pointless. Just from the brief clash earlier, the opponent had sent him flying with one strike, even leaving him with a significant injury, showing that they were simply not on the same level of strength. Bai Changsheng's vitality value was 1,000, but this guy's vitality was at least over 5,000. I see you have some spirit, you should be able to understand my words. I'll give you a chance to live, take me to find your master. As long as I get the body of the Steel Bone Wolf King, I can spare your life. Spare his life? If it were any other team, Bai Changsheng might believe these words, but now standing before him was the wildfire team. A team that dared to kill and loot at the entrance of the warrior town would leave a survivor after obtaining the corpse of a beast worth millions? Who would believe such words? It was clearly impossible to plead for mercy from the wildfire team. His only chance of survival was to wait for Xian Shuang and the others to recover their strength. Not knowing how much longer it would take for Jiang Zhiyu, Bai Changsheng could only try to buy time. Tilting his body slightly, Bai Changsheng nodded at the yellow-haired man in front of him. You really can understand? Good, since that's the case, lead the way.
Just don't think about escaping, you should know you can't outrun my knife.
As a third-tier warrior, the opponent clearly had the qualifications to say this. 5 times his vitality, and their speed was at least double his.
Boss. This beast crippled my brother's arm.
Yang Chang wanted to say more, but was silenced by a glare. If you weren't strong enough to be crippled by a beast, you should find the reason in yourself.
If this delays finding the Steel Bone Wolf King, I'll cripple you along with him. Yang Chang opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence.
Seeing his subordinate's expression, the yellow-haired leader finally spoke up. Don't worry, once we find the Steel Bone Wolf King, your brother will get his share of compensation.
Okay, thank you, boss.
Bai Changsheng looked back but saw the opponent wave him on, indicating to continue walking. The underground mine was complex and convoluted. Under the strong beam of the flashlight, faint fluorescence reflected off the rocky walls. Bai Changsheng strolled slowly at the front of the group, stopping to look around at every intersection, pretending as if he couldn't tell which way to go. At first, the 3 behind him thought nothing of it. After all, it was just a beast. No matter how intelligent, it couldn't be like a human. But slowly, the yellow-haired leader sensed something was off.
Bai Changsheng led them in circles, and after more than 10 minutes, they ended up back where they started?
The blood on the ground was still from the earlier strike he had received from Bai Changsheng.
You beast, you're actually leading us in circles. You're asking for death.
Bai Changsheng was startled to hear this. Just as he was about to escape, a metal long knife came swinging at him from behind. So fast that he had no time to dodge, he could only watch helplessly as the knife light flashed by, producing a sound of metal clashing.
Su Hong, did you ask us before trying to kill my junior sister's spirit beast?
A female voice rang out, causing the previously furious yellow-haired man to pause, his hand freezing, and he frowned, retracting the still vibrating metal long knife. The bright flashlight shone forward, revealing 3 figures emerging from the dark mine, 2 women and 1 man. Who else could they be but Jiang Zhiyu and the others?
It's not easy, but finally caught up.
Bai Changsheng did not hesitate at all and quickly distanced himself from that yellow-haired guy named Su Hong.
The reinforcements have arrived. If he doesn't run, is he just waiting to become a hostage?
The 3 people looked at the knife scar on Bai Changsheng's back, their brows furrowing involuntarily, especially Jiang Zhiyu, who cast a deep glance at the few people in the distance, not knowing what she was thinking.
Just a beast. If it's killed, then it's killed. Killed and that's it? Xin Shuang seemed to be angered to the point of laughter upon hearing this. If you don't give an explanation for this matter, do you believe I'll make sure you can't leave this mine?
Hearing Xin Shuang's words, Su Hong, resting his long knife on his shoulder, lifted his head slightly and snorted coldly. Xin Shuang, in the city, you are a student of Shuemu, but in the wilderness, Shuemu's name is not as useful as you think. I only let you off lightly before because I was worried it would delay hunting the Steel Bone Wolf King. But now that the Steel Bone Wolf King has been killed, I'm too lazy to pretend with you.
The Steel Bone Wolf King should be on you, right? Upon hearing this, Xin Shuang and the other 2 had nothing to refute.
Su Hong and his group had blocked their entrance, and there had been no other martial artist teams entering, so the facts were evident. Arguing or explaining wouldn't change anything. Su Heng's gaze was intense as he scanned over the 3 of them one by one, clicking his tongue twice. Although the Steel Bone Wolf King was seriously injured, its own blood vitality is thick enough. Its combat power is definitely not as simple as that of a low-level beast general. Let me guess, in the battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King, you and Jiang Xing were seriously injured, so you've been avoiding us, even going so far as to send out spirit beasts to interfere with us.
All to buy time for your recovery. What do you think? Did I guess wrong?
One must admit that although Su Heng's actions were vicious, his mind was sharp. He could piece together most of the matter from just a few points. However, this cleverness was not used against the beasts, but rather turned against his kind, making him seem even more deplorable. But in such a short time, even with pills to help, you couldn't possibly return to your peak strength. Let's make a deal. Hand over the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King, and I'll let you go.
And if we don't?
Xin Shuang's expression remained calm, but her voice had grown cold.
Then I will.
Su Hong chuckled, slowly pointing his alloy long knife at the 3, kill you and take it myself. This attitude could no longer be described as arrogant. Moreover, the fact that Su Hong could say this meant he was prepared to tear the facade. It was evident that the value of the Steel Bone Wolf King had driven him mad. Of course, there may also be a desire to settle old and new grievances together, but that didn't matter anymore. Faced with the $1 million value of the Steel Bone Wolf King, neither side could easily let go. If that were the case, then let's see who lives and dies under the knife. Jiang, you take Xiaobai and leave first. Jiang Xing and I will join you soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu simply responded with an then turned to walk back. Her strength was insufficient, not to mention she was currently exhausted and unable to fight. Staying would only add trouble for Xin Shuang and the others. But before she and Bai Changsheng could take a few steps, another beam of light shone ahead.
Leave? I never said you could go.
Old Wang, keep this little sister. Today, not only do I want the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King,
but I also want to taste what this proud daughter of Shuaimu is like. The person blocking Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng's retreat, upon hearing Su Heng's words, also chuckled and said good. At this moment, the mine was engulfed in an eerie calm, the situation appearing somewhat delicate. On one side were 2 injured third-tier martial artists, plus Bai Changsheng, a novice and second-tier beasts.
On the other side, there was a fully powered third-tier martial artist and 3 second-tier martial artists.
Just looking at the lineup,
it seems that no one can do anything to anyone, but once one side becomes ruthless, the outcome is hard to predict.
Make a move. Su Hong shouted fiercely and struck first.
With a sudden stomp of his foot, he lunged towards Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, raising his alloy long knife, and then swung it down, aiming straight for Zhang Xing. The two people behind him had no intention of just watching. At the same moment Su Hong attacked, they also moved to assault Xian Shuang. If it were the peak state Xian Shuang, they wouldn't stand a chance, but Xian Shuang was injured, so the two working together could at least hold her back. As for Bai Changsheng, he stood in front of Jiang Zhiyu, not moving recklessly, but always cautious of the sudden outburst from the enemy. A white-scaled snake actually able to cultivate to a second-grade beast soldier. But that's all there is to it. Don't worry, little sister, I will be very gentle with you later. Bai Changsheng could clearly see the lewd intent in the opponent's eyes when they looked at Jiang Zhiyu, and he understood that if he did not deal with the opponent, he and Jiang Zhiyu could not leave this place. The opponent's blood energy is floating, and they have just entered the second grade not long ago. Jiang Zhiyu's voice sounded from behind, which eased Bai Changsheng's heart a bit. The bad news was, this person had higher blood energy than he did. The good news was, it was limited. Since it wasn't third grade, what are they pretending for? Strike first. Without waiting for the opponent to attack first, Bai Changsheng took advantage of the opportunity where the person's attention was on Jiang Zhiyu and struck first. His body surged up, his snake mouth wide open, and the target was clearly the person's neck. The speed wasn't fast, but it was sudden. The sudden attack made the person grunt, raising their knife to slash, aiming directly for Bai Changsheng's head. If it were a normal situation, Bai Changsheng would never take this blow head-on. After all, if you can avoid injury, who would want to take a hit? But the current situation was clearly not normal. Plus, he had previously endured a blow from a third-grade martial artist without being cut down, which gave Bai Changsheng a basic understanding of his defense. This knife might hurt a lot when it hits him, but it would definitely not take his life. Bai Changsheng grit his teeth, if it can't take my life, then it should be your turn to die. Time and time again, the provocations, do you really think you won't die? This bite was aimed to take the other's life. Clang! The blade struck the surface of Bai Changsheng's scaly armor, drawing a line of blood, but the next moment it was blocked by something. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that the rocky armor beneath his scales was doing its job, calming his heart a bit, then he decisively bit down. Chapter 30, Death's Entanglement. Ah! Bai Changsheng withstood the knife and bit down firmly, naturally not wanting to just leave a few scratches on the opponent. Although the body was deflected by the knife, making it impossible to bite the neck, biting the arm was just as good. In that moment when the snake fangs pierced the skin, the poison surged in wildly, and his body, over 5 meters long, wrapped around the opponent. Previously, his length was insufficient for such wrapping motions. Even if he barely managed it, it would be hard to make the opponent completely lose the ability to move, which would instead be disadvantageous to him. That's why Bai Changsheng had never used this move in actual combat. But now, after reaching the second-grade beast soldier, his length exceeded 5 meters, his body nearly a foot in diameter. If this was before the disaster, that would be a proper giant python. This size was enough to wrap a person tightly. Watching Bai Changsheng's movements, the yellow-haired man understood his intentions and was taken aback, his alloy long knife striking out continuously. Even though he was a second-grade martial artist with powerful blood energy, Bai Changsheng was still a second-grade beast soldier. Once wrapped by Bai Changsheng, no matter how much strength he has, it would be hard to use it. At that moment, it would probably be his time to die. But the problem was that his energy and blood were not much higher than Bai Changsheng's to begin with. The alloy long knife could not even break through the defense of Bai Changsheng's snake scales and rock armor, and now, unable to gather strength, it was even more unbearable. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, he struck with his knife several times, but the damage caused was truly limited. Breaking through the snake scales was already the limit, and after that, he was blocked by the rock armor, with hardly any blood flowing out. Because of the intense movements, a numbing sensation began to rapidly spread from the arm bitten by Bai Changsheng throughout his whole body. The toxin spread so quickly that by the time he reacted, his entire arm had already lost feeling. This white-scaled snake actually has poison. Wasn't it said that the white-scaled snake is just a freaking ornamental pet? What is this poison? He raised his hand to try and break free from Bai Changsheng's bite, but his arm, already corroded by the toxin, had completely lost sensation, causing him to feel a deep fear. He wasn't sure how strong Bai Changsheng's toxin really was, but he didn't dare to take the risk. If this poison could really take his life. Caught between death and losing his arm, the yellow-haired boy hesitated for just a moment before making a decision. He swung his knife again, but this time the knife did not strike Bai Changsheng, but instead chopped down onto his own shoulder. In the next moment, the poison arm separated from his body, and blood immediately gushed out. The intense pain felt like it was tearing his heart apart, and he couldn't help but scream in agony. Such decisiveness even made Bai Changsheng admire this guy a little. If it were him, he absolutely could not do something as drastic as severing his own arm. But then again, this yellow-haired boy was the only one decisive enough to make a decision before the toxin spread throughout his entire body. Otherwise, once the toxin fully spread, he would definitely die. A second-level toxin could even affect the Lord-level Steelbone Wolf King, let alone a second-tier martial artist. While severing his own arm was decisive, it still wasn't enough to get him out of danger. Because Bai Changsheng's body had already coiled around him. From his upper body, the thick snake body wrapped around this yellow-haired boy's body, tightening the more he struggled. With a misstep, the yellow-haired boy fell directly to the ground, and Bai Changsheng took the opportunity to completely finish the wrapping. If someone were to look over, they would find that Bai Changsheng had wrapped this yellow-haired boy into a zongzi, a type of rice dumpling. Beasts can unleash an attack far beyond usual energy under certain circumstances. For example, the rolling bite of a crocodile or Bai Changsheng's wrapping at this moment. Once the wrapping was complete, it would only get tighter, unless the energy was several times higher than his or there was a strong external force to interfere. The yellow-haired boy's fate would be to be suffocated alive by Bai Changsheng. And the reality was clear, this yellow-haired boy's energy could not possibly be several times that of Bai Changsheng, otherwise, he would not have been wrapped up by him at all. As for reinforcements, his three teammates had already engaged in battle with Xian Shuang, and there was no way to tell who would win or lose in a short time. There was simply no one available to come to his rescue. Zhang Li. Someone noticed that the situation here was not right, and shouted loudly to come to help, but before he could act, Xian Shuang's dagger almost sliced through his neck. Fighting at a higher level, and you still dare to be distracted? Xian Shuang's short dagger attacks were quite fierce. In a life-and-death battle, each strike was aimed at the vital points. Fortunately, with a companion to help share the pressure, he did not fall dead on the spot, but facing Xian Shuang, he could no longer spare any effort to support his teammate. Die. Bai Changsheng kept increasing his strength. Before this, he had never had thoughts of killing anyone. But now, after being constantly disturbed, threatened, and attacked by these yellow-haired boys, his patience had been completely worn away. Even a clay figurine has 3 parts of anger, let alone Bai Changsheng? His body continued to exert strength, wrapping tighter around the body of this yellow-haired boy. Bai Changsheng could even hear the sound of bones breaking. At first, the yellow-haired one struggled hard for a moment, but as time went by, his struggles became weaker and weaker, until finally, he was completely still. Bai Changsheng was still afraid the other was pretending, so he waited an extra half-minute before letting go. The once arrogant yellow-haired guy now looked utterly miserable, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his bones shattered all over, truly dead beyond any hope. Looking at the body of the yellow-haired young man, Bai Changsheng felt a slight dizziness in his mind. Perhaps it was his first time killing someone, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He felt a slight twitch in his throat, an impulse to actually eat the corpse. Beasts could provide life force, why couldn't human warriors? However, Jiang Zhiyu seemed to sense Bai Changsheng's strange behavior and softly called out, "Little Bai." Bai Changsheng instantly snapped awake, glancing back at Jiang Zhiyu. Luckily, she brought him back to his senses, otherwise, if he really devoured the yellow-haired corpse, he would have a psychological shadow forever. Though he had turned into a snake body, his soul was still human, to consume another of his kind. He looked again at Xian Shuang and the other person still fighting in the distance, crossed over the yellow-haired corpse, and headed towards the exit of the mine with Jiang Zhiyu. With the combat power of Xian Shuang and her companion, even if they couldn't defeat Su Hong, escaping shouldn't be too hard. He had sustained quite a few injuries, it would be difficult to provide much assistance in battle, so he might as well ensure Jiang Zhiyu's safety first and send her out of the mine. If Xian Shuang and her companion were still fighting later, he would come back and join in. Following the route in his memory, passing through the underground cave, and crossing several hundred meters of mine, the moment Bai Changsheng saw the sun again, he felt immensely relieved. Jiang Zhiyu behind him also let out a long breath, feeling a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Chapter 31, Million Income. Let's go, we should head back to the car first. Jiang Zhiyu spoke up, and Bai Changsheng looked at her in confusion, as if asking if they weren't going back. Understanding Bai Changsheng's gaze, Jiang Zhiyu nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, even though senior sister Xian and her companion are injured, with their abilities, escaping won't be difficult. With our strength, even if we go back, we wouldn't be able to help much. It's better to stir the waters completely." Jiang Zhiyu muttered a sentence, already having made her decision in her heart. Stir the waters completely? Bai Changsheng heard this from Jiang Zhiyu and didn't understand what she meant, but he would soon find out. The Steelbone Wolf King in the southernmost mine has already been secured by the Wildfire team. To avoid leaking information, they even plan to kill Xian Shuang and Zhang Hang from Shuemu. In the city, unable to find anything, more and more warrior teams began to react and started heading towards the mining area. Whenever they encountered a warrior team, Jiang Zhiyu would repeat these two sentences. And every warrior team that heard this without exception rushed toward the direction Jiang Zhiyu indicated without stopping. It was easy to guess what was going to happen in that mine next. Stirring up trouble, causing confusion, then Xin Shuang and her companion could slip away amidst the chaos, leaving the wildfire team to face pressure from multiple warrior teams. Strangely, Bai Changsheng found himself hoping that the members of the wildfire team wouldn't really die. You all must live, so I can personally come and deal with you. Looking back at the mine and the warrior teams rushing toward it, Bai Changsheng silently thought to himself. Seemingly sensing Bai Changsheng's thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu spoke, "Don't worry, at most 3 months, I'll bring you back to wipe out the wildfire team. If they can survive until then." Jiang Zhiyu was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Those who could achieve the emperor realm. How could someone be a total pushover without any temper at all? Just from this, Jiang Zhiyu's temper and Bai Changsheng's are quite a match. She doesn't kill indiscriminately, but she wouldn't let anyone who offends her off easily either. The journey was silent. They returned to the SUV they had parked outside the city, waiting for just a few minutes before Xin Shuang and the others returned. Although they looked a bit disheveled, fortunately, they weren't injured. After you two left, several small teams of warriors rushed in. They were shouting that the members of the wildfire team had to hand over the Steelbone Wolf King's body. Jiang Xing and I took advantage of the chaos to slip out. From the looks of it, the 3 members of the wildfire team are probably in for some tough times ahead. A single move to divert attention not only allowed Xin Shuang and the others to retreat safely but also caused a lot of trouble for the wildfire team. And all of this was done without much effort from Jiang Zhiyu herself. To become an empress, her strategy is truly remarkable. Bai Changsheng glanced at Jiang Zhiyu before retreating into the spiritual storage bag to heal his wounds. Before Xin Shuang and the others arrived, Jiang Zhiyu was mentally exhausted and had no combat strength left. Bai Changsheng had to stay by her side. Now that Xin Shuang and the others had returned, there was no need for him to stay, so he decided to go back and get a good rest. The intense searching and fighting, coupled with his injuries, left Bai Changsheng feeling utterly exhausted. Jiang Zhiyu and the others didn't stay long either. After getting in the car, they started heading toward the martial artist town. In the wilderness, other warrior teams would stop at nothing for beast materials and dare to do anything, but once they returned to the martial artist town, there were legal constraints. Even the most arrogant warriors wouldn't dare to break the rules. Junior sister Jiang, this Steelbone Wolf King is a low-level lord. The most valuable parts are its bones and fur, and next comes its flesh. The total value is about 1.8 million. Throughout the hunt, you and your spirit beast contributed the most. If it weren't for your final strike, Jiang Xing and I would have been swallowed by the Steelbone Wolf King. According to the rules, you should take 60%, and Jiang Xing and I will split the remaining 40%. 60% of 1.8 million is 1.08 million, and to be honest, if Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng had earned money at the same speed they did before, it would take them about 4 to 6 months to earn this much. And this is assuming there were no other distractions. If anything else came up, or they got injured, it would take even longer. A sudden windfall. Hearing this number, even Bai Changsheng, who was in the spiritual storage bag, couldn't help but open his eyes. But Jiang Zhiyu shook her head when she heard this. I don't need that much. The key strike was indeed mine, but the real effort came from senior sister Xin and senior brother Zhang's energy and distraction. The lord-level exotic beast had already begun to master mental attacks. If it had noticed me, my final strike wouldn't have been so easy to land. 60% is too much. Let's split it in half. 60% is 1.08 million, so half would be 900,000. With a single sentence, she gave away 180,000. Jiang Zhiyu's generosity was far bigger than he had imagined. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Xin Shuang and the others also let out a quiet sigh of relief. They were not like the members of the wildfire team, incapable of resorting to forceful robbery. They had been worried Jiang Zhiyu would demand too much, putting both of them in a difficult spot. Now it seemed Jiang Zhiyu's personality was much kinder than they had expected. Let's do this, junior sister Jiang. No need to argue about whether it's 60% or 50%. Let's round it off to 1 million alliance coins. This way, it won't be too unfair to you. If you agree, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Xin Shuang said this very sincerely, and the price she offered was absolutely fair. However, Jiang Zhiyu smiled when she heard this. Senior sister, are you planning to sell the Steelbone Wolf King's body to the school? Xin Shuang was slightly taken aback, but she didn't hide her thoughts. A lord-level beast is already at the level that the school would purchase. When the school makes a purchase, besides cash, there will also be a points reward. These points can be exchanged for time in the training room, for buying martial arts manuals, or even for one-on-one teaching from teachers. So in some ways, they are even more valuable than the alliance coins. Jiang Zhiyu responded with a sound of agreement. Senior sister, please go ahead. Then Jiang Jr. sister, please give me your bank account, and I will transfer the money to you right now.
Jiang Zhiyu recited a series of numbers, and Xin Shuang operated her combat wristband, realizing that Jiang Zhiyu didn't have a combat wristband. She then raised her hand to show Jiang Zhiyu a notification text indicating the transfer was successful. A combat wristband costs over 10,000, ensuring communication even in the wilderness. The high price was clearly beyond what Jiang Zhiyu could afford before, but with 1 million now in her account, she could afford it. Chapter 32, Who doesn't have a secret to become a warrior? Xin Shuang noticed that Jiang Zhiyu didn't have a combat wristband but didn't ask further. In fact, the strange things about Jiang Zhiyu were more than she imagined. A first-grade warrior, yet able to use the spiritual martial arts only accessible to seasoned warriors, and with a single blow, she made the Steel Bone Wolf King fall into a daze. It was clear that Jiang Zhiyu's spirit was even stronger than the Steel Bone Wolf King. And then there was her understanding of waterwood. Although Xin Shuang was not from the Beast Taming Academy, none of the teachers there were surnamed Jiang, and the reality was obviously not what Jiang Zhiyu claimed. The story about being the daughter of teacher Zhang Yunlu from the Beast Taming Academy was likely something made up on the spot. But none of this was important. Who doesn't have a secret to become a warrior? After a brief time together, Jiang Zhiyu had already earned her recognition, or rather, she had already regarded Jiang Zhiyu as a friend. Since they were friends, it was better to keep some secrets between them. Why need to dig too deep into everything? Xin Shuang smartly didn't bring up other matters, and after the vehicle entered the parking area of the warrior town, the group got out of the car. Jiang Jr. sister, the beast meat of the Steel Bone Wolf King won't be preserved for long. If we wait too long, the residual vitality will rapidly decay. We plan to return to school now. What about you? Jiang Xing went to handle the car return procedures, while Xin Shuang glanced at Jiang Zhiyu and asked. I also plan to go back. I've been sneaking out for so long, I reckon my family must be worried sick. After returning to Warrior Town, her phone had signal, and seeing the account balance starting with 1 million, Jiang Zhiyu lost the desire to stay in the wilderness any longer. Her reason for coming to the wilderness was to make money, and as for refining martial arts skills and gaining practical experience, those were all unnecessary for Jiang Zhiyu. Now that she had money, it was best to return home and focus on improving her strength. When Xin Shuang heard this, she didn't say anything more, leaving with a remark that they would meet again at Waterwood, and the two parted ways. However, Jiang Zhiyu didn't hurry to take the train back. Instead, she first bought a healing potion and a bottle of spirit-nourishing potion. The healing potion was not too expensive, costing 2,000 alliance coins, but the spirit-nourishing potion was a full 30,000 alliance coins. Neither her nor Bai Changsheng was in very good condition, especially with mental issues. With her strength as a first-grade warrior, forcibly activating and releasing mental attacks could easily leave lasting damage if she didn't take care of herself soon. After renting a room, she and Bai Changsheng each swallowed the potions and then sat cross-legged on the bed to heal their wounds. Bai Changsheng woke and slept, then slept and woke again. Only after a day and a night did Jiang Zhiyu finally open her eyes. Originally, after my rebirth, my spirit was exaggerated but extremely unstable. The strength of my spirit and body were mismatched. Instead, it limited the growth of my physical body. After forcibly overdrawing once, without breaking, there is no establishment. My spirit not only did not suffer damage but instead became more resilient and solid, no longer affecting my physical body growth. This can be considered an unexpected joy. Jiang Zhiyu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling her heart and mind greatly relieved. Lowering her head slightly, she saw Bai Changsheng staring blankly at her, then slowly opening his mouth. Jiang Zhiyu knew Bai Changsheng understood human sentiment, but it probably didn't understand what rebirth meant. However, even if it could understand, it wouldn't matter. Bai Changsheng was after all her spirit beast. As long as the spirit contract wasn't dissolved, Bai Changsheng would never harm her. With a flip of her hand, she took out 2 hybrid elixirs from her storage ring to feed Bai Changsheng, and Jiang Zhiyu muttered a word of regret. The blood and flesh of Lord-level exotic beasts contain extremely high levels of vitality. Unfortunately, flesh and blood cannot be stored for too long. After 3 days, the vitality within will completely dissipate. Only by making it into vitality elixirs and hybrid elixirs can it be preserved for a long time. Otherwise, I would have gotten some for you to consume daily. Perhaps it could bring you different changes. Bai Changsheng really didn't know this, but after thinking, he understood. Although hybrid elixirs couldn't compare directly to the blood and flesh of the Steel Bone Wolf King, if he could eat 2 daily along with other blood food, his vitality growth speed would still not be slow. To reach the 3rd-grade beast soldier, it would only take about a month. A month seemed long, but how many exotic beasts could never reach the 3rd grade in their lifetime? Even for martial artists, becoming a 3rd-grade martial artist requires a certain talent, let alone steadily progressing from entering the 2nd grade to the 3rd in just 1 month. Bai Changsheng was very satisfied with his upgrade speed. After checking out of the hotel, Jiang Zhiyu took Bai Changsheng and boarded the train back. After several hours of travel, they got off the train and saw Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Lin Jingyao in school uniform standing at the exit. Although only 7 days had passed, it felt like a long time for the 3 of them.
Since Jiang Zhiyu went to the wasteland, her heart had never settled down, but luckily Jiang Zhiyu was back. And looking at her, she didn't seem injured, which made the three of them breathe a sigh of relief.
You're not hurt, right? In response to her father's inquiry, Jiang Zhiyu nodded.
In the past few days, I met 2 senior students from Shuemu Martial School. They kept leading me around, and even if I wanted to get hurt, there wasn't a chance. After thinking, she added, and they will go to the wasteland after the college entrance examination. They asked me if I wanted to join, and I agreed. She concealed her battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King. If her parents knew she dared to kill a lord-level exotic beast, they would probably forbid her from going to the wasteland again. She also used Xin Shuang and Zhang Heng to cover for her next trip to the wasteland. For her parents, the word Shuemu students represented stability in a certain sense. After all, those who could enter Shuemu were the talents among talents. Zhiyu, you finally returned. You have no idea how much has happened at school during this time. Lin Jingyao couldn't help but rush forward to link arms with Jiang Zhiyu and started talking eagerly. In the 2 days you were gone, the school organized a mock martial arts joint examination. That guy Huang Xiaotian relied on his fire main flame lion to take first place in the class and even got a special admission spot at Jiangbei Martial University. He walks around with his head held high all day long. Now that you are back, next time in the mock martial arts joint examination, take his first place, so he knows what real first place feels like. Moreover, the rewards for the mock martial arts joint examination are very generous. Every first place in the class can get 2 vitality elixirs. The top 10 in the school can even get a blood fusion pill. If you get this resource, you won't have to go to the wasteland anymore. Hitting Huang Xiaotian was just casual talk. The following sentences were what Lin Jingyao truly wanted to say. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu flipped her hand and took out a wooden box from her storage ring, handing it to Lin Jingyao.
What is this?
Lin Jingyao instinctively reached out to take it, but when she opened it and saw the pill inside, which looked similar to the blood fusion pill but had golden patterns all over, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Blood fusion pill? Zhiyu, where did you get this?" A blood fusion pill is worth 50,000. The first time you take it, it can smooth out your chi and blood, helping to unblock many body ends that are usually very hard to train, allowing a martial artist's strength to visibly rise in a short period of time. Many well-off families choose to buy a blood fusion pill to enhance their children's strength once they start on the path of martial arts. Moreover, this thing is effective for martial artists below 3rd rank, making it even more precious.
Facing Lin Jingyao's question, Jiang Zhiyu did not tell the truth but instead brought up Xin Shuang.
I helped that Shuemu senior sister in the wasteland a lot, and then she gave me 2 of these. The blood fusion pill has great effects only the first time you take it. After that, it doesn't provide much benefit, but it's just right for each of us to have one. Of course, Jiang Zhiyu had bought this thing in the martial artist town, specifically including Lin Jingyao's share when she bought it. However, hearing this, Lin Jingyao quickly shook her head and handed the blood fusion pill back to Jiang Zhiyu. This thing is worth 50,000 alliance coins. If sold, it can be exchanged for 25 blood essence pills.
I can't accept something so valuable.
You keep it. If it really doesn't work, you can sell it back to the pill shop. Lin Jingyao naturally understood the powerful effect of the blood fusion pill, but she couldn't ignore its high price either. The conditions of their families were similar. Even if the Lin family was slightly better, it wasn't significantly so. 1 blood fusion pill is enough to equal 3 months of her parents' salary. If it were some commemorative small items, she would just accept them. But knowing Jiang Zhiyu was in desperate need of training resources, even taking risks to go to the wasteland to earn money, how could she accept this blood fusion pill? Don't worry, besides these 2 blood fusion pills, I gained a lot from this journey to the wasteland.
Xiao Bai's strength has already reached the 2nd rank beast soldier, and he has hunted a number of exotic beasts.
At least I don't have to worry about training resources before the college entrance examination.
Xiao Bai has reached the 2nd rank beast soldier?
As soon as this was said, not only did Lin Jingyao pause slightly, but even Zhang's father and mother turned their heads to look over.
Xiao Bai, their picky white scale snake? A 2nd rank beast soldier? Bai Changsheng from the spirit storage bag was summoned by Jiang Zhiyu.
As the 5-meter-long Bai Changsheng appeared, he instantly became a highly noticeable presence in the entire train station, drawing the eyes of passing pedestrians. Seeing Bai Changsheng's exaggerated size, Lin Jingyao couldn't help but cover her mouth with her small hand.
This. How long had it been since Jiang Zhiyu took Bai Changsheng to the wasteland?
Although she knew Bai Changsheng's strength was improving quickly, this improvement seemed a bit too fast. This speed was even more exaggerated than Huang Xiaotian's fire-maned flame lion. To know, that fire-maned flame lion itself has a bloodline level much higher than Bai Changsheng, and it has various resources to support it every day, but even so, it is only a mid-level first-rank beast soldier right now.
But Bai Changsheng, in less than 2 months, had already reached the 2nd-rank beast soldier? Is this still the standard low-ranking white-scale snake? Lin Jingyao started to doubt whether she and Jiang Zhiyu had initially been attracted to Xiao Bai's looks. What's going on? Why has Xiao Bai's strength improved so quickly?
If it weren't seen with my own eyes, no one would probably believe it if I said it. I'm not sure either, maybe the previous second mutation completely awakened Xiao Bai's potential. Jiang Zhiyu reached out to touch the wounds on Bai Changsheng's body. After taking the healing medicine, the wounds healed rapidly. After a day and night, the deep wound, which could be seen to the bone from Su Heng's slash, had completely healed, leaving only a shallow white mark, which should fade completely in a few days. Seeing Bai Changsheng like this, Lin Jingyao finally couldn't help but reach out her hand to him. The fingers felt delicate, and after feeling the familiar coldness, Lin Jingyao confirmed that the one in front of her was indeed Bai Changsheng. No, Xiao Bai has already reached the second-tier beast warrior. If we follow the enrollment standards for the martial arts college entrance exam, Zhiyu, can't you now enter Shui Mu? Lin Jingyao's sudden realization also brought Jiang father and Jiang mother back to their senses. According to the enrollment rules of martial arts colleges in previous years, regardless of whether students practice blood chi martial arts, beast taming, or magic, as long as they can reach the first tier, they can securely enter a key martial arts university, and the second tier qualifies for admission to Shui Mu. As for the third tier and above, it was basically not considered. Because from the rise of martial arts until now, no one has been able to jump straight to the third tier within 3 months after their talent awakens. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhiyu also felt a bit helpless. Although she didn't want to admit it, Bai Changsheng's combat power improvement was indeed astonishing. She hadn't intentionally cultivated Bai Changsheng at all, yet he had already stepped into the second tier ahead of her. However, even so, Jiang Zhiyu had never wavered in her desire to focus on blood chi martial arts. That's true, but there is still a month until the college entrance exam. If nothing unexpected happens, this month is enough for me to raise my own strength to the second tier. I still want to practice blood chi martial arts. Jiang father and Jiang mother had no objections to their daughter's decision. From start to finish, they had not given Jiang Zhiyu any substantial help, her growth relied entirely on herself. They didn't understand martial arts but could only silently support every decision Jiang Zhiyu made. Lin Jingyao knew her best friend was very opinionated. She opened her mouth but didn't say the words that followed. If it were anyone else, having a second-tier spiritual beast would mean trying to improve their beast's strength as much as possible, to ensure they could securely enter Shui Mu. How could anyone like Jiang Zhiyu practice both blood chi martial arts and beast taming at the same time? Practicing everything, the final result would only be a jack of all trades and a master of none. However, she herself was merely a high-level apprentice, so she didn't have the confidence to speak against Jiang Zhiyu. Take this. With the blood fusion pill, breaking through to become a first-tier martial artist shouldn't be a problem. In the last month, work hard, and perhaps you can qualify for the key martial arts university. You wouldn't want to be left too far behind by me, right? Seeing Jiang Zhiyu's serious expression, Lin Jingyao suddenly smiled and took the blood fusion pill from Jiang Zhiyu's hand. Okay, I will work hard, and strive to go to Shui Mu together when the time comes. Chapter 34, Martial Arts College Entrance Exam. As time kept passing, and with the martial arts college entrance exam approaching, everyone fell into a mood of anxiety and hard work. Even Lin Jingyao, who usually had little interest in practicing, started to bury herself in training after that day's stimulus. Especially after taking the blood fusion pill, her strength improved daily and gave her tremendous motivation. However, facing the martial arts college entrance exam, Jiang Zhiyu's mindset remained stable to the utmost. She has her own cultivation rhythm, and unlike others, she won't start a revenge training spree just because the college entrance exam is approaching. One must understand that too much is as bad as not enough. Revenge training will not only fail to significantly improve her strength but also lead to her body collapsing first due to prolonged training. It's like the muscle breakdown caused by high-intensity strength training. And in her previous life as the Empress, Jiang Zhiyu knew better than anyone what her cultivation rhythm should be. Every day, she attended classes during the day, practiced for 2 hours in the afternoon, and practiced for another 2 hours at night. The only difference from before was that she would consume one blood chi pill daily instead of one every 3 days. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that with ample resource supply, Jiang Zhiyu's strength was changing dramatically every day. The speed was so fast that even he found it hard to keep up with her pace. It's important to note that after his fourth evolution, the speed of his strength improvement entirely depended on how much blood and flesh he could consume daily, and there was no temporary bottleneck. Is this the growth speed of the Empress? Truly terrifying. Bai Changsheng looked at Jiang Zhiyu, sitting cross-legged on the bed in just a tank top and shorts, and murmured silently in his heart. As the days passed, the day of the martial arts college entrance exam finally arrived. John's father and mother took 2 days off to stay at home. Although they couldn't help much, it did not prevent them from being with their daughter. According to the rules of the martial arts college entrance exam, the entire assessment would last a total of 4 days. 2 days of cultural exams, with the main subjects being the most basic languages and mathematics, followed by the history of martial arts development and identification of various spiritual materials and exotic beasts, among others. However, this part only accounted for a small percentage of the overall score. Out of a total of 1,000 points, it only counted for 300 points. The real main event was actually the last 2 days of practical martial arts assessment. Blood chi testing, virtual assessment, and wilderness practical combat. The 3 stages progressed step by step, with each stage eliminating students. For example, in the first stage of blood chi testing, anyone who did not meet the minimum admission threshold for martial arts universities would be directly eliminated. Only those who passed the 5th level of the virtual assessment could qualify for wilderness combat. All major martial arts universities, including Shuai-Mu, would select students only from those who participated in wilderness combat. However, these were not problems for Jiang Zhiyu. Having entered the 2nd rank of martial artists half a month ago, Jiang Zhiyu's blood chi was already stable, and with her top-notch combat skills, it was a sure thing for her to enter Shuai-Mu, especially with Bai Changsheng by her side. In the days leading up to the exam, Bai Changsheng had no interest at all until the last day when they needed to go to the wilderness for practical combat, which finally moved him a bit. Zhiyu, the rules for this practical assessment are out now. We can team up in pairs at most, we can go to the wilderness together. Lin Jingyao looked at the information on her phone with a face full of surprise. Initially, she was anxious, worried that teaming up might not be allowed. With her strength, it would be very difficult to achieve anything in practical combat. Moreover, she had never experienced real combat with exotic beasts, so it was inevitable to feel scared. But now, things are better, with no restrictions on teaming up, she could go with Jiang Zhiyu. And with Jiang Zhiyu's strength and Bai Changsheng's help, they might really achieve what was said before, that they could enter Shuai-Mu together. A month had passed, and Lin Jingyao's strength had also progressed significantly. With the blood fusion pill and her month of hard practice, she had successfully advanced from a high-level apprentice to the rank of a first-tier martial artist. However, it's only just barely crossing this threshold, and with extremely limited practical experience, it's hard to consider Lin Jingyao an effective combat force. However, compared to Lin Jingyao, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng's strength has improved to a terrifying extent. Jiang Zhiyu's vital energy value test was 2130, and her actual combat power is obviously far beyond this level. Bai Changsheng's vital energy value is even approaching 2700, and in just about a week, he will reach the threshold of a 3rd-grade beast soldier. With this level of strength, even in the wilderness, he wouldn't be considered weak, let alone when compared to these students who have awakened their talents for less than 3 months. The only issue is that, while Bai Changsheng's vital energy value is close to the current level limit, his evolution points are still very far from being sufficient, with progress just barely over half. There's no way around it, the flesh of low-level alien beasts is clearly not comparable to existences like the Steel-Bone Wolf King. And this is all based on Jiang Zhiyu no longer lacking money and the blending pills having never run out, allowing him to barely stack the evolution points to the current number. Without the blending pills, the efficiency would probably be even lower. This is also why Bai Changsheng started to think when he heard they were going to the wilderness again. Don't be too happy too early. As Jiang Zhiyu packed up her things, she couldn't help but pour cold water on Lin Jingyao's words. All the details of the battles will be recorded by the combat wristband. When the time comes, how many alien beasts you kill, your combat skills, teamwork ability, and so on will all be cross-verified before scores are given. If we can think of such methods, how could the teachers responsible for the martial arts college entrance exam not think of them? What they're preventing is weaker individuals from taking advantage of the chaos. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Lin Jingyao immediately looked gloomy. Ah, I thought. However, it's not entirely without a way. Jiang Zhiyu thought for a moment, interrupted Lin Jingyao, and then pointed at Bai Changsheng, who was resting with his eyes closed by the bed. You can let little Bai help you injure or maim the alien beasts, then you can go in for the finishing blow. This way, there's a certain probability it will count as your achievement. Any kind of assessment method will have its loopholes and drawbacks. In the century of martial arts, the assessment method for the martial arts college entrance exam is adjusted and changed slightly every year. If she remembers correctly, this method can indeed help Lin Jingyao's score go up a bit. Of course, it sounds simple, but if someone wants to replicate this operation, they will find that 2nd-grade beast soldiers are not that easy to find, and there are even fewer who can directly understand human speech like Bai Changsheng. Chapter 35, Look closely, who is the useless one? On the intercity train heading to the wilderness, a teacher responsible for the college entrance exam specially introduced the rules for this practical exam and so on. Jiang Zhiyu and the others sat together, and compared to Jiang Zhiyu's calm face, Lin Jingyao appeared curious and excited, which led her to chatter nonstop. There are over 17,000 students participating in this practical assessment, and they will be scattered across 17 martial artist towns, with an average of about 1,000 in each town. The assessment will last 1 day and 1 night. Before the assessment time runs out, you need to kill as many alien beasts as possible. After the time is up, the combat wristbands will automatically stop recording. After the battle, there will be dedicated teachers for cross-evaluation of scores. I remind all students, any cheating behavior here will not succeed, and in serious cases, you may be disqualified. It's worth mentioning that while the exam restricts the assistance of outsiders in hunting alien beasts, it does not impose restrictions on armor and weapons, which can be seen as a not-so-obvious advantage for students from wealthy families. After all, armor and weapons do not enhance combat power as much as imagined. No matter how good a weapon is, it cannot unleash its might in the hands of someone who does not know how to use it. Understanding this, Jiang Zhiyu specifically bought brand new armor and an alloy spear, spending a total of 320,000. This upgrade is not just about making it easier for this martial arts college entrance exam, in fact, the key is after the exam.
During the nearly 3-month vacation, Jiang Zhiyu could not just stay home practicing. Eventually, she would have to return to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Zhiyu, I heard the exotic beasts in the wilderness are extremely brutal and kill on sight. Is that true?
Before this, Lin Jinglei had never been to the wilderness, her understanding only came from television. Jiang Zhiyu helplessly shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, a male voice rang out from behind the two. The exotic beasts in the wilderness are the kind that fight day and night, so they are indeed ferocious.
If it were me, I would say you shouldn't participate in practical combat.
If you really encounter danger, Zhiyu would still have to save you.
Aren't you just dragging Zhiyu down?
Hearing the voice, Lin Jinglei instinctively turned around, but her expression immediately turned extremely disdainful upon seeing the person. With a distinctive head of yellow hair and a flaming mane lion behind him, who else could it be but Huang Xiaotian?
Zhiyu, why not consider teaming up with me? If you encounter any danger, I can promise your safety. Huang Xiaotian said this quite sincerely, never giving up on his pursuit of Jiang Zhiyu.
But unfortunately, before her talent awakened, Jiang Zhiyu never gave him hope, and even more so after awakening her talent.
Huang Xiaotian was beginning to doubt his life. Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything, it was Lin Jinglei beside her who couldn't hold back first. What's wrong with me causing trouble for Zhiyu?
Zhiyu is happy to have me cause her trouble. It's better than bringing a useless band-aid who can't help at all.
Lin Jinglei's remarks were still as simple and direct as always. With one phrase about a useless band-aid, Huang Xiaotian's face went dark for several shades.
Lin Jinglei, my flaming mane lion is a late-stage first-grade beast soldier. It's just a cut away from breaking through to second-grade beast soldier, its power is unmatched in the whole class.
Are you saying I can't help Zhiyu? Sorry, I just can't see how you could say that.
Mentioning his spirit beast, Huang Xiaotian's face was filled with pride. Not only because the flaming mane lion had an exceptional bloodline, but also due to all the resources he had invested during this time. With a monthly expense of 100,000 alliance coins for feeding, the flaming mane lion's strength had reached this level, allowing him to hold the status of being exceptional in the whole class, even the entire school. The flaming mane lion, ever so intelligent, roared at Lin Jinglei under Huang Xiaotian's command.
The roar instantly echoed through the whole carriage, attracting the attention of many classmates.
Lin Jinglei got stunned by the lion's roar, her face turning slightly pale. In 3 months, the flaming mane lion had grown considerably, already exuding authority.
And Huang Xiaotian, seeing Lin Jinglei scared by his spirit beast, couldn't help but let out a light snort. With such a mindset, you're still going to the wilderness?
I'm afraid if you see a real exotic beast, you'll be scared out of your wits.
As soon as Huang Xiaotian said this, Lin Jinglei's expression instantly darkened, and even Jiang Zhiyu frowned slightly.
In fact, if it were not for her concern for Lin Jinglei, she would prefer to hunt alone in the wilderness. Huang Xiaotian's insistence on sticking to her was his freedom, but it was a bit excessive to do something to her friend because of it.
A late-stage first-grade beast soldier is just that. What's there to be arrogant about? Xiao Bai.
Lin Jingyao was really provoked, pointing at the flaming mane lion behind Huang Xiaotian, taking a deep breath, and shouting.
Bai Changsheng naturally heard Lin Jingyao's voice.
To be honest, he had no interest in such small squabbles among students. He couldn't kill anyone and wondered why he should get involved in this anger. But it was Lin Jingyao calling him. For this outspoken girl, Bai Changsheng quite liked her, plus he had taken a hybrid pill from her. Besides that, due to the wildfire team, Bai Changsheng unconsciously harbored some disdain towards Huang Mao. A flash of light passed through Jiang Zhiyu's waist spirit pouch, and the next moment, a giant python over 5 meters long appeared beside Lin Jingyao. At the moment the giant python appeared, a wave of vitality far surpassing that of the flaming mane lion immediately pressed down. Hiss. The giant python's hiss was not as loud as a lion's roar, but everyone who heard this sound felt a shiver in their hearts. With this vitality wave and its size, this giant python had already reached the late stage of a second-tier beast soldier. Wait, isn't this train supposed to be exclusively for transporting exam candidates? Why would a spirit beast of this level appear? A late-stage second-tier beast soldier could already obtain a special recruitment quota from Shuimu. Why would it still participate in the martial arts exam with them? Huang Xiaotian and his flaming mane lion looked at Bai Changsheng, who suddenly appeared, and their faces immediately changed. Especially the flaming mane lion, the oppressive vitality wave from Bai Changsheng made it whimper, lowering its body, looking timid, not daring to look at Bai Changsheng. Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changsheng, who was so impressive, and a proud smile appeared on her face. Zhiyu's own spirit beast is already at the late stage of a second-tier beast soldier, but I've never seen her act so arrogant as you.
Your flaming mane lion? Xiao Bai can eat 2 of those in one bite. Chapter 36, Dragon Carp.
Hearing Lin Jingyao's words and looking at Bai Changsheng beside her, Huang Xiaotian's face was dark with unspeakable rage. Especially seeing his proud spirit beast not daring to show its teeth against Bai Changsheng, Huang Xiaotian felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. The words he had just said seemed to return to him like a boomerang, landing back on him.
Why aren't you talking? Born to be quiet?
Lin Jingyao looked at Huang Xiaotian, her words full of provocation. Facing Lin Jingyao's gaze, Huang Xiaotian moved his lips but only let out a cold snort, then kicked the flaming mane lion hard and turned to leave. Seeing their master leave, the flaming mane lion hurried to follow, not daring to stay, afraid that Bai Changsheng would suddenly attack it.
Bai Changsheng watched Huang Xiaotian and the flaming mane lion leave and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He vaguely remembered that when he had just crossed over, the flaming mane lion had seemed like a high mountain, capable of crushing him with a single paw. But 3 months later, his strength was already enough to crush the flaming mane lion. If he fought the flaming mane lion in less than 3 moves, it would become food in his belly. As he watched Huang Xiaotian leave, the only response to his departing figure was Lin Jingyao's eye roll. Relying on having some money at home, he bought a flaming mane lion and thinks he's unbeatable. With so many resources put in, his strength hasn't even grown as much as Xiao Bai's white-scaled snake. I don't understand where this guy gets his confidence from every day.
Zhiyu, don't you think so? It was clear that Lin Jingyao really had a big issue with Huang Xiaotian. However, to others, these words sounded somewhat like hitting everyone equally hard.
White-scaled snake, are you just an ordinary white-scaled snake?
Whose white-scaled snake can grow to 5 meters long and possess the strength of a mid-level second-rank beast.
Moreover, how long has it been since the talent awakened? Why can this white-scaled snake have the strength of a mid-level second-rank beast?
I don't understand, but one thing is certain, as long as they don't rush like that boy just now, no matter how strong Jiang Zhiyu is, it has nothing to do with them.
Huang Xiaotian didn't do anything, just pretend you didn't see it.
Although Jiang Zhiyu's body is still 18 years old at the moment, her mindset clearly doesn't match this age. Jiang Zhiyu sees through Huang Xiaotian's thoughts and actions, but in her eyes, Huang Xiaotian is just a childish little guy. She has no feelings about his constant friendliness, but she doesn't have much dislike for him either. However, when Lin Jingyao heard this, she shook her head. I dislike Huang Xiaotian more because of his father.
A guy who is rich but unkind, the Uncle Lin across our house, you should remember him, right?
Jiang Zhiyu responded with an recalling a very honest middle-aged man. Uncle Lin used to work at Huang Xiaotian's father's factory, but during work, a machine malfunctioned, causing Uncle Lin to lose his right hand. An undeniable work injury, but when it got to Huang Xiaotian's father, it became Uncle Lin's own problem. Not only did he refuse to compensate, but he even wanted to sue Uncle Lin for breaking the machine and demand compensation. He spent 400,000 hiring a lawyer to fight Uncle Lin, yet he was unwilling to use that 400,000 to compensate Uncle Lin. You tell me, how could I possibly have a good impression of such a person? Hearing Lin Jingyao's words, not only did Jiang Zhiyu pause slightly, but even Bai Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. If what Lin Jingyao said is true, then Huang Xiaotian's father really is quite inhumane. Spending hundreds of thousands on legal fees without wanting to compensate a worker who suffered such a serious injury is unforgivable. No wonder Lin Jingyao has such a strong opinion about Huang Xiaotian. So, every time I see Huang Xiaotian flaunting how rich his family is and how many resources they give him for cultivation, I can't help but want to scold him. It's just that my strength isn't enough now, otherwise, I would scold more than just Huang Xiaotian. Lin Jingyao's straightforward nature made her dislike of such people completely normal. Jiang Zhiyu heard this and chose not to say anything more, closing her eyes to rest once again. Bai Changsheng glanced at Lin Jingyao and felt even more fondness for the little girl. After a short interlude, the cabin fell silent again. Even when someone spoke, they only whispered to their companions, making sure not to disturb others. After several hours, the train finally arrived at the martial artist town. Looking at the martial artist town that they had only seen on TV in short videos, most students showed a bit of shock in their eyes. However, for Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng, this was nothing special anymore. Ignoring Lin Jingyao's exclamations, they pulled her along with the crowd toward the small square of martial artist town. Due to the martial arts college entrance examination, to avoid uncontrollable factors, the entire martial artist town had been temporarily requisitioned by the authorities, and high-level exotic beasts were cleared from a 300-kilometer radius of the town. The martial artist town that Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng had previously visited was within the planning range for the practical assessment of the martial arts college entrance examination. However, this time, they were not assigned to that town. According to the official rules, we can rest in martial artist town for a night and adjust our state to the best. The specific assessment time is from noon tomorrow until noon the day after tomorrow. If any students need the official to provide armor and weapons, please
You can pick up suitable equipment in the square. However, we don't need any, so we can just go back to the room and rest. Jiang Zhiyu wanted to go back to the room and rest directly, but Lin Jingyao's curiosity was clearly piqued by the martial artist town. If it weren't for the martial arts entrance exam, she might never have come here in her life, so she wanted to take a good look around. Jiang Zhiyu couldn't refuse her and could only accompany her to explore for the entire afternoon. However, the afternoon was not completely without gains, as they at least got to taste the unique delicacies of this martial artist town. Ladies, this dish is our 042 martial artist town's unique delicacy. This dish is called fish leaping over the dragon gate. The ingredients are chosen from a special beast called dragon carp, found 100 kilometers away in Dragon Blood Lake. It is said that this dragon blood lake was formed when an ancient powerhouse killed the dragon god and the dragon god's blood splashed everywhere. Drinking this water for a long time can strengthen the body and prolong life. The dragon carp has lived in Dragon Blood Lake for many years, resulting in a slight mutation, actually carrying a trace of the dragon blood lineage. Although it is not as rare as those beasts with second mutations, it is still very rare. Moreover, the dragon carp dies once it leaves the water. It cannot be transported over long distances, so it can only be eaten here in 042 Martial Artist Town. Chapter 37, Evolution Tree Branch, Dragon Blood. How should I put it? The waiter's endless explanation expressed one meaning: it's expensive. First, they crafted a sophisticated background, claiming how some mighty power did this and that, but really, how long has the spiritual energy revival lasted? Then they spoke of how difficult the ingredients were to obtain and how hard it is to transport and preserve them. This kind of talk has been upgraded many times since the disaster, and now it's brought back again. Though I don't believe it, it's nice to hear it as a story. The two girls didn't take it seriously, they just wanted to try something they hadn't tasted before. Even Bai Changsheng, who was quietly standing nearby, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Anyone can make up a story, the key is whether it tastes good or not. Lin Jingyao was the first to use her chopsticks, picking up a small piece of fish and tasting it for 2 seconds, then suddenly her eyes lit up. The meat is tender and smooth, with a hint of sweet fragrance. It's really good. Zhiyu, you must try it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu also took a piece, put it in her mouth and nodded. This fish indeed tastes very different from what I usually eat, it's much better. Seeing both women give such high praise, the waiter smiled and said, "So, I didn't lie to you, right? This dragon carp can only be eaten here, you really can't find this kind of deliciousness anywhere else. What a pity this is just an ordinary dragon carp. If it were the highest grade, the rarest purple-scaled dragon carp, the taste would be even better. But the purple-scaled dragon carp is extremely rare, I have only seen it once. And its price is sky-high, at least 100,000 alliance coins for a single purple-scaled dragon carp. If anyone catches it, it will even attract wealthy people from the capital." Another round of bragging, and now even Bai Changsheng was intrigued. Is this thing really that delicious? Lin Jingyao noticed Bai Changsheng's gaze and didn't hold back, picking up a big piece and feeding it to him. When it came to taste, it couldn't be compared to ordinary fish meat, the waiter's bragging was indeed justified. However, before Bai Changsheng could savor it carefully, the system's notification sound rang out. "Congratulations, host has devoured dragon carp, gaining 0.26 vitality points and 0.34 evolution points. Detected evolution tree branch, dragon blood. Bloodline dragon blood content is too low, unable to unlock this evolution tree branch." A series of notification sounds stunned Bai Changsheng on the spot. It's not just a joke, there really is dragon blood. Bai Changsheng thought this was just a way for the restaurant to sell at a high price. He also considered it might be a rumor that had spread through word of mouth. But he never expected that what the waiter just said was true. Dragon Blood Lake, dragon carp, purple-scaled dragon carp. He could treat what others said as a story, but since the system had already given a hint, Bai Changsheng had no choice but to believe it. The bloodline content is too low to unlock the evolution tree branch? What if he ate a few more? Would it unlock this evolution tree branch? Or maybe just eat a purple-scaled dragon carp directly? Although he didn't know what this dragon blood evolution tree branch could actually do, just hearing the name dragon blood tells him that it is definitely incomparable to other evolution tree branches. It could very well be that everything he had unlocked in the past combined is not as precious as a single dragon blood. No, he must light up this evolution tree branch no matter what. And this evolution point, it was the first time Bai Changsheng had seen a beast meat that provided evolution points even higher than health points. Even the steel bone wolf king from before didn't have such an exaggerated effect. Bai Changsheng had never felt so excited as he did at this moment. He kept giving Jiang Zhiyu and Lin Jingyao meaningful glances, trying to make the two women understand his intention. "Do you still want to eat?" Seeing Bai Changsheng's posture, Lin Jingyao vaguely guessed his meaning and picked up another piece for him. But even so, the system prompt still indicated that the bloodline dragon blood content was too low to unlock the evolution tree branch. It seemed that it was not because he ate too little. Bai Changsheng pondered, it appeared that he must make a trip to this dragon blood lake.
Since the ordinary dragon carp couldn't provide what he wanted, he would go try that purple-scaled dragon carp worth 100,000 union coins as mentioned by the waiter. Jiang Zhiyu felt Bai Changsheng's unusualness vaguely. As their strength constantly increased, the bond between them grew more evident. Although they could not converse directly yet, they could still roughly sense each other's emotional fluctuations. Just now, after Bai Changsheng finished eating the dragon carp meat, his emotions had a very obvious fluctuation. Looking at Bai Changsheng with confusion, Jiang Zhiyu turned her gaze back to the dragon carp. Was there really something special about this meat? It shouldn't be. If it was really special, she would have known something in her past life. But in fact, this was her first time hearing about dragon carp. But Bai Changsheng's reaction couldn't be fake. At least he wasn't having such a big reaction just because the dragon carp meat was tasty. Unable to find the reason, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head and didn't think much more about it. Having tasted the flavor, one fish was obviously not enough for the two women, especially Lin Jingyao, who ate one piece for herself and fed Bai Changsheng another piece, showing no intention of trying other dishes. They ordered 2 more dragon carps, one for each woman. After they were full, they leisurely returned to their hotel room. And Jiang Zhiyu somehow got a flat map of Warrior Town 042. After scanning it, she finally settled on a spot in the barren area. Dragon Blood Lake, 102 kilometers from Warrior Town 042. 1 day and 1 night is just enough for us to kill our way there and back. Yao, I plan to go to this Dragon Blood Lake. What do you think? Lin Jingyao was purely drifting along. Where to go, how to chart the route, and what they might encounter along the way were all basics that didn't concern her. So upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, she just glanced at the map and answered before continuing to chase the television series. I have no problem, you decide, Zhiyu. I believe you. Listening to her best friend's words, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head helplessly. The total distance is 100 kilometers, even with battles along the way, it's enough for us to arrive before evening. We can rest by the lake for 1 night, and the next morning, return to Warrior Town. This won't delay any other matters. Jiang Zhiyu mumbled to herself, and Bai Changsheng in the spirit bag felt a surge of excitement inside. No matter what gains this trip brings, at least it can confirm the location of Dragon Blood Lake. Even if it doesn't work out this time, he can come again. Somehow, the branch of the evolution tree, Dragon Blood, must be unlocked and lit up. Sensing Bai Changsheng's emotional fluctuations, Jiang Zhiyu again affirmed in her heart that Bai Changsheng must have felt something from the dragon carp meat before, or he wouldn't be this way. It's precisely because of this that even Jiang Zhiyu felt a great curiosity towards Dragon Blood Lake and the dragon carp. Chapter 38, The Shadow of the Martial King in the Heart of Dragon Blood Lake. Attention all students, you must return to Warrior Town for record registration before noon tomorrow. Additionally, if you encounter any deadly danger, you can press the button on the side of your wristband in advance. At that time, staff will come to rescue following the signal. But it's worth mentioning that once you press the button, it means the end, and all scores will reset to 0. So I remind all students to have a full understanding of their own strength. The country does not need blind arrogance, nor the reckless who cannot recognize their own shortcomings. After this last warning, all students left the boundaries of Warrior Town simultaneously, filled with anticipation and nervousness, heading in different directions. 1,000 people sounds like a lot, but scattered over hundreds of square kilometers, they became sparse. Bai Changsheng emerged from the spirit bag a few kilometers after leaving Warrior Town. Then, following Jiang Zhiyu's indicated direction, he set off while also looking for nearby exotic beasts. The distance of 100 kilometers is not far, but relying purely on their legs to run still takes quite a bit of time. Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu were alright, their second-tier vitality enabled them to have the constitution for long-distance traveling, but for Lin Jingyao, it felt like a torment. After all, her vitality was nowhere near as exaggerated as Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng's. Moreover, there were battles every few hundred meters. With Jiang Zhiyu's deliberate leaking of monsters, Lin Jingyao, with Bai Changsheng's cooperation, took down 3 exotic beasts that had just broken through to first-tier beast soldiers. Compared to Jiang Zhiyu's 12 beasts, this number seemed a bit pitiful. However, considering Lin Jingyao's strength limit was just here, Jiang Zhiyu didn't push for more. If possible, they would think of a way for Lin Jingyao to kill a few more when they returned. But their current task was to circle around Dragon Blood Lake. The remaining exotic beasts were all dealt with by Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu, greatly improving their battle efficiency and speeding up their journey. After 6 hours, they finally reached the 100-kilometer mark. In the distance, they saw a vast lake, and as they approached closer, they were even more amazed. Green water is shallow, clear water is deep, dark water is an abyss, blue water is broad. This Dragon Blood Lake's water is extremely clear, yet one cannot see the bottom. The visible part shows that the water gets deeper as it moves away from the shore. In its deepest parts, it may be over 100 meters. Jiang Zhiyu scooped up a handful of water from Dragon Blood Lake, feeling it was cool and exceptionally clear. With such a large area and a depth exceeding 100 meters, under these conditions, it's indeed possible to nurture rare exotic beasts.
even the emergence of high-tier exotic beasts is not impossible. With Jiang Zhiyu's perspective,
the words spoken are still very credible.
However, such words alone cannot prove that Dragon Blood Lake has any abnormalities.
After all, although there are not many large and deep lakes, they are not rare either, especially since Dragon Blood Lake is so close to Warrior Town number 042, frequented by many warriors, including those who come here specifically to fish. If there really was something wrong, it would have been discovered long ago. In such a long time, many high-level warriors must have passed by, and they could not have missed any anomalies. Bai Changsheng showed no hesitation upon hearing this and dipped his head to take a sip of the lake water from Dragon Blood Lake. Although the lake water was slightly sweet, the system did not provide any alerts, suggesting that it likely had nothing to do with the water. Otherwise, even if he couldn't unlock Dragon Blood, there should at least have been some hint. Dragon Carp. To unlock the Dragon Blood evolution tree, one should eat enough Dragon Carp. Or just catch an entire Purple-Scaled Dragon Carp. But how could he catch the Dragon Carp hidden within the depths of the lake? Bai Changsheng racked his brain but came up empty. Although he could hold his breath and dive, his movements underwater would be greatly affected, even making it difficult to exert all his strength. In such circumstances, even if he could find the Dragon Carp, it would be hard to catch or kill it. Over there, someone is fishing. Lin Jingyao suddenly spoke up, pointing toward the center of the lake. Ha! Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng followed her gesture and looked toward the lake, only to be startled to find that there was indeed a person sitting at the center of the lake, fishing. But strangely, whether it was Jiang Zhiyu or Bai Changsheng, it seemed they had not seen that person until now. Or rather, for some unknown reason, their minds had automatically ignored him once they saw him. Bai Changsheng was surprised, but Jiang Zhiyu gazed thoughtfully at the person's back at the center of the lake. The power of the rules is concealing his aura, which is why we subconsciously overlooked him. A Dragon Blood Lake can actually attract the presence of a martial king? I don't recognize that figure. Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brows, her mind swirling with thoughts. There are only a handful of people who can reach the martial king stage in the entire Tianqiao, and if she had seen him before, she would not forget. But the fact is, she truly has no memory of the person at the lake center, yet the power of the rules is undoubtedly real. Either that person passed away before her eyes, or he simply is not a warrior from Tianqiao. Senior. Lin Jingyao called out loudly, and then they saw the person turn around to glance at them, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a ripple that spread outward. White hair, an old man. That fleeting encounter left Bai Changsheng and his group with only these two impressions. Looking around, they could no longer find any trace of that individual. Is this the power of a top-tier master? To come and go without a trace. Bai Changsheng was sure he had not blinked, but he had not captured how that person had left, not even a shadow was left behind. If Bai Changsheng didn't have much concept of top combat power before, he certainly does now. And fortunately, that person showed no malice toward them, otherwise, Bai Changsheng and the others might not even know how they died. Strange, where did that senior go? Lin Jingyao still looked puzzled and asked, suddenly vanished, with no idea how powerful that senior's strength is. Martial King. Jiang Zhiyu pressed her lips together and uttered two words. Martial King? Upon hearing this, Bai Changsheng felt a surge of alarm. If martial kings are that formidable, then they're corresponding beast kings. For the first time, Bai Changsheng clearly felt just how vast the gap was between himself and the small goal he had initially set for himself. If there were no system support, he feared that he would spend his whole life. It is impossible to touch the threshold of the Beast King. No, if the Martial King is this strong, then what about Jiang Zhiyu's Emperor realm in her last life? Chapter 39, Using Myself as Bait to Fish for Dragon Carp. Bai Changsheng turned to glance at Jiang Zhiyu, then silently tucked the surprise deep in his heart. However, the surprise was only brief. Although the Emperor realm is terrifying, it does not mean he has no chance to attempt it. With the support of the system, even if Jiang Zhiyu is a reincarnated empress, her cultivation speed doesn't seem to surpass his. However, the urgent matter now is to find a way to unlock and activate the Dragon Blood evolutionary tree. The senior did not respond and directly left. Clearly, trying to find a shortcut was not going to work, so they had to think of their own way to catch fish. There are no fishing rods or anything. The dragon carp are in the lake, there's no way to catch them. Lin Jingyao looked around, pondering fruitlessly, and finally helplessly exclaimed, "We can't just jump into the water to catch them, can we?" Jumping into the water to catch them was obviously impossible, but Lin Jingyao's words served as a wake-up call for Bai Changsheng. No matter how to catch the fish, they first need to find a way to attract the dragon carp over. To catch fish, one must use bait. As long as they can gather the dragon carp in one place, they can find a way to catch some. Jiang Zhiyu seemed to realize this as well and summoned several beast corpses from her storage ring. These were all hunted along their journey, originally intended to be reserves for Bai Changsheng's rations, but now it seemed they had a greater use. "Yao Yao, help me, cut these exotic beast meats into small pieces." The dragon carp itself is an exotic beast, and as long as it is an exotic beast, it won't refuse bloody items. Using these exotic beast meats as bait, attracting the dragon carp should not be a big problem.
Lin Jingyao heard this and showed no hesitation or disgust, though processing these exotic beast corpses would be quite bloody.
She picked up the knife and began to chop. After just over 10 strikes, the exotic beast meat was cut into fist-sized chunks. As the chunks of meat were thrown into the water, ripples splashed forth, and only then did Jiang Zhiyu turn to Bai Changsheng. I checked the information about Dragon Blood Lake before I came here. Apart from the dragon carp, there are no other aquatic exotic beasts in the lake.
However, the lake water seems normal. It doesn't appear that other exotic beasts cannot survive in it.
It should be that the dragon carp has a very strong exclusivity and will group together to attack other exotic beasts.
I remember that the white scale snake can swim, right? Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Changsheng instantly understood her meaning.
She wanted him to sacrifice himself to be the live bait.
Should he go?
Of course he should. Not to mention that Jiang Zhiyu has her reasons for asking him to do this. Just facing the dragon blood evolutionary tree waiting to be unlocked, Bai Changsheng couldn't bear to just stand by and do nothing. Standing on the shore fishing was not going to happen. Neither of them nor the snake knew how to fish, so they could only think of a way to risk themselves. Ordinary dragon carp don't need to be concerned about, their attack power isn't strong enough to break your defenses. Find a way to attract the purple-scaled dragon carp to the shore. When the time comes, I will use the soul-slaying needle to forcefully kill the purple-scaled dragon carp.
Jiang Zhiyu looked at the surface of Dragon Blood Lake, her gaze intense.
The soul-slaying needle, she had used it once in the battle against the Steel Bone Wolf King. At that time, it had caused the Lord-level Steel Bone Wolf King to fall into a brief daze. From just this battle, it seemed that the soul-slaying needle did not have much power, but in reality, its effect far exceeded everyone's imagination. It should be noted that at that time, Jiang Zhiyu was merely a first-rank martial artist. Forcing her way across 4 major realms to unleash a mental attack that could only be triggered at the marquee level, she even managed to injure a lord-level exotic beast. This was completely an attack after stacking negative buffs to the maximum. And now, Jiang Zhiyu's spirit was stable, and her strength had risen to the second-rank martial artist realm. In this situation, urging the soul-destroying needle would only make its effect even stronger. And the purple-scaled dragon carp is clearly not on the same level as the Steelbone Wolf King. The strength of the purple-scaled dragon carp is probably at the second-grade beast soldier stage. I am confident that I can kill it with one strike, but if possible, get as close to the shore as you can. After listening to all of Jiang Zhiyu's advice, Bai Changsheng silently crawled into the lake, then took a deep breath, entering the water headfirst like a snake. The icy sensation immediately struck him, but this feeling was not intense, at least within the range Bai Changsheng could bear. With his slender body fully submerged, Bai Changsheng clearly sensed the peculiarity of the Dragon Blood Lake. The entire shape of the Dragon Blood Lake was very bizarre. With the naked eye, he could see that for every meter he went deeper, the water level increased by about 40 to 50 centimeters. This slope made the bottom of the Dragon Blood Lake look like a funnel. If nothing unexpected happens, the purple-scaled dragon carp should be at the very center of the lake, in the deepest water. His thoughts stirred, Bai Changsheng's body swayed as he swam toward the center of the lake. On the shore, Lin Jingyao and Jiang Zhiyu were still continuously throwing pieces of exotic beast meat into the water, staining the originally clear water with a hint of red. As expected, with the bloody smell continuously spreading, several red dragon carps had already taken notice and began to gather toward this direction. Bai Changsheng saw 4 in his line of sight. Looking at the dragon carps that were about 50 to 60 centimeters long, plump and strong, Bai Changsheng resisted the urge to hunt them on the spot. If he hunted them now, it would easily scare away the fish, which would not be worth it. Moreover, seeing how swiftly the dragon carp swam around and comparing it to his clumsy and slow movements, even if Bai Changsheng wanted to catch them, there was no way he could catch up. One of the dragon carps noticed Bai Changsheng and stopped eating the exotic beast meat, suddenly turning and rushing toward him. Bang! Bai Changsheng felt as if he had been kicked hard by someone, and his body suddenly sank, turning to bite at the side. But the dragon carp that had just attacked him had already swum away, not giving Bai Changsheng the chance to bite it. The attack from the dragon carp was not strong, it probably just felt like the pain of just entering the first-grade beast soldier level. But one attack did not mean much. However, if the number increased, even if one dragon carp couldn't kill him, it could certainly torment him well. I can't get entangled. I need to find the purple-scaled dragon carp quickly before the other dragon carps notice. Bai Changsheng's heart sank, ignoring the death grip of the dragon carp just now, and continued to swim toward the center of the lake. However, Bai Changsheng ultimately underestimated the exclusivity of these dragon carps. As he delved deeper into the Dragon Blood Lake, more and more dragon carps focused on him as he swam by. He glanced back, and now more than 10 were trailing behind him. Each attack felt like a heavy hammer, slowly making it harder for Bai Changsheng to maintain his balance. He could overpower them, but he couldn't catch them. The agility of the dragon carps exceeded his imagination, and just their speed was not something an ordinary first-grade beast soldier could possess. If the ordinary dragon carps were like this, how formidable would the purple-scaled dragon carp be? Chapter 40, 3 Purple-Scaled Dragon Carps. Surfacing for air, he took a look at the shore, estimating his distance from it. With the interference from this group of dragon carps, it took him 3 minutes to swim a mere 200 meters. But he still had at least 500 meters to the center of the lake. Not far, but not close either. Little Bai is out. On the shore, Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changsheng, who suddenly surfaced, her voice slightly excited, and then saw Bai Changsheng dive back into the water. Upon re-entering the water, a new round of dragon carp attacks came his way. But this time, among the group of red-scaled dragon carps, each no more than 40 or 50 centimeters long, there was one nearly 1 meter long, with purple scales on its back. With just one glance, Bai Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Purple-Scaled Dragon Carp. He had thought he would have to swim to the center of the lake to find it, but he didn't expect it to come looking for him instead. Its size was several times that of an ordinary dragon carp, and one could easily imagine its energy and blood were extraordinary. A normal dragon carp could only cause him discomfort, but the purple-scaled dragon carp was another story. Especially since the purple-scaled dragon carp had a longer and thinner head, with a hardened area on top, already showing a difference in shape from the regular dragon carp, its attack methods would surely change as well. In the water, his power was greatly limited, and fighting would be unwise. Moreover, he didn't need to fight. Without any hesitation, the moment Bai Changsheng saw the purple-scaled dragon carp, he turned and ran, his slender body twisting sharply to charge forward. With all his strength, this was the true speed Bai Changsheng had in the water. But the problem was, he was fast, and the purple-scaled dragon carp was even faster. Bai Changsheng felt a shock in his heart. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a violent crash against his body, and an overwhelming sensation swept over him. Damn! This feeling made Bai Changsheng instinctively want to curse. If the impact of a normal dragon carp only brought a faint ache, like being kicked hard, then the attack from the purple-scaled dragon carp felt like a dump truck crashing into him. Bai Changsheng could even clearly feel that the part of his body hit by the purple-scaled dragon carp had lost sensation, while that muscle was involuntarily contracting. Damn! No wonder it was said that the purple-scaled dragon carp possessed the strength of a second-grade beast soldier. Just from this crash, a regular first-grade beast soldier would probably have fainted. Only because Bai Changsheng's energy and blood were much higher than that of the purple-scaled dragon carp, and he also had rock armor for defense, did he escape with non-fatal injuries. Even so, Bai Changsheng was still suffering immensely. The purple-scaled dragon carp seemed tireless. After one hit, before Bai Changsheng could react, its next attack came again. Bang! This time, Bai Changsheng clearly felt the wave of water that followed. He tried to dodge, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the purple-scaled dragon carp at all. Another powerful strike crashed into him, and this time, the pain was even greater than before. He felt his outer layer of snake scales could no longer withstand the purple-scaled dragon carp's attack and began to shatter and fall off. He turned to counterattack, but the purple-scaled dragon carp darted away in a flash, already several meters away. Even if Bai Changsheng's energy and blood were still high, and his strength was great, if he couldn't land a hit, everything was for nothing. Even more deadly was that out of the corner of his eye, Bai Changsheng vaguely saw 2 more figures with purple scales deep in the lake. With one purple-scaled dragon carp already making him so desperate, he highly doubted he could survive if 2 more joined the fray. Run! Without daring to hesitate for a moment, Bai Changsheng twisted his slender body with all his might, speeding up even more. But even if he ran faster, he couldn't outpace the dragon carps and the purple-scaled dragon carp that were hot on his heels. Little fish, Xiaobai seems to be in danger. Now that she was closer, Lin Jingyao noticed something was off in the distance. Of course, Jiang Zhiyu saw it too. Watching Bai Changsheng's figure twitch and shake in the water, along with the group of dragon carps trailing behind him, Jiang Zhiyu frowned tightly. Over 100 meters away was simply too far. With her current mental strength, forcing her way to act was already at her limit. If she tried to jump beyond a 100-meter distance to attack, it would be almost futile. If not, she would not have risked letting the Steel Bone Wolf King get close that day. But if she also swam into the lake, the final result might not be any better than Bai Changsheng's. Unable to help, everything depended on Bai Changsheng himself. Bai Changsheng had already surfaced, and behind him, there were groups of red dragon carps, among which followed 3 purple-scaled dragon carps. Time and time again, the collisions made Bai Changsheng's figure appear extremely awkward on the lake's surface. In just a short distance of 100 meters, he had already suffered no less than 20 hits. Among them, 2 attacks came from the purple-scaled dragon carps, leaving him with 2 more broken spots on his abdomen like snake scales. At first, Bai Changsheng would curse a few times in his heart, but as the scars increased, he had become numb. No, if I can't unlock the dragon's blood, I'll suffer a big loss. I've remembered this grudge. Don't run. Wait for me for a few months, and I'll come back to destroy you all. Bai Changsheng felt his head spinning, a feeling that he might faint at any moment. But he knew very well that he couldn't faint. Once he fainted, he would truly be at the mercy of others, and in the end, he might not even leave a complete corpse, only able to keep cursing in his heart to keep himself awake. But before his eyes, there was another group of dragon carps that noticed his movement. Although he had long guessed that this would happen, when it was true that 2 or 3 dozen dragon carps were swimming towards him, Bai Changsheng still felt a shiver down his spine. In fact, if it weren't for these pieces of exotic beast meat acting as bait, Bai Changsheng would have already been surrounded by dragon carps. It was only because they were attracted to the meat that they had helped relieve a lot of Bai Changsheng's pressure, but that was still not enough. At this moment, he was still 100 meters away from the shore. Without a way to break through, it would be difficult to cover that distance. No, I can't save these evolution points. If I save them any longer, I might have to wait until my next life to use them.
Although he was somewhat reluctant, Bai Changsheng had no choice left. System, add points.
Deducting 162 evolution points, the evolution tree branch rock armor defense level upgraded to LV4.
Next upgrade for rock armor defense requires 486 evolution points. Light up the evolution tree, steel bone.
Deducting 120 evolution points, the evolution tree branch steel bone has been lit. Next upgrade for steel bone requires 360 evolution points. After a series of 2 prompts, Bai Changsheng felt a warmth surge through his body. Not only was the energy beneath his snake scales enhanced, but even his entire skeleton became nearly twice as strong.
Chapter 41, Soul Destruction Needle. In an instant, the surge in defense meant Bai Changsheng was completely immune to the attacks of ordinary dragon carps.
The previous slight pain had completely disappeared, and even the attacks from the purple-scaled dragon carps had weakened significantly. Although each blow still made it difficult for him to maintain his figure, at least he was no longer shattered by a single hit. Stabilizing his figure again, Bai Changsheng swam vigorously towards the shore. The dragon carps that had previously intercepted him had already joined the group behind him, but these attacks were of no concern to Bai Changsheng. He only occasionally dodged a purple-scaled dragon carp's attack, although it was of little consequence.
80 meters. 60 meters. Jiang Zhiyu frowned, looking at the waves surging on the lake's surface, estimating the distance in her heart.
A little closer, a little closer.
40 meters, 30 meters.
Bai Changsheng was getting closer to the shore, but the group of dragon carps behind him seemed to sense some danger. Their attack frequency was decreasing, as if they were on guard against the 2 people on the shore. These creatures are extremely sensitive to danger. It's no wonder they are so hard to catch and highly priced. Bai Changsheng glanced back, and the 3 purple-scaled dragon carps that had been closely chasing him. At this moment, he was just trailing behind, but he had no intention of attacking again. Not good. If it goes on like this, by the time he reaches the shore, these dragon carps might scatter. Even if Jiang Zhiyu has a way to annihilate them, he would not be able to act due to the distance. If he really lets them slip away, wouldn't all his previous efforts have been in vain? With this thought, Bai Changsheng decisively turned around and rushed toward the group of dragon carps. He must reignite the dragon carp's sense of exclusion. He needed them to realize he would not leave easily, only then would they continue to pursue him. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on a dragon carp barreling towards him. The sudden counterattack caught it completely off guard. After all, Bai Changsheng was ultimately a late-stage second-tier beast soldier, and against these dragon carps, his vitality value was overwhelming. Previously, he couldn't counterattack due to the purple-scaled dragon carp's assault, but now, with less interference, killing a few dragon carps was not a big deal. The dragon carp he bit down on tried to struggle and resist, but in the face of Bai Changsheng's overwhelming vitality, its struggles were futile. With a forceful bite, the fishy blood instantly spilled from Bai Changsheng's mouth, and he swallowed it whole. The system's prompt sound rang out. Congratulations, host, you have devoured a dragon carp, gaining 6 vitality points and 9 evolution points. Detected evolution tree branch, dragon blood. Bloodline dragon blood content is too low, unable to unlock this evolution tree branch. Indeed, a single dragon carp, though rare, was not enough to satisfy the unlocking requirements. Even swallowing it whole did not meet the conditions. It seems that only by finding a way to devour a purple-scaled dragon carp could he unlock it. Bai Changsheng's gaze shifted to the 3 purple-scaled dragon carps in the distance. The once fierce-looking purple-scaled dragon carp seemed indifferent, watching Bai Changsheng hunt other dragon carps as if they couldn't see him. But for Bai Changsheng, their indifference no longer mattered. Since the purple-scaled dragon carps were unwilling to approach, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. The vitality points provided by dragon carps, though not high, were quite considerable in evolution points. Ordinary first-tier beast soldiers could not provide so many evolution points. Having just spent nearly 300 evolution points, Bai Changsheng's demand for evolution points had reached a peak once again. A series of 3 attacks landed successfully, bringing in another 30 evolution points. Actually, with the speed of the dragon carps, they shouldn't have been so easily bitten by Bai Changsheng. If anything, it was the sheer number of them that made it possible, and they weren't smart like the purple-scaled dragon carps, which knew to avoid him and attack from the sides. It was like a poor marksman firing randomly at a crowd and still hitting someone. However, this state did not last long.
The 3 purple-scaled dragon carps could no longer hold back.
Fearing the 2 individuals on the shore did not mean they could just watch Bai Changsheng slaughter other dragon carps.
Coming.
Seeing the 3 purple-scaled dragon carps rushing towards him again, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, and he turned to run.
30 meters. 20 meters. Now.
Jiang Zhiyu, seeing the dragon carp group only 20 meters away, no longer hesitated.
Soul Destruction Needle.
Jiang Zhiyu shouted lightly, and in the next moment, an invisible attack instantly struck the group of dragon carps beneath the lake surface. Although the attack was invisible, the lake water instantly sank several feet, and the subsequent surging sight revealed the power of Jiang Zhiyu's strike.
Wow! Beside her, Lin Jingyao couldn't help but exclaim at the scene.
She knew that Jiang Zhiyu's strength was greater than hers, but the events unfolding before her proved once again that the gap between them had grown beyond words could describe. In the water, Bai Changsheng vaguely felt something brush past him in an instant. The next moment, the lake behind him surged violently, leaving behind a dead silence. Looking back, the 3 purple-scaled dragon carps, which had once been fierce, now seemed dazed, their massive bodies being swept away by the churning lake water. As for the ordinary dragon carps, whose strength was much weaker than the purple-scaled ones, they had all turned belly up, completely losing their lives. Bai Changsheng originally thought that his blood energy would far exceed Jiang Zhiyu's. In terms of strength, he was definitely above Jiang Zhiyu. But now it seemed that he was only higher than Jiang Zhiyu in blood energy value. In his previous life as the Empress, Jiang Zhiyu's methods were not something he could compare to at this moment. Not to mention, just this one mental attack could easily wipe him out. The ability to launch targeted attacks beyond levels was now even capable of spreading out attacks to eliminate dozens of dragon carps in one go.
The power was beyond Bai Changsheng's imagination. If he could learn this move.
Bai Changsheng's thoughts surged inside, but he was more astonished at Jiang Zhiyu's strength. Xiao Bai, drag these dragon carp corpses up here.
Jiang Zhiyu's voice rang out again.
Compared to just now, her voice now carried a hint of weakness. It was obvious that unleashing an attack of this level took a considerable toll on her, but thankfully she was not as drained as during her battle with the Steel Wolf King last time. Hearing this, Bai Changsheng's body swayed slightly as he bit down on a purple-scaled dragon carp, then dragged it towards the shore. So on and so forth. On the third time, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth and directly bit through the third purple-scaled dragon carp, the fish meat entering his belly. This time, the system's notification sound finally changed.
Chapter 42, Evolution Tree Branch, Dragon Blood.
Congratulations, host, for devouring the purple-scaled dragon carp and obtaining 32 blood energy points, plus 49 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the unlit evolution tree branch, Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood, anyone with Dragon Blood has a hope of transforming into a dragon.
Points needed to light up, 300.
A series of system notifications left Bai Changsheng feeling nothing but excitement in his heart. It was not easy, he had finally unlocked this evolution tree branch. Although it was not yet lit up and he did not feel the benefits from Dragon Blood, just looking at the description made Bai Changsheng feel an impulse to risk all his evolution points to light up Dragon Blood. But looking at his nearly maxed out blood energy value, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. Dragon Blood was excellent, but for now, the third-grade beast soldiers were much more appealing. He swallowed the remaining half of the dragon carp meat, and the system's notification sound arrived again. Congratulations, host, for devouring the purple-scaled dragon carp and obtaining 34 blood energy points, plus 53 evolution points. Blood energy value has reached 3,000 points. Host, please evolve as soon as possible. Blood energy value required for next evolution, 3,000 evolution points, 549/1000. The blood energy value was already full, but he was still lacking over 400 evolution points. With a slight turn of his gaze, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but look at those dragon carps floating in the lake, already turned belly up. A dragon carp sold for only 200, which was 50 times less than the purple-scaled dragon carp. However, for Bai Changsheng at this moment, they were the best materials. Though not expensive, due to the thin dragon blood lineage within them, they could provide substantial evolution points. Counting roughly, Jiang Zhiyu's attack had at least turned 60 or 70 dragon carps belly up. If he could devour them all, it would be enough for him to meet the evolution point requirements for this upgrade.
Zhiyu, Xiao Bai is eating dragon carps.
Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changsheng, who was constantly swimming back and forth in the lake, and reminded Jiang Zhiyu. Eating so much, don't let it get stuffed. Jiang Zhiyu glanced at Bai Changsheng in the distance, then shook her head. If it likes to eat, let it eat. After all, ordinary purple-scaled dragon carps aren't worth much, and they can't be stored for long. After picking up the 2 purple-scaled dragon carps on the ground into her storage ring, Jiang Zhiyu sat down on the spot and took out a potion that could replenish her mental energy. The 2 purple-scaled dragon carps sold for 200,000, and she only paid for a potion to restore her energy, so it was quite a good deal. Lin Jingyao glanced at her meditating friend but did not disturb her, turning instead to Bai Changsheng, who was still in the lake devouring dragon carps, and couldn't help but shout out.
Xiao Bai, leave me too, don't eat them all. Only Lin Jingyao would dare to compete for food with a snake.
Bai Changsheng glanced at Lin Jingyao on the shore, feeling a bit helpless, but he really couldn't eat all the dragon carps at once. Even though his digestion ability had been enhanced to level 5, increasing his digestion speed by who knows how many times, he was still limited by his level. After eating just 10 dragon carps, Bai Changsheng began to feel full and couldn't consume anymore. Reluctantly, he could only drag the remaining dragon carp carcasses back to the shore and let Jiang Zhiyu store them in her ring. As night fell, Jiang Zhiyu chose not to rush on the road under the cover of darkness. Her current condition wasn't suitable for traveling, and there was still plenty of time. They weren't in a hurry for those few hours. The night wasn't too cold, they didn't even need to start a fire. After Bai Changsheng had eaten his fill, he returned to his spirit pouch to digest, leaving only Lin Jingyao to stand guard. Two strange beasts passed by while drinking water, but they were both of lower grades, and with Lin Jingyao's strength, it wasn't too much of a burden, so Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu did not intervene. During this time, Bai Changsheng came out to eat over 10 more dragon carps, gaining another 100 points of evolution value, then swapped with Lin Jingyao for sleep while he took the night watch. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, Jiang Zhiyu exited her meditation state and headed toward the warrior town with Lin Jingyao. On their return journey, they had already hunted several strange beasts, and they estimated they could hunt quite a few more. Including the many dragon carps in Dragon's Blood Lake, Jiang Zhiyu's points were definitely enough to get into Shuemu. As for Lin Jingyao, after this battle, she had recognized her shortcomings in strength. Compared to a true Shuemu-level genius like Jiang Zhiyu, she was not just a little behind, she no longer dared to aspire to Shuemu, and even if she were admitted, she might be left far behind, becoming the last student in the class. Moreover, it was foreseeable that with her talent, she definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with Shuemu's teaching pace. When that time came, being a Shuemu student would not help her at all but rather hold her back. If she gave up on Shuemu, with her strength, it wouldn't be a problem to get into a decent martial arts university. When Jiang Zhiyu heard Lin Jingyao's words, she didn't try to persuade her much, or rather, she understood very well what kind of life suited Lin Jingyao. However, Bai Changsheng seemed to have something to say but held back.
Lin Jingyao didn't know, but how could he not know?
With Jiang Zhiyu's talent, the potential to achieve the Emperor realm in the future, even within Shuemu, she would be a unique existence. Among billions, there was hardly anyone who could compare to her talent.
Even he, who had benefits, couldn't guarantee he could firmly overpower Jiang Zhiyu.
Looking at Jiang Zhiyu's indifferent expression, all Bai Changsheng could do was fill his own stomach as much as possible. Returning to the warrior town, they submitted their battle video, and the rest was just waiting for time to pass, then taking the intercity train back to their respective cities. By the way, Jiang Zhiyu sold the 2 purple-scaled dragon carps to a restaurant. The price was a little lower than the one quoted by the waiter yesterday, each was priced at 90,000 alliance coins. 18,000 was exchanged. After all, the restaurant also needed to make a profit. Compared to the Steelbone Wolf King's earnings, the alliance coins obtained from the Purple-Scaled Dragon Carp are definitely not much, but good fortunes like the Steelbone Wolf King are not encountered often.
Moreover, the danger level of just the 2 encounters is not on the same scale.
The risks are not equal, so the gains are naturally different. In terms of daily life, the exchange of these 2 Purple-Scaled Dragon Carps has already counted as a significant reward. In contrast, this trip to the wasteland has truly brought great gains to Bai Changsheng. The impressive vitality points and evolution points no longer seem significant. The dragon blood branch of the evolution tree is the true treasure beyond measure.
After all, if one could become a dragon, who would want to be a worthless snake? But in the end, what's lacking is still evolution points. To simply light up the dragon blood requires a full 300 evolution points, and one can anticipate that the further on, the required points will be even more outrageous. If one really wants to maximize dragon blood and transform their bloodline, the difficulty won't be much less than achieving the Beast King title. Chapter 43, 5th Evolution. Tier 3 Beast Soldier. Aunt Jiang, you don't know.
Those bizarre beasts in the wasteland can't do anything to Xiaoyu and Xiaobai at all. One shot each, the bizarre beasts don't even have the power to retaliate. Listening to Lin Jingyao's somewhat exaggerated words, Jiang father and Jiang mother remained worried, but they felt much more relieved.
Although they hadn't been to the wasteland, they still had enough understanding of martial artists and bizarre beasts.
They knew very well what level their daughter's strength was at. A Tier 2 martial artist, while surpassing the vast majority of ordinary people, is still somewhat unrealistic to consider invincible in the wasteland. Even approaching the martial artist town, mostly beast soldier level bizarre beasts can be found, and it's rare to encounter beast general tier beings.
But even among beast soldiers, aren't there still Tier 3 soldiers? Going to the wasteland, still must be cautious, very cautious. Jiang mother looked at Jiang Zhiyu, her worry never fading.
Jiang Zhiyu just nodded at her words without saying much.
Some things can't be told to parents too much. If they can be hidden, then hide them. If they can't be hidden anymore, it's not too late to confess.
The group slowly made their way home, and everything seemed to return to normal. Jiang Zhiyu spent her days either training or practicing, occasionally going out for a stroll with Lin Jingyao.
Meanwhile, Bai Changsheng just ate and slept every day, fully accumulating the evolution points needed for the next evolution.
Finally, on the fourth day, Bai Changsheng endured the feeling of vomiting and swallowed the last batch of obviously spoiled dragon carp. As the system prompt sounded again, his evolution points finally reached 1,000 points. Congratulations, host, you have met the conditions for the fifth evolution.
Do you wish to begin evolution?
Yes. It had been over a month since the fourth evolution, and with continuous growth and strength, the time needed for each evolution had significantly increased.
After waiting so long, Bai Changsheng didn't want to delay even for a moment before seizing the opportunity.
And at the instant he confirmed to begin the evolution, a familiar chill suddenly enveloped him.
Even in the room, Bai Changsheng felt as though his entire body was encased in ice. His massive body instinctively curled up. The sudden change also startled Jiang Zhiyu, who was initially planning to meditate.
A delicate foot stepped out and touched the ground, causing Jiang Zhiyu to frown slightly. Clearly entering June, the weather was hot, yet around Bai Changsheng, it felt like the depths of winter, and she could even vaguely sense frost beginning to form.
Reaching out to gently stroke Bai Changsheng's body, Jiang Zhiyu could clearly feel him trembling. This kind of anomaly made Jiang Zhiyu's heart skip a beat. Is this the third mutation? Murmuring. But deep down, there was an inexplicable feeling. 3 transformations, rare in the world. When did a bloodline-marred white-scaled snake undergo a third transformation?
Such a situation, she had never seen even in her previous life. But the fact lay before her, it was no longer a matter of belief. Looking at Bai Changsheng's condition, he was clearly enduring extreme pain, and his consciousness was becoming hazy. If there were no external interference to help him complete the transformation, even if he barely saved his life, he would suffer severe blood damage. With this thought, Jiang Zhiyu flipped her hand and summoned a bottle of golden potion from her storage ring. Golden Flame Potion, crafted by a 5th-grade alchemist, contains violent flame energy that can help the body expel impurities, priced at 170,000 alliance coins per bottle. This was initially prepared for me to break through to a 3rd-grade warrior, to solidify my foundation.
But now, you need it more than I do. Open your mouth.
Jiang Zhiyu pulled out the potion stopper, and a torrent of violent fiery energy instantly filled the entire room, forming a stark contrast with the coldness radiating from Bai Changsheng. With his consciousness nearly fainting, Bai Changsheng heard Jiang Zhiyu's words without any defense and decisively opened his mouth. As the golden flame potion entered, the violent fire energy instantly spread throughout Bai Changsheng. From extreme cold to extreme heat, it changed in an instant. Originally frozen by this coldness that forced him to curl up, Bai Changsheng now felt a fire burning within his body. Before he could react, the original coldness surged back to dominance. After a few seconds, the extreme heat struck again. This cycle continued, and Bai Changsheng felt his whole body going numb. Fortunately, this degree of alternating cold and heat was within his tolerance. His consciousness returned, and he vaguely heard the system's prompt. Congratulations, host, for devouring the golden flame potion, gaining 0 points of blood value, and 141 points of evolution value. This number was the most Bai Changsheng had ever obtained in a single instance. Even swallowing the innards of the Steel Bone Wolf King before only gained him 120 evolution points. You get what you pay for. The 170,000 coin potion was indeed terrifying. As the effects of the golden flame potion fully manifested, the original coldness surrounding Bai Changsheng was gradually suppressed until it completely disappeared. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 1,000 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for completing the 5th evolution. Next evolution requires blood value, 10,000 points, evolution points 2,000 points. After a series of system prompts, Bai Changsheng felt completely relaxed. The 5th evolution directly raised the upper limit of blood value to 10,000 points, which meant that at least for a short time, he would not have to worry about being restricted by the blood value limit for improvement. Now, he had completely crossed the threshold of a 3rd-grade beast soldier. Although he had just crossed, this strength already surpassed 80 to 90% of the strange beasts. How little time had passed since he crossed over, and his upgrade speed was far beyond Jiang Zhiyu's beside him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Changsheng turned to look at Jiang Zhiyu, who happened to be looking at him as well. Seemingly sensing Bai Changsheng's thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu's mouth slightly curved up. Have you stepped into the 3rd grade so quickly? Your speed of blood value increase really surpasses mine by a lot. But that's all there is to it. Beast soldiers are only beast soldiers. When you step into the beast general level, then you can be proud. Jiang Zhiyu's voice was calm, but her words stirred Bai Changsheng's heart. You and I have signed a spirit contract. As our strengths continue to rise, the feeling of being in sync will grow stronger. At the highest level of power, we can even communicate directly with our hearts.
You have stepped into the third rank, and I can roughly sense what you want to express. This is the first time Jiang Zhiyu has spoken so much to Bai Changsheng.
Before this, Jiang Zhiyu had never regarded Bai Changsheng highly, only seeing him as a spirit pet. But now, after witnessing Bai Changsheng's third mutation and his growth rate surpassing hers, Jiang Zhiyu finally let go of her contempt for Bai Changsheng and truly considered him a companion.
Chapter 44, Illuminate the Dragon Blood.
Bai Changsheng felt this change in Jiang Zhiyu very clearly, not only because of her words but also because, under the effect of their spiritual contract, he could sense the shallow activities in her heart. This change may not be significant, but it is an excellent beginning.
At the very least, Bai Changsheng received a promise from Jiang Zhiyu.
In the future, she would prepare a portion of training resources for Bai Changsheng. Although it wasn't to the extent of giving him whatever he wanted, it was the most suitable for Bai Changsheng. Despite having the system, Bai Changsheng's demand for training resources was not as great as that of other spirit beasts, but who would complain about having too many good things? Not to mention that bottle of golden flame medicine provided him with quite a few evolution points. If he could get 2 more bottles, he could directly illuminate the dragon blood evolution tree. However, it was clear that this thought was somewhat unrealistic. 1 bottle costs 170,000, and no matter how much money Jiang Zhiyu had, she couldn't keep up this spending. Getting him an upgraded mixed blood pill would be enough. Congratulations to the host for consuming Bear Blood Pill, gaining 27 vitality points, and gaining 13 evolution points. As Bai Changsheng's strength increased, the mixed blood pill could no longer provide him with significant improvement, but thankfully, with the Bear Blood Pill support, his growth efficiency rose again. Yet, the price was also astonishing, at a full 3,000 alliance coins each, 3 times that of the mixed blood pill. After a steady 4 days, with 3 meals a day featuring Bear Blood Pill, Bai Changsheng finally saved enough evolution points to illuminate the dragon blood. Looking at the panel showing just over 300 evolution points, Bai Changsheng decided to go all in. Congratulations to the host, spent 300 evolution points, illuminated evolution tree branch, Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood, anyone possessing Dragon Blood has the hope of transforming into a dragon. Next upgrade requirement for Dragon Blood, 1000 evolution points. As Bai Changsheng expected, the number of evolution points required to upgrade the Dragon Blood talent far exceeded his imagination. It was even more exaggerated than the talent obtained from defeating the Lord-level beast, Steel Bone Wolf King. However, the effects brought by such a large number of evolution points were incomparable to ordinary evolution tree branches. As the system notified him that the dragon blood had been successfully illuminated, Bai Changsheng suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if countless ants were crawling under his scales. Slowly, this sensation began to move towards his bones and internal organs. It felt like a subtle electric current flowing through him, similar to involuntary muscle twitches. Thankfully, this sensation was not too intense, at least not as unbearable as during evolution. In just over 10 seconds, the tingling feeling gradually faded away. It seemed there wasn't anything too extraordinary about the feeling, but when facing the mirror, Bai Changsheng could see a clear distinction. His scales looked even shinier, and there were 2 shallow bumps on his forehead. After completing his 5th evolution earlier, Bai Changsheng's length had already reached a terrifying 8 meters, and his body thickness had increased significantly. He originally looked frightening enough, and now, after illuminating the dragon blood, Bai Changsheng exuded an inexplicable majesty. What's on my head? Could it be dragon horns? The scale defense has improved, and even my strength seems to have increased by 2 or 3 times. But clearly my vitality points haven't improved much. Is this the effect of dragon blood? The same vital energy can unleash a stronger power, and there is also a certain improvement in stamina and recovery speed. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Changsheng's heart was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, the effect of the dragon blood would continuously amplify his strength as he grew, unlike toxins and rock armor defenses, which could only increase fixed values. If it weren't for the lack of enough evolution points, Bai Changsheng would have wanted to fully upgrade the dragon blood to see if he could transform into a dragon right on the spot. System Panel. Divine Level Devouring System. Host, Bai Changsheng. Race, White Scale Snake, 5 evolutions, Dragon Transformation Stage 1. Vital Energy, 3438. Evolved Trees Unlocked, Digestion Enhancement LV5, Rock Armor Defense LV4, Toxin LV2, Steel Bone LV1, Dragon Blood LV1. Available Evolution Points, 4.8. Evolved Trees to unlock, none. Not a long time, but enough for Bai Changsheng's panel to become completely new. Not only was the vital energy value exaggerated, but a series of evolution trees had also been unlocked. If digestion enhancement was the root of everything, then the dragon blood determined how lush Bai Changsheng's evolution tree could grow. As for the rest, while important, it also wasn't critical. At least without enough evolution points, Bai Changsheng probably wouldn't upgrade other branches anymore. Coming back to his senses, Bai Changsheng noticed that Jiang Zhiyu was looking at him. Clearly, Jiang Zhiyu had noticed his abnormality, but because Jiang's parents were still around, she did not directly ask. Dad, Mom, I have received the admission notice from Shuemu University.
According to the school's requirements, I have to go to school early.
Originally, Jiang Zhiyu's plan was to earn some money in the wasteland after the college entrance examination to ensure she had enough funds. However, plans could not keep up with changes. In her previous life, Jiang Zhiyu didn't get into Shuimu, and later, having grown, she no longer needed to study there, so she really didn't know that Shuimu would start school 2 months early. This had indeed disrupted her rhythm a bit. But sooner or later she had to go to school, the only question was whether it was early or late, so it didn't really matter.
Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, both John's father and mother fell silent.
Going to school was the same, but high school and university were two completely different concepts.
If nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Zhiyu's departure would mean they wouldn't see her for several months.
The two had never been apart from their daughter for such a long time and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. After a few seconds, John's father got up and went back to his room, returning with 10,000 yuan in cash.
When other children go to university, their parents will send them off.
But you know our situation, girl, your mom and I can't leave to send you off. This 10,000 yuan is what we've saved for you these past few months. Don't think it's too little, and don't refuse it. In case of any emergencies, it can help. If you run out of money, just call your mom, and don't suffer in school. Jiang Zhiyu fell silent. What she wanted to say had already been guessed by her father. Speaking more would only make her parents feel worse. She reached out to take the money and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Dad, Mom, I heard from my senior that Shuimu has plenty of holidays every year.
If you miss me, I can always come back."
In fact, with Jiang Zhiyu's skills, even if she didn't go to Shuimu, her future achievements wouldn't be much lower. However, as the #1 martial arts school in the Great Empire, Shuimu had a deep foundation, and there were some things even she had to fight for.
Chapter 45, Enrolling in Shuimu, Ascending the Star Tower. New students of Jingcheng Martial University, this way. Northern Region Martial University.
Getting off the intercity train and exiting the station with the crowd, he immediately saw several banners. Jingcheng Martial University, Northern Region Martial University, Extreme Martial University. Yet, the most eye-catching among them was undoubtedly the 4 characters of Shuimu Martial University standing in the center. There were no greetings, just the banners standing there.
It is enough to catch everyone's attention.
And every student passing by, looking at the 4 characters Shuimu Wude, couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. They didn't do poorly either, as they were all top students from leading martial arts universities in the country, previously the stars of their own schools. But it was clear that the top martial arts university in the Heavenly Dynasty was only Shuimu. It was as if at this moment, all the banners of other martial arts universities were centered around Shuimu. No matter how unwilling they felt, they would always be overshadowed by Shuimu. Shuimu really knows how to show off. Everyone is a top martial arts university, yet Shuimu stands out, acting as if they look down on the other martial arts universities. What do you think, beauty? In the crowd, a boy in a pink suit smirked and spoke to the girl next to him, his words dripping with resentment towards Shuimu.
The girl stayed silent, simply walking towards the Shuimu banner after seeing it.
I mean, I was the top student in my high school, and my family provided so many resources for practice. Yet Shuimu didn't accept me. I say, this Shuimu is overrated, boasting the title of the best martial arts university in the Heavenly Dynasty, but inside are just a bunch of incapable people.
Do you think what I said makes sense? By the way, beautiful, I haven't asked you, which school are you from?
Rarely, the girl responded, pointing at the Shuimu banner a few steps away, softly uttering the word Shuimu. Upon hearing this, the boy's mouth twitched slightly, seeing that in the line of Shuimu, a boy and a girl were walking towards them, he cleared his throat and took off. Talking bad about Shuimu in front of their students, no matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't keep arguing. Glancing at the boys departing back, he turned to look at the two approaching him. Long time no see, Jiang Junior sister.
Jiang Junior sister.
Still in a black leather jacket, her short hair looked very capable. The only difference was that this time, she didn't have the 2 short daggers at her side, and next to her was a serious-looking boy.
Senior sister Xian, long time no see.
The girl was Jiang Zhiyu, who had just arrived in the capital from home, and walking towards her were Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing. Let me reintroduce myself. Shuimu Wude, Qi and Blood Martial Arts College, second-year student, Xian Shuang.
Second-year student, Zhang Xing. Hearing their introductions, Jiang Zhiyu understood their intentions. Shuimu Wude, first-year student, Jiang Zhiyu.
Previously encountering in the wilderness, their interaction was harmonious, but Jiang Zhiyu had used a fake identity.
If they just happened to meet, it was fine to use the fake identity.
However, it was clear that as Jiang Zhiyu became a new student of Shuimu Wude, their future intersections would grow more frequent. Using a fake identity again was obviously inappropriate. Reintroducing themselves also melted the prior barriers that existed. Let's go, Jiang Junior sister, I'll personally show you around the school. Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing came specifically to welcome Jiang Zhiyu, and now that she had received the welcome, they naturally had no reason to stay any longer. After handing over the welcoming task to other students, the two took Jiang Zhiyu onto the school bus, heading toward Shuemu with this batch of newly arrived students. Shuemu was established in the second year after the disaster, and at that time, it gathered the strength of the entire nation, intending to explore martial arts and alien beasts, and then find a correct path to resist the alien beasts and practice martial arts. And Shuemu did not disappoint the nation, producing a total of 4 emperors, 17 martial kings, and 123 martial generals. In terms of foundations, Shuemu was the deepest in the entire Heavenly Dynasty. Even those 4 emperors are still honorary principals of Shuemu. Up till now, the Heavenly Dynasty has only had 6 emperors. The 4 figures came from Shuemu, so it's no wonder that Shuemu became the undeniable first martial arts school of the Celestial Empire. Just based on this strength, it's already beyond what other martial universities can compare to. The school is divided into 4 college campuses: the Chi and Blood Martial Arts College, Beast Master College, Magic College, and the Liberal Arts Research College. The teaching in these 4 colleges does not interfere with each other and is located in 4 directions of the school, but some areas are public. For example, the cafeteria, training rooms, martial arts arena, dormitory buildings, and this place we are seeing now. The Ascending Star Tower. What caught the eye was a 3-story building. The outer side was cast with metal, looking quite heavy. But the height of this building obviously has nothing to do with the words Ascending Star. Don't look at the floors not being high, but the whole building is made of Clo alloy, which can withstand the full force of a martial general. Moreover, it is equipped with the most advanced virtual reality technology and illusion magic of mages, achieving a realism of over 90%. In other words, fighting in here won't really injure you, but it will provide an almost real combat feeling. Of course, the battle won't go on forever. Once the building's intelligence deems that you are too heavily injured, the battle will end. Xin Shuang paused and continued, the school will use the battle videos from the Ascending Star Tower to assign you to a college, and there will also be teachers selecting students. Some of these teachers might even be Martial King level. Of course, most people can hardly wait for the school to conduct the assignments and have already tried it beforehand. Before the college assignment, newcomers can attempt multiple times and then take the best results into account. Furthermore, each level you pass in the Ascending Star Tower will earn you certain rewards. How about you try the difficulty of the Ascending Star Tower first? Xin Shuang looked at Jiang Zhiyu with a smile. For some reason, Jiang Zhiyu always felt she was urging herself to take a tumble. However, in her plans, she indeed meant to challenge the Ascending Star Tower during this time. All right. Looking at Xin Shuang's expression, Jiang Zhiyu nodded. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Zhiyu took a step toward the tall building, while Xin Shuang and another person quietly discussed her back. Jiangxing, how many levels did you reach the first time you attacked the Ascending Star Tower? 6 levels. I was bitten to death by a 3rd-grade beast soldier, the fire main devouring flame lion. Jiangxing shrugged, didn't you end up the same? Yeah, new students usually reach between the 3rd and 5th levels, while the 6th level is the limit for newcomers. How about guessing how many levels Junior John can reach? Chapter 46, 6th level of Ascending Star, slaying the fire main devouring flame lion. Jiang Zhiyu did not know what Xin Shuang and the other person were discussing, but it did not matter to her. What mattered was how many levels she could reach in the Ascending Star Tower. Although the difficulty of the Ascending Star Tower is fixed, everyone earns rewards for each level passed, but the rewards differ based on the time taken to pass. For instance, if you clear the 5th level after your freshman year, you will only receive 10,000 Alliance coins, but if you clear it right after enrollment, the reward will be a Tiger Blood Cultivation Pill worth 100,000. If I can obtain this Tiger Blood Cultivation Pill, it can barely replace the Golden Flame Potion and ensure my foundation remains solid. And then there's the 6th level, the Spirit Refining Potion, valued at 140,000 Alliance coins, which can temper the spirit and increase its strength by about 20%. The 7th level offers a middle-grade martial skill book, which, although I can't use, the rights to it can be sold for 150,000 points. 1 point is equal to 1 huabi, but points can buy many things that money can't. The 8th level grants a 1-year right to use a B-grade training room, worth 200,000 points. The 9th level. The higher the level of the Ascending Star Tower, the more generous the rewards, and the value escalates with each passing level. Jiang Zhiyu did not know how many levels she could reach with her own strength. But after the 5th level, every reward became something she desperately desired and urgently needed. For example, the 8th level B-grade training room, not only was it marked with a spirit-gathering formation that effectively increased the aura density within the training room, but it could also apply gravity, reaching up to 5 times the normal weight. In such an environment, whether practicing martial skills or performing basic chi and blood training, one could achieve results with half the effort. Huff. After taking a long breath, Jiang Zhiyu submitted her application to enter the Star Tower trial, then followed the staff's guidance into a room made entirely of alloy. Hello, new student Jiang Zhiyu, I am the Shuidi Intelligent AI, you can call me Ling Yun. Detected that this is your first time entering the Star Tower. Next, I will explain the important points you need to pay attention to during the trial. The entire trial is supported by the latest virtual reality projection technology from the Celestial Empire. Throughout the process, you don't need to worry about injury, but do pay attention, as the entire battle will be analyzed by me. Once it is determined that you take a fatal injury, the trial will be stopped immediately, and the result will be failure.
Second, the entire training room is made of.
The trial rules weren't long, but each point was very important. Jiang Zhiyu silently memorized them all and tightened her grip on the alloy spear in her hand.
Once AI Lingyun finished explaining all the important points, the countdown followed.
At the same time, little lights began to flicker and gather in front of Jiang Zhiyu.
In the last 3 seconds, it fully formed into a leopard that was over 1 meter tall. Is this virtual reality projection? Truly impressive.
Bai Changsheng in the spirit bag watched the scene before him, feeling shocked. Although he knew that this world was much more advanced in technology due to the beast crisis, this was somewhat exaggerated. Just looking at the continuously forming leopard shadow, it was clear that what Xin Shuang said about 90% realism was not an exaggeration. However, compared to Bai Changsheng, Jiang Zhiyu felt no shock at all. First level, mid-grade beast soldier, spotted leopard. At the moment the last second countdown rang out, Jiang Zhiyu's spear fiercely stabbed forward, aiming straight for the head of the spotted leopard.
In just an instant, the spotted leopard didn't even let out a single howl before turning back into little lights.
Congratulations, Jiang Zhiyu. You have passed the first level of the Star Tower and received the reward, a Qi blood pill.
Would you like to proceed to the second level trial? After confirming, the lights in front of Jiang Zhiyu shifted again and transformed into a new beast. Second level, 3,000 academy points.
Third level, 2 weeks in a D-grade training room.
Fourth level.
Fifth level, tiger blood body refining pill. Sixth level, early stage 3-grade beast soldier, fire mane flame lion. Looking at the fire mane flame lion, which was over 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters long, even Jiang Zhiyu felt immense pressure.
3-grade beast soldiers are no longer the same concept as 2-grade beast soldiers.
The same fire mane flame lion that Huang Xiaotian had was evidently not enough. Just this imposing presence, even if it were illusory, was beyond what his spirit beast could compare to. Roar! With a deep roar, whether it was a visual effect or something real, a visible wave spread from the mouth of the fire mane flame lion, blowing the loose hair on Jiang Zhiyu's forehead.
As if sensing something, Jiang Zhiyu calmly spoke, "No need, it's just a virtual beast. It won't really hurt me. Moreover, it's only early stage 3 grade, the pressure isn't too great."
With her alloy spear spinning into a flower-like motion, Jiang Zhiyu did not retreat but instead advanced. In comparison, Jiang Zhiyu's qi and blood value was much weaker. Facing strong with weak, fighting at a higher level was not easy. If the opponent seized the initiative to attack first, her chances of winning would decrease significantly. And Bai Changsheng in the spirit bag noticed that Jiang Zhiyu didn't let him out. Just at this moment, he also wanted to see how strong Jiang Zhiyu, this existence from the Imperial realm, truly was. With the spear leading, followed closely by his steps, Jiang Zhiyu aimed this thrust at the neck of the flaming mane devouring lion. The flaming mane devouring lion, watching Jiang Zhiyu rushing towards it, flashed an exceptionally vivid anger in its eyes, as if this human before it was truly provoking it, raising its paw to swipe at Jiang Zhiyu. With its massive size, the paw of the flaming mane devouring lion looked like a palm leaf fan. It was easy to imagine that if this paw hit, with its overpowering vitality backing it, even if Jiang Zhiyu was not directly defeated, he would still drop significantly in health, close to losing. However, Jiang Zhiyu seemed to not see this paw at all, maintaining his spear in a stabbing position. Just as the two were about to collide, he suddenly changed tactics, shifting from a thrust to a swipe. The spear tip shook violently, slicing through the joint of the flaming mane devouring lion, his steps never faltering, body turning, as the spear retracted and stabbed out from in front of Jiang Zhiyu towards behind him. At the same time, Jiang Zhiyu hurled himself directly into the embrace of the flaming mane devouring lion. What seemed like a futile struggle caused both figures to momentarily freeze. Yet the previously aggressive flaming mane devouring lion turned into specks of light after Jiang Zhiyu's collision. Its body started to disperse. Bai Changsheng, who had been in the spirit nourishing bag, watched this inexplicable scene, left only with fear and shock. The apparent swift victory of their clash happened in mere moments, but Bai Changsheng could clearly feel the danger within. When the difference in vitality was not insurmountably great, Jiang Zhiyu chose to exchange life for life in his fighting style, yet her control over power and weapons was exaggeratedly precise. With a casual attack and collision, she not only neutralized the flaming mane devouring lion's assault but also accurately delivered the spear into its throat. Chapter 47 The Seventh Layer, The Ground-Shaking Ape. Congratulations, Jiang Zhiyu. You have passed the 6th layer of the Star Climbing Tower, gaining a reward, a bottle of God-Refining Potion. Will you proceed to the 7th layer trial? Hearing the AI prompt, Jiang Zhiyu chose yes without a moment's hesitation. In the previous 6 battles, she had adopted a quick and decisive approach, consuming very little energy from beginning to end, so there was naturally no need to stop and rest. Moreover, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that Jiang Zhiyu's combat experience was far superior to these virtual reality projections of strange beasts. After all, she was a being from the Imperial realm in her past life. While people often measured combat power by vitality, this measure clearly did not apply to Jiang Zhiyu. Not to mention, aside from Jiang Zhiyu, who could ensure they would win decisively in battles while being at a disadvantage in vitality? At least, Bai Changsheng could not do it. Of course, this was only possible because her enemies were virtual projections. Once the system determined that Jiang Zhiyu had dealt sufficiently fatal damage, it immediately declared her victory. Otherwise, in ordinary battles with real beasts, even if they received a fatal wound, that beast could still lash out a few times at Jiang Zhiyu before it died. Bang! Bang! 2 deep sounds suddenly echoed, and from the sound, it seemed something was smashing into something else. This time, before the form of the strange beast even solidified, noises had already sounded, and judging by the noise, its momentum surpassed that of the flaming mane devouring lion just moments ago. However, Jiang Zhiyu did not lose her calm because of these 2 dull sounds. With a fixed gaze on the continuously forming shadow ahead, she exhaled a breath, adjusting her breathing. The new beast was a humanoid entity, standing more than 3 meters tall after rising up. The lower limbs are somewhat short, but the arms appear extremely strong. Muscles bulge high, exuding authority. Even during the entire process of waiting to be sculpted, it showed no sign of calming down, raising its paws to pound its chest a couple of times before letting out an angry roar at Jiang Zhiyu, who was more than 10 steps away. Earth-shaking ape, a 3rd-grade beast warrior in the early stage? However, although this one is also a 3rd-grade beast warrior in the early stage, like the previous fire-mane flame lion, the blood value of this earth-shaking ape is much higher. Probably around 4,005. Compared to that fire-mane flame lion, this earth-shaking ape has completely stabilized its blood value. Barely, still within an acceptable range. Just from vaguely seeing its outline, Jiang Zhiyu had already roughly assessed the opponent's strength. Facing the 3-meter-tall earth-shaking ape, she still had no intention of summoning Bai Changsheng. Simply observing the size difference, at 1.70 meters, Jiang Zhiyu only reached the waist of the earth-shaking ape, and an overwhelming pressure instantly filled the entire alloy simulation room. In this stance, it's no wonder it's called the earth-shaking ape. The earth-shaking ape has well-developed muscles, especially its 2 arms and chest, constantly pounding, making it hard to break through defenses between equals in battle. Unless there is a means of attack that crosses great levels, attacking these 2 areas would be tantamount to seeking death. Including the back and legs, while their defense isn't as exaggerated as that of the chest, it's still remarkable. The only weaknesses are its eyes and the back of the neck. With slightly flickering eyes, Jiang Zhiyu's gaze moved around the earth-shaking ape's body, already forming a plan in her heart. Meanwhile, outside the Star Ascend Tower, Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing were looking at a list in their hands, whispering about something. This year's newcomers totaled more than 1,500, most of whom had arrived in the morning and completed their first tower challenge. Among those who have completed the tower challenge, 327 made it to the 5th floor, and 47 to the 6th floor. As for the 7th floor, there were only 6. Zhang Xing looked at the numbers on the list and exclaimed softly, "The quality of this year's newcomers seems quite high." In previous years, those who could reach the 7th floor were only a handful. It's surprising that 6 managed it so quickly this year. If all newcomers complete the tower challenge, I fear this number will rise even more. Reaching the 7th floor signifies that the student already possesses 3rd-grade strength. 18 years old, having awakened less than 3 months, surpassing the lifetime efforts of over 90% of people. It seems exaggerated, but in reality, it makes sense. Let's not forget, everyone gathered in Shuemu are top geniuses from various regions. Every year, over 10 million graduates in the Celestial Dynasty, and even if many choose to study liberal arts, the number of participants in martial arts entrance exams still exceeds 5 million. Out of 5 million newcomers, only over 1,500 are selected. Among these people, any emerging geniuses should not be surprising. The first place, Su Yi, completed the 6th floor in 2 minutes and 47 seconds. The second, Lin Che, took 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I wonder if junior sister Jiang can make it past the 6th floor, and what her time would be. Looking at this number, Zhang Xing felt nothing particularly special. 2 minutes is still within an acceptable range, and the difference from the past isn't significant. Clearly, there's quite a number of top geniuses among this year's newcomers, but the quality hasn't drastically improved compared to past years. What's wrong? Afraid of losing? Hearing Zhang Xing's words, Xin Shuang slightly tilted her head to glance at him. A month in the B-grade training room, no one can back out. Seeing Xin Shuang like this, Zhang Xing instantly showed a bit of helplessness on his face. Regardless of win or lose, this month's training room time. It's all for Sister Jiang, so what do I have to owe? Besides, are you so sure that Sister Jiang can pass the 6th level? Don't forget, Sister Jiang's blood value hasn't broken through, she is still just a 2nd-tier warrior. While geniuses who can reach the 6th or even 7th levels are certainly worth noting, in reality, new students usually only make it to the 5th or even 4th level. As someone who once fell at the 6th level, Zhang Hang and Xin Shuang both understood how challenging it is to reach higher floors of the Star Tower at this point. Because of this, Zhang Hang accepted Xin Shuang's bet and set the win or lose condition at the 6th level.
If Jiang Zhiyu gets through the 6th level, Xin Shuang wins, otherwise, he wins.
As for the 1-month practice room of level B, that was a compensation they both agreed to give to Jiang Zhiyu. The corpses of the Steelbone Wolf King were indeed a big advantage for them. Coming from this stage, they understood very well what Jiang Zhiyu needed most right now, so they wanted to compensate her in this way.
Just wait and see if you believe it.
Before Xin Shuang finished speaking, the long static leaderboard suddenly refreshed, and all the rankings changed at the same time. The originally first-placed Su Yi was pushed down to 2nd place. As for the first position, it was replaced by a new name. First place, Jiang Zhiyu, 6th level of the Star Tower, time taken 15 seconds.
Wait, how much?
Looking at the suddenly refreshed leaderboard, Xin Shuang thought she might be seeing things. The leaderboard ranking depends on the level. If the levels are the same, then it's based on time. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. After all battles are the same. The shorter the time taken to resolve the fight, the stronger one's strength is.
However, 15 seconds seems ridiculously unbelievable. 15 seconds to reach the 6th level? Glancing slightly lower, the 2nd place took a full 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Less than a fraction of time was an obstacle that many new students could not overcome. Seeing Xin Shuang's shocked expression, Zhang Hang couldn't help but lean over to take a look.
And then he was shocked by this time as well.
15 seconds. Sister Jiang only took 15 seconds to pass the 6th level?
Zhang Hang's character was usually calm, but seeing Jiang Zhiyu's performance still left him somewhat unable to accept it. He recalled when he was bitten by the fire mane swallowing flame lion at the 6th level, which left him with significant trauma.
But a Tier 3 fire mane swallowing flame lion actually only lasted 15 seconds under Jiang Zhiyu's hands?
Not only that, look at the time taken by Sister Jiang for the other levels in the Star Tower. The first 4 levels were basically all under 10 seconds, and the 5th level took only 22 seconds. This performance clearly shows that the 6th level didn't even touch Sister Jiang's upper limit. Otherwise, the battle time wouldn't be so short. I have a feeling that Sister Jiang might just pass the 7th level.
Xin Shuang whispered this thought, but as soon as it was said, it immediately caught Zhang Hang's attention. The 7th level? That's impossible, right?
Compared to the 6th level, the blood value of the earth-shaking ape increased by nearly 1500. This boost is almost like a minor level upgrade. Sister Jiang's blood value isn't even 3000, facing the 4005 blood value earth-shaking ape, she should.
Zhang Hang wanted to lay out all the factors to prove his assumption was not wrong.
But that 15-second time on the leaderboard always remained there, unchanged. Winning against a 4005 blood value earth-shaking ape with less than 3000 blood value was certainly unrealistic, but nearly instant killing a same-tier fire mane swallowing flame lion was equally unrealistic. Once the first impossibility was broken, the rest of the impossibilities seemed to become possible. While the two were discussing whether Jiang Zhiyu could break through the 7th level, a group message suddenly arrived on everyone's phone at Shuemu. New student Jiang Zhiyu breaks the record of the Star Tower.
Time taken to clear the 6th level, 15 seconds. Current ranking among new students, 1. Historical ranking among new students, 2.
A brief message, yet at this moment, it felt like a bombshell, stirring waves of shock. Due to the low difficulty of the first 5 levels, the rankings only start from the 6th level. Not only was there a ranking of this year's freshmen, but also the performance ranking of all past Shuemu students.
First among freshmen, and second among all students? Seeing this ranking, even Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing widened their eyes in disbelief.
While first among freshmen is rare and requires cutting through over 1500 newcomers, there is one every year.
However, second among all students is simply too outrageous.
One must know that since Shuemu was founded, the total number of students has exceeded 200,000, including many who have achieved the ranks of martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial sovereigns. Shuemu has produced 17 martial emperors and 4 martial sovereigns, all of whom were once freshmen at Shuemu, just like them, participating in the assessment of the Star Tower.
But now, Jiang Zhiyu has actually broken the record set by these martial emperors and martial sovereigns? Doesn't that mean that at this stage, Jiang Zhiyu's performance is even more monstrous than those martial emperors and martial sovereigns of the past? Especially regarding the second position.
It seems that she did not take first place, but in reality, the data for first place was left by the first principal when the Star Tower was just established for safety testing. Given the principal's strength, forget the 6th level, even the 16th level, the 26th level, would be a one-hit kill. In other words, Jiang Zhiyu's achievement is undoubtedly the first in Shuemu's history. One can imagine how much of a sensation this result would cause. Junior Jiang really has the talent of a great emperor. Jiang Zhiyu wanted to find a word to describe the shock this result gave him, but after thinking for a long time, he could only say the few words of great emperor's talent. Overwhelming the achievements of great emperors in their time, how could that not be considered possessing the talent of a great emperor? As Jiang Zhiyu's voice fell, three figures suddenly appeared in front of the star tower, as if they had materialized out of nowhere, yet they seemed to have been standing there all along. But Xin Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu were certain that moments ago, there had been no one in front of them.
Martial kings. Are these the deans?
Only beings at the level of martial kings could appear with such speed and blend seamlessly with the surroundings, controlling the power of rules.
But the deans usually remain elusive, and now they have all gathered together at the Star Tower? It couldn't possibly be because of Jiang Zhiyu, could it?
Instinctively feeling that it was impossible, but thinking of Jiang Zhiyu's record-breaking achievement at Shuemu, it seemed that stirring the deans was not that surprising.
Xin Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent.
At this moment, the three figures in front of the Star Tower glanced at each other and then guessed each other's intentions for coming. However, none of the three spoke. They were all stunned by the sudden group message and had rushed over immediately. Moreover, the battle inside the Star Tower was still ongoing. No one knew what the situation was with the girl named Jiang Zhiyu.
Water mirror.
One of the elders softly uttered a word, and in the next moment, a little bit of mist formed before their eyes, and light began to emerge from above.
It was none other than Jiang Zhiyu, who was currently fighting in the tower.
Although they couldn't intervene with the Star Ascension Tower, King Wu controlled the rules, and it wasn't difficult for him to obtain the battle footage. However, one of them moved slightly when he saw Jiang Zhiyu's figure on the screen, and he let out a soft hum.
So it's this little girl. Old Ji, do you know her? We crossed paths during the martial arts college entrance exam.
The old man explained briefly but said no more. The other two did not ask further, instead focusing their gaze on the water mirror. Behind the three of them, more and more people gathered wanting to observe Jiang Zhiyu's battle, all having received the message to see what this girl, who broke the historical record of Shuemu, was capable of.
Chapter 49, Fighting Beyond the Stage, Gale Spear.
Jiang Zhiyu was unaware of the shock her actions had caused outside and how many people's attention she had drawn.
At this moment, she was still immersed in the battle with the earth-shaking ape.
With the earth-shaking ape's health value reaching 4,500, she obviously could not fight like she did against the Firemane Flame Lion, trading life for life. Otherwise, what awaited her would be the system declaring her failure in this battle. In terms of defense, the earth-shaking ape had thick skin. In terms of agility, the humanoid beast was extremely quick in both attacking and dodging. In terms of power, its immense health value made each of its strikes feel incredibly heavy. Under its continuous attacks, Jiang Zhiyu found her defenses increasingly challenging. After only 3 moves, the situation had already begun to tilt in favor of the earth-shaking ape.
This was the advantage brought by overwhelming health value.
Power, physique, defense, speed, none of these could be compared to Jiang Zhiyu. All she could do was rely on the alloy spear in her hand to block and maneuver. But continuing like this wouldn't help in the battle. Instead, it would only put her in more danger. In fact, this was the norm of the Star Ascension Tower. As the levels increased, the strength of the encountered beasts escalated rapidly.
Ultimately, everyone would face opponents they couldn't defeat at their current level.
And most students from Shuemu would fall before the earth-shaking ape on the 7th level. For years, few had managed to pass the 7th level. Yet in the face of such peril, Jiang Zhiyu showed no signs of panic. Instead, she grew even calmer. The alloy spear in her hand swept out, striking heavily against the enormous fist of the earth-shaking ape, causing her to retreat several steps in quick motion, as a giant fist suddenly crashed down where she had just stood. Bai Changsheng, watching the life-threatening battle from the spirit pouch, had no intention of coming out. If he joined in, defeating the earth-shaking ape alongside Jiang Zhiyu wouldn't be hard, but since she hadn't spoken, he had no intention of intervening forcibly. Most importantly, although Jiang Zhiyu seemed to be at a disadvantage, the earth-shaking ape had not touched her even once from beginning to end. This was clearly not a display of being at a disadvantage or powerless to defend.
Bai Changsheng couldn't describe the feeling, but it was clearly not normal. Subtle level body technique.
Outside the Star Ascension Tower, a white-haired elder exclaimed in surprise.
The students could not notice, but how could they not?
Every time it seemed like she was in a dangerous situation, Jiang Zhiyu was always able to evade the earth-shaking ape's attacks at the most critical moments, with minimal movement, while leaving a scar on the earth-shaking ape's body. This scene was rare even among martial generals, let alone students. Unlike martial skill, body techniques mostly rely on personal understanding, and to this day, no complete and top-level body technique has been created. After all, battle is not fixed. When to dodge, how to dodge, and which direction to dodge are all not fixed.
And now, they actually saw a subtle level of movement technique in a newcomer? A raw gem. Absolutely a raw gem.
Without even mentioning her vitality value, just this ability to master subtle movement techniques at the level of a second-rate warrior shows that Jiang Zhiyu is truly a raw gem.
And it's not just the subtle movement technique.
There's also her attacks. Every strike seems casual, but in reality, the tips of her spear are hitting the weak points of the ground-shaking ape's defenses.
Wrist, elbow, knee joints. Only with years of training can one achieve this level of weapon control. Which family does she belong to?
The three present were not ordinary people, their eyesight was exceptionally sharp.
But even after staring for over a minute, they still couldn't confirm which family Jiang Zhiyu belonged to.
Jiang Zhiyu, there are a total of 7 martial kings and emperors with the Jiang surname in the Heavenly Dynasty. But among them, only one practiced the path of vital energy and blood, using a spear.
Yet that guy had no wife and left no descendants, it can't possibly be his offspring. Silence enveloped the three. Since it wasn't a planned inheritance, there was only one possibility: Jiang Zhiyu had a talent in spear techniques that moved them. Subtle movement techniques, exceptional spear skills. Without even thinking, they knew that with just a little refining, Jiang Zhiyu would completely reveal her talents. There was even a possibility of fighting alongside them in the future. A martial king seedling. Absolutely a martial king seedling. The elderly man standing in the middle looked somewhat excited. He was the head of the Vital Energy Martial Arts Academy, but he was also a teacher. Facing a student with such top-tier talent, it was impossible not to feel thrilled. However, this naturally attracted the envy of the two beside him. A raw gem, easy for you. There are 3 paths in martial arts: Vital Energy Martial Arts, Beast Mastery, and Magic Mastery. These 3 paths are completely different, and the required talents are naturally different as well. They could clearly see that the talent Jiang Zhiyu displayed was suitable for which path. It's been too long, it's time for our Vital Energy Martial Arts Academy to have a good seedling. Hearing the sour words from the two beside him, the elderly man raised his head proudly, as if it were a matter of course. The 7th level won't trouble this little girl, let's see how long she can stay on the 8th level. As soon as his words fell, they saw Jiang Zhiyu suddenly go on the offensive in the water mirror. With the alloy spear in hand, her previously retreating posture, forced back by the ground-shaking ape, transformed into a fierce attack. Swift Wind Spear. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes slightly lowered, a glimmer of light passed through them. After she softly shouted the word swift wind, her spear momentum suddenly changed, as if it was a raging wind, piercing out with one strike, followed by another. The AI of the Ascending Star Tower could analyze the damage caused by the attacks through the battle footage and realistically leave wounds on the virtual beasts. These wounds inflicted could potentially cause critical or even fatal damage. This was also why the realism could be so high. And Jiang Zhiyu's previous retreats were to leave these subtle wounds on the ground-shaking ape. It seemed not deadly, and didn't even count as a light injury. But now, these subtle wounds became the capital for Jiang Zhiyu's counterattack. Without the heavy fur protection, Jiang Zhiyu's continuous attacks struck these wounds, constantly enlarging the injury while continuously consolidating her spear's momentum. The ground-shaking ape roared angrily, raising its fist in an attempt to interrupt Jiang Zhiyu's attack. But Jiang Zhiyu had finally grasped the opportunity. How could she let it interrupt? Kill! With a light shout, the alloy spear shot out horizontally, targeting the ground-shaking ape's throat. Continuous attacks. In this moment, a lethal force was formed. Yet from Bai Changsheng's perspective, Jiang Zhiyu's shot seemed light and airy, appearing without strength, yet it gave him a feeling of being unable to evade, even carrying a hint of certainty of hitting. He couldn't articulate where this feeling came from, but it was mysterious and continuously lingered in his heart. On the other hand, the earth-shattering ape facing Jiang Zhiyu's long gun clearly didn't share this feeling. Or rather, a virtual image projected by AI does not possess genuine psychological activity. Faced with Jiang Zhiyu's attack, the earth-shattering ape instinctively raised its claw in a fist to block. If it were usual, the ape's block would have been the right choice, and Jiang Zhiyu's long gun would have ultimately pierced its calloused fist, leaving no mark. However, at this moment, the ape's original action was suddenly hindered by a tugging on its wound, showing a moment of pain, and it let out a howl. And it was this moment of hesitation that allowed Jiang Zhiyu's long gun to strike first. Before the earth-shattering ape could form its blocking stance, the long gun shot out, aiming straight for its right eye. A soft PFF sound echoed, and then the once mighty body of the earth-shattering ape instantly transformed into specks of starlight, disappearing. At the same time, Jiang Zhiyu slowly retracted the alloy long gun she had just thrust. Whew. Exhaling a long breath, she noticed a glistening sweat had somehow formed on her forehead. Clearly, forcibly executing a martial technique beyond her current stage was an enormous test of Jiang Zhiyu's stamina as well. The entire assault of the Gale gun was continuous, emphasizing nurturing things silently and subtly. Once interrupted halfway, the gun momentum built up would vanish into thin air. For this final shot, Jiang Zhiyu had been holding on desperately. Now that the battle was finally over, she could no longer hold on, so she took a bottle of energy potion from her storage ring, drank it all in one go, and settled down to regulate her breath. The AI voice of the Star Ascension Tower sounded again. Congratulations, Jiang Zhiyu. You have passed the 7th level of the Star Ascension Tower and have received the reward, Intermediate Earth Level Martial Technique Compendium. Would you like to proceed to the 8th level trial?
After a long pause without Jiang Zhiyu's response, the AI's voice fell silent, not disturbing her breath regulation. And all the while, Bai Changsheng, who had been in the spirit bag, watched as Jiang Zhiyu steadily conquered the earth-shattering ape. It would be a lie to say he was not shocked. The difference in their vitality values was nearly a double. According to normal calculations, Jiang Zhiyu had no chance of victory. Yet the final outcome was the earth-shattering ape's death, while Jiang Zhiyu had emerged without even a scratch, only feeling somewhat drained. The Imperial Foundation was displayed vividly in this moment, and just this performance of fighting beyond her level left Bai Changsheng in awe, something that could not be easily expressed in mere words. Previously, he had thought that his vitality value was higher than Jiang Zhiyu's, not to mention crushing her. He at least imagined it would be a 50-50 fight. But now, it seemed like even 1 out of 9 was giving himself too much credit. After all, his defenses weren't considerably stronger than the earth-shattering apes, not to mention that his vitality value was actually lesser than the apes. Tilting his head slightly, he glanced at Jiang Zhiyu sitting cross-legged, and Bai Changsheng silently put away all his thoughts.
The battle scene just now clearly astonished not only Bai Changsheng.
Outside the Star Ascension Tower, the three deans watched the combat scene in the water mirror, their eyes filled with astonishment. This gale gun, if I remember correctly, is a low-grade heaven-level martial technique, right? To execute a low-grade heaven-level martial technique so smoothly, Jiang Zhiyu's control of this technique must be at least at the minor success stage. 18 years old, minor success in heaven-level martial techniques? When did heaven-level martial techniques become so easy to master? The key is, she is still so young. If we give her a few more years, it seems that mastering this martial skill to great success, or even perfection, would not be a problem. Controlling heavenly ranked martial skills basically means being invincible among peers. We are all newcomers, why is she so outstanding? Listening to the discussions behind him, the three deans in front had different expressions. The dean of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy couldn't suppress his smile any longer. Jiang Zhiyu had broken through the 7th level, making her the first of this year's new students at Shuemu to accomplish this feat, and by the looks of it, she might even be the only one to break through the 7th level. Furthermore, with her recently displayed subtle body technique, intermediate heavenly ranked martial skills, and grasp of the situation, such a promising talent has now become a student of his Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy. How could he not be happy? A good seedling indeed. Old Ji, your Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy has a good seedling. If properly trained, her future achievements could be limitless. Yes, judging by her current performance, she might not be any less than Li Changming back in the day. Li Changming was a 4th-year student at Shuemu Magic Academy. His power had reached the Chuan realm. If calculated in terms of Qi and Blood Martial Arts, that would be the Martial General realm. He is also the youngest Chuan realm mage in the Celestial Empire. At 21 years old, he had overshadowed all Shuemu students for the previous 4 years and was particularly favored by the Magic Academy's dean. With Li Changming, the Magic Academy dean always looked down on the other 2 academies. And now, he surprisingly stated that Jiang Zhiyu could rival Li Changming. As soon as this was said, not only the students behind them were dumbfounded, but even the other 2 deans couldn't help but glance slightly sideways. However, after a brief comparison, everyone accepted this statement. Just based on what Jiang Zhiyu displayed, she indeed compared favorably to Li Changming back then. Not at all. But the dean of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy waved his hand, appearing casual, and continued, compared to Li Changming, Jiang Zhiyu is still too young. This was indeed truthful. The reason why geniuses are called geniuses is precisely because they have not yet fully matured. They had seen too many examples of Shang Zhongyang during their decades at Shuemu. Whether due to early demise or talent depletion leading to stagnation, Jiang Zhiyu looked extremely outstanding now, but nobody could guarantee that she could maintain this potential and drive going forward. Perhaps, in the future, her growth rate might even surpass that of Li Changming? Seeing his 2 old friends get caught in the trap, the dean of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy slowly revealed the latter part of his sentence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant blue magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and before he could do anything else, he had already vanished from the spot. Making a profit and then acting coy, it's irritating to see. The one who acted was indeed the dean of the Magic Academy, only he could teleport a Wang-level warrior away without any prior casting. Chapter 51, There is dragon blood within this white scale snake. Just a few seconds later, a fierce gust arose. When the violent wind calmed down, the dean of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy, who was just teleported away, stood beside the 2 again. That fierce wind was actually the airwave stirred up by the other party's rapid movement. However, it seemed neither of the 2 deans felt this at all. You old rascal, using sneaky tricks. Is it that big of a deal just because my student has a higher talent than your Magic Academy's people? Hearing the other person's words, the Magic Academy dean merely raised his hand again and lightly uttered a word, shoo. As soon as this sound fell, the previously noisy surroundings instantly fell silent, leaving only stillness. Of course, the expression of the president of the Blood and Qi Martial Arts Academy still showed some signs of being a little anxious and frustrated. In response to him, there was only a faint gaze. Meanwhile, the president of the Beast Management Academy looked at the two, one was anxious and the other was dismissive, and felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, alongside a touch of frustration. The Magic Academy had Li Changming, and the Blood and Chi Martial Arts Academy had Jiang Zhiyu. Both were students with unlimited potential, one after the other. Only in his Beast Management Academy was there not a single student who could stand out and support the reputation. Although there were talented individuals, they were still a bit lacking compared to Li Changming and Jiang Zhiyu. Alright, stop arguing, Jiang Zhiyu is going to challenge the 8th level now. Glancing at the water mirror where starlights began to gather, the president of the Beast Management Academy spoke up to stop the two. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. With a sharp flick of his sleeve here, he also released the magic he just cast on the other side. Everyone's attention once again gathered on the image in the water mirror. In the picture, dots of starlight continuously gathered, ultimately forming a giant tiger, its head engraved with the character for king, its eyes blood red, yet its body entirely white. Height of 2 meters 7, length of 4 meters 5, chi and blood fluctuation of 6,000. Mid-level 3rd rank, crimson-eyed white tiger. Little white. At the very moment he saw the 8th level beast take shape, Jiang Zhiyu did not hesitate at all. She swung her waist, and Bai Changsheng appeared outside the spirit pouch, his body continuously enlarging until he transformed into his original form. Wrapping around Jiang Zhiyu, his body slowly coiled around her, protecting her within. Although the previous Earthshaker ape's chi and blood value was exaggerated, it was still within a bearable range. But at this moment, the crimson-eyed white tiger's chi and blood value was something Jiang Zhiyu could not contend with. 6,000 in chi and blood value was more than double Jiang Zhiyu's. In this situation, if she chose to fight alone again, she would likely face defeat with the slightest misstep, which is precisely why she summoned Bai Changsheng so decisively. Bai Changsheng also understood what Jiang Zhiyu was thinking. As soon as he was summoned, he completely protected Jiang Zhiyu, preventing the crimson-eyed white tiger from attacking suddenly. Roar! A long howl made by Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu clearly feel the pressure coming from the mid-level 3rd rank beast soldier. This creature was definitely the most stressful opponent they had encountered so far. When facing the Steelbone Wolf King, it was Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing who bore the pressure directly. Although the whole process was thrilling, it wasn't that stressful. But at this moment, Bai Changsheng needed to confront the crimson-eyed white tiger head-on. And Jiang Zhiyu, holding a long spear, cast a sharp glance, constantly surveying the crimson-eyed white tiger, trying to find its weaknesses. However, it was clear that, facing the overwhelming chi and blood value, the weaknesses of the crimson-eyed white tiger were pitifully few, and even if there were any, they were just its eyes, rear, and other areas that were nearly impossible to injure. This battle was tough. At this moment, outside the ascending star tower, everyone looked at Bai Changsheng, who had suddenly appeared, and was slightly taken aback. They knew Jiang Zhiyu had extraordinary talent in chi and blood martial arts, but they never expected that she had also cultivated the way of beast management. Moreover, looking at her spirit beast, its chi and blood value was even stronger than her own, crossing the threshold of 3rd rank beast soldiers. The only problem was, her spirit beast looked so much like a white-scaled snake? Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast is actually just a white-scaled snake? No way? If I remember correctly, isn't the white-scaled snake just an ornamental pet? Can it really be cultivated as a spirit beast? A regular white-scaled snake, even when fully grown, wouldn't exceed 30 centimeters in length, but look at this one. Is Jiang Zhiyu's white-scaled snake a regular one? With a length of 8 meters and a body diameter over 50 centimeters, if this is an ordinary white-scaled snake. My name is written backwards. How does it look like a second mutation? In the crowd, Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Jiang Zhiyu's cultivation of blood martial arts and beast taming was naturally known to them, but they never expected that in such a short time apart, Jiang Zhiyu had grown to this level. Even Xiao Bai had advanced from entering the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. If they were given a few more months, it was likely that even Shi and Zhang Xing would be left behind. Compared to these students, the 3 deans in the front row had obviously higher standards. When Bai Changsheng appeared, the Beast Taming Academy dean's eyelids twitched slightly. At a glance, he could see the extraordinary aspects of Bai Changsheng. This white-scaled snake has gone through at least 2, even 3 mutations. Otherwise, it would be impossible to grow to this degree. Not only that, beneath its scales, there is a flow of energy, and its bones are even tougher. The original growth limit of the white-scaled snake has been completely broken. I have never seen such a white-scaled snake, rare, truly rare. The more critical point is? The other 2 deans looked over upon hearing this. They did not understand exotic beasts, but their old friend, as the dean of the Waterwood Beast Tamers Academy, naturally researched them thoroughly and could point out the extraordinary aspects faster and more accurately than they could. I don't know why, but I feel a trace of dragon bloodline from this white-scaled snake. Dragon? Hearing this word from the other party's mouth, even the 2 deans, who had seen much, looked doubtfully into the water mirror. There are dragons in Blue Star. In the realm of exotic beasts, there are a total of 22 beast gods, scattered around the world, 9 of which are near the heavenly dynasty. Among these 9 beast gods, 3 possess dragon bloodlines, namely the sea ghost dragon god, the weak water dragon god, and the black dragon god. However, the bloodlines of these 3 beast gods are also not pure enough. In other words, they are not true dragons, but merely have dragon blood within their own bloodlines. Even so, they still grew to the beast god realm. And those with a less concentrated dragon bloodline are mostly at the beast emperor or beast king levels.
It is no exaggeration to say that anyone possessing a dragon bloodline has an unlimited future achievement. But now, their friend, the Dean of Waterwood Beast Tamers Academy, actually said that this white-scaled snake has the aura of dragon blood? Chapter 52, 8th Layer, Crimson-Eyed White Tiger. Old Qian, are you out of your mind? White-scaled snake, dragon bloodline?
I see you are thinking so crazily about dragons that seeing a white-scaled snake can make you have such fantasies. They had worked together for so many years, they were very clear about what this old friend was thinking. The spirit beast he had contracted was one that possessed a dragon bloodline, but the concentration of dragon blood was too low, and the beast king was already the limit. Since the age of 35, he had stopped growing in strength, despite using countless spirit medicines, potions, and even heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could not break through the bottleneck. Over time, his spirit became gradually worn away. Raising a spirit beast with a high concentration of dragon blood became his lifelong wish. However, while it was easy to find a highly talented spirit beast, it was rare to find one with a very high concentration of dragon blood. In recent years, they had also been helping to search, and even during the martial arts college entrance exam, Dean Ji of the Blood Martial Arts Academy heard about a nearby dragon blood lake and specifically went to take a look. Of course, the final result was still nothing. The purple-scaled dragon carp inside did indeed possess dragon blood, but it seemed more like it had been tainted by something with dragon blood, and the concentration was simply too low, with the beast soldiers already being the limit. I'm not crazy, this white-scaled snake indeed has the dragon bloodline. Otherwise, with the qualifications of the white-scaled snake, it's simply impossible to grow to this degree. It's just that the bloodline is too low, the dragon image has not yet manifested, look closely at its head. The two of them, upon hearing this, shifted their gazes to Bai Changsheng above. There are bulges on both sides of its head, the scales shimmer, this is the hidden feature of the dragon image.
Is that it?
Both felt somewhat puzzled inside. Why can't those bulges be just tumors or something? If a bulge means it's a dragon image, then this dragon blood is simply too worthless. However, neither of them said much, as everything would be clear once Jiang Zhiyu came out from the Star Ascend Tower. Arguing was pointless and would yield no results.
The battle is about to start. One late-stage second-tier warrior, and one early-stage third-tier beast soldier.
Adding up their vitality might not even be as high as the red-eyed white tiger. I wonder if this girl can make it past the 8th layer. According to the customs of Shui Mu, the results from the Star Ascend Tower somewhat reflect a student's potential. If the 3rd layer is the threshold of Shui Mu, then the 5th layer is the limit for ordinary students, while the 6th layer is the limit for average geniuses. Only by passing the 6th layer can one qualify for focused training. Of course, those who can step past the 6th layer are almost all among the top 10 or even top 5 students of each class.
And above the 6th layer, we find the true geniuses.
Even in an environment like Shui Mu, where geniuses are everywhere, they belong to the topmost elite.
Such students usually only appear once every few years.
As for the 8th layer, it is rare and hard to come by. As long as one breaks through, they are almost guaranteed to be a candidate for a martial king, someone who can dominate their peers throughout their university life. Back then, Li Changming from the Magic Academy broke through the 8th layer but fell at the 9th layer. As for passing the 9th layer, the 3 deans never even considered it, that is beyond what new students can reach. It's like asking a newly admitted high school student to take college entrance examination questions and expecting them to get into a key university, possible, but approaching zero.
Everyone focused their attention on the mirror image, especially many second-year students who appeared even more anxious.
Many of them had just barely crossed the threshold of the 8th layer. If a new student like Jiang Zhiyu surpassed them, they might never be able to hold their heads high in front of her again.
Could she break through the 8th layer?
Everyone's heart held a hint of skepticism. Though Jiang Zhiyu had displayed many astonishing talents before, her low vitality was ultimately a hard flaw. Facing a beast with double her vitality, whether she could hold her ground was an issue. However, for Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu in the Star Ascend Tower, there was no time to consider these matters. At this moment, both the person and the snake had only one thought in their minds: kill. Bai Changsheng rushed out ahead of Jiang Zhiyu. As the red-eyed white tiger took shape, he lunged forward with his mouth wide open, aiming to bite at the tiger's neck.
Faced with the mid-level 3rd-tier beast soldier, the red-eyed white tiger, both Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu had a clear goal. Bai Changsheng would attract its hatred while Jiang Zhiyu would harass from the side as the main attacker.
Bai Changsheng had tough skin and flesh, so even if he got hurt by the red-eyed white tiger, the AI system of the Star Ascend Tower would proportionally reduce the original damage value.
The same attack on Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu would yield completely different effects. The AI system would not consider whether Jiang Zhiyu's armor could fully offset the red-eyed white tiger's attacks, but would scan and include Bai Changsheng's entire attributes. Rock armor, defense, steel bones, etc., would all be detected by the AI system and calculated. As the red-eyed white tiger saw Bai Changsheng lunging towards it, it did not hesitate either. Its huge tiger paw was raised. A strike raced towards the head of the white long-lived snake. If it were a real battle, enduring this blow would leave the white long-lived snake injured, if not dead. The powerful strength granted by 6,000 vitality points would be hard to completely withstand, even with snake scales and rock armor for defense. Yet the white long-lived snake seemed not to notice the claw of the scarlet-eyed white tiger at all, continuing its previous attack, showing no intent to dodge. In the next moment, a long spear shot out from above its head, bypassing the tiger's claw and heading straight for the eyes of the scarlet-eyed white tiger. The one wielding the spear was none other than Jiang Zhiyu, who had arrived later. At this instant, the scarlet-eyed white tiger faced a choice: either continue to attack the white long-lived snake and endure Jiang Zhiyu's blow, or block Jiang Zhiyu's spear and let the poison from the white long-lived snake hit it. Regardless of which option it chose, it seemed the scarlet-eyed white tiger would have to take a hit. But in just a moment, the scarlet-eyed white tiger found a way to respond. As it burst back, one claw swiped at the alloy spear in Jiang Zhiyu's hand while its head lowered to bite at the white long-lived snake. Though the feline beast's attack methods were singular, each strike was nearly lethal. Seeing the predicament resolved, both the white long-lived snake and Jiang Zhiyu pulled back, dodging the attack of the scarlet-eyed white tiger, but did not linger, pressing forward step by step. The scarlet-eyed white tiger's vitality far exceeded theirs. If it stabilized its stance and built up its attack, neither the white long-lived snake nor Jiang Zhiyu could withstand for long under its claws. Only through continuous and coherent attacks could they keep the tiger in a defensive and evasive state, maintaining their combat power at the same level. However, this scene, viewed from outside the Star Ascending Tower, appeared as if the white long-lived snake and Jiang Zhiyu were dominating the scarlet-eyed white tiger. Really? Is the scarlet-eyed white tiger this weak? Or is Jiang Zhiyu too strong? Chapter 53, A Life for a Life, Breaking the Golden Spear. Most people present on the 8th floor of the Star Ascending Tower had encountered it before, even if not, just seeing its 6,000 vitality points made them realize how strong it truly was. It is no exaggeration to say that the scarlet-eyed white tiger was a nightmare for many Shuemu students. Some students had even been defeated by the scarlet-eyed white tiger over 10 times. But watching the scarlet-eyed white tiger, which once tortured them mercilessly, now being pressured by Jiang Zhiyu and the white long-lived snake, threw them off balance. Why is the same scarlet-eyed white tiger so weak against them? Why am I struggling so much? Clearly, they have much lower vitality points. Why do I feel like Jiang Zhiyu has the upper hand? If this continues, Jiang Zhiyu really might pass the 8th floor. Is it true that this year's freshmen are so powerful? Even Li Changming back then didn't have it this easy, right? Behind them, the students debated as the three deans observed with more than mere curiosity. This girl indeed has rich combat experience. At least she knows how to respond when facing a stronger opponent. Moreover, her coordination with her spirit pet doesn't seem like a bond of merely 2 or 3 months, it feels more like they've worked together for over a decade. Compared to other students, Jiang Zhiyu's vitality points are indeed lower, but this gap is compensated by her spirit beast, making it not noticeable. Besides, with one person and one beast attacking, it gives a sense of the scarlet-eyed white tiger being unable to guard its front and back. Not bad, not bad. Dean G of the Vitality Martial Arts Academy looked at the scene in the water mirror, continuously praising and growing more satisfied with Jiang Zhiyu's performance. The Dean of the Magic Academy also offered a few compliments without reservation. Although Jiang Zhiyu was not a student of the Magic Academy, they were all from Shuemu, weren't they? While rivalry among departments was important, the premise was to unite against outsiders. However, Dean Qian from the Beast Master Academy said nothing. Watching the image in the water mirror with burning eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. The sudden silence made the two of them turn their heads to look at him, and just by glancing at each other's expressions, they understood what this guy was thinking. Old Qian, I warn you, Jiang Zhiyu is a student of my Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy, don't get any ideas. Seeing that his thoughts were exposed by his old friend, Dean Qian didn't feel embarrassed at all and waved his hand, saying, isn't the department not confirmed yet? Moreover, Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast's Qi blood value is even higher than her own, clearly making her more suitable for the beast taming path. The freshman enrollment at Shuemu indeed hasn't been divided into departments yet, but one rule that everyone assumes is, whatever path you major in, you choose that department. But the current problem is that this rule applies to almost everyone, but it doesn't apply to Jiang Zhiyu. After all, few people can cultivate both Qi blood martial arts and beast taming to such a top-notch degree like she does. Any one of these paths alone is already at the level of a top genius at Shuemu, but when combined. Dean G of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy's eyes suddenly twitched, ready to say something, but Dean Qian already didn't give him the chance to speak. The battle is about to end.
Pointing with his right hand, he forcibly interrupted Ding Ji's casting, drawing everyone's attention back to the water mirror.
In the image, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu had already surrounded the red-eyed white tiger, with Bai Changsheng facing the tiger, while Jiang Zhiyu had somehow circled to its back.
And the once intimidating red-eyed white tiger was now covered in minute wounds. These were not serious injuries, not even light ones. Under normal circumstances, with the red-eyed white tiger's physique, it would take just one night for these small wounds to fully heal, leaving no scars behind. But at this moment, it was slowing down more and more. Every move tugged at the wounds, causing it to tremble involuntarily, accompanied by the toxins injected after Bai Changsheng bit it twice. Although the red-eyed white tiger was a virtual projection, the AI had detected the toxins and made corresponding arrangements after analysis. These toxins were also not lethal but had put the red-eyed white tiger into a semi-weak state, greatly reducing its ferocity. At this moment, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu were seizing the red-eyed white tiger's window of weakness.
Little Bai,
Jiang Zhiyu lightly called out, and Bai Changsheng immediately understood her meaning. After hissing twice, Bai Changsheng lunged at the red-eyed white tiger's neck, his slender fangs flashing with cold light. At the same time, there was a trace of human-like anger flashing in the red-eyed white tiger's eyes. The entire battle lasted over 5 minutes, during which it was almost toyed with in turn by Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu. Clearly, its chi blood value exceeded theirs by far, but this man and snake didn't give it the opportunity to unleash its full power. When one attacked, the other would jump in, seizing the chance to hit it, and when it tried to retaliate, it would take another hit. It couldn't hit or avoid. In fact, if it ignored everything and focused on killing one, it could easily eliminate it in no time, but the key was, whether it was Bai Changsheng or Jiang Zhiyu, both had the strength to seriously injure it in a short time after giving up resistance. How to choose was clearly difficult for the red-eyed white tiger, which was a virtual projection. And now, watching Bai Changsheng charging at it fearlessly, the red-eyed white tiger finally made a choice.
As Bai Changsheng lunged to bite it, it responded in kind with a bite. Between Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu, it chose to tackle the larger, stronger Bai Changsheng first.
This was in line with the judgment of wild beasts, but the truth was that only Jiang Zhiyu has the power to kill in one strike. Facing the completely exposed back of the red-eyed white tiger, Jiang Zhiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of golden light flickered across the spear in his hand. Breaking gold spear. With a soft shout, the spear tip pierced through the projection and entered the body of the red-eyed white tiger. Compared to the gale spear, Jiang Zhiyu's thrust was more forceful, more destructive, and especially the golden light attached to the spear seemed to be born specifically to break armor. After one strike, the red-eyed white tiger's body suddenly paused, then transformed into points of light and began to dissipate. The AI prompt sound of the ascending star tower also sounded one after another. Jiang Zhiyu, your spirit beast has perished. Congratulations, Jiang Zhiyu. You have passed the 8th level of the ascending star tower and received the reward, 1-year access to a B-level training room. Would you like to proceed to the 9th level trial? In the AI's judgment, couldn't I withstand the red-eyed white tiger's bite? Bai Changsheng listened to the voice and gained a rough understanding of his own defensive power. Ordinary attacks were not a problem, but he still couldn't withstand the fatal attacks from beings with much higher vitality than his own. Just those tiger fangs, if they were real, I would have probably been torn in half by now. However, precisely because this red-eyed white tiger was illusory, he and Jiang Zhiyu chose to act this way. Exchanging lives, and they had 2 lives. Chapter 54, 9 Transformations of Spiritual Dew. Past. Jiang Zhiyu actually broke through the 8th level. Although it was at the cost of sacrificing her spirit beast, a pass is a pass. I didn't expect it. How many people could not pass the 8th level, yet Jiang Zhiyu did it on her first day of school. If nothing unexpected happens, the next 4 years, we will probably have to live in Jiang Zhiyu's shadow. To be pressed down by such a beautiful girl for 4 years sounds pretty exciting. This classmate, wipe your saliva. A crowd of students watched in disgust. Although there was already preparation for Jiang Zhiyu to pass the 8th level, when the moment truly came, everyone was still astonished. Who could enter Shuimu? Aren't they all geniuses from different places? And geniuses must have their own pride. Yet on the first day of entering Shuimu, Jiang Zhiyu gave them a good lesson. While most couldn't even pass the 5th level, Jiang Zhiyu directly crossed the 8th level and entered the 9th. As fellow geniuses, Jiang Zhiyu's talent was obviously far superior to theirs. Such a huge gap and blow clearly made these originally somewhat proud freshmen feel enough defeat. Especially those freshmen who had passed the 6th level. They were still smug about ranking in the top 10 among all freshmen, thinking they were destined for greatness. Yet they turned around to see fellow freshman Jiang Zhiyu easily breaking through the 7th level, and now steadily passing the 8th level. The blow they received was far more direct than that of other freshmen. Among the 1,500 freshmen at Shuimu, they could be considered geniuses, but now Jiang Zhiyu's achievements were even more dazzling than theirs. In comparison, their 6th level achievement seemed much dimmer. It seemed that they sensed the change in the mentality of the students behind them. The three deans couldn't help but smile slightly. Every year, what gave them the most headaches was how to take down the pride of these stubborn freshmen. If the blow was too strong, they feared it would harm their confidence and enthusiasm, but if the blow was not strong enough, everyone would still be self-important, thinking they were the best. On the martial arts path, the most taboo is to fail to recognize oneself clearly, as many have gone astray and perished from thinking too highly of themselves. Thus, at martial arts universities across the country, the first lesson for new students is to humble their pride so they can stay grounded.
Steadily practicing. But now it is good. Jiang Zhiyu ascended the building, unintentionally saving them a large part of their workload. Even future teaching could become easier, and the teachers had new words to say. If your talent is really high, why are you still being crushed by Jiang Zhiyu, a peer? Of course, appropriate setbacks are necessary. In such times, comfort should still be given. Ahem.
Director Ji of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy cleared his throat twice and spoke again. His voice was not loud, but under the support of his own Qi and blood, it truly reached everyone's ears.
Student Jiang Zhiyu's talent is indeed extraordinary, but you need not doubt yourselves too much.
After all, not everyone can easily cultivate two heavenly martial arts to the small success stage in just 2 to 3 months like she did. Also, very few can rapidly advance in martial arts while cultivating a grade 3 spirit beast. Not to mention her calmness, combat experience, and the coordination between her body and spirit beast. Listening to Director Ji's words, everyone felt as though their hearts had been stabbed multiple times.
The director seemed to be comforting them, not delivering a fatal blow.
But everyone knew very well that what Director Ji said was the truth. Of course, you need not feel too inferior about this. Top talents like Jiang Zhiyu are ultimately only a minority. Her talent is something even we old folks might not have been able to catch up to back then.
Moreover, the path of martial cultivation is long and arduous.
If we count the experiences of great achievers in history, without exception, talent only accounts for 1%, while the remaining 99% comes from sweat and hardship. Being able to enter Shuemu proves that your talents are not an issue. What you lack is sufficient determination and perseverance. No one can assert that among you, there won't be someone who ascends to the Emperor of Martial Arts position in the future. After a speech like this, combined with some rules power, it truly rallied these fresh students, and someone immediately shouted the words Emperor of Martial Arts. Seeing that this speech had an effect, according to usual protocol, Director Ji should have stopped, but he waved his hand and spoke again. Shuemu values teaching according to individual talent, treating everyone like dragons. Jiang Zhiyu's talent is indeed high, but the future backbone upholding the entire heavenly dynasty will still be you. Taking this opportunity, I will announce another decision. With my personal funds, I will establish a reward competition, open to all new disciples of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy. 3 months later, based on the results of the Star Ascending Tower, the first place will receive a bottle of 9 Transformation Spirit Dew. The second and third places will each receive 500,000 school points, and the 4th to 10th places will also receive 200,000 points.
9 Transformation Spirit Dew.
Hearing this name, all the students were momentarily stunned. Among them, some affluent students had heard of this item and immediately exclaimed loudly. 9 Transformation Spirit Dew is a derivative product formed after the spiritual veins of heaven and earth take shape. It gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into liquid droplets. After consuming it, the body can temporarily transform into a spiritual body, enhancing the speed of absorbing spiritual energy several times, even a dozen times. Moreover, the conditions for forming 9 Transformation Spirit Dew are extremely strict, and the required time is very long. A spiritual vein can only produce 1 droplet in 3 months, and a bottle consists of 10 droplets. Half a year ago, there was an auction held where 1 bottle of 9 Transformation Spirit Dew was sold. If I'm not mistaken, that bottle was eventually sold for 1,700,000. Hearing this explanation, all the students practicing Qi and Blood martial arts were astonished. Although students daring to practice martial arts mostly came from well-off families, many were from ordinary families. Upon hearing the price of 1,700,000, these students couldn't help but. The heartbeat quickened a lot. If I could obtain this 9 turns spiritual dew. Unconsciously, my gaze turned to the water mirror, looking at Jiang Zhiyu, who was already sitting still to adjust her breath. Suddenly, a sense of battle arose in everyone's heart inexplicably. For some reason, it seemed that Jiang Zhiyu's accomplishment at the 8th level was not as exaggerated as imagined. And even if we couldn't surpass Jiang Zhiyu, there were still 500,000 points for the top 3 and 200,000 points for the top 10 to be gained. In addition, there were different rewards from the school for climbing the tower. This tower, we must climb it. Moreover, we aim to surpass Jiang Zhiyu and obtain the 9 turns spiritual dew. Chapter 55, Dragon Blood Jade Marrow. Just a few words stirred up the emotions of those who were initially defeated by Jiang Zhiyu. They even took the opportunity to set up a reward competition, greatly boosting the morale of the new students in the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy. Unsurprisingly, in the next 3 months, all new students of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy would be in an excited state. Their motivation for training and climbing the Star Tower would be much higher than before.
This was evident from the eager expressions on everyone's faces.
Although they spent 2.4 million points plus a bottle of 9 turns spiritual dew for the existence of a martial king, this amount was nothing at all. Slaying a lord-level beast could easily make it back. However, this only made the new students of the Magic Academy and Beast Taming Academy feel a bit out of balance. Before, they were somewhat gleeful, thinking that no matter how extraordinary Jiang Zhiyu was, she was still from the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy. Although they were all new students, they were in different academies, so no one would compare them to Jiang Zhiyu. But now, with Dean Ji's reward competition coming out, they suddenly felt a bit unable to hold back. Compared to being overshadowed by Jiang Zhiyu, what they wanted more was the reward for the competition. No matter how strong Jiang Zhiyu was, she was still just one person. At most, she could take away the first place reward, but the points behind it were real. With this thought in mind, the new students from the Magic Academy and Beast Taming Academy turned their gazes toward the other two deans, their eyes dark yet filled with a hint of expectation. Facing the students' eyes, both of them felt somewhat helpless. Who would have thought that their old friend would suddenly create such a situation? Now, it's a dilemma not to join and a dilemma to join. With their astuteness, they could naturally see what Dean Ji was really aiming at. The 9 turns spiritual dew was clearly prepared for Jiang Zhiyu. After all, the only shortcoming she had since starting to climb the tower was her low vitality, and the 9 turns spiritual dew perfectly complemented this shortcoming, increasing her aura absorption and vitality growth speed. 3 months later, the first to get the 9 turns spiritual dew seemed to give other students a chance, but in reality, only Jiang Zhiyu would end up obtaining this reward. The difficulty of climbing the Star Tower increased the further one went. Ordinary new students could not possibly surpass the 8th level within 3 months, and those geniuses who had already reached the 6th level did have a chance, but during these 3 months, as long as Jiang Zhiyu continued to make progress, she would maintain her lead. On the other hand, old Ji must have felt pressured, which is why he set up this reward competition before Jiang Zhiyu descended from the Star Tower, increasing the attractiveness of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy toward Jiang Zhiyu, while also not making the matter too direct. But the problem is, there is only one Jiang Zhiyu. What they gained from this would not be more than old Ji's, rather it would feel more like following a trend. In that case, our Beast Taming Academy cannot fall behind. The reward for first place will be replaced with a Dragon Blood Jade Marrow. Before the Dean of the Magic Academy could say anything, the President Qian of the Beast Control Academy readily agreed and even raised the first prize to another level. Dragon Blood Jade Marrow. It can enhance the purity of spirit beast bloodlines, and there's even a chance it can allow spirit beasts to gain dragon blood. The market price is at least 2,200,000 per piece. And even then, it's hard to find. Those with insight revealed the value of Dragon Blood Jade Marrow, inevitably causing another outcry from the crowd. Especially for the students of the Beast Control Academy, their growth limit entirely depends on the growth limit of their spirit beasts, and a material that can directly enhance the purity of beast bloodlines is invaluable to them. Is this really the president of the Beast Control Academy? Indeed, very wealthy. The conditions are the same as those of the Martial Arts Academy, set for 3 months later, but it is not limited to students of the Beast Control Academy. As long as they are new students who have completed their spirit contracts, they can participate. Of course, in the entire battle process, only spirit beasts can fight on their own. In other words, if new students from the Martial Arts Academy or the Magic Academy have their own spirit beasts, they can also join. However, this statement sounds more like a special opening for Jiang Zhiyu. If not already cultivating spirit beasts beforehand, it would be impossible to catch up with the progress of the new students of the Beast Control Academy in 3 months. Thinking carefully, it seems that only Jiang Zhiyu perfectly fits this condition. If Jiang Zhiyu participates, what chance do they have? No, the president also limited that only spirit beasts can battle. They admit Jiang Zhiyu has exceptional talent, but if their spirit beasts were to compete against that white-scaled snake, it doesn't seem impossible for them to win first place. The initial blood value of a Tier 3 beast soldier is high, but it's not exaggerated, and even with high blood value, it's just a white-scaled snake. Tier 3 is likely its limit, and beyond that, the bloodline of the white-scaled snake simply can't support it. And they have 3 months to catch up and surpass Jiang Zhiyu. President Qian looked at the gradually excited group of students, feeling satisfied deep down. Although he might not be able to bring Jiang Zhiyu to the Beast Control Academy, this way, he has at least gained some goodwill in front of Jiang Zhiyu. After all, Jiang Zhiyu could cultivate that white-scaled snake to such a level, and upon hearing the words Dragon Blood Jade Marrow, there's no way they would remain indifferent. Besides, by relaxing the condition of new students in the academy, the new students of the Beast Control Academy would also directly enter the competition with Jiang Zhiyu. This would also place sufficient pressure on the young ones of the Beast Control Academy. Since Lao Ji can use Jiang Zhiyu as a catfish to stimulate the new students of the Martial Arts Academy, why can't he? But by doing so, it put the president of the Magic Academy in a bit of a difficult position. Shaking his head, the president of the Magic Academy was about to say something when he saw Jiang Zhiyu move in the water mirror. Suddenly, all attention was drawn to him. Initiate the 9th level challenge.
Jiang Zhiyu stood with a spear, a cold voice echoing again. By the way, what kind of exotic beast is at the 9th level?
The Thorny Rock Turtle, mid-tier 3, with a blood value of 7,000. It has thorny rock armor on its back, with astonishing defense, whether physical or magical damage, it feels like just a tickle to it.
Let alone tier 2, even a tier 3 warrior would struggle to break through its defense without a formidable attack method. This is also why even a genius like Li Changming fell at the 9th level. This guy is truly a dividing line. However, claiming the Thorny Rock Turtle is just a weak warrior is not a joke. Even if Jiang Zhiyu can slay the red-eyed white tiger, it's impossible for him to pass this level against the Thorny Rock Turtle. The rest is to see how long she can hold on. Chapter 56, Thorned Rock Turtle.
If the crimson-eyed white tiger represents the strongest attack among its level, then finding a way to interrupt the opponent's attack brings a chance of victory. At this moment, what stands before Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu is a defense far beyond the same level. A huge rock turtle gradually takes shape as the light of projection converges. Even though it hasn't fully formed yet, the feeling of being one with the earth already made Bai Changsheng's face changed slightly. He didn't know much about exotic beasts, but he could sense the characteristics of the opponent without needing to understand them fully.
Powerful vitality, plus extreme defense. If they were outside, Bai Changsheng wouldn't hesitate for a moment to turn and flee while the opponent was still incomplete.
But now they were in the ascending star tower. No matter how unwilling he was to fight, he had no reason to leave directly. At worst, he would fail to ascend the tower, he wouldn't really die.
The more crucial point was that Jiang Zhiyu looked at the rock turtle without any intention of retreating even half a step.
Thorned Rock Turtle, this fluctuation of vitality seems to have already crossed the threshold of 7,000.
Moreover, ordinary physical and magical attacks cannot harm it at all. Even if they could inflict damage, the actual damage would be greatly reduced. Hold it off, wait for me. As Jiang Zhiyu's voice fell, she seemed to fall into silence.
Bai Changsheng stood beside her, feeling clearly that there was some violent energy surging within Jiang Zhiyu. Seeing this scene, Bai Changsheng instantly understood her plan. Ordinary physical and magical damage is hard to injure the opponent, but clearly, mental attacks are not included in this. As a method of attack unlocked only at the Lord/Marshal level, even if the Thorned Rock Turtle's defense was strong, it wouldn't have mental resistance lit up at the 3rd-grade Beast Soldier stage. If Jiang Zhiyu could successfully unleash the soul-destroying needle, the outcome of the battle would be immediately determined. The soul-destroying needle is immensely powerful. Once unleashed, even a Lord-level Steel Bone Wolf King would be affected, not to mention a 3rd-grade Beast Soldier level Thorned Rock Turtle. The only problem is that the soul-destroying needle needs a considerable amount of time to accumulate power to unleash its full might. Facing the Thorned Rock Turtle with double his vitality, how could he hold it off until Jiang Zhiyu finished gathering her strength? He slowly twisted his body, moving in front of Jiang Zhiyu, his narrow snake-like eyes fixed intently on the increasingly formed Thorned Rock Turtle in the distance. Woo! As the Thorned Rock Turtle fully solidified, a long, horn-like roar erupted from its mouth. Along with the sound came an exaggerated wave of air. 9th floor of the ascending star tower, Thorned Rock Turtle. Without any hesitation, Bai Changsheng's body suddenly whipped around, his slender form lunging toward the Thorned Rock Turtle. At the same time, his snake mouth opened slightly as he aimed to bite at one of the Thorned Rock Turtle's feet. The Thorned Rock Turtle stood 1.5 meters tall, seeming small, but the pressure it brought was far less intense than the crimson-eyed white tiger. However, in reality, its rounded body, especially with the spiked protrusions on its turtle shell, made Bai Changsheng feel that he had no way to grip it. Even the snake's usual method of coiling couldn't take shape. In contrast, although the Thorned Rock Turtle's 4 legs also had thick armored scales for protection, those were the easiest parts to break through. Yet even in this case, Bai Changsheng had no confidence whatsoever. If there was any good news, it was that the Thorned Rock Turtle was burdened by that heavy shell and would likely be very slow. With that, he still had confidence in being able to hold it off. The distance between them rapidly shrank from 30 meters to 10 meters in just the blink of an eye. Just as Bai Changsheng was about to bite down and inject the poison within, a sudden, inexplicable feeling of heart palpitations surged within him. With no time to react at all, Bai Changsheng instinctively retracted the protruding snake head. In the next moment, the Thorned Rock Turtle, which had appeared so calm earlier, suddenly launched an attack. In less than the blink of an eye, the sound of a snap rang loudly in Bai Changsheng's ears. By a hair's breadth, the Thorned Rock Turtle nearly bit into Bai Changsheng, just a few inches away. Just listening to this noise, one could tell that if it did bite him, it would not be any less serious than the bite of a red-eyed white tiger. The defense provided by the rocky armor and steel bones would be hard-pressed to withstand such a bite. If that happened, even if the AI of the Star Ascension Tower did not directly declare his death, he would still end up heavily injured. Fortunately, that inexplicable feeling of heart palpitations forced him to halt his momentum, dodging this strike. Realizing what had happened, Bai Changsheng retreated rapidly, not daring to give the creature a second chance to attack.
Is this really a turtle-type monster? Since when do turtles move this fast?
Just now, he didn't feel this panicked even when facing the red-eyed white tiger. Bai Changsheng silently cursed, retracting his previous assumptions about the Thorns Rock turtle. After all, it had a blood value of 7,000, double that of his own. Even a turtle-type monster with a speed disadvantage could unleash such an exaggerated and fierce attack. But ultimately, Bai Changsheng had underestimated his opponent and been too self-assured. He should have known better than to hastily judge the opponent's speed without understanding it. If he had been better prepared and held back some strength, things wouldn't have ended up like this. With its long body continuously moving, Bai Changsheng's lingering heart palpitations kept him from charging recklessly forward again. As long as the creature's attention was still on him, he didn't need to rush to attack. He only needed to wait for Jiang Zhiyu to accumulate her power, and that would be the Thorns Rock turtle's death knell. However, this scene seemed confusing to the onlookers outside the Star Ascension Tower.
Why hasn't Jiang Zhiyu made her move yet? She only lets her spirit beast fight. Surely she doesn't expect that white-scaled snake to face the Thorns Rock turtle alone? Is she crazy?
Setting aside whether that white-scaled snake can breach the Thorns Rock turtle's defenses, even if it can, the 7,000 blood value of the Thorns Rock turtle isn't something that snake can handle.
Or does she want to buy time to make her own survival last longer?
But the problem is, the scoring system of the Star Ascension Tower ranks by floor, and if on the same floor, it uses the completion time of the previous floor. Her dragging things out is pointless.
What is she even doing? She neither attacks nor retreats.
A group of Shuemu students could not understand what Jiang Zhiyu intended to do, not even the second and third year students. If it were a normal situation, upon recognizing the Thorns Rock turtle, they would have charged in recklessly for a few rounds. Then either get bitten by the Thorns Rock turtle or realize they could not break its defense and choose to retreat.
Yet, Jiang Zhiyu's actions were different from everyone else's. She didn't even try, not even once.
The only one who sensed something unusual was the former dean of the Magic Academy. As if sensing something, a flicker of astonishment suddenly passed over his originally calm face.
Wait, this feeling, what the hell? A simple exclamation drew the attention of everyone present.
When they realized who had spoken, everyone's hearts froze.
Did the dean just say what the hell?
As the dean of Shuemu Magic Academy, Dean Li had always displayed a kind and amiable demeanor. In the hearts of all students in the magic academies, the dean should be a prophet, an elder, someone who exudes a calmness as if everything in the world is under their control.
But now, at this moment, the dean, who was once seen as so grand and noble in their eyes, actually said what the hell.
Strangely, everyone felt a sense of breaking, like the filter of admiration shattering. It wasn't just the students behind him, even his two old friends beside him couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Other students have a filter on this guy, but they don't. But it's precisely because of this that when they heard this usually serious little old man say what the hell, Dean Ji and Dean Xian were both shocked.
What happened? What could have made this guy lose his composure and subconsciously blurt out a piece of national culture? Old Li, you dropped something.
Dean Ji said with a complicated expression. Although he didn't directly say what was dropped, the other two clearly understood what he was trying to express. Even Dean Chen echoed, "It's over, Shuemu's moral education is really going downhill, even Old Li has started throwing out national culture now." After those two words, Dean Li realized something was wrong. Hearing the teasing from his old friends, he could only clear his throat twice and pretend not to understand what they were saying, then quickly change the topic. "What happens to me doesn't matter, you should look at that girl."
"Didn't you guys feel anything at all?"
Dean Li furrowed his brows, and his gaze towards Jiang Zhiyu was intense. Reminded by his old friends, Dean Ji and Dean Xian also turned their heads to look at Xue Jing suspiciously.
The 4 academies of Shuemu focus on different aspects.
The Martial Arts Academy specializes in strengthening the body, taking the path of breaking through all techniques with sheer power. The Beast Taming Academy builds connections through spiritual contracts with magical beasts and then uses these beasts to fight. The Humanities Research Academy is for students who are not gifted in martial arts but excel in cultural subjects, focusing on research about magical beasts, blood energy, magic, and even firearms.
As for the Magic Academy, it focuses on using mental power to summon elements and perform magical attacks. Each has its strengths, each has its weaknesses.
It was normal for Dean Li to sense this first, but the other two were also worthy of the title Martial King. They hadn't felt anything before, but once their old friend reminded them, they immediately sensed the unusualness.
Mental power. How could Jiang Zhiyu's mental power be so strong? A late-stage second-grade warrior's physical strength actually has the mental power of an early-stage martial general? No, it's not just that her mental power is strong. She's gathering mental-type attacks. Feeling the anomaly from Jiang Zhiyu, the expressions of the two old friends were now just like Dean Li's from earlier.
If at first, they were still in the mood to tease Old Li for his lack of composure in national culture, now they too felt an urge to throw out national culture themselves. But when they thought about the students behind them, they forced themselves to hold it back. But this didn't mean they weren't deeply moved by what was happening. Below the rank of Marshal General, all are ants. Dean Ji muttered to himself, reminding his two friends, and the other two instantly understood his meaning. The phrase, below the rank of Marshal General, all are ants, represented the concept of mental power. Below the rank of Marshal General, mental power is scarce, and the little that remains is exhausted by daily activities. Therefore, below Marshal General rank, even a late-stage Marshal General needs long periods of sleep to replenish their mental energy, to ensure they are full of energy the next day. But once one becomes a Marshal General, their mental power surges, allowing them to stay awake for an entire week without feeling mentally exhausted. Additionally, they can practice mental attacks and mental defenses to use against their enemies. And mental-type attacks are invisible. Extremely fast, striking the soul. If one has not specifically practiced mental defense techniques, they can't even perceive it, let alone defend against it. The transition from Marshal Marquise early to Marshal General late seems like just a small realm upgrade. But in reality, a Marshal Marquise can instantly kill a Marshal General. This improvement, which seems like just a small realm but completely crushes others, is unlike any other level, which is why the saying beneath Marshal Marquise, all our ants, has emerged, gaining recognition from all warriors. But now, the powerful spiritual strength, known as the symbol of Marshal Marquise, is surprisingly unlocked by Jiang Zhiyu, a second-tier martial artist? A genius? No. Jiang Zhiyu's performance can no longer be explained with mere genius. An unparalleled prodigy. Practicing both martial arts and beast taming, she can also cultivate a third-tier beast soldier, the white scale snake, easily using 2 heaven-stage martial techniques, and now even with a second-tier body, she showcases the Marshal Marquise's exclusive spiritual power. She is even accumulating spiritual attacks. How many secrets does this girl hide? The three of them simultaneously surfaced a possibility in their hearts, but as soon as it arose, they denied it themselves. The capital is unlike other cities, with a martial emperor stationed there, let alone a beast king. Not even a beast emperor or beast monarch could sneak in silently, unless Jiang Zhiyu is in existence beyond the emperor level. But is that possible? It can only be that Jiang Zhiyu truly has extraordinary talent, unprecedented in the past, and will not be matched in the future. Their eyes glowing, the three locked gazes. Then, without any agreement, they cursed inwardly at the same time. You two old fools, teaching this level of genius is just a waste, isn't it? This damned tacit understanding. However, no matter how intense their thoughts were, there were no expressions on their faces. In any case, Jiang Zhiyu's talent must not be revealed any further. Her previous performances could still be explained as extraordinary talent and early practice. But this matter of spiritual power is truly unfathomable. Even Li Changming at that time only exceeded 2 small levels of spiritual power. If this event were to be known by the beast side, Jiang Zhiyu would face endless assassination attempts. With a wave of his hand, the water mirror, which was originally showcasing the battle scene inside the Star Tower, instantly dissipated. The students behind him were left speechless, just as they were seeing the key moment, suddenly being cut off. Who could bear it? But before they could erupt, Dean Li's voice rang out. Today's matter ends here. No one is allowed to speak about what happened today. Additionally, the Magical Academy will hold a reward competition, and all freshmen from Shuemu can participate. There are no conditions, it only depends on the final ranking in the Star Tower. 2nd to 10th place will have the same reward, and the 1st place will become my direct disciple. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the crowd. Upon hearing this, Dean Ji and Dean Shen both changed their expressions. Old fool, playing tricks. Chapter 58, The Dean's Direct Disciple, Freshman First. Glancing at the two, seeing their slightly changed faces, Dean Li's lips curled up slightly, showing a sense of advantage. These two rough men only know how to use brute force, thinking money can win Jiang Zhiyu's heart. Little do they know, he is playing with brains. What good does it do to recruit Jiang Zhiyu into his own academy? It seems like he has gained everything. But in reality, when they meet, Jiang Zhiyu will only call him Dean. The gap between calling him Dean and teacher is not trivial. Let them compete. No matter which academy Jiang Zhiyu becomes a part of, she will always be his student. In the end, no matter how much Jiang Zhiyu grows, this achievement will only be credited to him. Of course, from the beginning to the end, Dean Li never thought Jiang Zhiyu would refuse to become his student. Ordinary students entering Shuemu have teachers who are basically at the Marshal General level. Those with slightly higher talent will be picked by teachers with the strength of a Marshal Marquis, and only the very top students will be noticed by special level teachers, those whose strength has reached the later stage of Marshal Marquis. Even Li Changming, who appears only once in several years, was only accepted as a student by the vice president of the Magic Academy. In this situation, as the president, personally recruiting, even taking in a direct disciple, as long as Jiang Zhiyu doesn't act foolishly, she definitely won't refuse. After all, direct disciples represent the passing of teachings, unconditional training, skills, resources, connections, and so on.
In other words, whatever he has, whatever Jiang Zhiyu wants, he will do his utmost to satisfy. Compared to this, what 9 transformation spiritual do, what dragon blood jade marrow, are utterly weak, okay? This is also the reason why the two directors, Director Ji and Director Qian, suddenly changed their expressions when they heard his words. Because both of them are very clear, what they offered cannot compare at all to the reputation and real benefits of the direct disciple of a martial king. But is it really appropriate to do this? The two glanced at each other and immediately had an answer. It's worth it, absolutely worth it.
With what Jiang Zhiyu has shown, as long as she doesn't die halfway, her future achievements as a martial king are completely beyond doubt.
Even surpassing their current achievements is just a matter of time.
They are directors, yes, but they also rose to this position step by step from being teachers. Teaching students is indeed their duty.
And which teacher doesn't hope that their students would surpass them?
Moreover, with the teacher-student bond, even if Jiang Zhiyu's strength exceeds theirs in the future, she will still call them teachers.
No, they cannot let that Li take all the benefits.
The same thought surged in both of their minds, and then,
in that case, I will also join in.
3 months later, the first place among the new students in the Ascending Star Tower will also have the qualification to become my direct disciple.
Same here. Director Ji and Director Qian one after the other also announced their quotas for direct disciples. What? All 3 directors are recruiting direct disciples at the same time?
Hearing the words of the 3, the group of new students from Shuemu behind them erupted completely.
If they could become the direct students of a martial king, who would even glance at the other teachers from Shuemu? A single glance would be disrespectful to the directors.
If possible, they even want to kneel down and worship their teacher right now, saying, "Student XX, vow to follow the director to the death." However, this excitement is only for the majority of new students. The few who rushed to the 6th floor of the Ascending Star Tower, eligible to compete for the direct disciple qualification, now wore bitter smiles, wanting to say something but stopping short.
With their intelligence, how could they not see who the 3 directors were really targeting?
Before, there was no clear feeling. After all, no matter how strong Jiang Zhiyu was, she wouldn't affect their benefits. But now, facing the 4 words direct disciple of the director, they couldn't help but feel moved.
Taking the lead means taking the lead at every step.
Becoming a director's direct disciple would undoubtedly allow them to sail smoothly through their 4 years at Shuemu. But to become the director's direct disciple, the first thing to do is to surpass Jiang Zhiyu. A few of them felt their hearts tighten, as if Jiang Zhiyu was a mountain, blocking their path to rise. Clearly, they were still far from this mountain, yet it was something they had to confront, something they had to climb over. But, how could it be so easy to step over the 8th floor of the Ascending Star Tower? Instinctively shifting their gaze to the Ascending Star Tower, they felt a slight tremor in their wrists, and the next moment, the school's message from the Ascending Star Tower AI was sent out again.
New student Jiang Zhiyu breaks the Ascending Star Tower record. Becomes the 4th student in Shuemu's history to have passed the 9th level on the first day of enrollment.
Time taken to surpass the 9th level, 85 seconds.
Current new student ranking, 1. Historical new student ranking, 2. Here it comes, here it comes. Once again, a message sent to everyone in the school. Once again it's the new student first, and the second in history.
What's more crucial is that, since the establishment of Shuemu, only 4 new students have ever breached the 9th level on their first day, one of whom is the former principal. This means that, based solely on the results from climbing the Star Tower, Jiang Zhiyu's talent can rank her within the top 3 of all students in Shuemu's history.
This is a comparison against many martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial sovereigns.
If it was perhaps just luck when she reached the 6th level, now it is a clear message to all Shuemu students and teachers that an exceptionally talented new student has arrived.
Moreover, the gap between the 8th and 9th levels.
It's over, the mountain blocking all new students has just gotten higher and further away. The alloy gate slowly opened, revealing a slender figure standing before everyone, accompanied by a several-meter-long white-scaled snake. Perhaps because the light was behind her, all that people could see was just a vague outline. Even so, as they gazed at that delicate figure, all that remained in their eyes was complexity. Envy, astonishment, disbelief, but there was no trace of underestimation or skepticism. Except for the final 9th level, all of Jiang Zhiyu's battle scenes were simultaneously broadcasted by the water mirror, witnessed by their eyes. They understood very well what this slender figure and her accompanying white-scaled snake represented.
What began as an ordinary tower climbing battle had unintentionally turned into Jiang Zhiyu's rise to fame.
If nothing unexpected happens, after today, Jiang Zhiyu's title as the number 1 new student will be solidified. And Jiang Zhiyu was clearly unaware of what was happening. Looking ahead to see so many people simultaneously staring at her, each expression filled with astonishment and recognition, she felt a wave of confusion. However, she did not dwell on it too much. Calm as water, she took a step forward toward Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing. But suddenly, 3 figures flashed before her, blocking Jiang Zhiyu's path.
Her eyelids twitched slightly, and Jiang Zhiyu felt the overwhelming wave of energy from the three in front of her.
3 Martial Kings. Martial King level beings perceive the rules, usually coming and going without a trace, and most choose to focus on closed-door training or fight in the wilderness.
Ordinary people rarely encounter a Martial King unless by chance.
Though she was reborn from the Emperor realm, Jiang Zhiyu knew clearly that with her current strength, she was not qualified to meet a Martial King. Yet the truth was, all 3 Martial Kings were looking at her, their intentions unmistakable, they were here for her. Considering the way the students in the distance looked at her, Jiang Zhiyu vaguely guessed something. It likely had to do with what she had just done in the Star Tower. Being in Shuweimu and holding Martial King identities, this trio's identities were not hard to guess.
Greetings to the 3 principals.
Though she had not studied at Shuweimu in her previous life, she was quite clear about the configuration of various martial arts universities. Ordinary martial arts universities usually have principals at the martial general level, while top-tier martial arts universities have martial kings as principals. Only Shuweimu is special. Not only has it produced martial sovereigns, but all past principals have also been at the martial emperor level, and those who break through to martial sovereign become honorary principals. In Shuweimu, a martial king means a principal level. And Jiang Zhiyu's words made the 3 in front of her pause slightly, but they quickly reacted.
To have such talent and a quick mind is absolutely normal.
Hello, Jiang student, I am Principal Qian of the Beast Taming Academy. Principal Qian hurriedly opened his mouth, but before he could finish, a voice echoed in his ears, mirror space. Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu felt the space around them twist suddenly.
In the next moment, the surrounding space seemed to be completely isolated from everything else.
To the naked eye, the director Qian, who was still talking to Jiang Zhiyu just a second ago, was now banging hard in front of him, but it appeared to be blocked by an invisible, ethereal barrier. Only light could shine through, but sounds could not penetrate. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed that this director of the Beast Master Academy was still passionately expressing something traditional. Not only him, but there was also another old man, with hair and beard already grizzled, who was similarly slapping against that illusory wall. However, unlike Director Qian, every slap from this elder caused ripples to spread across the barrier.
Hello, Student Jiang, I am Director Li Jifeng from the Magic Academy.
A voice drew Jiang Zhiyu's and his attention. The voice was ethereal yet carried a divine quality. Just hearing it made it clear that this person's power was definitely not inferior. But Jiang Zhiyu could naturally tell that the earlier voice was definitely reinforced by the power of rules. Understanding without breaking it, Jiang Zhiyu did not hesitate and bowed to the old man with the graying beard who was holding a staff.
Student Jiang Zhiyu, greetings to Director Li.
Director Li seemed very satisfied with Jiang Zhiyu's attitude, a smile on his lips as he slightly nodded, just about to say something when he suddenly noticed something unusual beyond the mirroring space, and his face suddenly changed.
Damn! You old fools, how dare you!
A traditional exclamation shattered the previously established atmosphere, which had been carefully constructed with the power of rules. Following Director Li's gaze, both a person and a snake turned to look, and upon seeing the scene there, their lips twitched slightly. They saw that the previously helpless Director Qian had, at some unknown time, summoned his own spiritual beast. Standing over 50 meters tall, resembling a fierce lion but covered in black jade scales, its mane around the neck was also a dark hue, radiating a mysterious aura. Just a glance was enough for Jiang Zhiyu to recognize the lineage of this beast.
Beast King. Black Jade Swanee.
Among the dragon's 9 sons, Swanee is one of them, but unfortunately, with the word Black Jade, it shows that the bloodline is impure. Otherwise, this one should be a beast god, not merely a beast king. Even so, this was still an existence that countless people dream of yet cannot attain. As for Bai Changsheng, upon seeing the Black Jade Swanee, a tremor from the depths of his soul surged up, causing him to involuntarily take a defensive posture. Even without any displayed hostility from the other side, the subtle pressure was enough to make Bai Changsheng break out in cold sweat.
Is this the Beast King?
Despite the fear in his heart, Bai Changsheng still gritted his teeth and looked directly at the beast. If he didn't even have the courage to look directly, how could he grow? But at this moment, the Beast King lifted one paw high, preparing to attack. In addition, the elder standing beside Director Qian now also held a long metal spear in his hand.
With the spear in hand, an indescribable aura lingered around it.
This aura was not strong, but it carried a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through all things in the world. In comparison, the wind speed gun and breaking gold gun that Jiang Zhiyu had previously displayed felt clumsy. Heavenly grade martial arts were originally exclusive to the martial king. Without the strength or the reinforcement of rules, one could only grasp its form, not its essence. Yet, within the Shuweimu Academy, such a grand display unfolded. One summoned his Beast King, and another fully activated heavenly grade martial skills. What were they trying to achieve? Jiang Zhiyu did not understand the reason, but Director Li clearly did. He also knew that if he did not break the mirroring space soon, I'm afraid these 2 old guys will really fight, right in front of thousands of students, in the school.
But before they could make any move, an invisible wave came from afar. In the blink of an eye, the over 50-meter-tall black jade beast disappeared, and the already poised Dean G vanished as well. Even Deanly, who created the mirror space, was nowhere to be found, as if he had undone the mirror space without a trace. Outside the star-ascending tower, everything returned to its previous quiet state, as if nothing had happened, but everyone in their hearts knew that what just happened was real. The three deans almost really fought because of Jiang Zhiyu. If it weren't for that invisible wave taking them away, they might have already been at each other's throats by now. Fear gripped their hearts, and everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng. They knew Jiang Zhiyu was exceptionally talented, capturing the attention of the three deans. But who would have thought that the dean's admiration for talent would reach such a level? Especially those who previously wanted to surpass Jiang Zhiyu and become the top of the new students. Looking at the scene that just unfolded, they found it hard to convince themselves. Even if Jiang Zhiyu didn't compete, and they managed to surpass her to claim the first spot, the three deans probably wouldn't really take them as their personal disciples, right? As for Jiang Zhiyu, she simply pursed her lips and walked towards Xian Xuan with Bai Changsheng. Chapter 60, Principal Shui Mu, the March Appointment. A flash of light passed in front of him, and after a brief moment of distraction, he was met with the face of an old friend. The three of them immediately snorted coldly and turned their heads away from each other. "Aren't you done causing trouble yet?" An ethereal voice sounded, and all three turned to look at the source. Upon seeing who spoke, their expressions turned serious, and they hurriedly bowed. "Principal." In front of students, they could follow their true nature, but facing the figure before them, if they dared to act recklessly, that would be quite out of line. In front of students, disregarding your image and fighting so openly, you three really are. Hearing this, the faces of the three deans showed some embarrassment. Faced with Jiang Zhiyu's extraordinary talent, they couldn't accept being left behind, losing the opportunity, but now, with calm minds, they realized this was inappropriate. Not to mention, they still wanted to maintain their dignified positions as deans in front of their students. Now, would anyone still believe them? "Two old fools have ruined me." They all shared this thought in their hearts. "Let's hear it, what was this about?" The old man turned back and looked at the three. Dressed in coarse linen, he looked just like an old farmer who had spent his life tilling the land before the catastrophe. Simple, aged, even a bit hunched, yet his eyes were deep like an ancient well. In fact, this principal used to be a farmer, spending his life cultivating the earth until he encountered the awakening of spiritual energy. But if anyone truly thought of him as just a farmer, they would be completely wrong. Being able to casually move the three martial kings here, one could only imagine how powerful he truly was. "Principal, you really can't blame me for this, you need to judge my side." Dean G spoke first. "Our Chi and Blood Martial Arts Academy finally has an exceptionally talented new student, just starting school, and she has already mastered 2 high-level martial skills to a small success. Yet these 2 old men want to snatch her away. Do you think I can accept this?" "What do you mean your student? Jiang Zhiyu just enrolled, she hasn't even chosen an academy yet." As soon as Dean G finished speaking, Dean Qian couldn't help but interrupt. "Besides, Jiang Zhiyu's talent isn't only showcased in Qi and blood martial arts. That bloodline mutation, bearing the aura of dragon blood, the 3rd-grade white-scaled snake, did you not see it at all? To be honest, Jiang Zhiyu is suited for beast taming. Sending her to your Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy would most definitely mislead the students, a gem cast into darkness." As soon as these words came out, Dean G grew anxious, opening his mouth to retort, but was directly interrupted by the principal. "And you, what about you?" While speaking, he cast a glance at Deanly. "Your temperament is the most stable. Logically, you shouldn't argue with those two. Back then, Li Changming didn't inspire any love for talent in you. Jiang Zhiyu obviously isn't suitable for the Magic Academy, why are you feeling unstable?" Deanly wore a bitter smile, then shook his head and said, "Jiang Zhiyu is different. She is only a 2nd-grade martial artist but has a martial general level spirit power, even able to use spiritual attack secret techniques on the 9th floor of the Star Tower." The principal fell silent, his previously calm gaze revealing a hint of change now. "You mean, this first-year freshman has self-studied and mastered 2 heavenly-grade martial arts, while simultaneously cultivating a white-scaled snake into a 3rd-grade beast soldier, possesses dragon blood lineage, and has refined her spirit power to martial general level, while also casually learning attack secret techniques? I haven't misunderstood, have I?" None of the three spoke up, for they saw the unusual color in the principal's eyes. Exchanging glances, the three silently stepped back half a pace. Their quarrel was their own, but if the principal also grew fond of talent, what was there left to contest? Between the dean and the principal, it was like comparing an ordinary teacher to the dean. Still, as long as Jiang Zhiyu isn't foolish, she would know how to choose. Principal, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Dean G spoke and immediately left. Dean Shen and Dean Li did the same, bidding farewell and turning to leave, as if they had made some resolute decision. They arrived quickly and left just as rapidly. The conflict among the three was complicated and difficult to resolve.
After all, they were all beings at the martial king level, and to the extent of almost fighting in front of students, they still were unwilling to give up. Taking care of one meant neglecting the other two. No matter how it was done, it wouldn't be perfect. But in reality, as long as the right method was found, resolving it could be as simple as a single glance. Like just now, all he needed to do was show curiosity towards Jiang Zhiyu, and the three would inherently think of resolving it behind closed doors. From now on, regardless of which among the three compromised, such situations would no longer arise. Since internal conflicts couldn't be resolved, they would find a fourth person to forcefully shift the conflict. From the looks of it, the effect seemed quite good. Watching the three depart from his small yard, the principal could only shake his head helplessly, continuing to tend to his vegetable garden. Once the three were far enough to confirm that the principal had not followed them, they stopped in their tracks. So, how do we resolve this? What to resolve? You all saw that Jiang Zhiyu should be a student of my Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy, don't even think about it. Is that so? But how come I see that the blood aura fluctuations of Jiang Zhiyu's white-scaled snake are even stronger than her own? Moreover, with the blessing of dragon blood, Jiang Zhiyu's achievements in beast taming won't be poor either. Old Qian, are you dead set on competing with me? If that's the case, let's see who comes out on top. Whoever wins becomes Jiang Zhiyu's teacher. Alright, bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. As soon as it seemed the two were about to bicker again, Deanly felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but support his forehead. Enough, do you really want the principal to step in? The moment he said this, the two who had been at odds suddenly lost their momentum. In my opinion, this matter can only be decided by Jiang Zhiyu herself. We three arguing here won't yield any results. Well then, isn't the reward competition set for 3 months later? For these 3 months, we will take turns teaching Jiang Zhiyu, without interfering with each other, relying on our own abilities. After 3 months, Jiang Zhiyu can choose for herself whom she wants to follow for learning. This is fair enough and won't make it a big deal that attracts the principal's attention, right? Deanly presented his solution, and both of them glanced at him, falling into silence. It must be said that this is indeed the fairest option for the three of them at the moment, and also the most acceptable. But the problem is, who goes first and who goes last? Simple, we can draw lots. Deanly flipped his hand and summoned a jade tube with 3 willow branches sticking out of it. We will go in order of the length of the branches. The longer the branch, the further up the order. Each person gets 3 days, and I will go last. That way, there should be no objections. Chapter 61, If I Could Have a Bite of the Ink Jade Suyen. You mean, the 3 deans displayed my combat performance completely in front of everyone? After hearing Xin Shuang's words, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but shift her gaze, looking at her with a hint of surprise. Including Bai Changsheng, he also felt a sudden shock in his heart upon hearing this. He thought that with Jiang Zhiyu's talent, she would stand out prominently in Shuemu, and it wouldn't take long for her to make her mark. But he never expected this would happen on the very first day. And it even attracted the attention of all 3 deans, revealing her talent in front of thousands of students. Yes. Xin Shuang nodded and then bit her lip slightly. Not only that, after you passed the 7th layer, the 3 deans announced they would hold a reward competition. 3 months from now, whoever manages to become the top freshman will receive the privilege of being a direct disciple of the 3 deans. Direct disciple of the deans? Jiang Zhiyu understood very well what direct disciple meant. That implies teaching that is regarded as passing down personal skills. If there isn't absolute confidence in a student's character and talent, one would never make such a promise lightly. In her previous life, she also had a female direct disciple, but according to age, that little one wouldn't be born for another 2 years. Being sharp-minded, Jiang Zhiyu had already guessed the gist from just these few keywords. The 3 deans held a reward competition specifically because of her talent, with the aim of bringing her on as a student. What in the world is going on? Jiang Zhiyu could only feel helpless in her heart. In her plan, the first semester of entering Shuemu was supposed to be a stable growth period for her. At least before Woho, she faced no bottlenecks at all, she only needed to steadily gather resources for cultivation. But who would have thought that plans couldn't keep up with changes? Just by trying to earn some points by climbing the Star Tower, it had caused such a huge sensation. Now, even if she wanted to keep a low profile, thousands of eyes would be watching her closely, leaving no chance for her to hide herself. However, even though the incident happened rather suddenly, Jiang Zhiyu quickly accepted this fact. She would compete in this reward competition. The inheritance of the martial king didn't interest her at all, but having a martial king as a teacher, along with the resources, connections, and backing that came with it, was exactly what she currently lacked. 3 months. Jiang Zhiyu murmured, glancing again at the ranking of the Star Tower, her heart clear. She was a full 3 layers above the 2nd place. And the further up the Star Tower, the harder it was to climb. In 3 months, it was nearly impossible for others to surpass her. Not to mention, she certainly wouldn't remain stagnant for 3 months. With the rewards from the first 9 layers of the Star Tower, her strength would soon enter a period of explosive growth.
By the way, Zhiyu, this is for you.
Xin Shuang said, as her right hand pinched a card and handed it over. This is a training card from Xing. He has already bought a month's worth of time in a grade B training room. With this card, you can directly swipe for training time. Jiang Zhiyu slightly tilted her head to take a look at her, with a hint of confusion in her eyes.
Wasn't the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King sold to the school before?
In addition to the monetary reward, the school also gave a lot of points, which can be exchanged for 3 months in a B-grade training room.
And since you've now become a new student at Shuemu, you can use it.
I know you just passed the first 9 levels of the Star Tower, and you won't be short on training room time, but this is what we should give you.
You just need to not think it's too little. Xin Shuang spoke sincerely. Bai Changsheng understood now why Jiang Zhiyu, who usually didn't mingle much with anyone other than Lin Jingyao, was willing to accompany Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing at first sight.
The characters of these two were indeed commendable. If it were others, they might have quietly hidden this matter. After all, it was what was agreed upon initially. Although it was unclear whether the two decided this after seeing Jiang Zhiyu's talent or if they already had this idea initially, their current action was certainly not wrong. However, facing the training card worth a lot of points, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head.
This training card, let's return it to Senior Zhang.
I already have a year's worth of training room time on my card, and unless something unexpected happens, I won't be lacking training room use in 3 months. In comparison, you clearly need it more than I do. Jiang Zhiyu's words posed no issues. Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing naturally understood her meaning. Given Jiang Zhiyu's talent and the attitude of the 3 deans, unless something unexpected happened, Jiang Zhiyu would continue studying at Shuemu as a personally taught disciple of the dean in 3 months.
And would a dean-level figure allow their student to lack training room usage time? Let alone a B-grade training room, probably even an A-grade training room would be available for Jiang Zhiyu's free use.
This. Xin Shuang hesitated, looking at Zhang Xing, while Zhang Xing wanted to say something, but suddenly 3 figures appeared before them. It was the 3 deans who had just disappeared. However, unlike the earlier tension, the 3 of them had clearly calmed down by now. Zhang Xing's words were swallowed back upon the arrival of the 3 deans.
We meet the 3 deans.
Bowing slightly in greeting, they were welcomed with smiles by the 3 deans.
We have something we want to discuss with student Jiang Zhiyu. If you two have things to do, you can leave first. Before ordinary students, the deans still held considerable authority.
Upon hearing this, Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing's expressions changed instantly. After acknowledging, they bid farewell to Jiang Zhiyu and walked away. The 3 deans, however, were clearly too anxious to wait for the two to move far away. Director Li of the Magic Academy waved his hand, creating a mirror space that encompassed Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng.
Unlike before, this time the other 2 deans were also included in it. Hello, student Jiang.
Let me introduce myself. I am Dean Ji of the Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy. We met before at the Dragon Blood Lake, you should still remember. Dean Ji said with a smile, trying to break the ice. Jiang Zhiyu naturally would not expose the fact that they had not really communicated that day. She lightly pursed her lips and then nodded.
Student Jiang Zhiyu, greetings, Dean Ji.
Meanwhile, Bai Changsheng, looking at Director Qian, who had been staring fixedly at him from the beginning, instinctively shrank his neck.
If he wasn't mistaken, the Beast King level Mo Jade Swandi from before was this one's spiritual beast, right?
It was hard to imagine that the seemingly cheerful old man in front of him could summon a Beast King level spirit beast at any moment. However, while he was filled with fear, Bai Changsheng inevitably started to entertain a bold thought. If he could eat a piece of the Mo Jade Swandi's flesh and blood,
then does that mean he will ascend to heaven directly? Chapter 62, Old Deng, Exploding Gold Coins. The 3 deans have come together, is there something important?
Jiang Zhiyu greeted each of the 3 deans, then straightened her expression and took the initiative to ask. Based on what she had heard from Xin Shuang before, she had already guessed the reason for their visit, but some things had to be spoken out by the other party. It's like this, Jiang student. We witnessed your battle video in its entirety, we highly recognize your talent, thus we have a strong desire to nurture you.
Haven't you just enrolled in Shuemu and not yet chosen a teacher?
And with your talent, ordinary teachers won't be able to teach you for long. So, it's better for us deans to personally guide you.
We came here to ask you, who do you want to choose as your teacher?
Dean Ji spoke first, explaining a bit, but as soon as he finished, Dean Li from the Magic Academy added a sentence. It will be the 3 of us teaching you together, you can decide who your actual teacher is 3 months later.
Right now, you just need to choose who to follow to learn.
Dean Li knew very well that among the 3, his strength was the weakest. Jiang Zhiyu practiced martial arts herself and had contracted a spirit beast, showing no sign of dabbling in magic. If it were an ordinary student, he wouldn't have spoken up, but Jiang Zhiyu's talent and mental power was something he couldn't ignore. If he missed out on such a good seedling, he would regret it deeply, even in the middle of the night.
Adding this extra sentence was to increase his presence, so Jiang Zhiyu wouldn't misunderstand and directly choose old G.
The other two were unwilling to draw lots, so now the question was thrown to Jiang Zhiyu.
3 months, learning from the 3 deans in turns? Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng felt confused upon hearing the choice given by the 3.
Though this result was far from Jiang Zhiyu's original guess, it was obviously a very good outcome for her. For an ordinary student, wanting even one dean's guidance would be incredibly difficult, let alone being valued by 3 deans at the same time. Thinking back, her performance during the tower climbing did attract the attention of the 3 deans, which wasn't surprising. But deciding who to choose first was a bit challenging for Jiang Zhiyu. Each one could be the best option, finding it difficult was only natural. I major in Qi and blood martial arts, so I will choose Dean Ji first. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, a smile immediately appeared on Dean Ji's face, and he exchanged a provocative glance with his 2 old friends, then looked at Jiang Zhiyu with a cheerful expression.
Don't worry, choosing me first, I won't let you regret it.
Within 3 days, I guarantee your Qi and blood value will break 3,000. Jiang Zhiyu's current Qi and blood value was only about 2,006, almost 400 away from 3,000. Following her previous training methods, it would take about 2 weeks to catch up to that 400. But according to Dean Ji, enhancing 400 Qi and blood values would only take 3 days.
Is this the confidence of a martial king expert?
Bai Changsheng glanced at Dean Ji, then turned to look at Jiang Zhiyu.
If he said he wasn't envious, it would be a lie.
But he knew clearly that what he showed currently did not qualify him to be valued by a dean-level figure like Jiang Zhiyu. Unless he could directly bring out the system. But as long as his mind was fine, he couldn't tell anyone about the system's existence, including Jiang Zhiyu. So, he could only focus on quietly developing himself. Bai Changsheng sighed inwardly, but saw Dean Qian still staring closely at him.
Jiang student, how many mutations has your white-scaled snake undergone? Dean Qian suddenly spoke up. Interrupted the conversation between Jiang Zhiyu and Dean Ji.
Earlier, he was far away and obstructed by the water mirror, so he could only observe Bai Changsheng's appearance, but even that was enough to spark his interest. Now, being only 2 steps away from Bai Changsheng, he could clearly feel the aura emanating from him.
This white-scaled snake is definitely not simple.
With his understanding and research on extraordinary beasts, he could naturally see the extraordinary aspects of Bai Changsheng. The snake scales are smooth, the aura is long, and beneath the scales, there is a flow of energy that serves a defensive function.
Moreover, the strength of the snake's bones is clearly much higher, far beyond what a normal initial stage 3 beast should have.
Of course, apart from these, he clearly sensed something he had been anticipating from Bai Changsheng.
Dragon blood.
Even if it is extremely thin, and one might overlook it if not specifically checking. But this little guy indeed has dragon blood within him.
This is also something that a white-scaled snake should not possess. To be honest, Dean Qian, Xiaobai has undergone 3 transformations.
Jiang Zhiyu glanced down at Bai Changsheng, who had not made a single sound from beginning to end, and extended her slender, fair hand, gently gliding her fingertip across his snake scales.
3 transformations?
Upon hearing the number reported by Jiang Zhiyu, not only was Dean Qian taken aback, but even Dean Ji and Dean Li couldn't help but glance at Bai Changsheng again. Although they were not masters of beast taming, it did not mean they did not understand what 3 transformations signify. A normal white-scaled snake bloodline could not possibly allow Bai Changsheng to grow to such an extent. To break through the bottleneck and surpass the bloodline barrier, transformation is the only path forward. And 3 complete transformations mean that Bai Changsheng's growth limit has been completely shattered. No one knows how far Bai Changsheng can grow now. After all, the number of extraordinary beasts with 3 transformations is extremely rare, and recorded instances do not exist below the Beast King level.
But one thing is certain, a stage 3 beast soldier is obviously not the limit. No wonder, no wonder.
Dean Qian's eyes showed a hint of surprise but soon became clear as he organized his thoughts and spoke. Actually, this matter is not in conflict. This white-scaled snake, after undergoing 3 transformations, already carries a trace of dragon blood within its bloodline. However, this trace of bloodline is extremely impure and needs to rely on spiritual herbs and materials to continuously purify and refine it to reach a certain concentration. If Jiang classmate is willing, you can hand this white-scaled snake over to me. After you finish your studies with old Ji, I will teach you the rest.
Can dragon blood really be purified?
Upon hearing this, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but be surprised. He had obtained dragon blood, and even Jiang Zhiyu was unaware of it. Dean Qian's ability to see through it did not astonish him, but rather the fact that Dean Qian seemed to have a way to purify dragon blood.
But upon reflection, it made sense.
The martial arts of Blue Star have developed over many years, and the other 2 paths that appeared almost simultaneously with martial arts have also undoubtedly progressed well. Through the exploration and research of countless predecessors, discovering methods to purify bloodlines does not seem difficult to accept. However, for Bai Changsheng, with a system in place, this matter does not need to be so troublesome at all. All he needs is for Dean Xian to spend some gold coins to get enough evolution points to raise the level of the dragon blood.
Chapter 63, Billionaire Dean Xian.
This statement from Dean Xian clearly shocked not only Bai Changsheng but also Jiang Zhiyu, who stood beside him, causing her to turn her head in surprise. However, unlike Bai Changsheng's astonishment, her surprise was about when Xiao Bai had acquired dragon blood. Her delicate brows furrowed as she suddenly thought of something and stopped feeling puzzled.
If we can purify dragon blood, that would be great.
However, the material's capable of purifying dragon blood. I'm afraid it's quite valuable and might make President Qian spend a lot.
Jiang Zhiyu slightly cupped her hands and bowed to President Qian.
She knew how important the words dragon blood were for exotic beasts, and having already regarded Bai Changsheng as a partner, she naturally wouldn't refuse this proposal that could directly enhance Bai Changsheng's potential. This favor, she must accept. Hee, Jiang classmate, you don't need to worry about this guy's money.
Do you know what this guy did before studying beast taming?
Dean Ji chuckled, pointing his right hand at President Qian. This guy's talent in business is far better than in beast taming. After taking over a family company worth 50 million in just 10 years, he increased its value by 1,000 times. Although he started studying beast taming later, over the years, the total value of his company still broke 100 billion. The valuable materials you mentioned are nothing more than the interest on his savings for a single day.
The owner of a 100 billion company? President Qian has this identity too?
After the recovery of spiritual energy and the global catastrophe, although Blue Star has entered a phase that favors heavy weapons over commerce, business is still in demand. After all, not everyone possesses the talent for martial arts, and even martial artists need money to buy training resources. The rich in martial arts, the poor in culture is not a simple saying. Ordinary people's monthly income is only a few thousand, while a first-grade martial artist hunting in the wilderness for a month makes only about 200,000.
President Qian's 100 billion assets indeed allow him to not worry about money.
Speaking of this, a hint of pride inevitably appeared on President Qian's face, and he began to boast for himself. I can't say much, but if you become my student, Jiang classmate, all your training resources for the next 4 years won't be a concern. With great wealth comes the manner of great wealth.
What do these two old fellows have to compete with me?
As his words fell, President Qian suddenly felt a chill by his leg. Looking down, he found Bai Changsheng had appeared beside him, rubbing against him with its scales. In those elongated serpent eyes, flattery was fully displayed. For resources, there is no embarrassment, everything is for achieving the Beast King. This little guy is quite understanding, rare. President Qian felt not the slightest discomfort at Bai Changsheng's actions, but rather a sense of joy. The more understanding the little guy is, the better. I'm not afraid of him being greedy, just afraid he has money with nowhere to spend. If I can buy Bai Changsheng and influence Jiang Zhiyu's decision, spending a few million is nothing at all.
Since Xiao Bai has already made a decision, then I shall trouble President Qian.
Jiang Zhiyu slightly cupped her hands toward President Qian as a sign of agreement. But with this, both Dean Ji and President Qian gain something, while only Dean Li remains empty-handed. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Dean Li couldn't help but smile.
It's fine, the higher your blood value, the better my teaching effect. This time, I will take a step back.
Seeing Dean Li take the initiative to speak, Dean Ji and President Qian both breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might change his mind and not be willing to stay.
If that's the case, then it's decided.
Tomorrow morning at 8, Xiao Jiang, you just need to come to Hashi building to find me.
Dean Ji called out, pulling Dean Li to leave first. President Qian also waved goodbye to Jiang Zhiyu, saying he would come to pick up Bai Changsheng tomorrow morning before turning to leave. They came quickly and left quickly.
Xian Shuang and the other two did not walk far. Seeing the mirror space dissolve and the three deans leave, they leaned over. However, both were very tactful, not asking about any matters regarding the three deans, as if they had forgotten about it, and continued to show Jiang Zhiyu around the school. It took almost an hour to barely tour the various places around Shuimu.
This gave Jiang Zhiyu a preliminary understanding of Shuimu. This is the Resource Extraction Center.
All the rewards from the Ascending Star Tower can be collected here. Additionally, selling exotic beast materials and purchasing elixirs and other cultivation resources are also done here.
However, the school has certain grade requirements for purchasing exotic beasts.
Below Beast General, the price is basically the same as on the market. Only for Beast Generals and above will there be extra point rewards.
Here is the dormitory building. You should have already received a text about your dorm arrangement. Let me check for you. 207, it's this way.
Shuimu has pretty good living conditions. Every freshman has this standard, a 70 square meter room, with each person having a separate kitchen and bathroom. But since you are a new first year, I estimate that within a week, a school teacher will contact you to move into the villa area. This is a hidden benefit of the Ascending Star Tower leaderboard, but only the top 10 qualify for it.
If you drop out of the top 10, you have to move back. This is the training room.
The training rooms are divided into 3 ranks, A, B, and C. C-ranked training rooms do not require points to redeem and have the weakest spirit gathering effect.
However, it is still better than cultivating elsewhere and it's free.
B-ranked training rooms have about 30% better effects than C-ranked ones, making the difference in cultivation experience noticeable. As for A-ranked training rooms, they are very expensive. 1 day in an A-ranked room can be exchanged for 3 days in a B-ranked room, but the improvement compared to B-ranked is only about 50%. If used for daily cultivation, it might not be worth the cost, so aside from top-tier geniuses, very few students will redeem long hours in A-ranked training rooms.
Unless it is a crucial moment for a breakthrough. Hey, Jiang Zhiyu, where are you going? Xin Shuang looked at Jiang Zhiyu, who suddenly stepped forward, and couldn't help but ask.
I exchanged for some things at the Ascending Star Tower. Since I have time now, I want to solidify my vitality.
Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's explanation, Xin Shuang and Zhang Hang were momentarily speechless.
After all, she is the top freshman. Glancing at Zhang Hang, Xin Shuang spoke again, let's go, I'll accompany you. On the first day of school to go to the training room for practice might sound a bit strange, but once they stepped inside, both Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng felt a clear difference from the outside world. The concentration of spiritual energy here, if one could stay long-term, one could probably turn a pig into a beast general. Of course, the premise is that one can afford the price of 1,000 points per hour. Jiang Zhiyu also took out everything she had just exchanged from the resource extraction center, and casually fed Bai Changsheng 2 bare blood pills.
Chapter 64, Bloodline Purification. The path of a warrior is always accompanied by tedious cultivation.
Absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, honing and regulating one's vitality, practicing and learning martial arts over and over again. This monotonous process often finds one stuck at a certain realm for a long time, occasionally excited by a small breakthrough, but soon it becomes dull again. Even Jiang Zhiyu, who was an empress in her past life, had no way around this. She could rely on her previous life's realm and experience to skip the honing of martial arts and figuring out the realm barriers, but the accumulation of vitality cannot be accomplished overnight. Even she needed years of cultivation for steady improvement. In comparison, Bai Changsheng seemed much more comfortable and at ease. Every day, he just needed to continuously devour to rapidly increase his vitality. Especially after his digestion enhancement reached level 5, his daily increase in vitality speed had already surpassed Jiang Zhiyu by a significant margin. However, this gap was not obvious, as Jiang Zhiyu's realm increased and the supply of cultivation resources remained ample. The initially small difference was quickly closed.
However, Bai Changsheng's improvement was still far from its limit.
The 5th level of digestion enhancement had not been signaled by the system to have reached its cap, yet the required evolution points for further upgrades had risen to 300 points.
There's no more food, I can only endure for now.
Glancing at Jiang Zhiyu, whose skin was glowing a hint of red all over, Bai Changsheng continued to shut his eyes and feign sleep. Early the next morning, the door of the training room was opened from the outside, and Din Qian, dressed in black, walked in. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu still immersed in her training state, he couldn't help but nod slightly in approval.
To become a student at Shuemu, both talent and effort are indispensable. Yet many students view entering Shuemu as their goal and, after being accepted, lose their ambition and become lazy. Din Qian was very satisfied with Jiang Zhiyu's self-control.
No matter how good the teacher or how rich the resources, one must put in enough effort to achieve the best results. Din Qian did not interrupt Jiang Zhiyu's training but waited for over 10 minutes before noticing the redness around her body gradually fading, and she finally opened her eyes.
Din Qian.
Seeing Din Qian standing at the door, Jiang Zhiyu quickly got up to greet him. Din Qian smiled warmly and waved his hand, indicating she didn't need to be so formal, and then he spoke up.
On your first day of school, you came to the training room to practice all night.
If everyone were as diligent as you, our worries would be greatly reduced.
The energy is boiling, like waves crashing. Did you swallow the tiger blood refinement pill?
With Din Qian's discerning eyes, it was evident he could see the differences in Jiang Zhiyu. Compared to when they parted yesterday, her vitality had soared by about 200 points, already touching the threshold of the 3rd tier. Such an exaggerated improvement proved that Jiang Zhiyu had not previously consumed any pills with similar effects. In other words, Jiang Zhiyu had yet to experience the explosive phase brought on by the pills, and as long as the resource supply was adequate, she would soon welcome a surge in vitality. This girl's future is likely not just a martial king. Din Qian sighed inwardly, but he did not say more. I'm here to fetch that little guy. In terms of vitality martial arts, he could not offer Jiang Zhiyu much help, since his own strength was merely in the later stages of a martial general, far inferior to that old G fellow, so he refrained from giving random advice. However, he had plenty of confidence in beast taming.
Though Bai Changsheng's potential was not as vast as Jiang Zhiyu's, he still possessed remarkable talent.
If the upcoming actions could fully unleash the dragon blood lineage within Bai Changsheng, becoming a beast king was not out of reach.
The question lay in how much Bai Changsheng could enhance his potential during this opportunity. Little by
Jiang Zhiyu gently called out, then waved her right hand slightly. The next moment, Bai Changsheng was summoned. Bai Changsheng, still dazed and in a deep sleep, looked at Din Qian, who had appeared out of nowhere, and his heart jumped suddenly. It was here, the unexpected fortune that belonged to him had finally arrived.
Is it okay for me to follow along and see what's happening? Though she knew Din Qian wouldn't harm Bai Changsheng, Jiang Zhiyu instinctively wanted to follow and see what was happening. Of course, old Ji's office is right next door, so it's on the way. The two and the snake left the training room, following Din Qian's footsteps towards the office area. 10 minutes later, they entered a 12-story high building. The Haoki building was the office building for the various deans and the principal. Normally, even teachers did not qualify to enter, let alone students. At Din Qian's level, one person occupied half of a floor.
An 800-square-meter office, besides the regular work area, also had a matching lounge area. In the martial arts practice area, the training room, and so on. It is clear that old Qian's office is extremely luxurious. Instead of being filled with gold, silver, and jade ornaments as one might imagine, it is filled with various spiritual materials and pills.
As soon as he entered, Bai Changsheng could sense a rich fragrance of medicine.
A variety of high-grade spiritual herbs mixed together gave Bai Changsheng a refreshing feeling. As his gaze swept over the shelves of spiritual herbs, only excitement remained in Bai Changsheng's eyes. Although he did not know the names or effects of these spiritual herbs, that didn't matter. What mattered was that if he could swallow all of them, he could probably push his energy levels beyond 10,000 just from the herbs alone. Of course, if Bai Changsheng ate all these herbs at once, what would await him might be a collapse from too much energy, resulting in death. The training plan for this little guy will take a total of 7 days. In the first 2 days, I will use pills to deeply stimulate its body, activating it from within. During this phase, its digestion ability will be greatly enhanced, which will also put it in a state of extreme hunger. However, you cannot feed it anything at this time. Keeping it in a prolonged state of extreme hunger will allow its body to start automatically digesting and absorbing things that are not only useless but also harmful. After 2 days, once all the chaos inside is absorbed, I will feed it enough medicine to replenish its energy, bringing its energy levels to their peak. After that, we will use spiritual herbs to fully activate its dragon bloodline. As for how much we can purify the bloodline in the end, no one can say for sure. Regardless of the outcome, its energy and potential will be improved to a certain extent. Director Qian turned to look at Bai Changsheng and added thoughtfully, however, there will be a certain level of risk throughout the process. If it cannot withstand the pressure from forcibly purifying the bloodline, it could very well die. Whether to proceed is up to you to decide. Chapter 65, Evolution Tree Branch, Poison Resistance. Is there a life-threatening risk in bloodline purification? Upon hearing Director Qian's words, Bai Changsheng was slightly stunned but quickly reacted. There is no sure bet in life. Wanting to forcibly elevate bloodline rank is inherently a rebellious act against nature, making it impossible to take no risks at all. Just like when Bai Changsheng raised his own level limit, he would also face extreme pain. One could not say for certain whether he would survive or not. Not to mention, this was originally a thing of great benefit with no harm whatsoever. Not only has Director Qian covered all expenses at this moment, even without him, Jiang Zhiyu would find a way to gather enough materials for Bai Changsheng later. Little Bai has already made his choice. Looking at Bai Changsheng, who was already crawling towards Director Qian, Jiang Zhiyu nodded slightly, then bowed to Director Qian. Director, just proceed. Whatever the outcome, I and Little Bai will bear the consequences. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's confident answer, Director Qian finally nodded, then summoned a jade bottle with a wave of his hand. As the cap of the green jade bottle was opened, an indescribable aroma immediately escaped. It was tantalizing yet carried an almost unbearable pungent smell. After pouring out one pill and holding it in his hand, it was green in color, about the size of a thumb. This pill is called 3 Spirits Gathering Poison, refined from the toxins of 3 Beast General Level Poisons. However, the toxins counteract each other and are not lethal, rather, they can stimulate the body, creating a false poisoning state that allows each organ to function at its best. Remember, no matter how hungry it is, it cannot eat anything. Director Qian reminded once more, before finally feeding the pill to Bai Changsheng. Congratulations, host, for devouring the 3 Spirit Poison Gathering Pill, gaining 0 health points and 10 evolution points. You have entered a mild poisoning state. Time required for toxin relief, 24 hours. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the unlit evolution tree branch, Toxin Resistance. Toxin Resistance, once lit, it grants certain toxin resistance, immunity to some toxins. Points required to light it, 10. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Bai Changsheng felt a slight joy in his heart. Just looking at the introduction of the evolution tree and the points needed to light it, this toxin resistance should be a low-level functional evolution tree. Similar to the rock armor defense, it is an evolution tree that doesn't provide much improvement whether it's lit or not. With Bai Changsheng's current health points, common toxins of low grade really couldn't do anything to him. Even if he was bitten without resistance, it wouldn't hurt him. At most, it would make him feel weak and tired for a while. Unless he could fully light up this toxin resistance branch, but that might not be worth it. With these evolution points, he should continue to light up the digestion enhancement in dragon blood instead. Putting this system prompt out of his mind, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that as the pill was swallowed into his stomach, a faint stinging sensation began to spread from his abdomen to all over his body. This pain is not strong, but it has an intensifying feeling. Seeing Bai Changsheng's body slowly curl up, Din Qian understood that the pill's effect had started to take hold. With a flip of his hand, he summoned several porcelain bottles.
Stomach fortifying pill, which can directly strengthen the stomach and enhance digestive ability.
Waste elimination and blood flow pill, which strengthens blood vessels and helps the body expel useless things. Qi guiding pill, which ensures sufficient qi flow, allowing the effects of these previous pills to last throughout the day. After swallowing several pills in a row, the system continuously displayed several prompt sounds. Congratulations, host, for devouring the stomach fortifying pill, gaining 10 health points and 14 evolution points. You have entered a stomach enhancement state. The evolution tree branch digestion enhancement temporarily increases 1 level, time until effect wears off, 24 hours. Congratulations, host, for devouring the waste elimination and blood flow pill, gaining 24 health points and 32 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for devouring the qi guiding pill, gaining 9 health points and 28 evolution points. Adding the 3 spirit poison gathering pill, Din Qian's several pills had given Bai Changsheng a total of 43 health points and a full 84 evolution points. No wonder they are called precious pills refined from various rare materials. The evolution points provided are too generous. The only problem is that these pills are definitely very valuable, and compared to the price paid to buy them, these 84 evolution points seem a bit pitiful. But who cares? The pills were not bought by Bai Changsheng. He spent none and gained health points and evolution points.
And old man Qian did not mind the expense, otherwise, these pills wouldn't be sold by the bottle.
From the sound, it was clear that the number of pills in those porcelain bottles was definitely not small. But with so many pills being swallowed all at once, the originally not very intense stinging sensation completely erupted. The feeling throughout his body was like being pricked by needles, but fortunately, this pain was still within Bai Changsheng's tolerance range.
Along with this also came different reactions from all parts of his body.
His heart was pounding violently, and faintly, he could hear a drum-like thumping sound. His stomach was also writhing madly, accelerating the digestion of the various pills just swallowed. His digestion enhancement had already been raised to level 5, and now, due to the effect of the pills, it temporarily elevated again. Bai Changsheng only felt like his appetite had opened up, as if he could swallow a whole wild bull. The feeling of hunger began to appear, and it was growing stronger. The pills have started to take effect. Remember, do not feed it anything.
Din Qian reminded Jiang Zhiyu once again. He wanted to say something more, but then he saw a person standing at the office door, helplessly glanced at the other, and added, "Tomorrow morning, bring this little guy to me once again. There's nothing much else to say." "Thank you, Director Qian." Jiang Zhiyu slightly cupped his hands in respect, then put Bai Changsheng into the spirit bag.
In just a few seconds, Bai Changsheng's hunger had reached its peak, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days.
This feeling of hunger, intensified by the elixir that strengthened all his senses, was all the more unbearable.
With no choice, he could only curl up his body and close his eyes to feign sleep. Sleep now. If he fell asleep, he wouldn't feel hungry anymore. In this situation, Bai Changsheng could only comfort himself in his heart, thinking that once he got through it, it would be fine, but just the thought of having to endure this for 2 more days made him want to cry without tears. The only motivation was that Director Su had promised to provide enough flesh and blood for him to devour in 2 days. With the power of the martial king, the food should not be too bad. Murmuring to himself, Bai Changsheng forced himself into a deep sleep. Faint from hunger and then waking up hungry again, he forced himself to sleep once more. For 2 continuous days, Bai Changsheng lived in a daze. His body was weak and listless, and even his vital energy had dropped by more than 20 points. However, as 2 days passed, he finally didn't have to starve anymore. Chapter 66, Tiger Blood Pill, Digestion Enhanced, 2 levels up. Director Qian, I'll leave the little Bai in your hands from now on.
Jiang Zhiyu summoned Bai Changsheng from the spirit bag.
At this moment, Bai Changsheng was no longer the lively figure he used to be. His body was withered, his eyes devoid of spirit, and even his once strong physique now seemed somewhat emaciated. Although he could still unleash great power, he didn't even want to move his head. With the level 6 digestion enhancement, the amount of flesh and blood he needed to consume daily was exceedingly excessive, yet Director Qian had made him fast for 2 days, allowing only water for survival. By the afternoon of the first day, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that his body had started to break down its own fat, and by noon on the second day, his muscles began to waste away. By now, Bai Changsheng had lost count of how many times he had fainted from hunger. Whether or not he had completely expelled the impurities from his body as Director Qian said, he didn't know, but he was very clear that if he didn't eat soon, he would truly starve to death. Fortunately, the 2 days had now passed. Seeing Bai Changsheng in such a state, Director Qian extended 2 fingers and placed them on Bai Changsheng, transmitting a refreshing energy, withdrawing his hand a few moments later, nodding in satisfaction. The energy is smooth, the bloodline is steady, the effect is even better than expected.
2 days without food, the little guy must be starving, right?
As soon as Director Qian finished speaking, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle was as white as mutton fat jade, warm to the touch, and faintly contained a sealing power.
A soft jade bottle?
Seeing the bottle in Director Qian's hand, Jiang Zhiyu felt a subtle stirring in her heart. The value of this bottle was not low. Not only was the carved material top-grade mutton fat jade, but it also had a magic array specially engraved by a mage.
Just this bottle alone was worth nearly 100,000 alliance coins.
Yet, this 100,000 alliance coins was merely to preserve the contents of the bottle. Whether it was the mutton fat jade or the engraved magic array, both served a single purpose: to ensure that the contents would not spoil for 10 years. Usually, such bottles were used for storing elixirs, ensuring that the medicinal effect could last long without losing potency. To use a bottle of this caliber for storage showed just how precious the contents must be. Bai Changsheng didn't know the value of this bottle, but when Din Qian opened the bottle, he instantly sensed the fragrance within, and saliva instantly flowed out. Din Qian had no intention of being overly coy. After pouring out a bright red pill from the bottle, he immediately fed it to Bai Changsheng. Bai opened his mouth and bit down, and in an instant, the rich taste of meat and blood exploded in his mouth, the pill flowing like a gentle stream. Before he could even swallow, it filled his entire body. The body that had originally been somewhat shriveled from hunger now visibly filled up at this moment. Slowly, he even swelled up a circle larger than his original appearance. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that every part of his body was crazily absorbing the vital blood energy wrapped in this pill. Like parched land, now receiving the nourishing rain, greedy, thirsty, and tireless. At the same time, the system's notification sound also rang out. Congratulations, host has devoured the tiger blood pill, gaining 314 vitality points and 304 evolution points. A simple notification sound directly indicated how extraordinary the pill Din Qian had just fed Bai Changsheng really was. Both vitality points and evolution points had soared beyond 300, this number was something that mere exaggeration could not explain.
It was worth it.
Enduring hunger for 2 days, even fainting several times from starvation, but when he finally ate this pill, everything was worth it. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Bai Changsheng did not dare hesitate for a moment, focusing all his thoughts on digesting and absorbing the power of this pill. The 6th level digestion enhancement erupted at this moment, showcasing its true power. What should have been an overwhelmingly strong medicinal power was, before it could fully erupt, digested and absorbed by Bai Changsheng, spreading throughout his body. And his body, starved for so long, did not disappoint Bai Changsheng, it absorbed as much as it could. In just a few short minutes, the effects of the pill were completely digested. Bai Changsheng finally regained his previous vitality, smacking his lips with a look of lingering desire. The power of the tiger blood pill was indeed extremely strong, yet after absorbing it all, Bai Changsheng only felt somewhat full.
If only he could have another one.
With a flicker of thought, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but look up at Din Qian. If he remembered correctly, Din Qian had promised him that 2 days later he would eat till full. When Din Qian saw Bai Changsheng like this, his eyes even showed a hint of desire, and he couldn't help but make a surprised sound. However, he did not stop his actions, pouring out another pill and feeding it to Bai Changsheng. This tiger blood pill is refined and purified from the blood and flesh of Beast King level creatures. I usually use it to feed the Ink Jade Swanee, 3 a day. Little guy, your appetite is huge, 1 pill is not enough for you. Din Qian was not worried about the pill, but rather amazed that Bai Changsheng, a mere beginner at the 3rd level, could actually hold so much medicinal power.
Jiang Zhiyu bit her lip but did not speak. With their spiritual contract, she could sense that Bai Changsheng was continuously transmitting joyful emotions. It seemed that this second tiger blood pill would also not satisfy Bai Changsheng's appetite. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Bai Changsheng looked at Din Qian again, opening his mouth once more. Can I eat more?
This time, Din Qian was genuinely a bit shocked.
3 tiger blood pills could meet the basic vitality requirements for an Ink Jade Swanee at the Beast King level in a day, and yet Bai Changsheng wanted more?
It should be noted that, at this moment, Bai Changsheng was only at the early stage of Beast Soldier level 3, and his vitality points were only a little over 3,000. But the Ink Jade Swanee was a Beast King, with vitality points already exceeding 1 million, there was simply no comparability.
Din Qian was truly afraid that he might accidentally make Bai Changsheng explode from overeating.
Hesitant about whether to feed the 3rd tiger blood pill, looking at Bai Changsheng's eyes, he still poured out the 3rd pill. Congratulations to the host for swallowing the tiger blood pill, gaining 301 vitality points, and gaining 289 evolution points. As the system notification sounded, Bai Changsheng felt his body instantaneously swell, like a balloon nearing its limit. Under the effect of the medicine, at any moment there was a possibility of bursting. However, in the face of this situation, Bai Changsheng did not hesitate at all and summoned the system. 300 evolution points deducted, evolution tree branch digestion enhancement level increased.
Evolution points needed for the next upgrade of digestion enhancement, 600.
600 evolution points deducted, evolution tree branch digestion enhancement level increased.
Evolution points needed for the next upgrade of digestion enhancement, 1200. Current digestion enhancement level, LV7. Chapter 67, Dragon Blood level increased. With the system notification falling, the level 7 digestion enhancement fully unleashed its intended effect.
The medicinal power that had been wildly rushing inside Bai Changsheng's body now had a destination, starting to gather towards his stomach. Once this medicinal power entered the stomach, it seemed like it fell into a bottomless pit, directly disappearing into thin air. Bai Changsheng was taken aback, but upon catching a glimpse of the digestion enhancement's explanation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Digestion enhancement LV7, deeply develop your digestive capacity, while being able to store a certain amount of vitality. Current capacity limit, 257/1000. 1000 capacity limit, huh? Looking at this new evolution tree explanation, Bai Changsheng faintly had a guess in his heart. After reaching level 7 for digestion enhancement, it added a feature similar to a power bank, allowing him not to have to eat regularly. Estimating roughly in his heart, Bai Changsheng clearly understood that his current daily digestion limit for vitality was about 100. This meant that a hearty meal could satisfy his digestive needs for 10 days. Not only that, more importantly, the daily increase of 100 vitality points made the million vitality threshold for Beast Kings seem not so unattainable. Just about 10,000 days, a little over 27 years. From the initial 10,000 years to now only needing 27 years to achieve Beast King status, Bai Changsheng's rate of vitality increase has multiplied beyond measure. This indeed belongs to the series of In This Lifetime. Looking at the progress bar still needing much on the digestion enhancement, Bai Changsheng shamelessly opened his mouth toward Din Xian again.
Still eating?
This time, even Din Xian was a bit shocked. It was not due to surprise at Bai Changsheng's talent, but rather astonished that this guy could eat so much. Do not be fooled by the fact that the tiger blood pill is only the size of a thumb. The energy within is enough to support an ordinary low-level beast general for a month without food. But now, with such abundant vitality energy in the tiger blood pill, Bai Changsheng here has swallowed 3 pills in a row, and still seems unsatisfied? Everyone knows snakes have big appetites, otherwise, why would there be the saying a greedy heart makes the snake swallow an elephant? But could this be a bit too much? Din Xian turned to take a look at Jiang Zhiyu, only to find Jiang Zhiyu also wore a shocked expression, just like him, not expecting Bai Changsheng could consume so many tiger blood pills and still continue. Yet, Jiang Zhiyu could clearly feel that on Bai Changsheng's side, there was indeed a sense of desire being conveyed through the spirit contract. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Zhiyu finally spoke up. Little Bai is very perceptive, if he really cannot eat anymore, he will stop himself. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu say this, Din Xian had no further reservations. He was quite eager to know just where Bai Changsheng's limit lay. 4th, 5th. Until the 6th pill was swallowed by Bai Changsheng, Din Xian and Jiang Zhiyu could hardly hide their astonishment at this moment. 6 tiger blood pills. Surely even the Beast King level MOU Swanli could not match this amount. Opening the belly, this is how much I can eat. It's normal for the Beast King to eat so much, but for Bai Changsheng, a 3rd-grade beast soldier, to eat this much is a bit outrageous. Fortunately, after the 6th chi blood pill went down, Bai Changsheng finally stopped. And his chi blood value was successfully piled up to 3,800 points. Level 7 digestion enhancement can store the absorbed chi blood items, but it does not directly convert into chi blood. If nothing unexpected happens, this chi blood will be obtained as digestion continues to enhance. However, the evolution points are directly in hand. 6 tiger blood pills provided him with a full 1,800 evolution points. Adding to the previous surplus of over 300 points, even after upgrading the digestion enhancement twice in a row, Bai Changsheng still has over 1,200 surplus points. After finally winning a rich battle, Bai Changsheng had no hesitation and was ready to upgrade the digestion enhancement again. If nothing unexpected happens, level 8 digestion enhancement can allow him to store more chi blood, which means he can still cash in on the director's resources. But just when Bai Changsheng was thinking about a wave of getting rich, the system's prompt sound came. Digestion enhancement has reached the upper limit of the current stage. Please, the host needs to promptly raise the strength to the beast general level. Having 1,200 chi blood points with nowhere to spend, this feeling is truly. In the past, various things needed evolution points, yet evolution points were extremely hard to obtain. Now, however, there are evolution points, but the system doesn't allow him to use them. His gaze slightly moved down, and Bai Changsheng's eyes fell on the dragon blood section. Both digestion enhancement and dragon blood belong to the 2 evolution tree branches that Bai Changsheng must upgrade. Since the strengthening economy of digestion enhancement can't continue to increase, upgrading dragon blood is also a good choice. Anyway, there's still a long way to go for the realm to upgrade, so there's no rush at this moment. With this thought, Bai Changsheng's heart stirred.
deducting 1000 evolution points. Dragon Blood branch level upgraded. Next upgrade for Dragon Blood requires 3000 evolution points.
Dragon Blood LV2, the concentration of the Dragon Blood lineage in your body has been elevated to a certain extent, increasing your chances of transforming into a dragon. As the system prompt sound fell, Bai Changsheng felt an inexplicable heat spreading all over his body. It was as if a flame had suddenly ignited inside him, flowing through his blood and spreading to all parts of his body. In a vague sense, Bai Changsheng felt that all the snake scales on his body seemed to loosen under the burning of this flame. Just a light rub, and large patches of scales began to shed. Beneath the original scales were new, tender snake scales.
What is this? Director Qian noticed the sudden and unusual changes on Bai Changsheng's body. His pupils involuntarily contracted, and he exclaimed, "Shedding scales?" The aura of dragon blood. The dragon blood aura on this little guy has become stronger. Jiang Zhiyu was confused but could also feel that something must have happened inside Xiao Bai's body. Director Qian noticed the confusion in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes and paused before explaining. Although I don't know why, the concentration of dragon blood in this little guy's body has suddenly increased significantly, reaching the second stage. The dragon characteristics on its body will be further manifested, and at the same time, its potential will be further heightened. These newly grown snake scales are the mark of the second stage of dragon blood. If you look closely, you should be able to see a faint golden line behind it. This is dragon muscle. Once the dragon blood concentration reaches the fourth stage, the dragon muscle will fully take shape, and at that time, its growth limit will be directly elevated to the Beast King level. My Black Jade Swan Ni possesses dragon blood of the fourth stage. Director Qian had dealt with dragon blood his whole life and studied it all his life, so he naturally knew what Bai Changsheng's manifestation at this moment meant. I originally thought I would have to wait until all operations were completed before. This little guy's dragon blood concentration will improve. I never expected it could purify its dragon blood concentration on its own. It just swallowed so many tiger blood pills, which should be storing the vital energy needed for the dragon blood transformation. That's right. That's right. That's right. After 3 consecutive praises, Director Qian's eyes toward Bai Changsheng were filled with even more joy. As long as the next steps go smoothly, the little guy's dragon blood concentration should be able to reach the third stage. If that's the case, then it has the potential to become a lord-level beast. Chapter 68, Swallowing Dragon Blood Jade Marrow. Clearly, the potential mentioned by Director Qian is somewhat different from the conventional meaning of potential. At this moment, the lord-level beast potential in Director Qian's words is certain and guaranteed. Other people's potential is just hope, but not guaranteed. The gap between these is like the difference between heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Lord-level combat power, even considering the entire Celestial Empire, is a pillar of strength. The students of Shuemu seem to be selected from thousands or even tens of thousands of people, yet they cannot guarantee that everyone will become a lord. In fact, the ratio is pitifully low. Having 1 or 2 out of 10 become a lord is already an extremely excellent group of students. Most Shuemu students will only reach the peak of martial generals after graduation. One can imagine what Director Qian's mention of the potential of a lord-level beast means at this moment. As long as the training is adequate, Bai Changsheng has a chance to reach the late lord stage. Such a level of combat power is not trivial even in Shuemu. Jiang Zhiyu, upon hearing this, looked at Bai Changsheng with a complex expression. In her previous life, although she had studied beast taming for more than a decade, she had not achieved anything in this field and naturally knew less about spirit beasts than Director Qian. Hearing Director Qian's words now, guilt inexplicably arose in her heart. Because she knew very well that Bai Chang's current achievements and potential relied entirely on itself. In contrast, she as the owner appeared rather incompetent. If she had provided Bai Changsheng with more resources, perhaps its achievements would be far beyond now. With this thought, Jiang Zhiyu made a decision and bowed to Director Qian. Director Qian, if possible, I would like to foster Xiao Bai here. I will directly choose you as my teacher. In Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, the choice of teacher was not as important compared to others. She lacked guidance, experience in cultivation, and even lacked techniques, but what she lacked was cultivation resources and protection during growth. This is something all 3 directors could satisfy. So for Jiang Zhiyu, choosing anyone as a teacher didn't make much difference. And if she could use this as a condition to ensure Bai Changsheng would not worry about resources, it would be worthwhile. Moreover, it was clear that under Director Qian, Bai Changsheng could receive even better training. At least she didn't know about this method of bloodline promotion before. If it had been 2 days ago, when Jiang Zhiyu said this, Director Qian would have been extremely pleased and agreed right away. However, upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu speak now, Director Qian instead chuckled bitterly and shook his head. I know what you are thinking, but this matter is not due to my merit. This little guy's dragon blood concentration should have already reached the critical point, it just needs enough vital energy food to further its bloodline concentration.
I merely aided its natural course, and all I contributed was a few tiger blood pills. If you make a decision simply because of this, I'm afraid that when old G and old Li find out, they will come to fight me. I indeed want to accept you as my student, but I must make those two old fools acknowledge it. This matter is not urgent, we can wait 3 months to discuss it. Din Qian waved his hand, looking at the shedding scales of Bai Changsheng, his eyes flickering, and added. However, this little fellow's performance has truly exceeded my expectations. With multiple unusual changes, and now the dragon blood concentration has increased so much, all the oddities would be remarkable even for a white scale snake, far beyond ordinary spirit beasts. I can keep this little fellow by my side for 3 months, responsible for all its resources, to see what surprises this little one can bring. Din Qian's eyes carried an indescribable curiosity. Clearly, the abnormalities occurring in Bai Changsheng stirred the interest of someone who had studied spirit beasts for half a lifetime. Moreover, there was a deeper meaning that Din Qian did not express explicitly. If after 3 months, Bai Changsheng showed more improvement than Jiang Zhiyu, then it would be his turn to face those two old fools. You taught Jiang Zhiyu exceptionally well because Jiang Zhiyu is naturally gifted and extraordinary, but if I raise a white-scale snake to be better than Jiang Zhiyu? 2 of the 4 books and 5 classics are missing, no poetry and etiquette. Thinking about the possible scene in the future, Din Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. When Jiang Zhiyu saw that Din Qian agreed to take Bai Changsheng, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief while feeling puzzled about why Din Qian had this half-smile expression. However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred to Bai Changsheng, drawing both their attention. As the shedding completed, the slender snake body coiled even tighter, and a sharp hissing sound erupted, as if Bai Changsheng was enduring some extreme pain, with its head tightly shrinking between its body. However, Din Qian and Jiang Zhiyu could clearly see that on its head, the 2 places that were merely raised bumps had now burst open. 2 pale bones pierced out from them, growing at a visible speed until they reached about 10 centimeters in length before stopping. Dragon horn? Jiang Zhiyu looked at the bone horns growing from its head, questioning aloud. Din Qian hummed in acknowledgement without any hesitation and summoned a piece of red and yellow interlaced jade. As the jade appeared, a long, ancient dragon roar faintly echoed, causing the spiritual energy in the entire training room to become chaotic. Dragon blood jade marrow. Jiang Zhiyu instantly recognized the item in Din Qian's hand. Knowing its value, her lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but she held back. A piece of dragon blood jade marrow is worth over 2 million in the market, a considerable amount, and most crucially, it is scarce. Obtaining it takes luck. It was not surprising that Din Qian had this item, but it was clear he intended to feed it to Bai Changsheng. The dragon blood jade marrow, worth over 2 million, is not comparable to tiger blood pills. This kindness owed is massive. But she had no choice but to owe it. This item was originally intended to be given when this little one reached the beast general level. However, it seems that a strong push is needed to increase the chances of the dragon blood's second ascent. Whether or not it can achieve the second ascent of the dragon blood depends on this little one's fate. Din Qian said, extending his right hand, and placed the dragon blood jade marrow into Bai Changsheng's mouth. As the jade marrow entered, a resounding explosion in Bai Changsheng's ears echoed. Roar! With the sound of the dragon roar, Bai Changsheng felt his vision flash, and when the scene returned, he found himself above a water pool. In front of him was a white dragon, its head pale, and its eyes shining with golden light. Although only the dragon's head emerged from the water, even the dragon's head was dozens of meters huge. It is not hard to imagine that the dragon body hidden beneath the water is probably several hundred meters long. Chapter 69, The White Dragon nearly 1,000 meters long. When their eyes met, Bai Changsheng felt his heart tremble violently. Even though the other party showed no sign of movement, just this aura was enough to make Bai Changsheng's spirit weaken. Although he wasn't sure how powerful this white dragon was, Bai Changsheng understood very well that even Qian Academy head's Black Jade Swan and I couldn't compare to this existence. An absolute beast king above all. Even a beast emperor might not be able to compare to this white dragon. No, am I not in Qian Academy head's office? How did I end up here? Facing the gaze of the white dragon, Bai Changsheng dared not make a single movement, fearing that his actions might provoke the other party's wrath. For an existence at this level, a single sneeze could probably turn him into dust. Without the slightest movement, Bai Changsheng seemed to be under some kind of immobilization spell. Even if his gaze wandered, he did not dare to escape. The two sides remained locked in a standoff as time slowly passed. He didn't know how long had passed, but Bai Changsheng began to feel something was off. Although he didn't know why this existence appeared here, it was clear that a beast emperor or even a beast god-level being would not bother to play this boring game with him. Is it really interesting to scare a third-grade beast soldier? His body shifted slightly, but the scene he had imagined that would bring forth the other party's overwhelming anger did not happen. The dragon's eyes were still fixed on him, but it seemed to have not noticed his movement at all. Seeing this, Bai Changsheng's courage grew a little. This time he moved a bit more boldly. Still silent, it seemed to ignore Bai Changsheng's actions entirely. Could it be that such an exaggerated existence is blind? Bai Changsheng inexplicably had this thought, but then he quickly dismissed it. Although it was strange, at least the other party seemed to have no intention of harming him, which was the best outcome. His body slowly swam in the water, and after covering some distance, when he looked at the other party again, he found that the white dragon still maintained its previous posture, showing no signs of being affected by his movements. Bai Changsheng felt puzzled, not understanding why the white dragon summoned him here while seeming so dazed. But since it wasn't targeted at him, Bai Changsheng sighed in relief. He simply dove into the water, taking in the entire white dragon's body at once. The facts proved that his previous guesses were not wrong. The white dragon's body was enormous, with a diameter exceeding 30 meters, but this number seemed slender compared to its several hundred meters in length. Each dragon scale was larger than a meter, completely white, with a mane along its back and dragon claws flexed in the air. The water surface was not transparent, and the back half of its body was submerged, making it impossible to see completely. But even just like this, combined with the dragon's head above the water, Bai Changsheng was already infinitely certain that this white dragon was definitely a beast god-level existence. At the very least, the black jade swan and I was far from being comparable. However, what puzzled Bai Changsheng was that up close, he noticed this white dragon seemed to have no life force at all. A beast god, or an already fallen beast god? Who severed the life force of this existence that had already stood at the peak of combat power in this world? Just as this thought emerged, Bai Changsheng suddenly noticed that the white dragon, which had been motionless, suddenly moved. The massive dragon head plunged into the water, and its eyes locked fiercely onto him. The originally somewhat golden-eyed gaze suddenly burst forth with bright golden light. Bai Changsheng had no time for any action, his whole body was hit by golden light. In an instant, he felt a dizziness in his mind, the images before his eyes became distorted, his consciousness was out of control, and then he fell into a coma. The effect of the dragon blood jade marrow will last for a full 2 days and 2 nights. During this time, its consciousness will enter the dragon blood space and see the original owner of the dragon blood. Whether it can elevate its bloodline further depends on whether it can withstand the washing of the dragon blood jade marrow. The previous 2 days of hunger were just for this moment. If it succeeds, the dragon blood will be rich, and its potential will skyrocket. If it fails, its essence will weaken, and its soul will be scattered by the dragon blood. Din Qian murmured to explain to Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu glanced at Bai Changsheng, whose body was tightly coiled and already in a coma, feeling no breath from him, as if all life had vanished, yet his breathing remained. Then I will trouble you, teacher. Jiang Zhiyu changed her words from Din to teacher. Din Qian slightly paused, but naturally accepted this title. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you go to the one surnamed Ji, I will keep an eye on this side, nothing will happen." Jiang Zhiyu once again bowed and saluted, then turned and left. The office door closed. Din Qian glanced at Bai Changsheng on the floor, then summoned a jade bottle with a flip of his hand. The little girl calls me teacher, so I certainly can't let her call it for nothing. This ethereal spirit dew, although it cannot help your dragon blood advance, can protect your soul from one fatal attack. I was originally reluctant to take it out, but forget it. As the words fell, old Qian opened the bottle stopper, tilting the bottle down, and after a long while, a drop of colorful liquid fell from the bottle. As it landed on Bai Changsheng's body, it instantly disappeared without a trace. With a wave of his hand, Bai Changsheng, who was originally curled up on the ground, vanished in an instant, collected into his spirit bag. Do your best, leave the rest to fate. Dragon blood is rare. Refining dragon blood is indeed a chance to change fate. Being able to protect your life is already the limit. Whether you can gain anything in the end depends on yourself. Rest well. Bai Changsheng was unaware of what was happening at that moment, and within the spirit bag, the once sleeping Mou Swan and I looked at the suddenly appearing Bai Changsheng, a hint of confusion flashing in its pitch-black eyes. It sniffed closer a couple of times, then reached out its paw to poke Bai Changsheng. Seeing that Bai Changsheng had no reaction, it felt bored and went back to sleep. Bai Changsheng felt as if he was in chaos, vaguely hearing the system notification sound once, but at that moment, he had no spirit to research what the system had prompted. He did not know how long he had slept, but gradually his consciousness returned, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a massive head. And a roar that seemed capable of shattering his soul. Without any hesitation, Bai Changsheng bowed deeply. The scene of being bitten by the other party did not occur as imagined. When he looked up, he discovered that the giant beast had somehow transformed into a human form. Clad in black armor, the figure was towering. The only issue was that the other party still maintained that lion-headed appearance, and even the limbs were only larger than before. A long tail swayed gently behind. At this moment, it was looking at Bai Changsheng with an expression that seemed to say, "You have this little courage." Chapter 70, Your Master is poor. Facing the Beast King with a third-grade body, kneeling is not shameful, kneeling too slowly is what is shameful. In fact, it wasn't that Bai Changsheng wanted to kneel. It was the pressure from the Mou Swan and Beast King and the dragon blood within him that made Bai Changsheng feel a compelled submission. If it were other beast soldiers, just that roar would have been enough to terrify them. When exotic beasts reach the lord level, their mental power begins to greatly strengthen. Like human warriors. The reason for being called a Lord-level beast is that this level of beast can use mental power to influence the intelligence of lower-level beasts, causing them to develop a subconscious submission. Not to mention the Lord slaughtering beasts like dogs. And the Beast King also has the pride of a Beast King. Seeing Bai Changsheng act like this, the originally playful Mook Yuswanli felt a bit embarrassed to tease him anymore. Although still feeling awkward about Bai Changsheng's existence, at least he now had a companion, making things less boring. Growing up with Director Qian, Mook Yuswanli's way of thinking was more inclined toward humans, rather than being like those beast kings who fought in the wilderness with a strong territorial awareness. If it had been one of those wild beast kings, Bai Changsheng would probably have been swallowed the moment he appeared in the spirit pouch. How could he have waited until he woke up? You are so weak. Mook Yuswanli spoke human words, extending a claw to point at Bai Changsheng, his eyes filled with disdain. For a beast to reach the beast king level, it not only can transform but also has sufficient intelligence, making it common to speak human words. Bai Changsheng's strength was naturally not at that level, but when he let out a light hiss, Mook Yuswanli could still understand what Bai Changsheng wanted to express. After 2 more light hisses, Mook Yuswanli initially wanted to hit Bai Changsheng again. But after hearing his hisses, there appeared a hint of pity in his eyes. Your master is poor. My master has money. Bai Changsheng did not know where Mook Yuswanli learned the term poor, but it was clear that he accurately understood the meaning he expressed. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. He hoped Jiang Zhiyu wouldn't blame him after knowing this. Yes, my master is a poor person. Big brother doesn't know what kind of life I'm living. A poor master, a lowly bloodline, a perilous living environment, and a broken me. I can have my current strength all thanks to my own sweat and effort. Clearly understanding what Bai Changsheng wanted to say, Mook Yuswanli's eyes filled with more pity. Just then, a large piece of beast meat was thrown into the spirit pouch. It was obvious that it was Director Chen feeding Mook Yuswanli. However, it seemed that Director Chen did not care what scene was in the spirit pouch, as he casually fed and then continued to process documents. This beast meat was rich in vitality, easily identifiable as having come from a beast general level creature, specifically the tastiest leg meat, with no fat at all, only lean meat. He wondered what the meat of this beast general would taste like. Bai Changsheng swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the lean meat, and seemed to notice something. His gaze shifted to Mook Yuswanli, then he shrank his neck. He was looking at the beast meat, while Mook Yuswanli was looking at him. Beast creatures instinctively protect their food. After going through the trouble of convincing the other party, if he were to cause dissatisfaction over a piece of meat, it would not be worth the loss. Though the meat of the beast general level was fragrant, Bai Changsheng could still hold back. However, Bai Changsheng's actions appeared in the eyes of Mook Yuswanli as timid and pitiful. His intelligence was not low, comparable to that of an 11 or 12-year-old child, and because he was too well protected by Director Qian, his mind was not mature at all. Seeing Bai Changsheng in this posture, Mook Yuswanli thought for a moment and pushed the beast meat closer to Bai Changsheng. Bai Changsheng sensed something unusual and looked up at Mook Yuswanli, his eyes filled with confusion. Eat. I don't like eating meat. Is there really a beast that doesn't like to eat meat? Bai Changsheng clearly saw the throat of the Bai Yuswanli slightly twitch, as if swallowing saliva. However, since the other party had said so, if he didn't eat, it would seem ungrateful. He opened his mouth and took a bite, but his attention was still on the Bai Yuswanli. Once the other party showed any dissatisfaction, he would decisively stop eating. But even until the system prompt sound rang out, the Bai Yuswanli did not look back at the meat even once. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Changrong Ridge deer, earning 57 points of vitality, and gaining 21 evolution points. Although he had fallen into a coma and didn't know how much time had passed, before the coma, he had filled his 1000 points of vitality storage limit with the enhancement of digestion. From the more than 200 points of vitality he had lost, Bai Changsheng could roughly infer how long he had been asleep. After sleeping for 2 days in a row, he wasn't hungry, but his stomach was empty, and he craved food. The Bai Yuswanli still had no intention of turning around, and Bai Changsheng had no intention of being polite either. After a short time together, he had a rough understanding of the Bai Yuswanli's temperament. At least, what he had worried about, the sudden outburst from the other party, was impossible. If that was the case, he naturally had nothing to fear. He swallowed several more mouthfuls, and the not-so-large deer meat was instantly reduced by 2/3. Feeling his stomach swell again, along with the replenished 1000 points limit, Bai Changsheng finally stopped eating with satisfaction. With a soft hiss, the always turned away Bai Yuswanli heard the sound and turned to look at the remaining small piece of deer meat, feeling both pained and oddly proud. When a person does a good deed, their mood will be joyful. In the eyes of the Bai Yuswanli, he had just let a little guy who had never had a full meal feast, which was definitely a good thing. However, although this guy seemed pitiful, his appetite seemed indeed a bit large. Looking at the remaining small piece of deer meat, the Bai Yuswanli opened its mouth and swallowed it all. Don't worry. From now on you eat first. No, you eat what I have left. Listening to the other party's words, for some reason, Bai Changsheng felt that the Bai Yuswanli was generous yet stingy at the same time.
But none of this was important. What was important was that the Moiswani's thoughts were much simpler than he had imagined. Now it was good. Not only could he stay comfortably in this spirit pouch, but he could also have the mighty Beast King actively share food with him, which was an unexpected gain. For 3 consecutive days, Bai Changsheng lived in the same space as the Moiswani. The Moiswani kept its promise. Every time Din Qian fed, it would save some for Bai Changsheng. Bai Changsheng was gracious, accepting everything while sighing that the Beast King certainly had good food. Chapter 71, Spirit God Contract.
One morning, Bai Changsheng was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt a pulling force on his body. Before he could fully wake up, he found himself outside the spirit pouch beside the Moiswani. Looking up, he saw a girl standing a few steps away. Her black hair was tied up behind her head, and her face was exquisitely beautiful. She wore a black sports outfit. The visitor was none other than Jiang Zhiyu. But at this moment, although Jiang Zhiyu's appearance hadn't changed, her aura and the obviously strengthened vitality proved to Bai Changsheng that she had successfully entered the ranks of a third-grade warrior. She had even stabilized her realm, and her vitality had also settled down.
Bai Changsheng was astonished by Jiang Zhiyu's progress over the past 5 days, and Jiang Zhiyu was also surprised by Bai Changsheng's increase in vitality.
At the start of school, Bai Changsheng's vitality was just over 3,000, but only a week had passed since school started, and Bai Changsheng's vitality had already crossed the 4,500 barrier. If nothing unexpected happened. With Bai Changsheng's speed of blood and energy improvement, give him 2 more months, and he will directly break through the third-grade warrior barrier, stepping into the beast general level. This speed of improvement can no longer be described as terrifying. The students of Shuemu are all geniuses from all over the country, but most of the students need at least a year and a half to transition from third grade to warrior. Taking Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing as examples, even their talents are not considered weak in Shuemu, but even so, after studying in Shuemu for a year, they barely touched the threshold of warrior. In comparison, Bai Changsheng's speed of improvement is very obvious. Knowing that Bai Changsheng would grow more smoothly and quickly under Din Qian, she indeed did not expect it would be this fast.
Didn't expect it, did you?
To be honest, I also did not expect this little guy's strength to improve so exaggeratedly. However, the concentration of dragon blood has increased twice in a row, breaking the growth limit, so rapid improvement in strength is quite normal. As blood and energy increase, the growth speed will gradually slow down. I estimate it will take about 2 or 3 weeks. Bai Changsheng glanced at Din Qian upon hearing this, then silently withdrew his gaze. There was one thing he didn't say: as long as he can stay beside the Mou Sui and I, his speed of blood and energy improvement cannot slow down. This is the benefit of having support behind you. Whatever good things there are, Mou Sui and I always remembers to leave a piece for him. Alright, since old G has allowed you to enter the third-grade warrior realm, I naturally cannot fall behind. The things I need to teach you have long been prepared. You can take a look first. As Din Qian spoke, he took out a gold and red-colored wooden box from his storage ring.
When the box lid opened, a gray-bound book quietly lay inside, its cover ancient and seemingly made from some kind of beast skin, with 4 golden characters inscribed on it. Spirit God Contract? What is this?
Jiang Zhiyu understood very little about beast taming, but anything that Din Qian valued so highly surely wouldn't be common.
This is an ancient book I obtained by chance.
I don't know its origin or its author, but I have studied the contents. Its profoundness far exceeds all the beast tamer exclusive spirit techniques currently in existence. It's also what I carefully selected, believing it is the most suitable for you and this little guy. Din Qian's gaze fell on that gray-covered book, pausing for a moment before speaking again. Ordinary beast tamer spirit techniques are cultivated to enhance the combat power of spirit beasts or grant them certain abilities. For example, the 3 spirit techniques I practiced greatly enhanced the attack, speed, and defense of Mou Sui and I. However, these spirit techniques are too conventional. Although they can be learned, they cannot maximize your respective advantages.
Each of their advantages?
Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng exchanged glances, not understanding what Din Qian meant by this. Learning the Spirit God Contract will allow you and this little guy's souls to intertwine more completely.
A false dragon vein will form within you. By using this false dragon vein, you can build a second inner sea in your body. If before they didn't know what Din Qian intended, after hearing the 4 words second inner sea, Jiang Zhiyu understood, and instantly grasped Din Qian's meaning. Warrior cultivation relies on spiritual energy. By absorbing spiritual energy and merging it into oneself, when it's time to exert strength, the spiritual energy enhances the physical body, allowing one to unleash attacks far beyond the original physical strength. After becoming a third-grade warrior, spiritual energy gradually fills the body and starts to gather as dew. Storing it within flesh and blood becomes somewhat inappropriate. At this time, it is necessary to open up an inner sea in the body to store spiritual energy. Completing the construction of the inner sea is a mark of entering the warrior general level. From then on, it is only a matter of the size and sturdiness of the inner sea. On this basis, everyone only has one inner sea. This has been the case since the spiritual energy revived. The consensus of all martial artists.
Even the existence at the Imperial realm cannot break this layer of shackle.
But now, she actually heard the words second inner sea from Director Qian's mouth?
Jiang Zhiyu understood very well that if this sentence were to spread, it would drive countless people crazy. Under the same conditions, the second inner sea means a stronger burst of spiritual energy, more enduring battles, and faster cultivation speed. But if it could really be achieved, why didn't Director Qian practice it himself? Noticing Jiang Zhiyu's gaze, Director Qian understood in his heart and shook his head with a bitter smile. Practicing is quite rewarding, but the conditions for practice are equally harsh, or even impossible to achieve. First, the mental strength of the martial artist must be strong enough. A martial marquee is the threshold, otherwise it is impossible to promote the intertwining of souls.
This point you fit perfectly. Second, the bloodline potential of the spiritual beast cannot be low. If it doesn't meet the standards for opening the inner sea, even if you practice, it will be of no use. And in this regard, the dragon blood in the third stage is somewhat lacking, but after several mutations, the bloodline level in this little guy's body is clearly not just as simple as third stage dragon blood. Third, and the most important point, both parties' vitality cannot be too high. The soul relies on the physical body. If the physical body is too powerful, forcibly merging with other souls will only result in the physical body rejecting the soul. Even if it eventually succeeds, it will not be beneficial. In fact, it will gradually cause the physical body to decay. So, it seems the conditions are indeed harsh. Perhaps some can meet one or two of the 3 points, but to meet all 3 is extremely difficult. Those with strong mental strength usually specialize in magic, while opening the second inner sea requires high-level bloodlines of spiritual beasts. Who would give up the route to pursue the branch in martial arts? Even if one cultivates both paths simultaneously, mental strength becomes a hurdle. A martial artist's body yet possesses the mental strength of a martial marquis. If it weren't for her reincarnation with Imperial Realm cultivation from her previous life, Jiang Zhiyu herself couldn't imagine how she could achieve this. In other words, to satisfy these 3 conditions at the same time means that this person possesses top talents in magic, beast taming, and martial arts. No wonder Director Qian would say the conditions are harsh, even impossible to achieve. Chapter 72, Linking Souls with Jiang Zhiyu. With the help of the fake dragon vein, you can condense the second inner sea. And this little guy, due to the intertwining of souls with you, has the ability to practice human martial skills, and to some extent, will be affected by you and improve rapidly. Besides that, its mental strength will also be greatly enhanced, and it will be able to speak human language. I can also practice martial skills? Hearing Director Qian's words, Bai Changsheng's heart suddenly jumped. Martial skills are essentially a way of operating spiritual energy within the body. Running through different meridians and then expressing it through external movements can often produce effects far beyond the ordinary. And the strange beasts, due to their different internal meridians, cannot simply copy martial skills for cultivation. This is also the reason for their transformation. In theory, the human body's meridians are the most complete and complex, and the upper limit of martial skill cultivation is also the highest. However, even after transformation, it is difficult to truly achieve smooth and unimpeded meridian flow like humans. Of course, strange beasts also have their own racial talents. Some powerful racial talents are even born as a heavenly grade martial skill. But one point needs to be noted. If you really decide to practice the spirit-soul contract, then after it is completed, the deep intertwining of your souls means sharing honor and disgrace. Far more exaggerated than the effects of ordinary soul contracts. A soul contract can still be broken, but the spirit-soul contract will cause a backlash on the other party if one side dies or the soul is severely injured. If it's serious, it could even erase half of your soul directly. Director Qian's face was solemn as he looked at Jiang Zhiyu. The benefits must be explained, and the harms must be clarified as well. How to choose, that is for Jiang Zhiyu to decide on her own. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu merely pressed her lips together and glanced at Bai Changsheng. Seeing Bai Changsheng nod, a smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Zhiyu's face. Bai Changsheng made the same choice as her, so what was there to hesitate about? Teacher, I want to practice spirit god contract. Jiang Zhiyu said decisively, and Director Qian also revealed a smile. To be honest, I really want to see what the spirit god contract looks like when completed. Especially with your talent, if you can open a second inner sea. No one at the same level will be your limit anymore. No teacher dislikes their students being outstanding in talent, and if they can help their already remarkable students to improve further, that sense of accomplishment cannot be described in words. Spirit god contract requires both parties to establish a soul link. With the foundation of the spirit contract, this step is not difficult, and there will be results within 3 days. I will prepare some spiritual nourishing herbs and potions for you, ensuring the safety of you and this little creature. Close your eyes and calm your mind, try to perceive each other's souls. As one person and one serpent listened to Director Qian, they sat cross-legged and gently closed their eyes. Bai Changsheng didn't know how to search for the soul, so he closed his eyes, and only darkness remained. The entire room became quiet, and Bai Changsheng could even hear his own heart beating slowly.
However, as time slowly passed, Bai Changsheng still felt nothing at all. Instead, the drowsiness that had been disturbed returned. His consciousness slowly grew dull, and Bai Changsheng unexpectedly drifted into a deep sleep. Once full, it's easy to doze off, or perhaps life in Shuemu was too comfortable. Bai Changsheng slept very deeply and sweetly. And he even had a dream. In the dream, there was a lotus platform made of ice sculptures. Standing on the lotus platform was a slightly thin figure. What remained was a back view, with long black hair reaching down to the waist, holding a long spear. For some reason, Bai Changsheng felt that this person seemed familiar, and he struggled to get closer to see who they truly were. But there always remained a distance between them, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach out to them. Until he woke up, Bai Changsheng still didn't see who the person was, which left him feeling utterly exhausted. After the sleep, Bai Changsheng was drenched in sweat and mentally fatigued. On the other side, Jiang Zhiyu also slowly opened her eyes. Director Qian noticed that both the person and the serpent had awoken, and he casually handed over 2 bottles of potion and even gave Bai Changsheng one. Bai Changsheng bit open the cap and without hesitation, gulped down the potion in a few swallows. As the refreshing potion went down, he felt his somewhat dazed brain clear up a bit. "Teacher, I failed." While saying he had failed, Jiang Zhiyu's face showed little fluctuation in expression. Director Qian shook his head and said, "This step is all about patience, there are no shortcuts. Once your spirit recovers, just keep trying, don't be discouraged." For 2 consecutive days, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu kept trying to establish the soul link that Director Qian spoke of. Jiang Zhiyu didn't even return to her dormitory, staying in Director Qian's office the whole time. Yet, after 3 whole days, there was still no progress. Bai Changsheng couldn't even remember how many times he dreamed of that figure stepping on the ice lotus, but he still couldn't see their face. When his spirit became exhausted, he drank the potion to replenish, then continued. Until the night of the 3rd day, Bai Changsheng fell into a deep sleep, and saw that the figure on the ice lotus had turned around. At a glance, Bai Changsheng recognized the person. Who else could it be but Jiang Zhiyu? This should be the Jiang Zhiyu from the previous life, right? Although the person has been reborn, the soul still looks like it did in the last life, seeming to be around 25 or 26. Compared to the current youthful appearance, there's less coldness, but it carries an inexplicable divinity. Whispering these thoughts to himself, in the next moment, a sound like thunder suddenly erupted, yanking Bai Changsheng out of this state. On the opposite side, Jiang Zhiyu was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, as if she had just had a terrible nightmare, her spirit appearing quite weak. This time, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that Jiang Zhiyu's energy was extremely depleted, as if her spirit had been instantly drained. Din Qian saw Jiang Zhiyu like this and, while excited, quickly handed over a pill. Yolian Stabilizing Spirit Pill. Stretching out her hand to receive the pill, Jiang Zhiyu swallowed it in one go and sat down to regulate her breathing. As the pill began to take effect, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that Jiang Zhiyu's spirit was rapidly recovering from its lethargy. After more than 10 minutes, she finally opened her eyes again. Did it succeed? Jiang Zhiyu replied with a sound of affirmation and turned to look at Bai Changsheng. Now, I can clearly sense the changes in Xiao Bai's emotions, as well as his location. Besides that, it seems his body has resonated with me, allowing me to vaguely detect the presence of the dragon's blood. Chapter 73, 10 Million Loan. The connection has been established. Next, we will begin step by step as instructed. The first thing to do is to create a fake dragon vein within your body. Din Qian took out a pile of items from his storage ring, and as these items appeared, the office was immediately filled with spiritual energy, the air brimming with a refreshing sensation. 3-colored grass, wogwa fruit, linghu lotus. Seeing these items taken out by Din Qian, even Jiang Zhiyu, despite her cold personality, couldn't help but let out a sound. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that after these items appeared, there was a noticeable emotional fluctuation from Jiang Zhiyu. You recognize them all? That's great, it saves me from explaining each one's effects and usage. With a wave of his hand, all the newly taken medicinal materials flew toward Jiang Zhiyu. Teacher, these items are far too valuable. I cannot accept them. This time, however, Jiang Zhiyu was very firm in her refusal. She had only met Din Qian briefly, it had been just 10 days since they had gotten to know each other. Previously, when Bai Changsheng obtained a piece of dragon blood jade, it was worth over 2 million. If we add these medicinal materials now, it is likely that the total value would not be less than 5 million. If Din Qian were her own uncle, then taking these things would be fine, but the problem is he was not. Perhaps it was somewhat pretentious or falsely polite, but Jiang Zhiyu's nature was like this. These items will be useful for you, so just take them. Hearing this, Din Qian waved his hand, and before he could say anything more, he saw Jiang Zhiyu stubbornly shaking her head. You girl, if you call me teacher, what's wrong with me giving you some things? You know well that these things mean nothing to me, and besides, they are essential for what's to come for you. Unless you're willing to give up the chance to condense the second inner sea.
An opportunity lay before her, an opportunity that others could not even hope for. How could Jiang Zhiyu possibly give it up? After 2 seconds of silence, it was Din Xian who spoke first. Your talent is exceptional, and while your cultivation speed is extremely fast, you are simultaneously pursuing multiple paths, requiring resources that are not a small number. To earn these resources, even if you stayed in the wild every day, you might not be able to catch up. Din Xian's words were all facts. Not to mention those high-level spirit medicines, just the basic resources consumed by Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng every day are not a small number. It's like after learning water and wood, relying on the Star Tower to make some money, plus the savings earned from the Steel Bone Wolf King before, that's how they can meet their daily basic needs. Even so, if there is a demand for any high-level spirit medicines, the savings Jiang Zhiyu has cannot possibly be enough. For example, these spirit medicines placed in front of her now, just picking 2 random ones could drain her savings. And even if you want to go to the wilderness to make money now, we won't let you go. Here, we clearly refers to the 3 Deans. First, safety cannot be guaranteed, unless one of us 3 old folks follows you, but then wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Second, your cultivation has not reached a bottleneck, and there is no need for battle to break through the realm barrier. What you should do now is to focus on cultivating. When your strength is weak, putting yourself in danger for the sake of making money wastes your training time and talents. Only a fool would do such a thing. Din Xian spoke harshly for the first time to dispel Jiang Zhiyu's inappropriate thoughts. But after saying this, he hesitated for a moment, thought for a while, and added, "How about this, you take this first, I'll go get something." Jiang Zhiyu didn't know what Din Xian was going to do, but it was obvious that she couldn't ask about Din Xian's matters. After he spoke, Din Xian turned and left the office, leaving Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng staring at each other, puzzled. After more than 10 minutes, Din Xian returned, the only difference being that he had an extra piece of paper in his hand. "Here, fill this out." "What is this?" Jiang Zhiyu stretched out her hand to take it, and then saw the top line of text. Water and Wood Student Interest-Free Loan Application Form. "Teacher, what is this?" Din Xian went out for more than 10 minutes just to get this? Seeming to realize that Jiang Zhiyu misunderstood, Din Xian shook his head and said, "Don't worry, this thing was not created by me. It has existed since the founding of Water and Wood. It is designed so that students from ordinary families do not waste time and talents for cultivation resources. However, this thing was frequently used only in the initial years after Water and Wood was founded. Later, with the situation stabilizing and resource supply increasing, the welfare measures for all students in the school were improved. Through the Star Tower, ranking rewards, and additional points rewards for beast materials, it ensured that students would not lack cultivation resources. Of course, these are only relative to ordinary students. For a genius like you, these things are clearly not enough. So the existence of this interest-free loan is very necessary. You can apply for up to 10 million in interest-free loans, with 4 years of no interest, and after 4 years, it will be charged at the bank's lowest interest rate. The application needs the signature guarantee of a special-level teacher to ensure that it will not be maliciously defrauded. I have already signed my name for your 10 million top-tier loan application. You just need to fill in your information, and this loan will arrive this afternoon. Din Xian had no reason to deceive her about this matter, because if this thing were fake, it would not stand up to scrutiny and verification. And if she had this 10 million interest-free loan, Jiang Zhiyu's financial pressure would be greatly relieved, and she wouldn't have to worry about resources for nearly a year. As for a year later, by then she would have already stepped into the Marshal General level, and when she went to hunt exotic beasts, Din Xian and the others would probably have no objections. With this thought, Jiang Zhiyu picked up the pen and wrote her name and the basic information below it. "Alright, keep this, and hurry to cultivate." Constructing the false dragon vein is also extremely time-consuming. You need to break through to the Marshal General before the false dragon vein is constructed. Only then can we condense the second inner sea with a single push during the breakthrough of the Marshal General and the formation of the inner sea. In this regard, no one can guide you, everything must be explored by yourself. But remember, if you have any doubts or feel something is wrong, stop your cultivation first and come find me. As for my teacher, there's nothing lacking except for an abundance of heavenly materials and earth treasures. With these heavenly materials and earth treasures, even if your cultivation goes off track, preserving your life should not be a problem. Jiang Zhiyu listened in silence and deeply bowed to Din Xian. Chapter 74, The Silver Pattern Transformation Fruit. For an entire month, Bai Changsheng spent his time in Din Xian's spirit pocket, and if nothing unexpected happens, he would be spending the next 2 months in the same way. Though it was boring, it was stable at least. Not to mention, just the steadily increasing vitality points each day were very pleasing to see. 100 points every day, without fail. At this moment, Bai Changsheng's vitality points had surpassed the 7,500 mark. At this growth rate, if it continued, in just over half a month, he would be able to touch the Beast General threshold.
As for the evolution points needed to break through to Beast General, Bai Changsheng was also doing his best to accumulate, and if all went well, when his vitality points reached the critical point, he would have enough evolution points. There was no other way. With a big brother supporting him, Bai Changsheng had not lacked in food for this whole month. And the Black Jade Swan and I looked at Bai Changsheng, whose figure was growing rounder day by day, with a sense of satisfaction and self-satisfaction in its eyes. To care for this poor little guy, it had been taking out a lot from its own snacks for feeding every day. Fortunately, the results were gratifying. A month's time had transformed Bai Changsheng from a weak chick into a slightly bigger weak chick. Although they were both weak chicks, chubby and white, still looked a bit better. And Bai Changsheng was very understanding, providing emotional value to the Black Jade Swan and I every day. The mountain chicken was almost killed, and upon hearing the news, Chen Haonan grabbed his knife and was ready to hunt those people down. Dare to touch my brother? First, step over my corpse. Jiang Zhiyu was busy constructing the false dragon vein, learning from other deans, and as the intertwining of souls deepened, Bai Changsheng had also started to speak human words. However, to speak fluently, he still needed a lot of practice. Telling the story of Gangster to the Black Jade Swan and I was for practice. Besides, Bai Changsheng had another idea. After a fierce battle, Chen Haonan successfully avenged the mountain chicken, and because of this battle, he gained a lot of territory, even attracting the attention of a beautiful girl who fell for him at first sight. While he spoke about the modified gangster due to memory lapses, his gaze kept falling on the face of the Black Jade Swan and I.
After wrapping up the story, seeing the Black Jade Swan and I in contemplation, Bai Changsheng sighed deeply.
What a pity, there are few in the world like Chen Haonan, a big brother willing to go to extremes for his brothers. If I could meet such a big brother, even if it meant having to consume tiger blood dan every meal for bloodline advancement and a surge in strength, I would be willing. Unfortunately, a big brother who can stand by me must surely be one who values righteousness above all, has vast vitality, is profound and unfathomable, a dragon among men. Meeting someone like that is extremely difficult. As soon as these words fell, the Black Jade Swan and I across from him suddenly showed some interest, looked at Bai Changsheng, and then raised a paw to point at itself. But Bai Changsheng seemed not to see and continued, being my big brother would surely bring great fortune. Let's not talk about anything else, the growth and strength is guaranteed. Even if he is a beast king now, he will certainly become a beast god in the future. Picking up spiritual medicines as soon as he steps out and casually cultivating will allow him to break through realms, and behind him, there will be countless little admirers.
Oh my unseen big brother, where are you?
I have searched for you with great hardship.
Upon hearing this, the Black Jade Beast finally couldn't hold back. I call you Big Brother. Hearing the words of the Black Jade Beast, Bai Changsheng turned his head in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. You? How can that be? Do you really want to be my big brother?
With a thud, the Black Jade Beast slammed its paw on its chest, then nodded heavily. After fishing for so long, with bait thrown out for half a month, it finally took the hook. But Bai Changsheng didn't agree right away, instead, he showed a hesitant expression. But my strength is weak, and you are the Beast King. My bloodline is impure, while you are the son of a dragon. I have a shallow background, but you have Director Shu Mu as a powerful ally. Before Bai Changsheng could finish, he was interrupted by the Black Jade Beast.
It's okay. I don't mind you. Such straightforward words could only come from the Black Jade Beast.
Bai Changsheng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but before he could say anything, the Black Jade Beast spoke again.
I want to be your boss. Sharing blessings and facing difficulties together.
Is this really it, big brother? The Black Jade Beast insisted repeatedly, and Bai Changsheng pleaded bitterly but ultimately had no choice but to agree to this matter.
Big brother, this is my bow to you.
Pure of heart, lacking maturity and intelligence, if you set aside strength and appearance, the Black Jade Beast really seemed like an 11 or 12-year-old human child. From the moment Bai Changsheng understood the nature of the Black Jade Beast, he had this plan. Perhaps there is some suspicion of tricking a naive child, but isn't the struggle for the title of heir always like this? Resources, background, connections, Bai Changsheng had none of these, and if he wanted to grow steadily, some things he had to fight for himself.
Chen Haonan, a welcome gift.
The Black Jade Beast said, pulling out a fruit from somewhere and offering it to Bai Changsheng. The fruit was not large, about the size of a human fist, entirely green with silver patterns carved on it. It was clear at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. This fruit. Bai Changsheng's mouth moved several times. The Black Jade Beast seemed to be looking for a word to describe the rarity of the fruit, but after thinking, he couldn't find the right word and finally blurted out one word. Good. See, this is what a good big brother is. Bai Changsheng had no intention of being polite. He opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit.
The next moment, a refreshing sensation exploded in Bai Changsheng's mouth.
The juice of the fruit was cool, and Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that as the juice entered, something began to act wildly on every part of his body. Congratulations to the host for devouring the silver patterning fruit, gaining 0 blood value, gaining 3000 evolution points.
Wow!
Hearing the system's notification, Bai Changsheng felt a tingling sensation rush from his back straight to his brain. Only one word could describe his current mood.
Awesome! Is this the benefit of recognizing the Black Jade Beast as a big brother?
He just casually gifted him a fruit worth 3000 evolution points. Such an exaggerated number, Bai Changsheng had never seen before. The evolution points that were originally insufficient skyrocketed to 4120 after swallowing this fruit. With excitement in his heart and trembling hands, if it weren't for the wrong gender, Bai Changsheng would have wanted to devote himself. However, after the brief excitement passed, Bai Changsheng also sensed something inappropriate. This silver patterning fruit could provide 3000 evolution points, which shows how rare it is. This level of fruit was obviously prepared by Director Qian for the Black Jade Beast.
It might even be something of great use. Now that he had eaten it, what would he say if Director Qian found out? With this thought, Bai Changsheng looked at the Black Jade Beast. My good big brother, do you remember I told you that betraying a brother is a disgraceful act? Chapter 75, Soul Refining Grass, New Secret Realm. Another 2 weeks passed in a flash. As time went by, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that the threshold marking the Beast General was becoming increasingly obvious. In fact, after his vitality value reached 9000, Bai Changsheng felt that he could break through at any moment. If calculated according to the realm of martial artists, he should now be considered at the pinnacle of the third-grade Beast Soldier. However, with the system panel present, Bai Changsheng could clearly see the gap. In just 10 days, in another 10 days, he would be able to surpass the Beast Soldier and officially step into the Beast General. This level of combat power, in the wilderness, is not considered weak. If in some small towns near the wilderness, Bai Changsheng could even be the leader of the strange beasts. However, this sense of self-satisfaction was tightly suppressed by Bai Changsheng at this moment.
There's no way around it, just look at the beings he interacts with daily to understand. The king-level Black Jade Swanee is not worth mentioning. Even if he grew to the lord level, it would only be a matter of its claw. Director Qian casually practices martial arts, yet his combat power is already at the late stage of martial general. The only one who can make him feel somewhat present is Jiang Zhiyu. But Jiang Zhiyu's growth rate of vitality is also extremely terrifying. In just a month and a half, she also surpassed the 7000 mark. Looking at the difference in vitality values, Bai Changsheng seems to be ahead by a lot, but the truth is, if Jiang Zhiyu unleashed her full power, Bai Changsheng would likely not last 3 rounds under her. He can block the Gale Spear, but not the Gold-Breaking Spear. If he can block the Gold-Breaking Spear, there's still the soul-destroying needle waiting for him. But speaking of it, below the Beast General level, perhaps no one can withstand Jiang Zhiyu's 3 strikes. Even low-level Beast Generals would struggle. It is because of this that Bai Changsheng has clearly recognized his shortcomings. It seems that his vitality has improved quickly, but in reality, apart from vitality, he is of no use. His defense is barely supported by the rock armor and steel bones, but his attack methods are truly lacking. A toothless old tiger, no matter how majestic it looks, is merely an appearance.
If only he could have a racial talent like the Black Jade Swanee.
Bai Changsheng's gaze shifted slightly, looking at the Black Jade Swanee lying next to him, still sound asleep, and he momentarily lost his focus. However, with a sudden knock on the door, Bai Changsheng returned from his daze.
Come in.
Director Qian stopped his actions and raised his eyes to the door. The redwood door of the office was pushed open, and a man in his 30s walked in. Director Qian, the principal said there is something to discuss. Please come with Director Ji and Director Li right away.
Okay, I understand.
Director Qian waved his hand, and the office door was closed again. Still that old straw house, still that vegetable garden, but this time, there were 3 cups of hot tea on the stone table.
Are you here?
The principal still looked like an old farmer, but when the 3 saw the brewed tea, they confirmed that the principal definitely had something to discuss with them.
Principal.
The 3 all saluted and after sitting down, took a sip from their teacups. I went out this time to hunt high-level strange beasts near the wilderness. On the way, I encountered a beast king near Linen City. With its bloodline, reaching the lord-level strange beast is already the limit. Unless there is an aberration, there is no further opportunity. But the fact is, this beast king not only improved its bloodline level, but it even learned a talent's supernatural power. Hearing the principal's words, the 3 furrowed their brows. The bloodline of strange beasts is usually decided at the moment of birth. The quality of the bloodline also determines the growth limit of the strange beast. Although there are ways to enhance the bloodline, it is only useful for low-level bloodlines. Just like Bai Changsheng can improve his dragon blood level by 1 level with the dragon blood jade, but this thing is completely useless for the Black Jade Swanee. Generally speaking, being able to support a strange beast to grow to the lord level is already considered a high-level bloodline. To think higher, to challenge harder. Dean Qian has a net worth of billions, yet he couldn't let the Ink Jade Swan Ni possess the bloodline of the Beast Emperor, illustrating the difficulty involved.
But now the principal said that the Lord has upgraded his bloodline? Has something strange occurred? Or did he swallow some heavenly treasure?
I searched around for a day and a night and finally found an entrance to a secret realm. Due to the rules of the secret realm, I cannot enter with my physical body, but even a rough exploration with my spiritual sense allowed me to uncover some unusual features. As he spoke, the principal turned to Dean Xian.
Inside, there grows the soul-refining grass. What is soul-refining grass?
Bai Changsheng understands little about spiritual materials, but Dean Xian's face changed sharply upon hearing these three words.
Principal, is this true?
With a serious expression, Dean Xian stood up, and Deans Ji and Li also turned to look at him upon hearing this.
Bai Changsheng did not know what soul-refining grass was, but they did. Soul-refining grass can refine souls and scorch blood.
After consuming a large amount, it can purify the bloodline of exotic beasts, effective even below the level of beast gods.
In other words, if he could obtain enough soul-refining grass, he could possibly elevate the bloodline of the Ink Jade Swan Ni even further.
However, the quantity of soul-refining grass is extremely rare. Since the revival of spiritual energy, it has only appeared 3 times. Even if old Qian has a lot of wealth, he cannot buy that which does not exist.
Don't rush.
Seeing Dean Xian's serious expression, as if he was about to set off for the secret realm at any moment, the principal could only speak to calm him down.
Soul-refining grass does exist, and that beast king must have consumed it to upgrade his bloodline.
But the secret realm has restrictions blocking entry, and there are world rules suppressing it. Even I cannot force my way in.
Even if you go, you will only return empty-handed.
Hearing this, Dean Xian opened his mouth to say something but ultimately chose silence. I have kept watch for nearly half a month and roughly figured out the rules of that secret realm. Every week, the entrance to the secret realm opens for 3 days. However, due to world rules, those with too much vitality cannot enter. Otherwise, they will be expelled by the world rules and directly suppressed. Below the martial generals, as long as one has not opened the internal sea, they can come and go freely within. I have reported this matter, and the reply I received is that the top 10 martial arts universities, including Shuimu, will each organize a team of 10 to explore early. After that, the country will send military personnel to take over the secret realm. The 3 fell into silence upon hearing this. Once the military takes over, no matter what is within, it will have nothing to do with them. But this is an unavoidable issue. The secret realm is located in the wilderness, making it an unowned object. Dealing with exotic beasts is manageable, but if the news spreads and foreign individuals covet it, it will be a hassle to handle. Being taken away by the military is, after all, still in the hands of one's own people. But this way, choosing who to send into the secret realm becomes a challenging problem.
Chapter 76, The Last Quota. Selecting students to enter the secret realm is not a difficult task.
Shuimu has thousands of students. Although the restrictions of the secret realm's world rules limit the strength of students to below martial generals, this range still has a considerable number. In the entire sophomore class, apart from a few talented individuals who have already broken through to martial generals, most are stuck at the 3rd grade martial artist level. Finding 10 students among them who reach the limit of 3rd grade martial artists is still quite easy.
But the only problem lies in
the destination of this trip is the newly emerged secret realm, with no established danger levels, no confirmed type of secret realm, and no knowledge of what exists within. In this situation, rashly entering, the best result would be that all students return safely, while the worst result.
Principal, can you find a way to use your divine sense to investigate the specific situation in that secret realm?
For example, the type of secret realm, whether it is naturally formed or left by a powerful being, and the danger level within. Li, the dean, furrowed his brows and spoke up. Upon hearing this, the principal shook his head.
The divine sense is suppressed by the rules of the world.
I only lasted less than 3 breaths before the rules came crashing down. In 3 breaths, I could only do a rough sweep of the entire secret realm, unable to determine the specific situation.
However, one thing can be confirmed. In this secret realm, aside from spiritual herbs, there are no other living beings with rich vitality. It seems those living beings are mere ordinary exotic beasts that accidentally entered after the secret realm emerged. It's worth mentioning that exotic beasts are also suppressed by the rules, and those above 3rd grade beast soldiers cannot enter. 3rd grade beast soldiers cannot enter? If that's the case, then there isn't a big problem.
At least, if students enter, their safety is greatly guaranteed.
As long as they don't act alone, getting out safely is quite possible.
Now, what they needed to consider was which students they should select to gather enough spiritual herbs.
This matter is up to you to decide.
The reward plan, student list, and escort along the way will all be discussed and decided by the 3 of you. The capital city is the farthest from that secret realm, and once everything is ready, we will set off in 2 hours.
So urgent?
Hearing the principal say they would depart in 2 hours, the 3 of them instinctively felt tightness in their hearts but did not say anything. The situation is urgent. The higher-ups only gave us a period of time to open it. In total, we have just 13 days, and tomorrow morning begins the next cycle. We cannot afford to delay when entering the secret realm, the sooner, the better. I have already communicated with the other 9 school principals. Tomorrow morning at 8, all students will enter the secret realm together. I have also contacted the nearest martial artist town. Supplies, weapons, and armor are available for free withdrawal if needed. Though it was said that all matters were left to them, in reality, the principal had already taken care of most things, they only needed to implement them. Seeing this, the 3 dared not delay any further. They stood up together, cupped their hands in salute, and then left. However, just standing at a fork in the road, the 3 suddenly stopped. 1 school, 10 people. I suggest 3 from each college. The students' earnings should be managed by the respective colleges, with 10% of the earnings from the spiritual herbs collected going to the school. How about that? This ratio is still quite high, 2 percentage points higher than the usual secret realm excavation team shares. Not to mention, the auction price of a soul refining grass is around 10 million. 10% is 1 million, and if they can gather a few more, perhaps this alone could provide resources for years of cultivation. If the school cannot help students in other areas while inside, then they can only provide some compensation in terms of earnings. I have no objections, this is what the students deserve. I also agree, but there is one thing I would like to discuss with you first. Soul refining grass, no matter which college's student obtains it, must be given to me. Of course, I can purchase it at 30% more than the market price. Cash, points, or other spirit materials can be exchanged. The dean did not lack money for other spiritual herbs, as long as he could buy them, they meant little to him. But the soul refining grass, he must get his hands on it. After searching for so many years, he finally has a chance to obtain it, so he naturally doesn't want to let it go. Dean Li and Dean Ji naturally understood their old friend's thoughts, nodding in agreement with this matter. Usually, no matter how they bickered, it wouldn't matter, but this matter is obviously not a topic for jokes. But who should we assign this last spot to? Which college? Dean Li added another comment. 10 spots, 3 colleges, it's obvious that it's impossible to divide them evenly, so the last spot, no matter which college it goes to, seems a bit inappropriate. The 3 fell silent for a moment, but Bai Changsheng in the spirit pouch was in a panic. Staying in the spirit pouch, he could still see everything outside clearly. Bai Changsheng listened to the whole matter from beginning to end, to say he wasn't moved would be a lie. If a secret realm could make Principal Shui and the 3 deans value it so much, if he didn't get a piece of the action, he would surely regret it later. Dean Xian sensed this and waved his hand to summon Bai Changsheng out. Seeing Bai Changsheng suddenly appear, the other 2 deans couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes. After a month and a half, that white-scaled snake had actually grown to this extent? At this moment, compared to a month and a half ago, Bai Changsheng's vitality had doubled, and even his size had grown to 15 meters. Although in their eyes, Bai Changsheng still seemed weak, this kind of rapid growth was something they could not ignore. Even if they had high hopes for Jiang Zhiyu, who constantly received all kinds of spirit materials and pills, his speed of growth probably couldn't match Bai Changsheng's dramatic results, right? Not to mention other students. In a month and a half, anyone whose vitality increased by over 2,000 would be considered a top genius, but Bai Changsheng had increased by a full 4,005. Isn't this the little girl's spirit beast? Why is it in your spirit pouch? The little girl asked me to take care of it for 3 months. Dean Xian waved his hand, casually explaining a little, and then they heard Bai Changsheng speaking human words, opening his mouth to start talking. Greetings to the 3 deans. Dean Li and Dean Ji both looked shocked when they heard Bai Changsheng speaking. This little guy can actually talk? And he speaks so fluently, this intelligence level might be beyond even the Beast Kings. Old Qian, your skill in nurturing spirit beasts has become even more extraordinary. Having held back for so long without showing any hint, seeing the shocked expressions of his 2 old friends, Dean Xian immediately smirked. I just casually nurtured this little guy, it's nothing at all. Chapter 77, In the Secret Realm, Life and Death are Self-Responsible. Oh no, now this guy has figured it out. Dean Ji's earlier remark was completely spontaneous. As soon as he said it, he realized something was off, and Dean Xian quickly continued the conversation, not giving him a chance to say but. But then again, this little guy really was raised excellently by old Qian. Dragon likeness manifested, body size grew, vitality soared. If anyone else tried to achieve this, it would clearly be impossible. If that guy had held back a little, they might have praised him a bit more, but looking at that guy's smirk, the 2 already guessed what he was about to say next, so they decisively turned their heads to look at Bai Changsheng. Are you in such a hurry to come out of the spirit pouch because something is going on? Out of affection for the little creature, the 3 deans were quite friendly toward Bai Changsheng, not to mention that Bai Changsheng himself was exceptionally talented. I just heard about the secret realm while in the spirit pouch. So I wanted to ask the 3 deans for a spot. A spot to enter the secret realm? Hearing Bai Changsheng say this, the 3 deans instinctively frowned.
In their original plan, they hadn't considered Jiang Zhiyu at all. Firstly, this journey was extremely risky. Great opportunities often came with great dangers. If Jiang Zhiyu were to fall because of this, it would be a huge loss for Xuemu, and even the entire Tianchao. Secondly, Jiang Zhiyu didn't need to go into that secret realm to gather spirit herbs for resources. By cultivating step by step, she would be able to achieve results. Why take the risk? If she truly lacked resources, then they will naturally find a way to give it to her. However, Bai Changsheng's next words made the three hesitate again. The principal has already said that there is no life force in that secret realm, only beast soldier level monsters, which cannot hurt us at all. This is the first point. The second point, the three deans are very clear about Jiang Zhiyu's character. If she could earn it herself, she wouldn't ask others. And this happens to be a great opportunity. If luck is on our side, we might really earn enough resources for cultivation for the next few years. The third point, I only occupy one quota with Jiang Zhiyu, but the fighting power we can provide is all at the peak of the third rank, which is equivalent to increasing one more quota out of thin air, allowing us to gather one more spirit herb. The fourth point, regardless of who this last quota is given to, it is not a solution, but if it is given to Jiang Zhiyu, I believe all the deans will accept it, right? These 4 points really moved the three deans. Even if they were reluctant to let Jiang Zhiyu go, they had to admit that what Bai Changsheng said made some sense. The three of them exchanged glances, and Dean Xian directly waved to bring Bai Changsheng back. We can only make a decision after discussing this matter. You can return to the spirit pouch for now. Having said all he could say, whether it could happen in the end was not something he could control, so without any resistance, Bai Changsheng was returned to the spirit pouch. In the A-level training room, Jiang Zhiyu, who was originally immersed in deep cultivation, was pulled out by the slight vibration of her wristband. After a month and a half, the three deans had taught her everything they could. The rest, she had to digest and absorb on her own, and wait until her energy and blood broke through to become a martial general before new teaching could proceed. Therefore, in recent days, Jiang Zhiyu had been staying in the A-level training room, aside from eating and sleeping. With rich spiritual energy and enough pills, her energy and blood were rising rapidly. Before encountering a bottleneck in her realm, she could maintain this efficient cultivation rhythm. Of course, even if she hit a bottleneck, it would only mean putting in a bit more effort. The Imperial realm was right there. It was like a game that had already been cleared once. Playing it a second time would become much easier. Collecting her thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu slowly opened her eyes. Looking down at the message on her wristband, Jiang Zhiyu wore a puzzled expression. Teacher Qian is looking for me? Dean Qian knew she was cultivating, but still sent this message, which clearly meant it was no small matter. Not daring to delay, she got up and walked out of the training room. A few minutes later, Jiang Zhiyu met Dean Qian at the foot of Haoqi Tower, along with 9 other students who were about her age. Looking at these people, their energy and blood were all nearly perfected at the 3rd rank. As Jiang Zhiyu walked over from a distance, the expressions of the 9 varied, but all held envy in their eyes. For this junior who had cleared the 9th level of the Star Tower on the first day of school and made the 3 deans fight to take her as a disciple, it would be a lie to say they were not envious. However, after hearing that Jiang Zhiyu spent any free time in the training room, they felt more at ease. Having talent is one thing, but the key is her will, which made them feel ashamed. While everyone was watching Jiang Zhiyu, she was also observing them. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Zhiyu saw 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Meeting each other's eyes, both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing in the crowd showed a smile. Although they did not understand why the dean suddenly called them all together, it was definitely better to cooperate with acquaintances than strangers. Is everyone here? After seeing Jiang Zhiyu come over and stand with Xian Shuang, Dean Qian asked. After nodding, he spoke up. Gathering you all together is to assign you a task. In the wilderness, a new secret realm has been discovered, but due to the suppression of world rules, martial generals and those above them cannot enter. Therefore, we need to organize a group of people below the level of martial generals to enter, to explore and cultivate the secret realm. Dean Qian succinctly explained the whole matter from beginning to end. As the crowd gradually understood the reason, excitement and eagerness appeared in their eyes. Especially when Dean Qian mentioned the plentiful high-quality spirit herbs inside, and that all harvesting students could keep 1/10 of their gains, everyone secretly clenched their fists. Even Jiang Zhiyu bit her lip, clearly tempted. The situation is roughly like this. If anyone wants to withdraw, raise your hand now. As Dean Qian's words fell, his gaze swept over everyone, and no one raised a hand. Clearly, no one was foolish enough to give up such an opportunity, even if it involved life-threatening risks. After a pause, Dean Qian spoke again. Let me remind you, exploring the secret realm is fraught with danger. Although the principal has confirmed through spiritual sensing that there won't be any exceptionally powerful beasts inside, we cannot predict what dangers we may encounter. Even though the school will provide compensation, life, once lost, is gone forever. Once you enter the secret realm, you are responsible for your own life and death. Seeing that no one was frightened by this, Dean Qian finally nodded and waved his hand. Let's go. Chapter 78, Tender Green Leaves and the Small Tavern.
In the second half of their freshman year, students at Shuimu usually enter the wilderness for hunting activities.
The school also deliberately issues many high-point tasks to encourage students to engage in real combat.
Simply practicing hard, or only sharpening themselves in the stargazing tower will yield results, but they won't truly achieve anything significant.
Only through relentless direct fights can all their life force be harmoniously combined.
And so, at this moment, on the train heading to the wilderness, everyone was already very familiar with the routine and seemed a bit too calm. Some were browsing information about the Secret Realm's exploration, some were checking the historical auction prices of high-level spirit herbs from various auction houses, and others were closing their eyes and pretending to sleep, not knowing if they were really asleep or just play-acting.
After boarding the train, Bai Changsheng, though reluctant, had to bid farewell to the MOU Swan Ni.
Next, he would enter the Secret Realm with Jiang Zhiyu, and it wouldn't be proper to keep relying on Din Xian's spirit bag. However, before leaving, Bai Changsheng managed to swipe a blood tiger pill from his elder brother to fill his stomach. With that, he leisurely weaved through the carriage, following the essence of the soul to find Jiang Zhiyu. Little Bai's life force is rising so fast, even his body has grown a lot, and those horns on his head, are they dragon horns? Jiang Zhiyu lightly bit her lip and made a sound of agreement. Din Xian from the Beast Taming Academy gave Little Bai an opportunity, allowing him to gain dragon blood inside him.
Jiang Zhiyu couldn't elaborate on the specifics, but Xin Shuang clearly had no intention to press for more details.
From their previous interactions, she knew she had to maintain an absolute sense of boundaries. At this rate of increasing life force, it won't even take half a month for Little Bai's life force to surpass mine and Jiang Xing's. I vaguely remember that when we first met, Little Bai's life force was still very weak.
Mentioning this made even Jiang Xing show a hint of embarrassment.
Heaven knows how Bai Changsheng developed. In just 2 to 3 months, he had caught up with their 1 year of hard work. No matter how one looks at it, they were all students from Shuimu, rare geniuses, and moreover, their talents were not weak even among Shuimu. But when facing Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng, there was an inexplicable feeling of comparing goods. One gets tossed away; comparing people, one dies.
Senior Xian, Senior Zhang, long time no see. Since enrolling at Shuimu, Bai Changsheng had basically stayed in Din Xian's spirit pouch and had not gone out, so naturally, he hadn't seen Xian Shuang and Zhang Hang. However, this greeting startled both Xian Shuang and Zhang Hang quite a bit. Little Bai, you can talk so soon? It is not strange for a strange beast to speak human words, but that usually happens after becoming a beast king and taking form. How much lifeblood does Bai Changsheng have now? He hasn't even reached the level of beast general. Din Xian taught me a spirit technique. Little Bai's ability to speak is a side effect of this technique. With a simple explanation, Jiang Zhiyu did not explicitly say what the spirit technique was or what its main function was. But none of that mattered anymore. Both of their attention had already been attracted by Bai Changsheng. Clearly, chatting with a strange beast gave them a great sense of novelty. They chatted back and forth, and a few hours quickly passed until the train arrived at the station, at which point they stood up to collect their things. This martial artist town is numbered 033, I came here once before. There is a type of spirit wine called Tender Green Leaves that is abundant near the town. Drinking a cup occasionally can cleanse the stagnant lifeblood and is quite beneficial for cultivation. After we settle down, I'll treat you to a drink. Zhang Hang slung a diagonal bag over his shoulder, pointed to the tea houses outside the platform, and added, just looking at all these taverns, you know how popular Tender Green Leaves are, not drinking would be a huge regret. This was directed at Xin Shuang. The drunken man's intent was not on the wine. Even Bai Changsheng in the spirit pouch could see Zhang Hang's thoughts. But Xin Shuang looked at Jiang Zhiyu. Do you want to try it? Jiang Zhiyu originally wanted to refuse, thinking that they would enter the secret realm tomorrow morning. It was crucial to get good rest tonight and adjust to peak condition. However, since they had set out early and had plenty of time before dark, it wasn't urgent, so she nodded. Then let's go back first, rest for a bit and change clothes, and you text me later. Xin Shuang waved her hand, took the backpack from Zhang Hang's shoulder, and pulled Jiang Zhiyu to check in for their accommodation. The students were not new to the wilderness, such basic accommodation did not require the school to arrange anything further. They booked 2 rooms, and Jiang Zhiyu left the spirit pouch outside, then went into the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of water could be heard from inside. After about 10 minutes, when Jiang Zhiyu came out, she had changed into a new set of clothes. Her hair was slightly damp, and she had no intention of drying it. Barefoot, she walked to the bedside and started looking up something. To be honest, after being able to speak, Bai Changsheng felt his humanity growing richer. At least at this moment, looking at Jiang Zhiyu right after her bath, he felt his heartbeat slow down for a beat. This feeling had never been there before, so it felt very real now. And Jiang Zhiyu seemed to sense something, glancing over at the spirit pouch but didn't think much of it and continued to look at the screen. After 2 hours, when the weather had cooled down significantly, Xin Shuang came to knock on Jiang Zhiyu's door.
The three of them, plus Bai Changsheng and the spirit pouch, walked out of the hotel door and strolled a few hundred meters. Then they found a tavern near the riverside. It had an ancient style with a terrace by the river, and the scenery was quite beautiful.
"Boss, bring a pot of your special tender green leaves and some snacks."
In just a few minutes, the waiter brought over a rough ceramic bottle filled with about a liter of the spirit wine, along with 6 small dishes of appetizers. Not sure how strong the tender green leaves were, but with their lifeblood at this level, their resistance to alcohol had greatly increased. The three of them shared the drinks. No one should ever get drunk. As the bottle cap opened, a fresh fragrance immediately spilled out. The poured wine was clear. Unlike white liquor, this tender green leaf had no pungent smell, and even had a faint sweetness after a sip. The wine is fragrant and sweet, and it feels like a warm current is continuously washing through my veins.
With this ancient building, the small river, and a gentle breeze, this feeling is so pleasant.
When I lose interest in cultivation or can't practice anymore, I will come here and open a small tavern.
Xin Shuang said, her eyes slightly squinted. Then I will come with you to open the tavern. At that time, I will be responsible for brewing the wine. Zhang Heng added, but what he got in response was a faint glance from Xin Shuang.
Scratching his head, Zhang Heng poured another cup and handed it to Jiang Zhiyu.
"Jiang classmate, give it a try." Jiang Zhiyu nodded and thanked him, then raised the wine glass to take a small sip. "No place left? We traveled such a long way just to taste the tender green leaf, and now you tell me there's no place? If it weren't for the good environment of your place, we wouldn't even come. Quickly think of a way, you have to make room for me." Chapter 79, Take Action. Suddenly, a loud noise made everyone in the tavern turn their heads. There were 6 or 7 teenagers surrounding a young waitress dressed as a little servant, each one boiling with righteous indignation, ready to strike at any moment. Compared to the teenagers' strong and vigorous energy, all of them being third-grade warriors at full circle, the waitress looked like an ordinary person, weak and helpless under their encirclement. I. The waitress seemed frightened by the situation, stammering and unable to say a complete sentence. But these teenagers clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook. "What do you mean by what?" "Let me tell you, we are all students of Modu Martial University." "How many students from Modu Martial University can you see in this broken shop throughout the year?" "Where's the boss?" "Hurry and let your boss come out." The teenagers spoke one after another, pressing in step by step, not giving the waitress a chance to speak at all. This attitude caused all the patrons in the tavern to frown. However, most people present were free warriors, and their energy levels were generally around the 1st and 2nd grades. Let alone having a strong background, even their hard strength couldn't compare to the others. Even if they wanted to help the waitress, they were intimidated by the gap in strength and managed to hold back. Among the group of teenagers, one person seemed to notice something, his gaze sweeping over the warriors, and he couldn't help but curse. "What are you looking at? A bunch of useless trash." "Not convinced?" "If you're not convinced, come and compare with me." As he spoke, a powerful wave of energy swept through the small tavern, a third-grade warrior's energy wave that was enough to make most people's hearts tremble. But among most people, Jiang Zhiyu and her companions were not included. "Are all the students of Modu Martial University this arrogant and domineering?" Xin Shuang snorted coldly and said. "It's normal, Modu Martial University is the 2nd martial school under Shuemu, their students' talents are not inferior even to those of Shuemu. Moreover, Modu Martial University does have impressive achievements. In the annual 10-school competition, Shuemu has not participated for a long time. The championship for nearly a decade has been won by Modu Martial University, and the other martial universities don't even have the qualification to compete. Over time, it's normal to develop an arrogant and domineering personality. However, it is rare to be this arrogant." Zhang Heng finished the spiritual wine in his cup, chuckling softly. Such behavior even made the usually cold-tempered Jiang Zhiyu furrow her brow. "Classmates, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality, please don't be angry, don't be angry." But just then, an old man's voice sounded from the stairwell on the 2nd floor. An old man, who had lost an arm, stumbled slightly as he came down the stairs. With hair tinged with gray and a hunched figure, he hurriedly bowed to a few people after stepping down, but his right sleeve was empty and swaying. "My granddaughter is ignorant and has neglected you all. There happens to be an empty private room upstairs, if you don't mind, please take a seat upstairs." The old man's attitude was humble and even a bit ingratiating. If he were an ordinary person, seeing the old man's attitude would have calmed their anger, and they would have gone upstairs easily. But these 6 or 7 young men had no intention of making peace. The more humble the old man became, the more arrogant they became. "What's the point of being on the 2nd floor? You should drink by the window." One person swept his gaze across the entire tavern and then pointed at the largest private table, saying, "You go, clear out those people at that table for us to sit there." Those people hadn't finished their drinks yet, and to drive them away like this would surely ruin their reputation. Business shouldn't be done this way.
The group pointed it showed anger on their faces but, wary of the young men's strength, didn't dare to retort. The old man smiled bitterly upon hearing this and quickly spoke, "Gentlemen, well, I have some connections with the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. Today, meeting is fate, could you do me a favor? The drinks are on the house."
Connections with the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy? Upon hearing this, even Jiang Zhiyu and the others were slightly taken aback.
They hadn't noticed before, but now, upon careful observation, they discovered that the old man's blood energy fluctuation was not weak either. Although he seemed to be a second-rank martial artist, there was no trace of blood energy leaking out at all, as if something was suppressing it. As martial artists age, their blood energy naturally wanes and enters a declining state. Looking at the old man's age, he was likely over 70. With that age, in addition to losing an arm, it was remarkable that he still had the blood energy of a second-rank martial artist.
A martial general? Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing exchanged glances, clearly sharing the same thought.
If the old man had truly been a martial general in his youth, it would explain his connections with the Magical Capital Martial Arts Academy. However, the expected scene where the 6 or 7 young men would retract their arrogance upon hearing this did not occur. What an old useless man, daring to associate with our Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. If you really have connections with our Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy, then that's a disgrace for us. As the leader finished speaking, he instantly launched an attack, raising his foot and kicking towards the old man's chest. This kick seemed to use all his strength. If it landed, even though the old man still had the strength of a second rank, it could easily break 2 of his ribs. But at that moment, a long spear shot in from a distance, the spear tip shining with a cold light as it aimed directly at the young man's right leg. If he didn't retract his leg, this spear would surely pierce through him. The sudden attack caught the young man off guard. Realizing this, he quickly pulled back and narrowly avoided the spear. The spear tip stabbed into the wooden floor, and the tail of the spear buzzed loudly.
Who is it?
Coming back to his senses, the young man immediately shouted in anger.
Everyone's gaze followed the direction of the spear, landing on Jiang Zhiyu. Even Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing were surprised. The first to take action was unexpectedly Jiang Zhiyu.
Jiang Junior sister. Jiang Xing was going to ask about the reason, but Xian Shuang had already stood up, holding a short dagger in her hand. She could ignore others' matters, but Jiang Zhiyu's action must have had her reasons. Regardless of why, she would first support Jiang Zhiyu against the pressure.
Shuemu, Xian Shuang. Shuemu, Zhang Xing.
Zhang Xing also reacted quickly, drawing a metal long knife from his storage ring, positioning it in front of the 2 girls. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tavern became subtle. Tension filled the air. But as the reason for all this, Jiang Zhiyu calmly stood up and walked to the old man's side, then said,
"Your granddaughter, is she named Zhao Muxue?" Zhao Muxue? Hearing Jiang Zhiyu say this, everyone was taken aback. Some were confused about what Jiang Zhiyu's sudden statement meant. Yet the old man, upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu call out this name, tilted his head to glance at his granddaughter. The waitress also looked puzzled, staring at Jiang Zhiyu. "Yes, do you know my granddaughter? Do you really know her? Wait, why does Jiang Zhiyu know this old man and girl from the tavern?" But looking at the old man and the girl, they seemed to have no impression of Jiang Zhiyu at all. Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing didn't think too much. They were not the kind of people who liked to meddle, but they still had some sense of justice, especially since this matter involved their own people. As for the few at Magic City Martial University, their expressions turned slightly grim at this moment. They had been feeling a bit arrogant, but who would have thought that suddenly 3 students from Shuemu would appear? Now, they couldn't move forward or backward. Taking a step forward, the other side was students from Shuemu. If they really clashed, they probably wouldn't gain any advantage, even though they had the numbers. Taking a step back, once both sides revealed their school names, it was no longer just about them. If they truly backed down just because the other side claimed Shuemu, wouldn't that be directly slapping Magic City Martial University in the face? Although Magic City Martial University couldn't compare to Shuemu, it was still the second-ranked martial arts university in the country. Just as the leader was struggling with whether to advance or retreat, Jiang Zhiyu had already made the decision for them. She, with a naturally cold demeanor, now had no expression at all on her face. Retreat. Just a simple word made Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing feel an unusual meaning. Especially Bai Changsheng, who had originally been resting with his eyes closed inside the spirit bag. He could clearly sense that Jiang Zhiyu's mindset had shown a clear wavering. Obviously, the name she had just spoken held significant importance for her. Such a situation had never occurred before, not even when threatened by the wildfire team had her emotional state fluctuated so visibly. A flash of light crossed, and Bai Changsheng, though quietly staying beside Jiang Zhiyu, had his narrow snake-like eyes fixed tightly on the people ahead. No matter the reason, since Jiang Zhiyu had done this, he would naturally accompany her. However, Jiang Zhiyu's words clearly angered the few from Magic City Martial University. The leader snorted coldly, took a step forward, and summoned his weapon. What if they're from Shuemu? You are just students after all. You think one sentence makes us retreat? Let's see if you have that capability.
As these two sentences fell, the students from Magic City Martial University also pulled out their weapons one by one. In terms of bloodline, you're no stronger than us. In terms of schools, we're all top martial universities, and in terms of numbers, we have more than you.
You want us to retreat? I think it should be you who should scram. Why say so much? I've long been unhappy with you, Shuemu. If you're not satisfied, let's fight.
Those who enter Magic City Martial University are also exceptional talents, chosen from 100 or even 1,000.
Some may have been just a step away from joining Shuemu, now they are angry about being cast aside.
But without exception, they all felt some resentment towards Shuemu, who once looked down on them. You once treated me with indifference, now, I will make you wish you could never reach me. Later, when facing other students from top martial arts universities, the group gradually developed a sense of inferiority and arrogance. Especially now, when they confronted Jiang Zhiyu and her two classmates from Shuemu University. After Jiang Zhiyu's reprimand, everyone deep down had the thought of wanting to see why they thought they could act this way. Youth is full of vigor. Before the surrounding martial artists could understand what was happening, these two teams, both from top-tier martial universities, had already clashed. The leader from Magic City Martial University acted first, having just narrowly avoided Jiang Zhiyu's spear piercing his right leg. His anger was boiling inside, and he rushed toward Jiang Zhiyu.
Seeing someone make a move, the rest of the group quickly followed suit.
Jiang Zhiyu's eyes grew completely cold. With a sudden stomp of her foot, she charged at them, reaching for the spear that had just been stuck in the floor and yanking it out. The sound of the air breaking filled the air.
Breaking gold spear!
She softly shouted, and in the next moment, sharp golden spear intent began to gather on the spear in her hands. The already sharp spear now exuded a murderous intent. Unlike when she first performed the breaking gold spear in her initial combat training, after her chi and blood were enhanced, Jiang Zhiyu's current execution of this move was much more natural and seamless.
Upon sensing the change in momentum, everyone present was suddenly shocked.
Bai Changsheng and the others knew exactly what level of martial skill this breaking gold spear was. Especially Bai Changsheng, who knew Jiang Zhiyu best, and naturally understood that the breaking gold spear was undoubtedly her most powerful killing move, aside from the soul-destroying needle, which was a cheat skill. At the same level, no one could possibly withstand this spear. Even low-level martial generals, when facing Jiang Zhiyu's attack, brimming with sharpness, would have to seriously consider if their lives were strong enough to withstand it. But now, Jiang Zhiyu had directly and decisively unleashed it. Her attitude was clear, she was aiming to take the other person's life.
But wait, can she really kill? Bai Changsheng didn't understand what Jiang Zhiyu was thinking right now, but it no longer mattered.
What mattered was that once the spear was thrust out, there would be no room for retreat.
Since that's the case, then kill.
At worst, he and Jiang Zhiyu would hide out in the wilderness, but it was a shame that they wouldn't be able to get any benefits from their newly found big brother. And it was clear that Bai Changsheng wasn't the only one who had doubts.
Especially the man who was directly facing Jiang Zhiyu's spear.
Originally, even if they really fought, it would just be a small scuffle, each suffering some injuries, and then running back to report to their teachers. After all, everyone's chi and blood were about the same, and even if their side had the advantage in numbers, it would still be hard to defeat the other side in a short amount of time. But now, seeing the sharp golden spear intent gathering at the tip of Jiang Zhiyu's spear, for some reason, he felt a chill in his heart. With such power, not to mention him, even those who had already broken through to the martial general level might not be able to withstand this spear. This woman, she really is aiming for his life. But wait, isn't she afraid that if she kills him, she herself will be sentenced to death? Fighting, even killing, in the martial artist's town is a huge taboo. Even with Shuemu's reputation, it wouldn't be able to protect her. But unexpectedly, Jiang Zhiyu actually executed this spear, without any intention of holding back. As the spear grew faster and faster, the man tried to dodge, but realized that his chi was seemingly locked onto by Jiang Zhiyu. No matter how he tried to evade, the spear was getting closer. In the next moment, it would claim his life. Chapter 81, My student, do you have any objections? Zhiyu. Realizing Jiang Zhiyu's sudden killing intent, Xin Shuang's heart suddenly jolted. Knowing the consequences of such actions, she now saw that Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of sparing the opponent. Suddenly, a tightening feeling gripped my heart, and I quickly spoke up, wanting to bring some sense back to Jiang Zhiyu. Fighting was not a problem, all the students were from top martial arts schools. Even though fighting was strictly forbidden in the martial artist town, as long as no lives were lost, it was considered an internal matter for the school. But now that Jiang Zhiyu had developed a killing intent, the situation had changed. Injuring someone and killing someone are completely two different concepts. I couldn't even understand why someone like Jiang Zhiyu would suddenly want to take a life over such a small matter. However, Jiang Zhiyu showed no signs of stopping at the sound of Xin Shuang's voice. The gun's tip remained firmly locked on the opponent's head, and the distance was rapidly closing, ready to pierce through with just a blink.
But just then, a fierce roar exploded in everyone's ears. "You dare!"
Along with this shout came the sound of metal clashing.
Jiang Zhiyu's unstoppable gun intent was suddenly met head-on by a fist.
The gun's tip pressed against the fist but could not move an inch, and even the gun body slightly bent under the immense force before bouncing back violently. Jiang Zhiyu's body, which had been charging forward, abruptly halted, then she was thrown backwards, tracing an arc in the air, and when she landed, she had already adjusted her posture.
Buzz. The gun's tip once again drove into the floor, producing a faint vibrating sound.
Such a scene was hard not to shock everyone.
Even a low-level martial officer would not dare to take Jiang Zhiyu's shot head-on, yet this person had the audacity to block it with their flesh. And they indeed stopped it, without even moving an inch. Instead, it was Jiang Zhiyu, who had been preparing for a long time, that was sent flying by the recoil. In just a brief exchange, everyone present felt the vast gap in strength between the two sides. It was clear that someone who could make Jiang Zhiyu suffer like this was at least a high-level martial officer, and perhaps even a martial lord. Thinking of this, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing's expressions grew serious. In stark contrast to Jiang Zhiyu's party, the students from Modu Martial University looked pleased upon seeing the newcomer. Dean. At the mention of the dean, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing's previously serious faces turned even worse.
If it were just a regular fight, it wouldn't matter. After all, the dean had to consider his own face. Using strength against the weak would not be glorious if it spread.
But this was not just an ordinary fight. Jiang Zhiyu's earlier stance clearly indicated she was out for the opponent's life.
In such a situation, even if the opponent took action, nobody could say anything about a little punishment.
Sure enough, a cold snort sounded, and an overwhelming aura of blood and power instantly spread throughout the tavern.
Those with slightly weaker strength, like the first and second tier martial artists, immediately broke into a cold sweat, but they still had their blood energy to support them, so they wouldn't be in immediate danger.
However, there was still an ordinary person present. The waitress named Zhao Mushu suddenly collapsed to the ground under this oppressive aura.
Her knees hit the wooden floor heavily, making a loud thud.
Wang Meng.
Seeing his granddaughter like this, the old man who had lost an arm finally couldn't hold back. After a fierce shout, the dean of Modu Martial University tilted his head and looked over this way. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but his words carried a hint of disdain.
Isn't this Zhao the Gun King? What brings you to this place? Running a shabby tavern?
It was clear to anyone with eyes that Wang Meng's words were filled with provocation and sarcasm.
His attitude did not resemble that of someone simply meeting an old acquaintance.
It was as if they had long known the other was here. If they still hadn't figured it out by now, they must be too dull. The warrior town had plenty of taverns, but the students from Magic City Martial University had chosen this one. They didn't even want to sit in one of the empty private rooms on the second floor, insisting that the owner clear a spot for them, especially with Dean Wang Meng appearing and showing such an attitude. Looking back, the whole situation felt full of awkwardness and coincidences. If it weren't for Jiang Zhiyu and his group causing a disturbance, the entire situation might have turned into a conflict between the Magic City Martial University students and the tavern owner, leading to a physical clash, and eventually Dean Wang Meng appearing to uphold justice for his students. In fact, if things had continued this way, no one would have thought anything was wrong. This was the most crucial point. Did these two have a grudge?
Everyone's eyes kept darting between the one-armed old man and Wang Meng.
Although both looked to be of older age, Wang Meng appeared lively, his energy fluctuations heavy and powerful.
This shouldn't be the case.
One was a small tavern owner missing an arm, while the other was the dean of Magic City Martial University. Just from the energy pressure, one could tell Wang Meng was definitely a martial general level existence. What kind of grudge could exist between these two?
But soon, they got their answer. I've already hidden here, and you still won't let me go?
The one-armed old man frowned slightly, looking at Wang Meng, with a hint of pain in his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Meng's gaze sharpened, but the next moment, he coldly laughed and returned to a normal expression.
You think too much.
I was just passing by and happened to see my student almost getting killed, which forced me to intervene. As for our matters, I'll settle them with you later.
Right now, I have other things to do. While speaking, Wang Meng's gaze fell on Jiang Zhiyu. Looking at Jiang Zhiyu in black sportswear, his gaze still calm and even a bit icy, Wang Meng spoke again.
As students, we are still in the warrior town. To get into a violent fight over some petty disputes, even using lethal moves. If I hadn't happened to pass by, my student would have probably been buried today by you.
With such disregard for the law, who is your teacher from the Waterwood? I want to ask how he teaches his students. It's over.
Hearing these words, Xian Shuang and the others knew the other party had no intention of downplaying the matter. In fact, with just a few sentences, they had already defined the situation.
From their student being arrogant, it turned into Jiang Zhiyu being too heavy-handed. With this, if the other side really pursued it, resolving the matter wouldn't be so easy.
At least at their level, they could hardly cope with the other party's challenges. After all, he was the dean of Magic City Martial University, his words carried significant weight. But the next moment, a voice rang out, causing Xin Shuang and the others to instantly relax their taut bodies.
My student, what's wrong? Do you have an opinion?
Following the voice, an old man wearing a rough cloth training outfit slowly walked in from the door. At first glance, this old man didn't seem particularly special, although he appeared lively, his energy was considerably weaker than Wang Meng's. Yet, the moment Wang Meng saw him, his previously strong aura suddenly faltered, and he instinctively shrank back. Clearly, he recognized who had come. In terms of energy, he was indeed superior, but the problem was that this guy only dabbled in energy martial arts. Ignoring the spirit pouch at his waist, he could indeed be forceful, but he was very aware that if he dared to make any move,
what awaits him will be the Beast King's deadly claw.
From beginning to end, no one spoke again, although their faces showed no malice, everyone in the tavern held their breath in fear.
Until Xin Shuang and another person called out to the dean, Jiang Zhiyu slightly pursed her lips and said one word, teacher. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu's somewhat disheveled hair, Dean Qian's expression immediately darkened. Are you hurt?
When Jiang Zhiyu shook her head, Dean Qian felt a slight relief in his heart, but his face showed no sign of easing as he turned to Wang Meng. It was he who had asked to lead the team to the wilderness, having repeatedly assured that nothing would happen to Jiang Zhiyu. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, otherwise, if he had to wait for Wang Meng to act, it might have truly been too late. At that point, not to mention anything else, Old Ji and Old Li would not let him off easily. With this thought, Dean Qian's gaze turned even harsher. Wang Meng, who happened to meet Dean Qian's gaze, could only restrain his thoughts and bow in greeting to Dean Qian.
Hello, King Qian Wu.
At this level, regardless of the training path one followed, everyone is called the king of martial arts. And every martial king has made significant contributions to the heavenly dynasty, although bowing is not mandatory, normally, no one would be so clueless about the rules. Even though Wang Meng's strength had reached the late stage of martial marquis, and he was the dean of the martial arts academy in Magic City, he still needed to respectfully greet Dean Qian. But Dean Qian had no time for this superficial courtesy.
You just said you wanted to properly teach my student? Come, let me hear how you plan to teach.
Although his tone was calm, anyone could hear that Dean Qian was suppressing his anger.
If today's matter wasn't given an explanation, it clearly wouldn't be resolved easily.
Moreover, judging by Dean Qian's attitude, it was evident he intended to protect his student without even asking about the reason.
Hearing this, Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat.
He didn't have much interaction with the one surnamed Qian, but being from the same era, he somewhat understood this person's character. Even when he was right, he would still stir up trouble, let alone in today's incident, he was the one in the wrong.
But the key issue was, why could that girl become this old man's student? Wasn't the head of Shuemu Academy not involved in teaching?
As he turned his gaze, Wang Meng couldn't help but look a few steps away at Jiang Zhiyu, but the next moment, he was scolded by Dean Qian.
I'm asking you a question. What does my student have to do with you?
You actually dared to make a martial marquis forget his face and want to attack her? Or are you just itching for a fight?
If not, I'll accompany you for a spar. If Dean Qian hadn't arrived, Wang Meng, as the highest-ranking fighter on the scene, would have been able to say whatever he wanted.
But with Dean Qian's presence, it was no longer a matter of what he wanted to do. Especially as he observed Dean Qian's attitude, if he didn't provide a reasonable explanation, it seemed today would not simply be a conflict between students.
However, Dean Qian's fierce attitude also astonished the others present. Wait, who is this? How dare they point fingers at the dean of the Martial University in Magic City? Someone spoke in confusion, and soon another person provided an explanation. Didn't you see how respectful Wang Meng was?
This person is the head of the Shuemu Beast Control Academy, a legitimate martial king.
Shuemu Academy? As soon as this was said, everyone instantly fell silent.
There was no way, the weight of Shuemu's name was just too significant. Although officially, Shuemu was on the same level as the other 8 martial arts universities, including the Martial University in Magic City, in reality, Shuemu's standing was not comparable to the others. Heritage, faculty, funding, student sources. Previously, people had thought Wang Meng's change in attitude was too quick, but now, reflecting on it, everyone found nothing wrong with it.
If Shuemu is not better than Modawuda, it's fine to say that privately, one shouldn't be deceived, right?
However, it was clear that Dean Qian's attitude had a huge psychological impact on the young people from Modawuda.
Dean.
The leading boy looked at Wang Meng, who didn't dare to say a word, seeming unable to accept this fact. But the others quickly recognized the gap in strength between the two sides and chose to obediently keep quiet, not daring to jump into the conversation. The most excited were naturally Bai Changsheng and his group. Although they didn't expect that the usually high and mighty Dean Qian would also have such a grounded moment, there was no doubt that with Dean Qian here, they felt confident. Dean Qian, it's these people who started the trouble.
Xin Shuang took the initiative to explain the ins and outs of the matter.
Though she inserted a few of her subjective thoughts, overall it was still quite objective. Her words prompted a reply from the nearby free fighters. I didn't expect it, you really know how to teach students. Dean Shen looked at Wang Mang, with a smile that was neither smiling nor angry, making it hard to figure out what he was really thinking, but the next moment, he changed his tone. As the dean of a top martial arts university, when faced with student conflicts, instead of finding out the situation first, you're going to act against others right away.
Is this the way Moto Wuda does things?
Although Dean Xian was also the type to protect his own side without asking reasons, who let Jiang Zhiyu and the others have the upper hand? Wang Meng clearly understood this, so he originally planned to bury his head and acknowledge the situation, trying to gloss over it. But upon hearing Dean Xian bring the matter to the school's reputation, he suddenly panicked. I only saw my student nearly get killed, so I was a bit anxious, it has nothing to do with the school. Wang Meng rarely stood firm in front of Dean Xian, but this boldness didn't last long, as it was fiercely suppressed by Dean Xian.
You teach students without the skills, they come to cause trouble and get beat up, and you still have the face to say that?
If my student has higher vitality than you and has studied for an extra year, yet can't even handle one move.
If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to show up, it's embarrassing. Chapter 83, Threatening the Martial Sovereign. If what Dean Xian said earlier could be dismissed as him being angry and rambling, others wouldn't take it to heart.
But this line truly aimed at the heart. Especially the 6 or 7 people behind Wang Mang, who now looked at Dean Xian with defiance, eager to challenge him directly. Of course, this impulse lasted only a moment. After all, what Dean Xian said was indeed the truth. Looking at Jiang Zhiyu's face, he seemed like he just graduated from high school.
But what puzzled them was how a freshman like Jiang Zhiyu could have such high vitality.
Everyone starts with 2,000 or 3,000 vitality, slowly building it up step by step. How long has it been since then?
Wang Mang also glanced at Jiang Zhiyu after Dean Xian's words and then sized up Bai Changsheng. Though he didn't really want to admit it, the facts were right before him.
Moto Wuda had always touted itself as the second best martial arts academy in the country, not much worse than Shuemu, but the quality of students from both sides wasn't on the same level at all.
At the same time, Wang Meng suddenly came to his senses, realizing why Dean Xian was so angry.
Just starting freshman year, and her vitality had already caught up with the sophomores and even juniors. If she had a few more years, becoming a martial sovereign would surely be within reach. And in the past, when the situation was urgent, he didn't think much about it, but now, after calming down, he finally understood. The shot that Jiang Zhiyu just fired was not something ordinary martial arts skills could possess. Heavenly level martial arts. And this white-scaled snake, not only is its vitality strong, but even its bloodline seems to carry an inexplicable sense of superiority.
Thinking about it, if I had such a student, I'm afraid their performance would be even more insane than Dean Xian's.
Understanding this, Wang Meng knew clearly that if he couldn't satisfy the other party today, this matter would be difficult to settle. Taking a deep breath, Wang Meng looked at Jiang Zhiyu and then spoke seriously. Regarding today's issue, I was extreme, and I hope this student won't take it to heart.
He bowed his head? He really bowed his head?
The scene in my imagination where Wang Meng defiantly stood his ground did not occur. It seems this president of Magic City Martial University really understands when to strategize. Even though, as the president of Magic City Martial University, his act of apologizing to a student was truly shameful. But seeing Wang Meng still holding his head high even while apologizing, Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brow again. Today's matter, although well concealed, you are very clear about the specifics in your heart. I don't want this to happen a second time, otherwise, I will go find you at Magic City Martial University. Jiang Zhiyu's words sounded strange, even carrying a hint of threat.
Is this girl crazy?
This thought emerged in everyone's hearts.
She isn't even a martial general yet, and she's starting to threaten a martial marquis? Moreover, the other party is the president of Magic City Martial University, a presence at the peak of martial marquis. Does she really consider herself a martial king?
But for some people, the focus wasn't on the latter sentence, but on the first one.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Changsheng confirmed his previous suspicions.
Jiang Zhiyu is not the impulsive type, but today, it seems she has completely lost control, which is quite illogical.
Especially after seeing Jiang Zhiyu confirming a name with the one-armed old man, Bai Changsheng already had some guesses.
Today's matter might be related to Jiang Zhiyu's past life, and the connection is quite significant, otherwise, she wouldn't lose control like this. Besides him, the one-armed old man and Wang Meng were also shocked. Although they didn't know how this little girl knew about this and saw through his thoughts, it was clear that this wasn't a moment to delve deeper into the matter.
After giving Jiang Zhiyu a glance, Wang Meng turned and left.
Behind him, a few students from Magic City Martial University looked around and hurriedly followed. This time, Dean Xian did not stop them again. After all, the other party is the president of Magic City Martial University, someone who is nominally on the same level as him. Even though his strength is overwhelming, it would still be inappropriate to drag the other party into a duel. Being able to recognize the situation and apologize, this matter should come to a close. And since the main character had left, naturally everyone didn't see any meaning in staying there.
It's time to go back, don't delay tomorrow's matters.
Xian Shuang and the others naturally didn't dare to go against Dean Xian, obediently following behind, but Jiang Zhiyu paused. Turning back, the one-armed old man just happened to be looking at her, along with the young girl beside him who appeared frightened. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Zhiyu walked towards the old man and the girl.
Miss, thank you very much today.
The one-armed old man bowed and gratefully spoke to Jiang Zhiyu. Though he didn't know how this girl knew about the grudge between him and Wang Mang, she had indeed helped him a lot, otherwise, today's issue wouldn't have been resolved so easily. And after he stood up, Jiang Zhiyu spoke. You should hurry up and find a different place to live. Since Wang Mang already knows your location, he won't just let it go.
The one-armed old man nodded and then watched Jiang Zhiyu and her group leave.
After exiting the tavern, everyone tacitly did not mention what had just happened.
Until entering the hotel, Director Qian stopped for a moment before parting ways.
However, Director Qian neither praised her for her sense of justice nor scolded her for daring to kill in the martial artist town. He simply reminded her with a few words. I have a bit of an impression of that guy Wang Mang, he holds grudges. He wouldn't dare to come find trouble with me today, but he might target you. Be careful tomorrow in the secret realm, especially watch out for those students from Magic City Martial University.
No matter what, ensure your safety.
Jiang Zhiyu pursed her lips, offering no explanation. She merely cupped her hands in salute to Director Qian and said, Thank you, teacher. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu return to her previous demeanor, Director Qian smiled and urged her to go upstairs to rest, though he was secretly contemplating whether to go find Wang Mang for a good chat tonight.
Upon entering the room, Bai Changsheng came out from the spirit bag.
At this moment, Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of hiding anything. After all, Bai Changsheng already knew her background. In my last life, I did not get married, and I had no children, but at the age of 26, I adopted an orphan. The old man and young woman in that tavern were the family of that baby girl. Zhao Mushua is the mother of that child. And the reason the child became an orphan, and I adopted her, is all because of Wang Mang.
Jiang Zhiyu seemed to fall into memory, speaking to herself. Bai Changsheng silently listened, not interrupting.
These matters, Jiang Zhiyu had never mentioned before, and perhaps if it weren't for today's incident, she would never have brought them up. As Jiang Zhiyu spoke more, Bai Changsheng gradually understood why Jiang Zhiyu had been so frantic in the past.
Chapter 84, Within 3 years, I will slay this old bastard.
Having witnessed someone kill Zhao Mushua, and then carry her child with him and raise her as if she were his own, yet unable to overcome her inner turmoil, she could only treat him as her direct disciple.
Jiang Zhiyu had considered avenging Zhao Mushua, but by the time she transitioned to cultivating blood skills and had the strength to take revenge, Wang Mang was already dead. With no place to seek vengeance, over time, this incident became Jiang Zhiyu's mental demon. That little one is very well behaved. She rarely causes trouble and has very high cultivation talent. She is more sensible than her peers and would occasionally bring me a bouquet of flowers after school, even if they were just wildflowers picked by the roadside. Bai Changsheng wondered if it was his imagination. He rarely saw a touch of maternal softness on Jiang Zhiyu's face, although she looked extremely youthful at the moment. After hearing the backstory from Jiang Zhiyu, Bai Changsheng could understand why she had lost control before, even attacking those students from Magic City Martial University right away. Loving one's home and its surroundings, helping out, though a bit irrational, made sense in the context of emotions. Human emotions are inherently complex and uncontrollable.
Even in her past life as an empress, Jiang Zhiyu could not escape this truth. And the truth also proved one thing: the little one she spoke of was her exposed weakness. But this way, that Wang Mang might hold a grudge against you as well.
Bai Changsheng did not say whether Jiang Zhiyu's actions were right or wrong. One cannot persuade others to be good without experiencing their pain.
But Wang Mang was out there, an existence they currently couldn't contend with, a figure in the later stage of martial arts, and if he set his heart against them, unless Director Qian and the others remained by Jiang Zhiyu's side, otherwise with their current combat strength, they simply could not contend with him.
That would be best. Jiang Zhiyu murmured, her eyes slightly moving, lost in thoughts. However, Bai Changsheng could clearly sense the turbulence in Jiang Zhiyu's heart.
What are you afraid of?
Isn't it just the late stage of the martial marquis? Coming to find us happens to help share some pressure for that old man and the young one.
Within 3 years, cut this old thing down. Bai Changsheng didn't know why he had this idea, willing to crazy along with Jiang Zhiyu. Perhaps it was due to the intertwining of their souls, or perhaps because the system gave him enough confidence. In fact, the late stage of the martial marquis wasn't so far away for him at this moment. Whether it was him or Jiang Zhiyu, surpassing the martial marquis was just a matter of time. The difference lay only in when. However, this remark drew Jiang Zhiyu's gaze, probably not expecting Bai Changsheng to say such a thing, and now there was a hint of surprise on her face. The person and the snake exchanged a glance, but Jiang Zhiyu did not say anything more, only suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, since the meeting of the person and the snake, Bai Changsheng had hardly seen Jiang Zhiyu smile. At this moment, this smile seemed a bit different from the previous ones. It carried a sense of relief and a touch of ease. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking on the horizon, everyone gathered in a clearing at the martial artist town. It was not until this moment that students from 10 top martial arts schools fully saw each other. With slightly youthful faces, they were filled with anticipation and determination for the journey ahead. Occasionally, their gazes would wander over to Xu Weimu, unable to resist lingering a while longer on that ponytailed figure. What happened yesterday wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either, at least it spread among this group of students. Everyone was puzzled about the cause, but they had a deep impression of the three words Jiang Zhiyu. There was no way around it. Most of those present were second or even third-year students, and having a first-year student like Jiang Zhiyu among them felt indeed a bit out of place. Moreover, with a single move of a celestial-ranked martial skill, she almost took the life of a student from the Demon City Martial University. Her stunning beauty turned out to be the most insignificant highlight of her. However, the group of students did not have to wait long, as Dean Shen began to give the order to depart. Among everyone there, his strength was the highest, and with Xu Weimu's status most transcendent, naturally, he was to be respected. It's worth mentioning that today, Wang Meng was not as imposing as yesterday. A scar now marred his face, clearly a mark from a beast's attack. Other martial university deans, unaware of the situation, specifically inquired about it, but Wang Meng used last night's trip to the wilderness as an excuse to deflect it. After speaking, Wang Meng also glanced at Dean Xian. He was sure that the strange beast that had suddenly burst into his room last night was definitely this old thing's ink jade beast, but without evidence, he had to take this loss. Dean Xian appeared unfazed, urging Xu Weimu's students to quickly get on the vehicles and set off. The entire Secret Realm's rules are complete, and we cannot enter to protect you. You must pay attention to your own safety once you go in. It's best to form teams of 2 or 3, avoid acting alone. If other schools attempt to harm you or snatch spiritual herbs, make sure to capture it with a battle wristband. When you come out, I'll settle the score with them one by one. As the #1 martial university dean in the Celestial Empire, Dean Xian spoke with firmness, and these last 2 sentences were clearly directed at Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu remained silent, only nodding slightly. However, Dean Xian's words were merely a reminder for Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu's strength was evident, among peers, as long as they had not stepped into the martial general realm, even ordinary late third-tier martial artists would hardly survive 20 moves under her hands. And if Jiang Zhiyu truly intended to kill, the speed of settling battles would only be faster. Instead of worrying about Jiang Zhiyu being targeted, it's better to think about what will happen if those from Wu University in the Magic City really dare to reach out. The off-road vehicle traveled for 2 hours across the wilderness, covering a full 150 kilometers. Thanks to a road built before the disaster, they avoided a lot of trouble. As the view before them opened up, everyone saw the radiant circle not far away. The oval light circle, about 15 meters in diameter, floated roughly 3 meters above the ground. The human eye could not see through the circle to the other side, but everyone understood clearly that the other side connected to another world. Speaking of which, secret realms appeared almost simultaneously with the revival of spiritual energy. Over the years, a total of 1,382 secret realms have been discovered around the world, with 221 located in the Celestial Empire alone. Moreover, new secret realms continuously came into being and were discovered over time. Every secret realm represented a different meaning behind it. Based on completed explorations, all secret realms are divided into 4 major categories: spiritual energy secret realms, inheritance secret realms, chaotic secret realms, and resource secret realms. Coincidentally, the one they were about to enter today was a resource secret realm. Chapter 85, 9-Pattern Thunderfruit. Some say secret realms are small worlds formed at the moment a realm is born, constructed by the power of heaven and earth. Others say secret realms are exclusive spaces forcibly created by powerful beings invoking rules. These 2 views have existed since the discovery of the first secret realm and have continued to be debated. The root cause indeed lies in the different types of secret realms. In spiritual energy secret realms, the concentration of spiritual energy is extremely high, making training in them very effective. Moreover, strange beasts already live within them, including those of the Beast King and even Beast Emperor level. Instead of calling them spiritual energy secret realms, it would be more appropriate to rename them blessed lands. Such a refined place, clearly, cannot be constructed by human effort. But the existence of inheritance secret realms wildly proves the other point of view. As for chaotic secret realms, the world rules have collapsed, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Even if one forcefully enters, they would be indiscriminately attacked by the broken rules, facing certain death below the martial emperor level. Resource secret realms, however, resemble an untapped treasure, containing cultivation resources worth billions, even trillions. There was even an example of a small country relying on a resource secret realm that significantly boosted the strength of its citizens. However, there is a very unified saying about secret realms: the number of a country's secret realms directly affects the country's overall strength, especially inheritance and resource secret realms, which have the greatest impact. Therefore, every appearance of an inheritance or resource secret realm attracts a lot of attention from various countries. Of course, these matters have nothing to do with Bai Changsheng and the others at present. The competition between nations is not something they can interfere with. What they need to do now is to enter the secret realm and collect as many spiritual herbs as possible, then come out safely. However, to everyone's surprise, before they could enter the secret realm, they saw the originally calm radiant circle suddenly begin to distort. Even the surrounding spiritual energy started to shake violently. The sudden change made the group of deans feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Especially Dean Xian and the martial king who had been guarding this place. One summoned a black jade beast while the other unsheathed a long knife, protecting everyone behind them. After a tumultuous twist and sway, the entrance of the secret realm merely spat out something before returning to calm. Dean Xian reached out to grab the object, but upon seeing what the secret realm had spat out, a pause struck his face.
Lei Gua?
A knowledgeable Dean immediately recognized what was in Dean Xian's hands, sparking a wave of commotion.
Did you say that what was just spat out in this secret realm is the legua that can help someone form a thunder body? If I remember correctly, a legua sells for 3 million, right? Not just that, this one is a 9-pattern legua, far more valuable than the 3-pattern and 6-pattern ones. I estimate that this legua could be worth close to 10 million. A 10 million worth 9-pattern legua, just like that, was spat out by the secret realm? Wait a minute, if that's the case, how many spiritual herbs must be in this secret realm? The deans debated vigorously, educating the students about the value of such things. When the onlookers regained their senses and looked back at the entrance of the secret realm, only desire remained, and it was a wild desire. Dean Shan looked at the 9-pattern legua in his hand, feeling astonished by the grand display of the secret realm. He had been puzzled earlier as to why, despite the rules of the secret realm limiting high-level beasts from entering, the principal still encountered a beast king breaking through its bloodline limits near the secret realm. Now it seemed that the beast king must have coincidentally swallowed the spiritual herbs spat out by the secret realm to achieve its advancement. When the cup is full, it overflows. From this alone, one could roughly sense just how many resources were within this secret realm. After a brief cough, Dean Qian directly announced the start. At that moment, the students who had been holding back their impulses no longer suppressed their inner desires, each of them leaping forward one after another, vanishing into the dazzling aura. After exchanging a glance, Jiang Zhiyu and Xin Shuang did not linger either and jumped into the secret realm together. They only sensed a distortion of light before, in the next moment, their feet landed on soft grass. Outside the secret realm was Jiangnan's water town, but inside the secret realm was a dense mountain forest. The boundaries of the secret realm were unseen, with only massive trees embracing 2 people in sight. The students who had entered earlier were already moving in all directions. The secret realm was so vast that it was nearly impossible for them to completely search it within 10 days, but taking the first step meant taking every step thereafter, and no one could stay put knowing that countless treasures awaited their discovery ahead. However, Jiang Zhiyu and her companions were not in a hurry at all. With a flash of light, Bai Changsheng from their spirit bag appeared before them. In this unfamiliar environment, Bai Changsheng's role shone through entirely. Snake-type spirit beasts are sensitive to smells. It's not limited to just sensing the scents of other creatures but also includes spiritual herbs. With Bai Changsheng around, their efficiency in searching for spiritual herbs would undoubtedly increase significantly. After carefully sensing the drifting scents in the air, Bai Changsheng already had the answer. This way, follow me. Seeing that Bai Changsheng could indeed catch the scent of spiritual herbs in the air, the 3 relaxed in their hearts, and without any hesitation, hurriedly followed. After only walking several hundred meters through the forest, they finally saw where Bai Changsheng had detected the scent from. 100-year-old Lingji, worth around 40,000. Though it fell short of their expectations for a top-tier spiritual herb, a mosquito's leg is still meat. They casually picked the Lingji and realized the problem. The spiritual herbs around the entrance of the secret realm must have long been spoiled by the beasts that entered before. Let's continue deeper. The 3 of them, plus 1 snake, quickly moved through the forest again. Yet, after following the targets 4 or 5 times, they ultimately found only a few low-value spiritual herbs. Although, compared to the usual desolate plains, this harvest is already great, but it clearly doesn't match what the secret realm previously showed. However, the 3 of them did not feel anxious. The time was still early, and true high-level spiritual herbs would probably only be encountered after they ventured deeper into the secret realm. They had even prepared for 1 or 2 days without any harvest. But sometimes, luck strikes just at the right moment. After walking for over an hour through the dense forest with no significant gains, Bai Changsheng suddenly caught a faint, strange scent in the air, and his body froze instantly. Wait, there seems to be something over there. Chapter 86, 9-Leaf Spiritual Ginseng. The sudden change made Jiang Zhiyu and the other 2 halt their steps as well. Faintly, they could even hear the sounds of strange beasts roaring and battling.
Though subtle, it had just been drowned out by their footsteps, but now that they had quieted, it became clearer.
There are 4 intertwined scents, one of which comes from a spiritual herb. The remaining 3 scents belong to strange beasts.
Bai Changsheng spoke, having thoughtfully analyzed the scents in the air and found the answer.
But their strength isn't strong, around 3rd-rank beast soldiers.
Hearing 3rd-rank beast soldiers, the eyes of the 3 shone with excitement. If the strange beasts were too strong, even the best spiritual herbs would have nothing to do with them, but if they were just 3rd-rank soldiers, it would be just right for them.
Let's go take a look.
The 3 exchanged glances and reached a decision. Jiang Zhiyu tightly gripped his long knife, walking in front of the 2 girls, while Bai Changsheng kept a constant watch on the changing scents. As they drew closer, the sounds of battle became increasingly evident.
The roars of beasts mixed with dull crashing sounds, occasionally accompanied by the sound of branches snapping.
The 3, guided by the snake, slowed their footsteps, and after walking about 100 meters, could roughly see what was happening. A tiger, a monkey, and a bear, 3 strange beasts towering over 2 meters, roiling with energy, exerting a tremendous force. However, at this moment, they all looked somewhat disheveled, with visible deep wounds exposing their bones. Clearly, all 3 strange beasts had similar energy levels, they were all 3rd rank, and none could gain the upper hand over the others. Under normal circumstances, they would never engage in such a fight, but the problem was that this was not a normal time. The 3 beasts shifted their gazes, wary of the other 2 while unconsciously focusing on the center of the small clearing. On a small branch about 30 to 40 centimeters high, there grew 9 leaves the size of palms, accompanied by a string of red fruits. It appeared ordinary yet had an overly bright vibe. Upon seeing that plant, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but narrow her eyes.
9-leaf spiritual ginseng.
One of the main materials for refining the weaving soul pill, even consuming it directly can greatly enhance spiritual power.
A complete plant is worth around 8 million. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's hushed explanation, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing's eyes lit up, and even Bai Changsheng couldn't help but look over.
After running around in this secret realm for so long, they finally encountered a high-level spiritual herb, especially one useful for the spirit. As long as they could harvest this spiritual herb, even a 1/10 yield would be enough for them to feel their trip was worthwhile.
Should we take action? Xian Shuang spoke, and the other 2 nodded in agreement.
Although the safest method would be to wait until the 3 strange beasts had hurt each other sufficiently before stepping in to reap the benefits. The night is long, and there's no telling whether this spiritual herb might attract other strange beasts or warriors' attention. If they harvested it this morning, they could continue searching for more spiritual herbs.
Moreover, it's not like they couldn't fight. Roar!
A peculiar sound echoed within the forest, instantly catching the attention of the 3 strange beasts. The tiger, being closest, turned its head suddenly and let out an enraged roar toward the direction of the sound. It seemed to warn others not to come near. However, responding to it was a long gun made of alloy, shooting rapidly. Jiang Zhiyu and the other 2 rushed out from the forest at the same time, each finding their own opponent. Jiang Zhiyu attacked head-on with the strongest force, facing a black bear that weighed over 3 tons. Xian Shuang, the most agile, charged directly at the giant gorilla that looked like a King Kong. Among the 3 strange beasts, the tiger had the strongest vitality and was the least injured, and it was entangled by Jiang Zhiyu, but fighting alongside her was Bai Changsheng, whose vitality was not weaker than that of the tiger. Watching the alloy spear rushing towards it, the fierce tiger simply raised its paw and swatted, directly knocking the spear away. The spear spun twice in the air before being caught in Jiang Zhiyu's hand, and the attack resumed. But this time, holding the spear made the attack more fierce and unpredictable. With another thrust, aiming straight at the opponent's right eye, but as the tiger's paw came crashing down, the spearhead quickly pulled back, changing from thrusting to striking down.
At the same time, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth wide and bit down towards the fierce beast.
Bai Changsheng's bite didn't seek serious injury, but rather aimed to inject toxin. Though the second-level toxin couldn't directly take the life of a 3rd-grade beast warrior, it could slow its movements. In this 1-against-2 battle, even a slight delay was enough to make its situation more difficult. Faced with the 2 simultaneous attacks, the fierce tiger ultimately chose to respond to Bai Changsheng first. However, with a muffled sound, the nearly 3-meter-tall tiger, weighing well over 2 tons, was directly knocked away by Jiang Zhiyu's spear. Its body crashed heavily into a sturdy tree trunk, producing a dull sound. The impact was so great that it shook the tree violently, causing many leaves to fall.
Poochie!
The spear pierced its neck, spraying out a burst of blood. It tried to struggle and get up to fight back, but after swaying twice, it crashed to the ground, blood pouring out from the punctured wound.
This was Jiang Zhiyu's current strength.
In cooperation with Bai Changsheng, beings of the same level couldn't last more than 2 moves under their hands. After effortlessly settling the battle with a single exchange, Jiang Zhiyu didn't pause and rushed towards Xian Shuang. The giant ape, though lacking thick armored scales, was agile in movement, making it difficult for Xian Shuang to launch effective attacks unless she could seize an opening. However, with Jiang Zhiyu joining the battle, the situation reversed instantly.
The two women worked in tandem, and no matter how ferocious the giant ape was, it only faced a fate of being continuously wounded by spear and dagger. Finally, one thrust pierced through its right ear. The force transmitted through the spear caused the giant ape's health to drop to 0. The sounds of battle still echoed, and among the three, only Jiang Zhiyu was still fiercely fighting. The black bear, relying on its bulk, was quite difficult to deal with, easily blocking Jiang Zhiyu's several attacks, while each of its strikes forced Jiang Zhiyu to fend off with all his might. Though it seemed all attacks were blocked, they actually pushed him to retreat step by step, making the situation less than optimistic. Noticing that Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Shuang had already finished their battle, Jiang Zhiyu still had no intention of calling them over to help, even actively stopping Jiang Zhiyu who wanted to rush over. "You two go gather the spirit herbs, don't worry about me." "I don't believe it, I can't take down this beast." Chapter 87, 3 days, 21 million spirit herbs. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu's pride get in the way, Xian Shuang couldn't help but smirk slightly, urging Jiang Zhiyu not to help in pulling her to harvest the 9-leaf spirit ginseng. Only Zhang Hang was suffering, facing a beast many times larger than himself, feeling the tremendous pressure. Bai Changsheng took a bite of a tiger leg, replenishing his energy, while his gaze was fixed on the battle between Zhang Hang and the black bear. Zhang Hang's fight seemed desperate and perilous, but in reality, it was not safe at all. The black bear was stout and powerful, with raging energy. Each swat was like being hit by a ton. Though Zhang Hang had a sharp blade in his hand, it was already very difficult to pierce through the bear's skin, let alone the thick layer of fat underneath. So even though Zhang Hang's attacks landed multiple times, the actual damage was minimal, hardly hurting the black bear at all. Zhang Hang dodged several times, yet he never let the black bear touch him, not even once. It was a bit chaotic, but he was fortunate not to be injured. Bai Changsheng did not look down on Zhang Hang. After all, even if he went up, he would probably be even with the black bear. However, this thought suddenly shocked Bai Changsheng. Looking back, Zhang Hang and Xian Shuang were like solid pillars to him. But how long has it been? He had caught up to both of them, with energy levels nearly equal, and fighting abilities not much different. If calculated this way, his speed of energy increase seemed quite exaggerated. And without any accidents, he would soon break into the beast general level, leaving those two behind and widening the gap. "I truly have exceptional talent." Muttering this deep in his heart, Bai Changsheng ignored the system notification sound and continued leisurely munching on the tiger leg meat. By the time he finished the entire tiger leg, the battle on Zhang Hang's side was coming to an end. A few minutes of tough grinding left countless cuts on the black bear's body. Yet this guy was unwilling to leave the 9-leaf spiritual ginseng, determined to stay here even at the cost of death. The final result was that Zhang Hang severed the huge bear head, and the massive body fell to the ground with a thud. After this cut, Zhang Hang struck a pose he thought looked cool while sheathing his blade. "You've shredded its skin, and you're still trying to look impressive?" Xian Shuang heard the noise and glanced back, then without any mercy, she dealt Zhang Hang a critical hit. "Hurry up and chop off the claws, then go look for other spiritual herbs." Hearing Xian Shuang's words, Zhang Hang scratched his head, turning to gather the beast materials and picking up the materials from the other two beasts as well. Although these three beasts were not as valuable as the spiritual herbs, they were at least third-grade beasts. Even the legs of mosquitoes are meat. Little by little, it adds up to a considerable amount. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Shuang carefully dug out the whole 9-leaf spiritual ginseng. Beneath the bluish-green leaves was a root the size of a palm, spreading out in a large shape, with dozens of roots hanging down, covered in soil, the longest roots exceeding 1 meter. This was the most time-consuming part. The 9-leaf spiritual ginseng needed to be taken out whole, otherwise, its medicinal effect would rapidly diminish. Digging out all the roots made fine beads of sweat appear on Xian Shuang's forehead. Fortunately, they finally managed to get it out intact, keeping its completeness intact. As the 9-leaf spiritual ginseng was fully brought out, the air was instantly filled with a faint herbal scent, but strangely, this scent was not unpleasant and even had a hint of fragrance. "Jiang Shimi, you take the 9-leaf spiritual ginseng first. We'll put all 3 of our gains with you, and we can divide it when we get outside. As for the profits, let's split it 4 ways." Splitting 4 ways clearly included Bai Changsheng in the count. If it were another team, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng would probably take a share together. Jiang Zhiyu originally wanted to say something, but Xian Shuang waved her hand, indicating that Jiang Zhiyu didn't need to refuse anymore. Little White's vital energy is not weak, it is already a top-tier fighting force, not to mention, we also need Little White to find spiritual herbs, otherwise, who knows how much time we would waste. "Jiang Junior sister, you really shouldn't back out." Jiang Xing naturally understood Xian Shuang's meaning and added a comment. Hearing this, Bai Changsheng felt extremely comfortable inside. During their hunt for the Steel-Bone Wolf King, Xian Shuang and Jiang Xing were very clear-headed, they never took more than they should have, and this time was no different. The more crucial point was that these two considered him as a fighting force. How should I say, they treated him like a person.
Seeing Jiang Zhiyu say this, Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything more, nodded, and took out a wooden box from her storage ring, placing the 9-leaf spiritual ginseng inside.
The wooden box was given to them by Dean Shan before they entered.
Made from red nanmu, it can preserve spiritual essence to the greatest extent, specially designed for storing high-grade spiritual herbs.
Continue? Continue.
Within just an hour, they found a high-grade spiritual herb, which was definitely a tremendous encouragement for them. Although they could only get 1/10 of the 8 million, and it had to be split into 4 portions, each portion was still 200,000. Moreover, it was foreseeable that after these 10 days, their harvest would absolutely not be small. And indeed, as they delved deeper into the secret realm, the frequency of encountering spiritual herbs was continuously rising. Though 90% of them were ordinary spiritual herbs worth around several tens of thousands. But nothing is ever perfect. Occasionally, a high-grade spiritual herb would pop up, enough to make them excited. For 3 consecutive days, the 3 people and 1 snake wandered in the secret realm, constantly searching and reaping bountiful rewards. In these 3 days, we gathered a total of 12 high-grade spiritual herbs, worth 39 million. 137 ordinary spiritual herbs, basically ranging from 40,000 to 80,000, totaling around 9 million. Plus 34 rare spiritual herbs, priced between 300,000 and 2 million, with a total value of 22 million. Various beast materials, this income is only about 3 million. In front of 39 million, 3 million could indeed be described as minimal, but the point was that this beast material income didn't have to be submitted to the school, and only the 4 of them would divide it. In 3 days, we harvested spiritual herbs worth 124 million, plus 3 million in beast materials. According to the rules, we can split 1,240 million. Adding the beast materials, it totals 1,540 million, averaging 385 million each. After Xin Shuang announced this figure, even she herself seemed a little lost in thought. Although she had already guessed this number would be significant, it was still excessively large. This was the real daily salary of 1 million. Chapter 88, 5 Soul Refining Herbs. Before entering the secret realm, they had thought that this journey's harvest would be quite exaggerated, but when that number appeared before them, they still felt an indescribable thrill. And Jiang Zhiyu, who could get 2 portions of the income, would receive 770,000 in just 3 days. If this income efficiency could continue for a few more days, this number would only get higher. However, compared to the excitement of Xin Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu appeared much calmer. This income was high, but it was only relative. In her previous life, her account balance was calculated in the billions and even trillions. A mere few million didn't make her feel so excited she couldn't control herself. However, if I can really have 20 million, at least the training resources for these university years will be enough. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Zhiyu's brows and eyes relaxed considerably. Only Bai Changsheng seemed completely uninterested in this number, eyes closed in a mock slumber, yet always aware of the changes in the surrounding sense. In the mysterious realm, there is darkness, and it is different from the night outside. After all the light has been drained away, the sky above is devoid of any starry embellishments, making it impossible to see anything at all. Even if they were anxious in their hearts, they could only gather around the campfire, waiting for the night to pass. Fortunately, this darkness would only last for 4 hours. The 3 took turns keeping watch, and as the mysterious realm was once again covered with light, a new round of searching began. However, this time, the 3 encountered a significant problem. Wait, something is off. In the morning, they had only found a few ordinary spirit herbs, but around noon, Bai Changsheng caught the scent of spirit herbs again. There is the scent of high-grade spirit herbs, but beside those herbs, there is also the smell of high-grade exotic beasts. High-grade exotic beasts? Upon hearing Bai Changsheng's words, Xin Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu tightened their grips on their weapons. What level are we talking about? Can you sense it? Jiang Zhiyu, however, showed no signs of panic and turned to ask Bai Changsheng. I can't pinpoint the exact level, but this scent gives me a sense of dread. At least they are low-level beast generals, and it's very likely that they are even close to the threshold of mid-level beast generals. After a moment of thought, Bai Changsheng shared his feelings and guesses openly. When they heard the phrase low-level beast generals, the brows of Jiang Zhiyu and the others furrowed tightly. Although the rules of the mysterious realm restricted generals and those above from entering, there was a loophole. Entering the realm and then breaking through clearly fell outside this restriction. However, this loophole was not something just anyone could exploit. At the very least, one must be at the limit of their vitality and blood, and must also be someone who could break through at any moment. Not knowing if any other students from the martial universities had accomplished this, Jiang Zhiyu's group certainly did not have anyone capable, with Bai Changsheng being the closest to that threshold. Even then, he would need a week to accumulate his vitality and blood to 10,000 points. And for them at this moment, facing low-level beast generals, or even possibly approaching mid-level beast generals, was quite daunting. Even if all 3 joined forces, plus Bai Changsheng, it still felt somewhat strained. Let's go take a look. If we can, we'll forcefully kill them. Even in this mysterious realm, high-grade spirit herbs are a rare find, and giving them up just like that would be too much of a pity. And with Jiang Zhiyu's words, it was clear that she intended to unleash a killing move. Under the soul-extinguishing needle, unless the opponent reached Lord level and had the ability to resist spiritual attacks, they would suffer a crushing defeat in an instant. And even if it was a Lord, it would be hard to defend against if caught off guard. The only issue was that once this move was made, it meant Jiang Zhiyu would need at least a day and night to recover her spirit. Whether it was worth it or not would need to be decided after they saw their target. After traveling about a kilometer across the knee-high grassland, they finally saw the spirit herbs mentioned by Bai Changsheng. Soul refining grass. Upon identifying the target, Xin Shuang suddenly exclaimed. The shape of the soul refining grass is almost identical to other wild grasses, and if one ignored its golden leaves, it would be easy to mix with other weeds. But the problem was, those 4 or 5 golden streaks swaying in the wind were simply too eye-catching, making it difficult to look away after just one glance. There are a total of 5 plants. As her gaze swept across, Jiang Zhiyu frowned tightly. No wonder it could attract beast-general-level exotic beasts. 5 plants of soul-refining grass could directly meet half of the needs of the Mou Swan and I. Before they set out, Dean Xian had specifically introduced them to the soul-refining grass and explained his desire for it. He would buy it at a 20% premium if they brought it back. And as a student of Dean Xian, Jiang Zhiyu, you naturally know more. Dean Xian needs a total of 10 soul-refining herbs to help the Ink Jade Swan and I advance its bloodline. 10, calculated at 1 herb for 20 million, amounts to 120 million, not counting other spiritual herbs. Just a rough estimate, it will take at least 5 to 600 million to gather all the required materials. However, if the bloodline advancement is successful, Ink Jade Swan and I, this Beast King, will have the potential to grow into a Beast Emperor. Compared to this potential, the cost of 5 to 600 million seems insignificant. Originally thinking that this might be a matter of luck, unexpectedly, they found 5 herbs at once. But the problem is, where is that beast general? As Jiang Zhiyu's words fell, Bai Changsheng was suddenly startled, feeling a hint of danger, and shouted, "Watch out!" The next moment, a giant python, gray-white and thick-bodied, suddenly charged out from the grass, aiming to bite Xin Shuang around her waist. So fast that the naked eye could only catch a white shadow, unable to see its specific appearance. Caught off guard, Xin Shuang barely had time to block with 2 daggers, but against the python's surprise attack, the short daggers only sparked, and Xin Shuang was knocked away. Under Bai Changsheng's watchful gaze, the giant python opened its mouth to bite at Xin Shuang in midair, seemingly wanting to swallow her whole. Clang! Clang! A series of 2 loud metallic clashes echoed. Jiangxing and Jiang Zhiyu had struck their weapons against the giant python, and the heavy blows caused the python to yelp in pain and abandon its attack on Xin Shuang. Its body twisted violently and vanished back into the grass. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the dense grass swayed with the wind, as if nothing had ever happened. But at this moment, all 3 had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, especially Xin Shuang, who, even having landed, still had a racing heartbeat that indicated her current fear. If Bai Changsheng hadn't warned them in advance, Xin Shuang would have probably already been bitten by the giant python and dragged into the grass. Chapter 89, Thunderous Python. Thunder! Shuang, are you okay? Jiang Xing spoke up, breaking the silence around them. Xin Shuang instinctively moved closer to Jiang Xing, biting her lip, and nodded. Did you see what that thing was just now? Jiang Xing shook his head at the question. When Xin Shuang was suddenly attacked, all his thoughts were focused on rescuing her, so he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. Fortunately, though he didn't see clearly, someone else did. About 20 meters long, its scales were pale all over, and there was a patch of purple scales on its snake head, with a rather peculiar pattern, just like. Bai Changsheng began to explain. He was the farthest from Xin Shuang and didn't manage to save her, but he saw the creature clearly. While speaking, he continuously searched for the presence of the creature nearby, trying to locate it. However, with the gentle breeze blowing, even though Bai Changsheng could smell it, he could not pinpoint its location. Like a flash of lightning. Thunderous Python. Upon hearing Bai Changsheng's description, Jiang Zhiyu's brow furrowed tightly. Thunderous Python? Xin Shuang and Jiang Xing, clearly knowing less about strange beasts than Jiang Zhiyu, looked at each other. But Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of hiding anything and continued. Thunderous Python is a variant of the Swallowing Rock Python, with higher bloodline potential and much greater power than the Swallowing Rock Python. After maturing, the strength of a Thunderous Python generally ranges from Beast General to low-level Lord. In addition to its scales being as tough as rock, the Thunderous Python also has the ability to unleash lightning. Its power is formidable, and if a creature of the same level is struck by the lightning, they will basically lose their ability to resist temporarily. And if it is slightly weaker or has no resistance to lightning damage, one strike could kill. When Jiang Zhiyu said this, her expression became somewhat serious. It was clear that at this moment, they belonged to a level where their blood strength was far inferior to that of their opponent. If they were really hit by it, they might not even die but would definitely be severely injured.
Moreover, the Azure Thunder Python they were facing now inexplicably reminded Jiang Zhiyu of her previous life.
In her last life, when she switched to blood martial arts, she had often visited the wasteland, and she had encountered an Azure Thunder Python there. However, at that time, her strength was only at the late stage of Wuho, while that Azure Thunder Python had already reached the Beast King level. She found it strange back then. Now it seems that the Azure Thunder Python they were facing could very well be the same Beast King level one she had encountered in her last life. After swallowing 5 soul-refining grass, this creature's bloodline had risen again.
Can this thing also unleash lightning?
Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, instinctively tightening his grip on the 2 long knives in his hands. He was not afraid of being electrocuted, but the key was that it wasn't that simple to just get shocked. I will attract the Azure Thunder Python's attention with Xiao Bai. You all try to collect the soul-refining grass. Jiang Zhiyu calculated in her heart and immediately came to a decision. From their earlier clash, they had already tested out the range of their opponent's blood strength. To be able to easily knock Xian Shuang away like that, the Azure Thunder Python's blood strength was at least over 15,000. No one could withstand a direct confrontation with this Azure Thunder Python, even Jiang Zhiyu was no exception. Fortunately, they were not alone. There were 4 effective combatants, and there was no need for a life-and-death battle with the Azure Thunder Python.
Xiao Bai.
Jiang Zhiyu called out softly, and Bai Changsheng immediately understood her meaning. In fact, it was no longer a question of whether Jiang Zhiyu chose Bai Changsheng, as Bai Changsheng's ability to attract the Azure Thunder Python was clearly greater than that of anyone else. At this moment, Bai Changsheng could vaguely sense something was off, but his gaze swept around and could not find any trace of the Azure Thunder Python. But the next moment, a blue-white lightning bolt shot towards him from a distance. The speed was astonishing, and the power was immense. The grasslands that had been swaying in the wind were directly blasted out into a half-meter wide path. Bai Changsheng turned back, only to see the rapidly enlarging lightning. He tried to dodge, but there was simply no way to escape. The downside of his increased body size was fully exposed at this moment. He was far less agile than Jiang Zhiyu. However, just when Bai Changsheng was ready to take the hit, Jiang Zhiyu, who had been standing behind him, was already in motion. The metal spear in her hand thrust forward, passing by Bai Changsheng before colliding with the lightning first. Bai Changsheng clearly saw the lightning strike the tip of the metal spear, and fine electric arcs began to travel down the spear towards Jiang Zhiyu's hands. But in the face of this situation, Jiang Zhiyu showed no hint of panic. Her hand suddenly exerted force, and the spear drew a semicircle in her hands, then heavily smashed into the ground. Boom! The terrifying power of the lightning was released instantly, spreading out from the tip of the spear. In just a blink, the originally soft ground cracked with over 10 dark fissures, spreading outwards. The dense grass was completely wiped out by this strike. This. Xian Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu, who were a dozen steps away, looked at this scene, feeling a sudden shock in their hearts. Such exaggerated power, if it hit them, would probably mean instant heavy injuries. Even the 2 people who were relatively far away were so shocked. Bai Changsheng, who felt the raging lightning up close, felt his heart stop for a moment. The air around them became hot under the influence of the lightning. But Jiang Zhiyu, who blocked this strike, showed no signs of stopping. The figure burst forward, charging towards the direction of the thunderstrike.
Don't stand there, we can't hold them off for long. The voice rang out, reminding Xian Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu, and also reminding Bai Changsheng.
Bai Changsheng snapped back to reality, feeling a surge of hot blood rush to his head. Damn it, I almost got tricked by that miserable dog. Bai Changsheng didn't know if he would die from taking this hit, but if it hadn't been for Jiang Zhiyu blocking it, he would surely be on his back right now. This feeling of almost capsizing in a muddy ditch filled Bai Changsheng with an indescribable frustration.
Without pausing for a moment, he charged alongside Jiang Zhiyu towards the Tsang Python. Xian Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu exchanged a glance, not daring to waste any more time.
Not knowing how long the cooldown for the Tsang Python's thunderstrike is, they knew they had to collect the soul-refining herb quickly and leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyu had already tangled with the Tsang Python, her spear swirling with a series of attacks, showing no intention of allowing the python to escape. After 2 sneak attacks, one nearly swallowing Xian Shuang whole and the other almost costing Bai Changsheng his life, if there was a third attack, someone would surely die.
Bai Changsheng, following Jiang Zhiyu into battle, joined with a full rage, opening his mouth to bite at the Tsang Python. Chapter 90, Level 4 Venom, letting you fry me with thunder. With Jiang Zhiyu attracting the Tsang Python's attention with her frontal assault, Bai Changsheng indeed managed to sink his bite in deeply. However, he was somewhat surprised that the scales of the Tsang Python were far harder than he had imagined. Biting down felt like sinking his teeth into stone. No! It was harder than stone. With Bai Changsheng's current blood value, a bite could easily exert 2 to 3 tons of force, focusing on just the fangs.
Ordinary stones simply cannot withstand this exaggerated pressure. Even if they did not crumble, they would be pierced by the snake's fangs.
But strangely enough, the Zhonglei python held strong.
Before Bai Changsheng could exert more strength, the Zhonglei python suddenly turned its head and bit at him, its body twisting as if wanting to coil around him. As a fellow snake, facing this almost identical attack, Bai Changsheng didn't think twice and swiftly dodged. Though he could wrap around it in return, it was clear that with the python's strength, the end result would only be him getting strangled to death. Jiang Zhiyu seized this moment. As the Zhonglei python turned back, she called out sharply.
Breaking gold spear.
The entire process of drawing back the spear and thrusting out was just a flash, yet the sharp intent had already formed, solidifying at the spear tip, carrying a sense of piercing through all things in the world.
If Dean Xian and the others were here, they would be absolutely stunned by Jiang Zhiyu's skill.
In such a short time, Jiang Zhiyu was able to charge up the breaking gold spear, equivalent to an instant cast. This level of mastery could not simply be explained as a small achievement. As her blood value continued to rise, Jiang Zhiyu's control over the martial arts she had practiced thousands of times in her last life was also rapidly improving.
Break! As if responding to Jiang Zhiyu's shout, the spear tip heavily pierced into the Zhonglei python's scales. This was somewhat different from Bai Changsheng's earlier bite. The scales that had just been as hard as rock before Bai Changsheng now seemed like a thin sheet of paper, hardly resisting the golden spear, and was easily pierced through. In intense pain and unease, the Zhonglei python let out a sharp hiss.
The snake's tail suddenly whipped around, striking fiercely towards Jiang Zhiyu.
It was incredibly fast, even causing a sound of air being cut through. Yet despite this, Jiang Zhiyu showed no intention of dodging at all.
With a simultaneous effort of the waist and shoulders, the long spear in hand was pushed in several inches.
Boom!
As a single word was lightly exhaled from his mouth, in the next moment, the place where the spear tip pierced erupted with a deafening blast. If the previous strike only affected the thunder snake slightly without causing serious harm, at this moment, it was truly broken through by Jiang Zhiyu. A gap of 20 to 30 centimeters appeared, the snake scales shattered, and blood gushed forth. Fortunately, the thunder snake had enough life force to survive, but even so, it would have to endure considerable suffering.
Bang! In response to Jiang Zhiyu's strike, the snake's tail slammed forcefully against the spear she was blocking with.
After a dull sound, Jiang Zhiyu was pushed back forcefully. The spear trembled, and the immense strength traveled through the long weapon to her hands, making her feel a numbness in her grip, almost losing the spear entirely.
However, even so, Jiang Zhiyu was far from unscathed.
After all, the thunder snake possessed a vital blood value of 15,000, and that force was no joke. Adding to that was the thunderous attack she had just taken. Even though most of it was redirected to the ground, the residual impact still affected her greatly. Under the influence of both factors, Jiang Zhiyu felt a sweetness in her throat, and a trace of bright red blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. The thunder snake was about to give chase, but it suddenly caught sight of two figures rushing toward the soul-refining grass, causing it to panic and forget about pursuing Jiang Zhiyu. With a hiss, it lunged towards Xin Shuang and Zhang Hang. However, Bai Changsheng charged in again. He knew Jiang Zhiyu was injured, and he was aware that the thunder snake was not to be trifled with, but he was even more clear about what he should do now. Without any hesitation, he quickly bit down on the massive wound Jiang Zhiyu had just inflicted before the thunder snake could react. As he bit down, his body wrapped around the snake, and the venom seemed to pour in frantically as if it cost nothing. Even though this would not cause much damage to the thunder snake, stalling it a bit longer would be better, especially to distract it from what it was focused on. The thunder snake probably didn't expect that Bai Changsheng would genuinely dare to entangle with it. Under normal circumstances, this action would be akin to seeking death. If the thunder snake countered its coils, Bai Changsheng would undoubtedly die. But it happened to have more important things to do, with no time to delay. A sharp and fierce hiss rang out, and Bai Changsheng felt the threat from the thunder snake clearly. But precisely because of this sound, Bai Changsheng bit down even harder. Fearing that the thunder snake might struggle free from his grasp, he gritted his teeth and raised the toxin 2 levels despite the pain of losing evolution points. Evolution points deducted, 98, toxic level of the evolution tree branch upgraded.
Next upgrade of toxin requires evolution points, 300.
Evolution points deducted, 300, toxic level of the evolution tree branch upgraded.
Next upgrade of toxin requires evolution points, 900.
Toxin LV4, inflict a poison state based on the target's strength, forcibly draining health. The system explanation was the same, but Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that his two venomous fangs were warming up as the toxin flowed through.
Moreover, the thunder snake, which had felt nothing before, suddenly began to writhe violently as the toxin level rose. Pain. Too painful.
If the thunder snake could speak, it would surely be howling in anguish at this moment. As the blood flowed, the venom spread throughout its body. Wherever the venom passed, it induced a sharp pain like needles prickling through its flesh. But alongside this pain was a strong sense of numbness, as if it were losing control of its own body. Feeling the thunder snake's response, Bai Changsheng knew the venom was taking effect. Thus, he exerted himself even further, holding nothing back.
How dare you strike me with lightning? I'll kill you.
The more the Azure Thunder Python struggled, the tighter Bai Changsheng wound around it, and the speed of the venom spreading also quickened. On the other side, Jiang Zhiyu noticed the Azure Thunder Python's anomaly and her eyes suddenly lit up. Suppressing the pain as if her whole body was falling apart, she charged forward again with her gun. However, this time, she aimed at the python's head. The sharp intent of the broken gold gun once again gathered and solidified at the tip of the gun, its power wildly accumulating.
Little white!
Jiang Zhiyu lightly shouted, and Bai Changsheng instantly understood her meaning. Exerting all his strength, he forcibly halted the Azure Thunder Python's body for a moment, and it was this moment that Jiang Zhiyu successfully seized. The tip of the gun heavily pierced into the purple scale on the python's forehead.
Chapter 91, New Branch of Evolutionary Tree, Thunder.
In a vague way, Bai Changsheng seemed to hear a crisp sound of shattering, a sound like glass breaking. After this sound of shattering, the Azure Thunder Python, which he had tightly wrapped around, seemed to lose all its strength in an instant, stopping its previous frenzied struggles. Though it occasionally twitched, it felt more like the involuntary contraction of muscles after losing consciousness. Bai Changsheng dared not relax in the slightest, his mouth showed no intention of loosening, as the venom continued to pour in crazily. It was not until a few seconds later that Jiang Zhiyu spoke. The Azure Thunder Python is dead.
This voice sounded extremely weak, and indeed, it was the case.
Having already withstood a deadly thunder attack from the Azure Thunder Python and later being heavily struck by its tail, with her chi and blood already unstable, she forcibly executed the broken gold gun a second time, adding injury to injury. At this moment, Jiang Zhiyu held the gun with one hand, propping herself up off the ground, seemingly about to fall the next moment if not for the support of the long gun.
Keep watch for me, I need to sort out the rebellious chi and blood.
After saying this, Jiang Zhiyu took out a blood-shocking pill from her storage ring, swallowed it, and then sat cross-legged. Bai Changsheng also shifted his gaze back to the Azure Thunder Python. Jiang Zhiyu's last shot directly shattered the purple scale on the python's forehead, and as the scale exploded, a blood hole 3 fingers wide appeared on its forehead, just the shape of the gun's tip.
One shot to kill, without any muddle or hesitation. Jiang Zhiyu's combat experience was incredibly rich.
If it had been other third-grade warriors, they would probably not have even lasted 3 moves against the Azure Thunder Python, even those like Zheng Xing and Xin Xuan, who were nearly perfect third-grade warriors. But Jiang Zhiyu relied on her combat experience to block and parry the python's deadly attacks while seizing the fleeting opportunity to strike back.
2 full-force attacks, one lightly wounded the python, while the other directly took its life.
She knew how to leverage her strengths and how to attack the python's weaknesses. This combat experience, while perhaps ordinary at the Emperor Warrior level, was a complete dimensional strike at the same level. The Azure Thunder Python, already devoid of life, was the best illustration of this. However, as Bai Changsheng looked at the python's corpse, he suddenly had a strange thought. Having devoured the mixed rock turtle, he gained rock armor defense. Having devoured the gold needle giant scorpion, he obtained toxins, and later, the steel bone wolf king and dragon carp unlocked the steel bone and dragon blood branches of the evolutionary tree.
Compared to them, this Azure Thunder Python also had a very obvious trait.
That is, the thunder that it unleashed. Only by personally experiencing the power of that thunder can one understand how terrifying it truly is. Before, he hadn't thought of this, but now that the battle was over and Bai Changsheng calmed down, an indescribable impulse arose in his heart. If. Eating the flesh of this beast, system, you should be able to copy its lightning control talent for me, right? Bai Changsheng secretly muttered in his heart, then bit down on the wound of the Tsonglei python, gripping tightly, and tore off a piece of flesh bigger than his fist, then tilted his head and swallowed. Congratulations, host, for devouring the Tsonglei python, gaining 12 vitality points, and 6 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the unlit evolution tree branch, Thunder. Thunder, after unlocking, gain the ability to unleash thunder attacks, with attack strength improving as the host's mental strength and evolution tree level increase. Evolution points required to light up, 300. Damn. Damn. Hearing the system prompt sound echo in his mind, Bai Changsheng was instantly overwhelmed by wild joy. It actually works. That initial thought was just a thought after all. He couldn't decide which evolution tree the system would unlock. After all, he had mixed with quite a few rare items in Director Qian's spirit summoning bag, but none could unlock any evolution tree branches. Devouring the flesh and blood of the Tsonglei python, he was merely trying it out, thinking it would be a waste to keep it. Who would have thought, the system actually gave him a surprise, a huge surprise. Looking at the conditions needed to unlock, Bai Changsheng didn't hesitate at all and directly lit it up. Congratulations, host, spent 300 evolution points, lit up the evolution tree branch, Thunder. Evolution points needed for the next upgrade of Thunder, 1000. The evolution points required to light up and upgrade Thunder were the same as Dragon Blood. Just from this point, it was clear this thing's level could not be low at all. Moreover, Bai Changsheng had a feeling that thunder, much like dragon blood, was also an evolution tree branch that could endlessly grow and greatly increase his limit. As the system prompt faded, Bai Changsheng faintly felt a burning sensation emerging from the center of his forehead. It felt like fire was burning, but there was no stinging sensation, still within what he could bear. However, Bai Changsheng slightly underestimated this burning feeling. As time passed, the heat intensified, like a red-hot iron pressed against his forehead, yet in the blink of an eye, it became incredibly cool. If anyone were to look at Bai Changsheng at this moment, they would find a patch of dragon scales on his forehead glowing with purple light, flickering in and out. At the same time, Bai Changsheng felt as if something very friendly had suddenly increased in the air around him. With just a slight movement of his mind, the elements drifting in the air began to gather toward his forehead. When the concentration of elements reached a certain level, Bai Changsheng clearly felt what this thing truly was. Thunder! So this is how it feels? As the thunder elements continued to gather, Bai Changsheng felt his mental power being rapidly drawn, and when the elements accumulated to a certain level, he completely lost control over the thunder. With a booming sound, a blue-white thunderbolt shot out from Bai Changsheng's forehead, just like the thunder that the Tsonglei python had unleashed earlier, sweeping through the grass and stirring up a wave of scorching air. Ultimately, it crashed into the grass dozens of meters away, causing a burst of scorched soil. This power, although not comparable to the Tsonglei python, was still formidable. In an existence of the same level, unless it was a freak like Jiang Zhiyu, it would be quite hard to withstand his strike. Moreover, his thunder could continue to improve as his vitality increased and his level grew. Watching the effects caused by the thunder striking the ground in the distance, Bai Changsheng felt an immense satisfaction in his heart. All along, his attacking means had been so scarce that even he felt pitiful, with only the toxins barely usable. But now it was good, with the thunder as his trump card. Bai Changsheng no longer had to risk his life every time. The huge noise made Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing turn their heads from afar, and even Jiang Zhiyu, who was originally resting with closed eyes, looked over. Especially when she saw the faint purple snake scale on Bai Changsheng's forehead, a hint of doubt and surprise flashed in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes. Chapter 92, The Wooden Plate Inside the Tsonglei Python. The purple snake scale flashed briefly before disappearing, and the scale seemed to blend in with the others. However, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that he still had control over the thunder. As long as he wanted, he could unleash the earlier attack at any time. Of course, the premise was that his mental energy was sufficient. Bai Changsheng didn't study mental energy enough, but he still had a rough feeling that lightning just now directly drained 1/3 of his mental energy. In other words, with his current mental energy, he could at most unleash 3 lightning strikes in a row. After that, he would faint due to mental exhaustion. If I really faint, then I'll be like fish on a chopping board. But an enemy who can withstand 3 lightning strikes without dying seems to make fainting unimportant. Bai Changsheng muttered to himself and then met Jiang Zhiyu's gaze. However, Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything, she simply closed her eyes again and continued to rest. From the very beginning, she felt Bai Changsheng was different from other exotic beasts, capable of understanding human nature, and his vitality rising quickly. However, at first, Jiang Zhiyu didn't take it too seriously. Even when Bai Changsheng underwent several mutations, she merely transformed him from a spirit pet to a combat partner. But after the Dragon Blood Lake expedition, she gradually had some doubts. This white-scaled snake she casually bought seemed to carry a great secret. But it was merely a suspicion. However, now, sensing the thunder unleashed by Bai Changsheng and the purple snake scale on his forehead, Jiang Zhiyu was completely certain that Bai Changsheng definitely had a secret, and it was no ordinary secret. How could this ability to replicate another's talent and bloodline just by meeting be something a white-scaled snake could possess? But Jiang Zhiyu chose not to question it. She wasn't even going to ask Bai Changsheng about this matter. First, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing were still present. Although she trusted them quite a bit, it's better to be safe than sorry. Some secrets are better kept to oneself. Second, with the support of the Spirit in God contract, the soul connection between Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng meant that they shared all fortunes and misfortunes together. In other words, the bond between Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng was even deeper than that with her parents. She didn't need to ask because Bai Changsheng wouldn't harbor any harmful thoughts or actions towards her. On the other side, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing finally managed to collect the soul refining grass completely from the roots. To ensure the vitality of the soul refining grass, they even brought a lot of soil while digging. However, after bringing the soul refining grass over and seeing the completely lifeless Tsonglei python, the two instinctively exchanged glances. Xian Shuang had clearly understood that Tsonglei python's blood power since the first time it had attacked her. Facing it head-on, not to mention her, even Zhang Xing would find it hard to withstand the Tsonglei python's explosive power. Their combined strength, along with Bai Changsheng, while not low, still fell short against the Tsonglei python. So the initial plan was to quickly harvest the soul refining grass and then escape from the Tsonglei python's pursuit. But now, plans couldn't keep up with changes. With Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng both seriously injured, retaliating to defeat the Tsonglei python, the distribution of this spiritual medicine. It certainly cannot be the same as before. From beginning to end, she and Jiang Zhiyu did not contribute at all, which was no different from just watching. If it were still divided into 4 equal parts, it would be a bit unreasonable. Jiang Zhiyu went to gather the materials from the Thunder Python's corpse, while Xian Shuang stayed beside, waiting for Jiang Zhiyu to sort out her energy and blood. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiyu did not keep them waiting long. Just 10 minutes later, she opened her eyes and let out a long sigh.
Jiang Junior sister, are you seriously hurt? Xian Shuang asked with concern, and Jiang Zhiyu responded with a nod. It's just some reversed energy and blood.
After taking the Jin blood pill, it's not a big deal anymore. Reversed energy and blood, if not carefully sorted out, can easily leave hidden injuries inside the body. Once or twice may be nothing, but if it happens too often and is not taken seriously, these hidden injuries will find you someday. Lightly, it can cause stagnation in energy and blood, and severely, it can lead to the loss of strength.
This is also the reason why the Jin blood pill is so expensive.
That's good. Xian Shuang let out a long breath, then handed over the 5 soul refining herbs packed in a red Nanma wood box. You must keep these 5 soul refining herbs separate. After we get out, Jiang Zhiyu and I won't take the share of the money. Each soul refining herb is worth 10 million, even taking just 10%, that's 5 million. With a single sentence from Xian Shuang, she directly handed 2,500,000 to Jiang Zhiyu. Knowing she has her own principles, but even Bai Changsheng was a bit surprised after hearing her words. What the world has the least of is people who change their bottom line for money. If it had been someone else facing these 5 soul refining herbs, how could they so calmly give them away? Not to mention seizing the moment when Jiang Zhiyu's energy and blood were unstable to make a move. At this moment, even Bai Changsheng felt a bit embarrassed, as he had been somewhat wary of Xian Shuang when she and Jiang Zhiyu came over. After all, Jiang Zhiyu's storage ring held spirit herbs worth over 100 million, adding these 5 soul refining herbs, the total value was nearly 200 million. As a result, he underestimated her with his petty thoughts. Senior sister Xian, we already agreed on the ratio, no need to change it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu simply shook her head. Xian Shuang wanted to say something else, but suddenly they heard Jiang Zhiyu shout. You guys come look, what is this? Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's shout, Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Shuang could only temporarily put aside the matter and walked over together. They saw Jiang Zhiyu's hands covered in blood, holding an ancient wooden plaque in his palm. Due to being stained with blood, the appearance of the plaque was unclear, and there were no unusual fluctuations on it, seeming like just an ordinary wooden piece. But everyone understood that this thing could not be truly ordinary. Where did you find this? Xian Shuang examined the plaque and then looked at Jiang Zhiyu, asking. It was inside the belly of the Thunder Python. Jiang Zhiyu pointed at the disemboweled Thunder Python and said, I initially wanted to check for its snake gall, but I ended up finding this. Jiang Zhiyu said nothing, only took out a bottle of pure water from her storage ring. The clear water washed away the bloodstains on the wooden plaque, revealing its original appearance. What do these 2 characters mean? Looking at the 2 characters on the plaque that seemed to wriggle like earthworms, Xian Shuang was left puzzled, but when Jiang Zhiyu saw those 2 characters, her heart couldn't help but tremble. An ancient script. These 2 characters mean, Li Hua. Chapter 93, Midnight Attack. Li Hua? With just these 2 characters, it is clearly impossible to know the origin or purpose of this item. Could this thing have been brought in by the Thunder Python from outside? It's possible, but where it came from is currently not important. Jiang Zhiyu looked around, unable to see any clues, and simply handed the item to Jiang Zhiyu. This thing was taken from the body of the Azure Thunder Python, and you, Sister Jiang, killed it, so it should belong to you. Although I don't really know what this thing is for. Jiang Zhiyu did not refuse, taking it and glancing at it a couple of times, but she found nothing unusual about it. It seemed like just a simple wooden plaque. However, since it can be written with ancient characters, this thing cannot be a modern product. After pondering fruitlessly, she had no choice but to store it in her storage ring. Changing the subject, she and Xian Shuang no longer quarreled over the 5 soul refining herbs. The group continued forward in one direction. For more days passed in a flash, but their gains during these 4 days were pitifully meager. It was unclear whether it was because the spiritual herbs in the secret realm had been nearly all picked or wasted, making it unlikely to find high-level spiritual herbs. After 4 days, they had only found 7 high-level spiritual herbs, while the rest were of low level, adding up to less than the worth of 1 soul refining herb. However, before the principal discovered it, countless strange beasts had flooded into the secret realm, and now there were also students from the top 10 martial arts schools collecting spiritual herbs. Even if there were numerous spiritual herbs in the secret realm, they couldn't withstand such intensive harvesting. Fortunately, although the last 4 days yielded little, counting the earlier gains, their journey had already been a huge profit. From the beginning until now, it has been a total of 7 days, gaining 24 high-level spiritual herbs, with a total value of 219 million. 282 ordinary spiritual herbs, with a total value of about 23 million. 77 rare spiritual herbs, totaling 41 million. Beast materials filled 2 storage rings, but this return is the least, 7 million at most. Excluding beast materials, the total income is 283 million. Xin Shuang roughly calculated all the gains, 10 days, nearly 300 million in income. This was only their team's gains. If other martial arts teams' earnings were considered, along with what was wasted by the strange beasts, the total value of the spiritual herbs in the entire secret realm would easily exceed 10 billion. No wonder the school values it so much, a wave of sudden wealth could hardly describe their harvest.
Jiang Zhiyu was roasting meat by the fire, and upon hearing Xin Shuang's words, he couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement.
Such a large sum of income is simply a windfall. If they could stay a few more days, that number would only grow more exaggerated, but unfortunately, they only had 10 days in total. And now, 7 days had already passed. This trip has been quite fruitful. If we stay longer, we won't have any big harvests left. Moreover, time is running short. Our current location would at least take 2 days to reach the exit of the secret realm with our steady pace.
I suggest that we head back tomorrow morning. What do you all think?
In these 7 days, they had walked from dense forests to grasslands, then from grasslands back to the forest again.
If they delayed for another day or two, time would become extremely tight.
Especially since the exit of the secret realm was in the forest. Although they wouldn't get lost, finding the correct direction would still take quite a bit of time.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Xin Shuang and the others naturally had no objections. They were thinking the same way. The meat is ready, eat up quickly. After eating, you two should sleep. I'll keep watch tonight.
Jiang Zhiyu took down the bear paw, which had been divided into 4 portions, from the fire. After being roasted for more than half an hour over the flames, the bear paw was now sizzling with oil. Under the effect of the seasoning, the aroma was quite rich. To be fair, Jiang Zhiyu's skill in roasting meat is indeed not exaggerated. It is at least 10 times better than what Jiang Zhiyu grilled. With the meat in Jiang Zhiyu's hands, as long as it was cooked, she didn't care about the taste or color.
A piece of bear paw, larger than a palm, was. Bai Changsheng and the 3 quickly ate it up.
Though he still had 1,000 points of vitality waiting to be absorbed, Bai Changsheng was still eager to enjoy this taste of desire. He was only 300 points away from reaching the limit of vitality. If nothing unexpected happened, before leaving this secret realm, he would be able to advance to Beast General. Although he was far from Beast King, it was still a big step on the path to becoming a king. Moreover, once he reached the level of Beast General, he could smoothly enhance his digestion further. At that time, the speed of vitality increase would rise even more.
Beast King, within reach.
Just as Bai Changsheng was immersed in dreams of becoming a Beast King, an inexplicable sense of alert suddenly surged from within.
Be careful.
Along with this alert came a soft shout from Jiang Zhiyu. In the next moment, a red energy beam shot from the distance, landing straight into the campfire where the group was sitting.
Boom!
The sudden explosion blasted the 3 of them away, and the once fiercely burning campfire was now left with only a few pieces of wood, still faintly glowing with sparks. However, these weak sparks could hardly illuminate the surroundings, let alone see to fight. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiyu's warning came in time. The group had prepared and was not harmed.
Did you see what it was? Xin Shuang asked.
No, but this method seems a bit like a fire-type magician.
Zhang Xing replied. A fire-type magician? Other people from Wu University? But they had no enmity with other students, only with the Wu University in Magic City. If it was really someone from Magic City Wu University, then it was indeed her fault for involving Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing. Who are you? Please come out and speak.
Jiang Zhiyu frowned and spoke. But the surroundings were silent, as if there was no one at all. Clearly, the other side had no intention of talking to them.
Little Bai. Jiang Zhiyu called out again.
In fact, there was no need for her reminder. Bai Changsheng was already searching for the scent in the air. But no matter how hard he tried, there was not a trace of any unusual smell in the breeze.
No way.
The energy attack just now truly existed, yet there wasn't even a hint of a scent in the air. This was the first time Bai Changsheng encountered such a situation. Even when he faced the Thunder Python before, he just couldn't pinpoint the opponent's location, but a smell was still real. In this case, either the opponent could completely mask their scent to the point that even Bai Changsheng couldn't detect it, or they simply weren't a living being.
But could this really be possible? Can't find the scent, everyone be careful. Bai Changsheng's words made the 3 feel uneasy.
Before they could come up with a strategy, they saw a flash of red light darting through the distance, followed by a fireball rushing towards Jiang Zhiyu.
Chapter 94, Mind Lock. Having just been ambushed, though on alert, they were still caught off guard.
This time, however, the moment the opponent conjured the attack, everyone was ready. But that fireball moved incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them, and its great power made it clear that they definitely couldn't withstand it.
Dodge!
Jiang Zhiyu stepped hard on the ground and dashed towards the place where the firelight flared. Just as she was about to collide with the fireball, she twisted her body in a strange way and narrowly avoided it. Even so, she felt the extreme heat radiating from the fireball. Without a doubt, if she had been hit, she would have been seriously injured. At the same time Jiang Zhiyu rushed towards the opponent, a blue-white lightning struck first. Bringing a moment of light to the dark night sky, it shot out from Jiang Zhiyu's left side, targeting the spot where the fireball had just gathered. Boom! Boom! The fireball and the lightning exploded almost simultaneously. Two loud sounds erupted. But it was obvious that neither the fireball nor the thunder had hit the target. Jiang Zhiyu suddenly stopped, stepping on the scorched earth created by the thunderstrike, her brows furrowed. From the moment the opponent launched their attack to the moment Bai Changsheng's strike arrived, it took only about a second, yet in that brief moment, the opponent had completely vanished. This speed. Be careful, the opponent's vitality is at least 15,000, they should not be a student from Wudi. Jiang Zhiyu spoke again. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. 15,000 vitality is not terrifying, what's terrifying is that they couldn't find the opponent at all, but it seemed the opponent could clearly sense their locations. In such a situation where the enemy was hidden and they were exposed, it was extremely unfavorable for them, they couldn't even unleash their strength, nor did they know where to strike. Bai Changsheng was still desperately searching for the scent in the air, but it was clear that, aside from the smell of the environment itself, there was no sign of any anomalies. In the pitch-black night, although he could barely see, it was limited to about 5 meters around him, beyond that, he was completely engulfed in darkness. It seemed that Jiang Zhiyu and the others were likely in a similar, if not worse, situation than him. Why not run? Jiang Zhiyu shouted, but immediately fell silent himself. In this situation, even seeing was very difficult. Especially since they were currently in a forest thick with trees and bushes, even attempting to run was difficult for them to accelerate. Let alone that the hidden figure in the darkness had a vitality far higher than theirs, if it came to a race, the opponent wouldn't be slower, and they constantly had to be wary of ambush attacks. There was no way to run, and they couldn't escape. The only good news was that it had been dark for a significant amount of time, if they could survive the opponent's ambush attacks, they would wait for dawn. But the bad news was that there were still 2 full hours until dawn. Clearly, if they didn't find a way to trace the opponent's whereabouts, with this guy's attack intensity, by 2 hours later, their bodies would be cold. Another flash of fire appeared, and this time, it was directed at Jiang Zhiyu. The fireball passed through the trees, bringing a dazzling light. Jiang Zhiyu's expression changed dramatically, and instinctively, he wanted to swing his knife to strike the fireball, but was kicked away by Xian Shuang. Boom! The spot where Jiang Zhiyu had just stood was instantly engulfed in flames, and within a radius of 4 to 5 meters, not a single blade of grass survived. Even a tree that 2 people could embrace had its trunk scorched by the flames, releasing a scent of burnt wood. In such a scene, there was no need to think. Had Jiang Zhiyu not dodged, that knife would have struck the fireball directly, and his fate would not be better than that of the trees. Fear. Remorse. Jiang Zhiyu felt a cold sweat running down his forehead. After being brushed by the breeze, his forehead felt icy. Damn! You better come out here. Having just danced with death, Jiang Zhiyu was truly losing his composure. He cursed loudly, but the surroundings fell silent again. The opponent had no intention of paying attention to Jiang Zhiyu. After a series of 3 attacks, although they hadn't caused any substantial harm, they had left the group in utter chaos. The key was that the fireball's power was extremely exaggerated, no one could guarantee they could successfully dodge a 4th. This can't go on, if it continues like this, none of us will escape. Xiao Bai. Jiang Zhiyu called out softly, and Bai Changsheng instantly understood what she meant. In this situation, Xian Shuang and Jiang Zhiyu were clearly unreliable. Although both were students of water and wood, they were merely students, their means were insufficient, and in the face of such beyond reason attacks, they had no way to handle it. Luckily, Jiang Zhiyu already had a plan. Help me defend for a moment, I'll use my divine sense to track him down. Jiang Zhiyu's voice remained as calm as usual, but it was clear that there was no other way left to go. If even her spiritual sense couldn't locate the opponent, then Jiang Zhiyu had no solution. Bai Changsheng said nothing, only coiling his body around Jiang Zhiyu to protect her. In this way, even if the hidden enemy attacked, the strikes would first fall upon Bai Changsheng. Jiang Zhiyu plunged her spear into the ground and directly sat down on the spot, legs crossed and eyes slightly closed. Perhaps due to the intertwining of souls, Bai Changsheng felt waves ripple out like those on a lake, spreading from Jiang Zhiyu once she sat down. Each ripple could extend 10 to 20 meters farther than before. At this rate, in just over 10 seconds, Jiang Zhiyu could scan the entire 100-meter radius around her. But as Jiang Zhiyu's spiritual sense expanded, an invisible pressure suddenly weighed down on her. It felt as if a colossal being had taken notice, causing Bai Changsheng's heart to tremble as well. This was the world rule of this secret realm. Bai Changsheng didn't know where this terrifying pressure came from, but he remembered Principal Shuemu had mentioned that he attracted the suppression of the world rule when he scanned the entire secret realm with his spiritual sense. Now it seemed that Jiang Zhiyu's spiritual sense, like that of the principal, had also drawn the world's rule suppression. But because her spiritual sense was too weak, it hadn't yet reached the level where the world rule forcefully suppressed her. Even so, Jiang Zhiyu was enduring immense pressure, cold sweat had already begun to bead on her forehead. But just then, Bai Changsheng was taken aback, suddenly turning his head to see red light gathering in the distance, and in the next moment, a fireball was hurtling toward him in Jiang Zhiyu. Without a moment's hesitation, almost instinctively, Bai Changsheng began to channel thunder elements. And then, boom! The fireball collided violently with the thunder, stirring up waves of fire. Sparks rained down on the ground, igniting some bushes and bark, bringing a faint light to the surroundings. I found you! At that moment, Jiang Zhiyu opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto a target. Chapter 95, Puppet Doll. Jiang Jr.? Xan Xuan looked at Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng charging at her with weapons, confused. Behind you! Jiang Zhiyu exclaimed, and at the same time, her spear shot out, an aura of pale gold sharpness clinging to its tip. This thrust was aimed straight for her opponent's life. Behind? Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's warning, Xan Xuan's heart jolted. She tightened her grip on her short dagger and slashed fiercely behind her. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, creating a spark. After a flash of light, there appeared a face resembling a puppet. One strike was blocked, but another came toward Xan Xuan's abdomen. However, this time, Jiang Zhiyu's attack had already arrived. The alloy spear, wrapped in ultimate sharpness, grazed Xan Xuan's neck and shot out. If Xan Xuan's attack was just an ordinary strike from a third-grade warrior, Jiang Zhiyu's spear was an assault that far surpassed the third grade. If a normal person faced such an obviously different attack, they would definitely block it even if they couldn't dodge. But this entity seemed to completely disregard Jiang Zhiyu's attack, continuing its previous movement without care. Was it willing to exchange life for life, determined to kill Xan Xuan no matter what? Seeing such a reckless approach, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but be astonished inside. Yet her actions did not pause in the slightest, she merely redirected the spear from aiming at the opponent's head to targeting the shoulder joint. Crack! The spear tip pierced into the joint, the sharp intent of the breaking spear generating an eerie spark. Then, he drove straight in and took off the opponent's right arm. The powerful punch, which had been prepared with all his might, became weak and powerless after the shoulder was dislocated, and was subsequently struck in the chest by Jiang Zhiyu with a knife, sending his body flying out. The crisis was temporarily resolved, and with the mind's eye locked on, the opponent's position was now completely exposed to Jiang Zhiyu, requiring no further pursuit. Who? Jiang Zhiyu let out a long breath, standing firm with the gun in hand. Jiang Zhiyu and Xan Xuan stood side by side, their eyes cautiously watching the direction where the opponent had just fallen. Bai Changsheng also came up, standing beside the three without rashly moving forward. In the dim light of the weak flames around, they could faintly see a figure slowly standing up more than 10 meters away. Sir, your arm is crippled, and with my mind's eye locked on you, without the protection of the night, you can no longer sneak attack us. Do we still need to continue fighting? Jiang Zhiyu frowned slightly, looking at that figure as he spoke slowly. After all, the opponent was a martial general-level existence, and looked to still have strong vitality. Although he had lost an arm due to a life-for-life exchange, his overall strength remained formidable. If they could cease fighting now, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. But the person far away seemed to completely not understand Jiang Zhiyu's words, mumbling incessantly about something. Pest, extermination, pest, extermination. Such abnormal behavior caught the three of them to exchange glances, all somewhat puzzled. Wait, you guys, look at this. Jiang Zhiyu pointed his long knife at the ground, and everyone's gaze followed the direction he pointed, only to discover that the severed hand on the ground had no trace of blood. No, this isn't even a human hand. The surrounding firelight was somewhat weak, but it was still enough for them to see what this thing really was. Though it looked like a human hand, there was not a shred of flesh or blood related to it. What? Bai Changsheng exclaimed in surprise, turning his gaze towards Jiang Zhiyu, but Jiang Zhiyu also seemed to see this thing for the first time, her eyes filled with confusion. She reached down to pick up the severed limb, examining it for 2 seconds before shaking her head. This is not a human arm, not even flesh and blood, but a kind of mysterious ironwood, tougher than ordinary alloys. No wonder my breaking gold spear didn't directly cause his body to shatter. Jiang Zhiyu murmured softly, guessing roughly what was happening. This thing should be a puppet left by the original master of this secret realm, specifically used to guard these spiritual herbs. If I'm not mistaken, it should be akin to a robot. And the material is somewhat similar to that wooden plaque from before. Wood plaque? If that's the case, then everything connects. The wooden plaque inside the Tsonglei python should be what remained after crushing and swallowing this puppet. But if this thing really is a puppet, then a new problem arises. They didn't know how many years this secret realm had been sealed, but judging by the spiritual herbs within, it couldn't have been just 1,000 years. Given such a long time, unless something came to supply energy and perform repairs for these puppets, they would have likely decayed and broken long ago.
This means that there is a place in this secret realm, a base for these puppets?
Some things, when thought through carefully, are terrifying. Especially for someone like Jiang Zhiyu, it wasn't hard to connect these dots. In fact, it was precisely because she had seen this type of secret realm in her past life that she was able to make such a guess. To verify her speculation, Jiang Zhiyu flipped her right hand, directly calling forth the wooden plaque she had obtained from the Tsonlei Python days ago.
Pest, extermination.
The previous mumbling abruptly stopped the moment the wooden plaque appeared, and the distant humanoid puppet tilted its head somewhat human-like, as if confirming the authenticity of the wooden plaque. After a quiet wait of 2 seconds, the other person turned and left.
Is this the end?
Watching the other person's back as they walked away, everyone except Jiang Zhiyu was speechless.
If they had known it would be this simple, why bother fighting so hard? Just showing the badge would have sufficed.
But this was also good, at least they wouldn't have to fight anymore. The opponent was ultimately not weak, and if it came to a life-and-death situation, no one could guarantee they would survive the opponent's attacks. As they watched the puppet vanish into the night, Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing could no longer hold on, and simply sat down on the ground. In such a fight beyond their level, if possible, they didn't want to experience it even once more. Especially Xin Shuang, once her agility advantage was gone, her performance was far worse than other fully developed third-grade martial artists. Yet, twice both times, once with the Thunder Python and once with the puppet, she had been treated as a target. No, when the sun rises tomorrow, we should head back. Xin Shuang spoke up, and Zhang Xing naturally agreed, but Jiang Zhiyu seemed to have another idea after seeing the puppet. You all go back first, I want to follow this puppet to see where it goes. Jiang Zhiyu said, flipping her hand to take out the entire Crimson Nanmo box from her storage ring. You take these spiritual herbs out, and tell Director Qian about it while you're at it.
Chapter 96, Quicksand, Bronze Passage. Jiang Zhiyu's decision was made without discussing it with Bai Changsheng.
However, Bai Changsheng could understand what she was trying to do. Just the spiritual herbs within the secret realm were worth over 10 billion, if they could find the opponent's den, the value would far surpass these herbs. Knowing that following this puppet for a while would lead to great rewards, who could resist the temptation? Of course, it was also possible that by following, they would encounter waves of puppets. After all, as far as they knew, this puppet was not unique. If they really attracted an attack from the puppets, let alone being third-grade martial artists, even martial generals or martial marquises could fall under the relentless assault of the puppets. Humans do have their limits, unless one reaches the martial king level and masters the rules, the tactic of overwhelming numbers would always be effective. The difference between skillful and daring versus reckless is whether one truly has the ability. However, the premise was that the principal's divine sense swept through the entire secret realm, confirming there were no higher-level intelligent beings.
Jiang Shimi.
Xin Shuang, hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, knew exactly what she was thinking and intended to persuade her. After all, judging from the combat power displayed by that puppet, dealing with even one was so difficult, if several came, they wouldn't know how they died. Moreover, their current gains were already considerable. As long as they returned safely, the money earned would be enough for their cultivation needs, and there was no need to risk their lives for wealth. But when she met Jiang Zhiyu's gaze, Xin Shuang swallowed the words she was going to say. Because she understood Jiang Zhiyu's expression, realizing Jiang Zhiyu wouldn't heed her advice. Come to think of it, when they first met, Jiang Zhiyu dared to fight the Steel Bone Wolf King with the power of a first-grade martial artist. What else would she fear? Perhaps it was this mentality that made Jiang Zhiyu's martial path so smooth. In this respect, she and Zhang Xing were far behind Jiang Zhiyu. Then be careful. I will submit these spiritual herbs to the school, and keep your share for you until you return.
Xin Shuang didn't say more, just reached out and hugged Jiang Zhiyu.
Even Zhang Xing spoke a line wishing her safe return.
After a gentle embrace, Jiang Zhiyu called out to Bai Changsheng.
Then they parted ways with Xin Shuang. Although the puppet had left for a while, Jiang Zhiyu had already locked onto its location with her spiritual awareness and had been chasing it closely, maintaining a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Bai Changsheng had already returned to his spirit bag. 2 bolts of thunder had almost drained his mental energy, but fortunately, after drinking a bottle of mental potion, he could feel his mental energy rapidly recovering. Since it was just a journey, Bai Changsheng simply closed his eyes and pretended to nap, waiting to come out after reaching the puppet's nest.
2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Day turned to night, and night turned to day.
Bai Changsheng had indeed planned to just pretend to sleep, but the journey was taking far too long, causing him to doze off as he squinted his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they had left the forest and arrived in a desert. As far as the eye could see, there was only golden sand stretching endlessly. It was hard to imagine that in this not-so-large secret realm, there could exist 4 unrelated terrains at the same time: mountains, forests, grasslands, and deserts. Bai Changsheng even suspected that there might be lakes and marshes in this place. After all, even though they had been in this secret realm for over 7 days, they still had not completely explored it. Just because they hadn't seen it didn't mean it wasn't there.
A flash of light appeared, and Bai Changsheng came out of the spirit bag. His body landed on the fine sand, feeling soft and with a faint warmth that even a cold-blooded creature like him could feel. Warm, very comforting. Are we still not there? Bai Changsheng asked, and Jiang Zhiyu glanced at the sleepy Bai Changsheng, replying with a sound of affirmation.
But we should be close, that wooden sign has flickered twice.
The last time it flickered was 20 minutes ago.
As Jiang Zhiyu finished speaking, her footsteps suddenly paused, and her brow furrowed.
Where did that puppet go?
Bai Changsheng scanned the surroundings and found that the puppet, which had been about 200 meters in front of them, had disappeared without a trace. It vanished quickly, so fast that he and Jiang Zhiyu only turned their heads for a moment, and it was already gone. Yet, strangely, there was no unusual smell around. It truly felt like it had vanished into thin air. Only a trail of footprints on the sandy ground indicated it had indeed been there just moments ago. The spiritual awareness is cut off, I can't find the puppet's trace. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes glinted, but there was not an ounce of panic. She simply stared intently at the patch of sand 200 meters away and murmured, "It's here." Suddenly disappearing, with even spiritual awareness blocked. The only conclusion Jiang Zhiyu could think of was that the puppet had entered another space or directly teleported out of her spiritual sensing range. Regardless of the outcome, it was closely related to the sandy area it had just passed.
Xiao Bai, come in. Jiang Zhiyu patted the spirit bag, and Bai Changsheng understood, returning to the spirit bag once more. Though unsure of what lay beneath that sandy ground, anything involving another space was hard not to be cautious about. What if this sand could instantaneously transport people to another place, separating him and Jiang Zhiyu? Once everything was prepared, Jiang Zhiyu suddenly stepped down, and her whole body soared over the sand, rushing toward the area where the puppet had vanished. When her feet landed on the sand, as expected, an exaggerated suction immediately came, firmly holding Jiang Zhiyu's feet in place. At the same time, the entire sandy area began to shift, forming a whirlpool-like scene. Faced with this change, Jiang Zhiyu did not struggle, allowing the quicksand to engulf her as she sank downward, and when her head was submerged, everything went dark in front of her. Fortunately, just 2 or 3 seconds later, Jiang Zhiyu hung momentarily in the air, and the next moment, her feet landed on solid ground. Before her was a 3-meter-wide, 5-meter-high bronze passage, leading to an unknown destination. On the walls hung luminous beads, their flickering pale white light allowing them to see. Behind them was a dead end, clearly indicating that they had only one path forward. Even so, Jiang Zhiyu did not act rashly. After summoning Bai Changsheng again, she spoke, "Little Bai, see if there's any strange smell around." As for herself, she walked over to the bronze wall, standing about half a meter away, observing the abstract patterns on the wall. Chapter 97, Spiritual Medicine Seeds.
There's nothing unusual in terms of smell. There shouldn't be any living creatures in this passage. The characters on the wall are ancient texts. When combined, they can strengthen the wall and have no other meanings. Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu spoke simultaneously, exchanging a glance, and they knew it was time to continue onward. In the narrow bronze passage, silence reigned, with only the beads on the walls flickering, bringing some changes. Looking back, the area behind them also seemed deep and mysterious. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Just 5 or 6 minutes later, both the person and the snake felt a sudden clarity before them. The passage was not actually narrow, but compared to the seemingly vast space they now stood in, it gave a feeling of not wanting to turn back. At a glance, the diameter of this semicircular space definitely exceeded 200 meters. Dozens of pale white beads illuminated the entire hall quite brightly, and around the hall, 7 passageways opened, just like the passage they had walked through before. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that in this hall, 2 or 3 dozen puppets were scattered about. Such an exaggerated number, if roused, could attack all at once, and Bai Changsheng could hardly imagine how terribly he would die. Although they had previously avoided an attack from a puppet with a wooden token, no one could guarantee that this trick would still work against so many puppets. The person and the snake exchanged a glance, clearly understanding what they should do and what they should not do. Their gazes returned to the puppets. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that these puppets were all injured. Just like when Jiang Zhiyu had detached an arm from one of the puppets, some were lightly damaged, while others had severe injuries. There were knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and claw marks left by strange beasts. The most exaggerated was a puppet that couldn't even stand. It seemed like a pile of disassembled parts, heaped together. This thing's vitality was indeed tenacious. Even in such a state, it could still return on its own, making it hard to imagine that a person, if beaten to such a state, would long be dead beyond revival. Shaking her head, confirming that these puppets would not awaken due to their arrival, she finally felt bold enough to express her thoughts. This place should be specifically used to store damaged puppets. And it seems that no one has come to repair them for a long time. As Jiang Zhiyu spoke, she reached out and took a leaf that was hanging on one of the puppets. The leaf had long turned yellow. Jiang Zhiyu merely crushed it lightly, and it crumbled to dust. There are 8 passageways in total, excluding the one we just came from. The destinations of these 7 passages are uncertain. Bai Changsheng shook his head at her words. I've already smelled them, none of the 7 passageways have any scent, and there's not even a noticeable airflow. Initially, he had hoped to catch scents to gain some advantage, but it was clear that this plan had fallen through. However, Jiang Zhiyu said nothing further and looked once again at the 7 passageways. According to the text on those walls, this bronze relic must have existed for at least 10,000 years. If we consider the architectural layout of that time, it should be the 8 gates arrangement. Xiu, Shang, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, Kai. The passage we came from is in the desert, belongs to fire, corresponding to the Jing gate. If we take that as evidence. Jiang Zhiyu pointed with her right hand, the Shang gate is this passage. Such a move left Bai Changsheng stunned. Wait, not only does she understand ancient characters, but she also knows Qimen Duanjia? However, thinking of Jiang Zhiyu's achievements in her past life, Bai Changsheng felt relieved. After all, she is an empress, what's wrong with her learning a bit of everything? It's fortunate that Jiang Zhiyu understands these things, otherwise, if Bai Changsheng had entered here alone, he probably would have blundered through one by one. As long as he reached the Shang gate, that would be fine, but if he stumbled upon the Sea gate. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu had already moved inside, Bai Changsheng steeled his mind, determined to read more about topics like Qimen Duanjia after returning. Not for anything else, just to avoid blindly heading into the Sea gate next time we explore a secret realm. They passed through a group of broken-bodied puppets and entered another passage. It was still the same silent passage. They traveled at full speed for 10 minutes before the front suddenly brightened again. Like the hall storing damaged puppets, it was also a semicircular hall, but this time it was filled with stacks of wooden boxes instead of puppets. Perhaps due to the passage of time, some wooden boxes had already rotted, spilling their contents everywhere. Upon closer inspection, they found fruit the size of a fist inside. What is this? Jiang Zhiyu picked one up, looked around a couple of times, her voice filled with surprise. Seeds of wood-pattern spirit fruit? This box probably contains hundreds of them. If this box holds wood-pattern spirit fruit seeds, then what's inside these other boxes? Jiang Zhiyu had a faint guess in her heart, but Bai Changsheng took action first. With a flick of his tail, he shattered several boxes, and their contents scattered all over the place. Sheng Ling Hui. Spider-pattern grass. 4-turn wood pear. These are all top-level spirit medicine seeds. It's a pity they have lost their vitality due to time, otherwise, just these seeds would be worth over 1 billion. The growing period of top-level spirit medicine is measured in thousands of years, and the martial arts of the Celestial Empire has only passed a little over 100 years. Under normal circumstances, no one would wait for these spirit medicines to go from seeding to maturity. However, the Waterwood Institute has a technique that can hasten the ripening of spirit medicines. Spirit medicines that originally needed 1,000 years to mature can now reach full maturity in 20 to 30 years with this technique. The only issue is that the effect of spirit medicines ripened this way is very poor, compared to those that naturally grew for 1,000 years, they only have about 10% of the effectiveness, or even less. It's indeed a pity. Bai Changsheng could clearly smell that the seeds, after coming out of the boxes, did not have the refreshing scent one would expect, but rather a faint smell of decay. These seeds, which had entirely rotten, would be useless even if brought back. Just as the man and snake were about to continue advancing, they suddenly heard footsteps echoing from farther in the passage. They exchanged glances. Bai Changsheng quickly dove into the spatial pouch, while Jiang Zhiyu swiftly hid behind a box. The footsteps grew closer, each step seemed to echo against Bai Changsheng's heart. Both he and Jiang Zhiyu had sneaked in. If they were discovered, more than anything, even a single puppet would be enough to cause trouble. Chapter 98, Fateful Encounter. Damn! Going around in circles, how the hell did we end up back here? It's been 3 days, 6 have died, and we still haven't seen a single clue. Other than these dead seeds. Only those garbage puppets. Now they can't even find the way out. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have calmly brought the spiritual medicine back. The footsteps were heavy, and through the cracks of the box, 4 people could be seen walking out of the corridor, their mouths cursing. For some reason, Bai Changsheng always felt that this voice was somewhat oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Alright, stop the damn shouting. With this time, we might as well think about how to get out. If the previous voices were just somewhat familiar, with this one, Bai Changsheng suddenly remembered. This voice belonged to those troublemaking guys from the Magic City Martial University, right? They had crossed paths in the tavern before, only to be interrupted by Wang Meng from the Magic City Martial University. Never expected to meet again here, it's really a narrow road for enemies. However, for Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng, encountering these 4 from the Magic City Martial University instead eased their minds. The unknown is the most terrifying. When faced with uncertainty, suddenly running into a few familiar faces, even if they are enemies, oddly brings some relief, even if the number on the other side is double theirs. Besides, from what these people said, it seemed they had wandered in this bronze corridor for a long time and many people had died? What exit is there? I'm afraid we'll all die here. Even if we aren't killed by those traps, we'll eventually starve or die of thirst. The complaining voices continued, but the leader suddenly frowned and shouted harshly.
Shut up for me.
It was clear that this person had quite a bit of authority, as the other three actually quieted down.
Zhao Su, how many boxes did you open before?
I forgot, was it 3 or 4? Someone responded as if reminded of something, suddenly exclaiming, I definitely did not open 7 boxes.
Once this was said, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng knew they had been exposed.
To be fair, these guys had their guard up, after all, they were top martial arts students, indeed commendable.
And the 4 from the Magic City Martial University tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for anything.
The leader took a step ahead of the other 3, moved forward 2 steps, and then spoke, Sir, I am Duan Hongtao from the Magic City Martial University.
I mean no harm, please come out to speak.
After he finished, Duan Hongtao waited a few seconds, but the truth was Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of responding to him. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, Duan Hongtao spoke again, this ancient site is fraught with danger, if you don't know what to expect and venture in blindly, you might easily trip ancient traps.
We have already lost 6 classmates, all killed by the ancient traps.
I have no other intentions, we just happened to walk through this dead end and don't want you to go through it again. This statement was full of sincerity, and if one ignored the long swords gripped tightly in their hands, it could be believed.
After a few more seconds, Duan Hongtao snorted coldly, since you are unwilling to come out, we can only force you to appear. Make your move.
As his voice fell, Duan Hongtao acted first, his long sword struck forward fiercely, and a phantom sword energy surged toward the wooden box.
Wind listening sword energy.
This sword energy was not weak, although it was far from Jiang Zhiyu's piercing gold spear, there was no problem in breaking these decayed wooden boxes. In response to his sword, a spear from the wooden box abruptly charged forward. The spearhead collided with the phantom sword energy, instantly shattering it, turning it into the purest spiritual energy flow.
But the force of the alloy spear seemed to be completely unaffected, still swift and lethal.
However, Duan Hongtao, who had long guessed that this would be the situation, waved his long sword again, sending out 3 more sword energies in quick succession.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The long spear danced in response, dispersing all 3 sword energies that came rushing in. However, the originally fierce attack was also blocked, so he simply withdrew the spear and stood still.
Is it you?
Looking at the beautiful face that emerged from the shattered wooden box, Duan Hongtao's brows furrowed tightly, and his tone suddenly became stiff.
What a narrow fate for enemies. Where are your 2 lackeys? And that white-scaled snake? Didn't they come in with you?
He hadn't seen her face clearly before, but now he did, and among the troublemakers in the tavern that day, these 4 people were indeed present. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes were cold as she scanned this group of people one by one. As Jiang Zhiyu looked at them, they were also sizing her up. The so-called enemies meeting is extra eye-catching, perhaps that is exactly their current state.
It really is this woman. Damn it, we didn't dare to act in the martial artist town, but now look, she actually delivered herself here, and all alone?
She was so arrogant before, daring to act in front of the dean, even ruining the dean's good work.
Now I want to see how she remains so arrogant. Hold on, don't you all notice that this woman is very pretty?
You're right, she really is. Pretty, with a great figure, and her temper is quite hot. Someone licked their lips, looking at Jiang Zhiyu with a rather lewd expression, since we can't escape, dying under a peony flower is a way to be romantic too. Let's break her tendons first, so she can't fight back. The 3 behind Duan Hongtao exchanged words, as if they had already made plans for Jiang Zhiyu. Duan Hongtao also wore a cold smile, shrugging at Jiang Zhiyu, who was holding a spear in the distance.
I just told you to come out, but you didn't.
Now look, the crowd is furious, I can't even stop them.
For against 1, I suggest you surrender obediently. We will be gentle when the time comes.
If it were an ordinary girl, being so humiliated by their words would probably make her furious, rushing to attack these people without hesitation.
However, when it came to Jiang Zhiyu, it seemed childish and low-level.
Looking at the provocation on the faces of Duan Hongtao and his group, she merely replied with a faint "oh." Such an attitude made the originally excited group suddenly stagnant.
Alright, talking is pointless, let's see what's really under the hand.
Duan Hongtao's long sword trembled, and sword energy instantly filled the sword's body. With a cold snort, he charged forward directly. Back at the tavern, he was caught off guard by Jiang Zhiyu and nearly lost his life. If it hadn't been for Dean Wang Meng's intervention, he would likely have been a corpse by now. And now that the 2 were facing off again, Duan Hongtao's heart was filled with a ruthless determination, aiming straight for Jiang Zhiyu's life.
Chapter 99, 1 step fast, every step fast. Don't move, I must wash away the shame from before.
Duan Hongtao seemed to genuinely be furious. As he charged forward with his sword, he ordered the 3 behind him not to intervene.
Actually, one can understand this thought. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix.
With Duan Hongtao's talent, to have that group of people so convinced by him clearly indicated he was the one being held high by everyone. Over time, his pride became more exaggerated than anyone else's. Jiang Zhiyu's earlier strike had utterly shattered his pride. In other words, Jiang Zhiyu had now become his mental demon. However, facing such a situation, Jiang Zhiyu did not say anything like, "Let's go together." Competing in strength and ferocity meant nothing to her. If she could take them down one by one, she wouldn't be foolish enough to increase her own pressure. Two sword energies rushed in quickly, and Jiang Zhiyu's gaze narrowed slightly. With the dance of her spear, the tip struck accurately against the sword energies. The tail of the gun flicked again, blocking another strike. After the sword energy shattered, the flow of spiritual energy it created swept through Jiang Zhiyu's ponytail, yet her expression remained completely unchanged. With the gun half held against her waist, her entire body suddenly surged with strength, and as she turned, the long gun traced an exaggerated arc in the air, striking heavily towards Duan Hongtao, who had already stepped within 5 paces. Clang! The gun body slammed heavily against the long sword in Duan Hongtao's hand, producing a sound of metal clashing. The force was so intense that Duan Hongtao felt a powerful shock in his right hand holding the sword, as if he could barely grip it. His vigor was far greater than Jiang Zhiyu's, so under normal circumstances, this situation should not have occurred. But the reality was that as he turned his body, the force was continuously increasing, swinging wide and then hitting at close range. The power released was naturally different. Jiang Zhiyu's entire strength was channeled into this one strike, and if he could still easily withstand it, that would be unbelievable. Duan Hongtao's body suddenly faltered. Just as he was about to steady himself and strike back, he saw Jiang Zhiyu seemingly unaffected by the collision, thrusting forward with another strike. This strike targeted his chest. Although he had protective gear all over, judging from the force Jiang Zhiyu had unleashed, it would be difficult for that gear to withstand it. Left with no choice, Duan Hongtao could only forcefully lift his sword to block. Buzz! The tip of the gun jabbed against the blade, immediately causing the sword to tremble. Fortunately, this strike was ultimately blocked. But right after, Jiang Zhiyu's attack came again. One strike was blocked, quickly retracting the gun, while simultaneously stepping forward. Not only did this close the distance from retracting the gun to thrusting again, but it also caught Duan Hongtao off guard. A quick step, followed by quick successive steps. In a fight at the same level, whoever holds the upper hand can maintain their lead, especially for Jiang Zhiyu. Her rich combat experience allowed her to formulate a response as soon as Duan Hongtao charged at full speed. 1 smash, 2 stabs, 3 pursuits. With just these 3 moves, Duan Hongtao went from having an advantage in vigor to barely standing firm, forced to retreat step by step, struggling to defend with his sword. But the outcome of this exchange was that scars began to appear on Duan Hongtao's body from the long gun in Jiang Zhiyu's hands. They weren't fatal, but pain was unavoidable. Holding on with sheer will, Duan Hongtao didn't feel too much, even feeling fortunate that Jiang Zhiyu's attack, while frequent, lacked considerable power. From his perspective, he had stabilized the situation. The 3 others shared this view as well. After all, since the battle began, the 2 had exchanged over 20 moves, yet neither could touch the other. In this sense, it seemed that Jiang Zhiyu had indeed launched a surprise attack that day at the tavern, catching Duan Hongtao off guard. However, from Bai Changsheng's perspective, the situation looked entirely different. Here it comes again. The fight looked evenly matched, yet in reality, the initiative was always in Jiang Zhiyu's hands. She could strike when she wanted, sweep when she wanted, thrust when she wanted. And this absolute initiative held by Jiang Zhiyu meant her momentum was growing stronger. When she first entered Shuemu Academy, Jiang Zhiyu had used this move to forcibly take down the ground-shaking ape, which had far greater vigor than her. Now, she was applying it to Duan Hongtao. Ironically, this kid hadn't even noticed anything was wrong and was even thinking of provoking Jiang Zhiyu verbally. What? The genius of Shuemu is only this level? Where's that spear technique you used that day? Show it. With moves like this, you'll never win. With others behind him, Duan Hongtao believed he had all the initiative. If Jiang Zhiyu really was strong to the point of being unbeatable, he could always call on the 3 others behind him to join in a 4-against-1 situation. Even if Jiang Zhiyu is strong, he is definitely not a match. So how to deal with Jiang Zhiyu only depends on his thoughts. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, because he sensed the shift in Jiang Zhiyu's momentum. If previously Jiang Zhiyu's momentum was like a gust of wind, continuous yet bearable, then at this moment, Jiang Zhiyu felt like a hurricane, and this shot was not for anything else, but to drown him. Gust gun. With a loud shout, Jiang Zhiyu stabbed forward with his gun, aiming directly for Duan Hongtao's head. Like an earth-shaking ape, Duan Hongtao's heart startled, wanting to raise his sword to block. But he suddenly realized that his body seemed to be somewhat uncontrollable, freezing for a moment. And it was this moment of daze that made him lose the best time to block the shot. Only able to watch helplessly as the gun's tip rapidly enlarged, stabbing toward his head. Brother Duan. The people behind him sensed something was wrong, raising their knives to save him, but Jiang Zhiyu's waist flashed with light. Prepared from the start, Bai Changsheng's tail suddenly whipped out the moment he appeared, just to help Jiang Zhiyu block these people for a brief moment. At the same time, purple scales appeared on his forehead, and the thunder elements floating in the air gathered together. In just a blink, it was already charged and ready. Boom! The terrifying thunder struck, just like Jiang Zhiyu's stab at Duan Hongtao, catching him off guard and showing no intention of holding back. Originally still a 4-on-1 situation, Duan Hongtao's side occupied absolute advantage in timing, location, and support. But in the blink of an eye, the situation turned upside down. Not only was Duan Hongtao on the verge of death under Jiang Zhiyu's gun, but Bai Changsheng's thunder, coming too strangely, was also alarming. If it hit, it could also take a life, and the other two would be severely injured. In just 1 second, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu could finish off the 4 from the Magic City Wu University, quickly killing 2, leaving the remaining 2 easily manageable. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A silver figure suddenly flashed out, moving so quickly that even Jiang Zhiyu had a feeling of being unresponsive. By the time he reacted, he saw that the silver figure extended a finger, touching the metallic spear that Jiang Zhiyu had thrust out. Like a stone dropping into a calm lake, ripples instantly surged forth. Where the finger met the spear tip, transparent yet visible ripples spread outwards. The power of the gust gun could not break the golden spear, but it was still a celestial-level martial skill, and Jiang Zhiyu's full force was apparent. Yet, the suddenly appeared silver figure not only dared to block with just a finger but, astonishingly, really did stop it. As the ripples spread out, the gun intent that Jiang Zhiyu had painstakingly accumulated through dozens of moves instantly faded away. And the silver figure that blocked the shot showed no hesitation, swiftly reaching out to intercept the blue-white thunderbolt shot by Bai Changsheng. Crack! The thunder heavily struck against the figure's palm, producing an exaggerated sound, yet leaving no injury on the palm, not even a black mark from the shock. Everything happened in an instant. In the next moment, everyone reacted. Unanimously withdrawing, they distanced themselves from this silver figure while tightening their grip on their weapons, showing vigilance. They had no idea who this guy was, but given the power he just displayed, being cautious was not excessive. Jiang Zhiyu's long spear concealed a sharp intent, and Bai Changsheng's purple scales seemed to flicker intermittently. The thunder element began to gather wildly. Including Duan Hongtao and the others, they all watched the silver figure with wary eyes. Moreover, compared to Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng, their fear of this figure was obviously greater. Because they had personally walked through all the passageways and, after sacrificing 6 men, had found no living creatures, but now, when did this silver figure come? More frightening than the unknown is an unknown existence challenging your understanding. So even though this silver figure had just helped them greatly, the group couldn't help but feel on guard. Luckily, Duan Hongtao knew what to do at a time like this. He slightly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your rescue. May I ask who you are?" "My master is Wang Meng, the principal of the Martial Arts Institute of Magic City. Does the honorable guest recognize him?" At a time like this, mentioning his own name clearly wouldn't work. Duan Hongtao wouldn't be foolish enough to announce his own name. He used the names of the Martial Arts Institute of Magic City and Wang Meng, hoping the other party would recognize his teacher. However, upon hearing this, the silver figure was taken aback. "Magic City Wu University? I don't know, I'm just a farmer." As he spoke, the silver figure also turned around. Only at this moment did everyone finally see what this silver figure truly was. It was entirely composed of silver material, shimmering with a unique metallic luster. Although it was human-shaped, in appearance, it had nothing to do with a human being at all. Rather than saying it was a person, it was more accurate to say it was a puppet. For some unknown reason, looking at the figure made by Changsheng's mind inexplicably flashed the words Terminator, specifically the T-1000 that had just walked out of the fire. However, Jiang Zhiyu apparently had a more fitting explanation for this world. "Is it a mithril guardian?" Upon hearing these 4 words, the silver figure revealed an expression of surprise. "Oh? You actually recognized it?" There was a time in ancient times when mithril guardians were extremely popular. The mithril material is tough, highly malleable, and resistant to high temperatures and corrosion. Once formed, unless attacked beyond mithril's limit, they can restore to their original shape. The more critical point is that once a mithril guardian is made, it can be branded with the soul imprint of its master. As long as the master's soul does not perish, the mithril guardian will always be loyal to its master. It is no exaggeration to say that mithril guardians have advantages everywhere, with the only downside being their high cost. Thus, after being popular for a while, mithril guardians were replaced by cheaper puppets. Originally, I couldn't confirm when this secret realm appeared, but now, upon seeing you, I can be certain. As Jiang Zhiyu spoke, she put away her spear. This action seemed to completely abandon any vigilance against the mithril guardian. Bai Changsheng looked at her in confusion, and then Jiang Zhiyu gave an explanation. "The strength of a mithril guardian is at least at the level of a martial hero. If it truly wanted to kill us, we wouldn't even have a chance to resist." However, just now it only blocked my attack and did not counterattack, so it can be seen that it should have other purposes for coming here.
As she spoke, Jiang Zhiyu looked at the Mithril Guardian again. Is it your master that wishes to see us?
Originally just asking tentatively, then they saw the Mithril Guardian actually nodding.
My master requests your presence, please follow me.
After saying this, the Mithril Guardian walked toward the bronze wall. Then, under everyone's gaze, it straightforwardly walked through the wall and disappeared.
Was this a teleportation array inscribed on the bronze wall?
Someone on Duan Hongtao's side couldn't hold back, glancing at Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng, fearing that others would get ahead, and rushed straight towards the bronze wall. But in response to him, there was a dull sound. How fast he had rushed, at this moment, how fiercely he crashed. It was even fierce enough that his whole body fell straight back. Such a scene could only be described as foolish. However, the next moment, there was a sudden tremor under everyone's feet, and then, just like when they had just entered the passage, a pulling sensation came, followed by a darkness, and they lost all perception of the outside world.
Fortunately, this feeling lasted only for a moment, and then it came back again.
But in sight, there was only Jiang Zhiyu, while the four of Mo Duwudi had disappeared. Even the place they were in had changed from the bronze passage to a completely enclosed room with bronze walls all around.
To be precise, it couldn't even be called a room.
Because there were no doors or windows, only two beads on the walls providing a bit of light. And in the very middle of this room stood a bronze pillar thick enough to be embraced by a person. One end touched the ceiling, and the other was thrust into the ground, standing upright in the center of the room. In a flash, the secret silver guard appeared again. Unleash your strongest attack to strike the pillar. According to the rules, you have 3 chances. If you cannot shatter it within 3 attempts, you will never have the chance to meet the master. And you will be permanently trapped here.
Chapter 101, Level 2 Thunder. Shatter the stone pillar?
Hearing the secret silver guard's words, Bai Changsheng could not help but glance at the bronze pillar, which was adorned with slightly abstract patterns, its thickness giving a sense of solid robustness. Such a thick pillar, who could break it? But clearly, the secret silver guard had no intention of discussing it with them. Without waiting for Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng to question, he had already passed through the wall and left. The room fell silent again, until 2 seconds later, Jiang Zhiyu finally let out a breath and then spoke.
This should be a test left by the master of the secret realm. We are like this, the people of Mo Duwudi should be the same. They could not leave, and the people of Mo Duwudi could not leave either. Was this considered good news?
Bai Changsheng remained silent, only crawling forward a few meters, his gaze landing on the pillar. Although he didn't know what this thing was made of, just from its ancient texture, one could tell that its toughness was even more exaggerated than reinforced concrete.
What do we do now?
Bai Changsheng turned around but found that Jiang Zhiyu had already sat down cross-legged. Since it has come to this, there is no point in overthinking it. It's better to adjust our condition to the limit and see if we can break this pillar with all our strength.
There was no fluctuation in Jiang Zhiyu's expression, not even a hint of panic.
Affected by her, Bai Changsheng's heart also became slightly steadier. In fact, the rules of this secret realm limit the beast generals and those above them from entering. This point, the master of the secret realm must know, yet he still established such a rule.
This can only mean one thing. In his eyes, there are people who can do it. Since someone can do it, why worry? Rather than wallowing in self-pity, it's better to think about how to enhance our strength to the limit.
Once these words were spoken, Bai Changsheng also completely stabilized his mindset.
What she said was true, since they couldn't leave, why think so much?
His thoughts stirred. Bai Changsheng called up his attribute panel to take a look.
God-level devouring system. Host, Bai Changsheng. Race, white scale snake, 5 evolutions, dragon transformation stage 3. Vitality, 9851. Activated evolution tree, digestion enhancement LV7, rock armor defense LV4, toxin LV4, steel bone LV1, dragon blood LV3, thunder LV1. Available evolution points, 3121.
Vitality required for next evolution, 9851/10,000, evolution points, 3121/2000. So much time has passed, his attribute panel was already renewed. The vitality was about to reach its limit. And this long string of evolution tree branches, if possible, Bai Changsheng really wanted to directly level all these evolution trees to the maximum.
But clearly, this idea was completely unrealistic.
If not for spending quite a bit of time next to Director Qian, even collecting 1,000 evolution points would be a difficult task, let alone 3,000. Originally, his plan was to wait until after evolution to enhance his digestion, but with this incident, even if his vitality reached the beast general level, he would first need to upgrade his thunder level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this bronze room, even if he raised the digestion level to the maximum. So what? He would more likely starve to death. 1.5 days, just 1.5 days, and he could initiate his 6th evolution. By then, his vitality would rise to the beast general level, and with the thunder level raised by 1, it would be the peak state he could reach at this stage.
At worst, he would just wait 1.5 days. What's the big deal? With this thought, Bai Changsheng simply curled up beside Jiang Zhiyu and closed his eyes to sleep. However, just 4 or 5 hours later, the movement from Jiang Zhiyu made Bai Changsheng slowly wake up. Not knowing if it was just his imagination, he felt that at this moment, Jiang Zhiyu's momentum was like a rainbow, her whole being as sharp as that alloy spear, radiating brilliance. There are 3 chances. Let's first see how hard this stone pillar really is. Jiang Zhiyu's idea coincided with Bai Changsheng's expectations. When no one knew how hard this pillar really was, no one felt assured. Testing the pillar's strength would at least provide some mental preparation. Later, I will activate the breaking gold spear, and you activate the thunder to attack together. Setting aside the soul destruction needle, the breaking gold spear and thunder were undoubtedly the strongest attack methods for this man and snake at present. The key was that the soul destruction needle could not be used on a pillar. Otherwise, with one prick, what could not be broken? After thinking for a moment, Bai Changsheng stopped hesitating about the use of evolution points, directly betting 1,000 points to increase the thunder level by 1. 1,000 points deducted, the branch of the evolution tree thunder level increased. Thunder LV2, a most robust and powerful attack, its limit depends on you. With the increase in thunder level, a mysterious feeling lingered in Bai Changsheng's heart. There wasn't an essential enhancement, it was simply that the number of thunder elements he could control simply doubled. Bai Changsheng felt that if previously he could likely kill and absolutely severely injure a complete 3rd-rank warrior by urging thunder, the upgraded thunder would now guarantee a kill on a complete 3rd-rank warrior and likely severely injure lower-level martial generals. Even if someone robustly took a hit, perhaps martial generals would fall. And this change, in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, made the purple scales on Bai Changsheng's forehead even more pronounced, even giving her an extremely uneasy feeling deep inside. This feeling was strange and even quite abrupt. Jiang Zhiyu had no doubt about her intuition, and the reason could only be attributed to the fact that Bai Changsheng had likely undergone some changes within. Then, she got her answer. 3. Jiang Zhiyu held the spear with both hands, the sharpness at the spear tip began to constantly condense and gather. Bai Changsheng also did the same, countless thunder elements began to converge towards his forehead, visibly forming a thunderball at the sight of his purple scales. 2. The sharpness took shape at the spear tip. At the same time, Bai Changsheng had also reached his limit. Go! Jiang Zhiyu suddenly erupted, gathering all her strength to the spear tip, with the sharpness fueling it. This alloy spear unleashed an unprecedented might. At the same time, Bai Changsheng also no longer suppressed the raging thunder elements. A blue-white lightning bolt shot out, crossing a distance of 3 meters. A heavy blow struck against the bronze pillar. Boom! Amidst the deafening thunderclap, a sharp ringing sound mixed with the piercing whistle of the broken golden spear. In an instant, the entire bronze room shook violently, and dust began to fall from the ceiling. Jiang Zhiyu's full-force strike, combined with the upgraded thunder of Bai Changsheng, was so powerful that even a mid-level martial general, if they didn't dodge, might fall. Yet the bronze pillar, at this moment, seemed like an immovable rock. No matter how hard one person and one snake tried, they couldn't even make it budge a bit. Until Jiang Zhiyu was exhausted and Bai Changsheng's mental energy was depleted, not even a single crack had appeared. Chapter 102, 6th Evolution. Beast General Bai Changsheng. This is too exaggerated, right? When the dust finally cleared, the person and the snake stepped forward to look at the bronze pillar. But no matter how they looked, not only did it show no signs of damage, but the attack had actually caused the rust on it to fade, making it shine even brighter and sturdier. Is this even right, buddy? If Bai Changsheng didn't know how hard he had just struck, he could have easily blamed it on not going all out. But the truth was, both he and Jiang Zhiyu had used their full strength in that last attack. In fact, if it weren't for exhaustion and mental fatigue, they wouldn't have stopped at all. But this scene was too demoralizing. If even their full-force strike couldn't shake this bronze pillar, then even if Bai Changsheng became a beast general, there might not be any substantial change. This thing probably needs at least the power of a late-stage martial general or even a martial marquis to move it, right? Bai Changsheng couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat in his heart, but when he looked at Jiang Zhiyu again, he saw that not only did she show no sign of frustration, but instead, she was staring thoughtfully at the patterns on the bronze pillar. What's wrong? Bai Changsheng asked instinctively. These patterns, something's not right. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brows slightly and reached out to touch the patterns on the pillar. But as soon as her hand touched the pillar, a faint glow appeared, blocking her touch. Seeing the glow, Bai Changsheng's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, while Jiang Zhiyu, who had previously furrowed her brows, now relaxed and even cracked a slight smile. I get it. Get it? Get what? Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of keeping him in suspense and quickly explained. I felt earlier that the patterns on this pillar were a bit different from those on the surrounding walls. But they were covered by rust, so I couldn't see the whole thing. And now, because of the previous attack, all the rust was shaken off, revealing the complete patterns. These patterns are actually part of a formation, designed for absolute defense. As long as the energy supporting this formation isn't exhausted, or the formation isn't broken, this bronze pillar will stay standing here. Although I don't know what level of attack this formation can block, it's clear that it's not something we can break with brute force. Jiang Zhiyu's explanation made Bai Changsheng understand the flaw in this thing. Isn't this just ridiculous? What if it can fully block a martial general's attack? Doesn't that mean they, with the energy of a third-rank martial artist, would have to unleash the power of a martial marquis? Who can do that? Bai Changsheng silently cursed in his heart and turned to look at Jiang Zhiyu, but saw that she still had that calm expression, and the smile on her lips hadn't faded. Guessing something in his heart, Bai Changsheng asked cautiously, "Can you break this formation?" "I've dabbled in formations a bit." Jiang Zhiyu didn't answer Bai Changsheng's question directly, but at this moment, she had become Bai Changsheng's only hope. Is this the knowledge reserve of the Empress? Truly impressive. Jiang Zhiyu sat cross-legged before the bronze pillar, her eyes slightly closed, yet Bai Changsheng could sense a faint divine consciousness emanating from her, wrapping around the bronze pillar before him. The earlier faint glow slowly emerged, flickering in and out, seemingly trying to obstruct Jiang Zhiyu's research on the entire pillar. However, now Jiang Zhiyu's target was no longer the pillar, but this faint glow. Her divine consciousness tightly wrapped around the glow like a maggot, continuously analyzing and deconstructing. Bai Changsheng did not know the specific way to crack the formation, eager to learn, but after watching for 10 minutes with no change, he felt bored and simply went back to sleep. The previous thunder had drained all his mental energy, and at this moment, he could only feel his eyelids fighting fiercely against each other. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how long he slept, but when he awoke again, the system had already notified him that his vitality had reached its current limit. Turning to the other side, Jiang Zhiyu was still deconstructing the formation, clearly maintaining this posture for a long time. After yawning, Bai Changsheng chose to initiate his 6th evolution. Congratulations to the host, the conditions for the 6th evolution have been met. Do you wish to start the evolution? Yes. As the system received the command, Bai Changsheng's remaining evolution points nearly hit 0. At the same time, an extreme cold began to surge from deep within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Bai Changsheng was about to channel his vitality to resist the cold, but suddenly discovered that all his muscles seemed frozen under the chill, completely powerless to move. This realization left Bai Changsheng feeling inexplicably panicked. He could only twist his body as much as possible to get his blood flowing. But this action only slowed him down, making his body completely stiff even more slowly. Soon, Bai Changsheng felt his consciousness becoming sluggish under the cold, his body's movement slowing down more and more, growing increasingly weak. On the other side, Jiang Zhiyu seemed to notice something and withdrew from her state of divine consciousness exploration. She turned her gaze to Bai Changsheng, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had seen this scene before on Bai Changsheng. Initially, she thought 3 mutations would be the limit, but now, Bai Changsheng truly opened her eyes. Because Bai Changsheng actually initiated another evolution in front of her. Little Bai's talent is surprisingly strong. Jiang Zhiyu secretly muttered to herself, even she had to admit that Bai Changsheng's situation was somewhat absurd. If it were not a white-scaled snake, just changing to a slightly higher bloodline of an exotic beast might already allow it to match the potential of a beast god. However, despite her surprise, Jiang Zhiyu's actions did not slow down in the slightest. With a flip of her hand, a red lotus appeared in her palm. As this lotus emerged, the temperature in the entire bronze chamber began to rise rapidly, like a furnace, bringing a hint of warmth to Bai Changsheng. If Bai Changsheng opened his eyes, he would recognize this red lotus as one of the spiritual herbs prepared for Jiang Zhiyu by Ding Xian, used to construct the second inner sea, the Linghu dual-petal lotus. But at this moment, Jiang Zhiyu had no reluctance to part with it. She squeezed the red lotus, instantly crushing it into a pulp. Then, red juice began to flow out from between Jiang Zhiyu's fingers, dripping all over Bai Changsheng's body. Chapter 103, The Hunyuan Dan Emperor. The red liquid touched the snake scales. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared in a puff of white smoke. At the moment that the liquid touched the snake scales, Bai Changsheng, who was almost fainting from the cold, felt a strange warmth surge into his body. The muscles that were nearly frozen began to relax under this warmth. Drip. Another drop of liquid fell onto Bai Changsheng's snake scales, and this time, the warm sensation became even more apparent. His once frozen body regained its vitality, blood began to flow, and more liquid started to drip. The liquid from the Spirit Lake's dual lotus requires external application, but to fully activate the effect of the liquid, you need to swallow these remnants to draw the liquid from within. Open your mouth and eat this. Bai Changsheng vaguely heard Jiang Zhiyu's voice and, without hesitation, opened his mouth decisively. He didn't even know what he just ate, but the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations, host, for devouring the Spirit Lake's dual lotus, gaining 12 vitality points, and 323 evolution points. After the system's prompt, Bai Changsheng finally understood what Jiang Zhiyu meant just now. As the remnants entered his mouth,
the liquid that had been dripping on his body instantly began to take effect, and a scalding sensation started to combat the chill within him, with his body as the battlefield. The alternating feelings of cold and hot made Bai Changsheng sometimes curl up tightly, and at other times, he would stretch out, gasping for breath. Fortunately, whether cold or hot, it was now within his tolerable range. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyu felt a bit relieved, turned, and walked towards the bronze pillar, continuing the deconstruction of the formation. This sensation of hot and cold persisted for more than 10 minutes before Bai Changsheng felt the situation gradually improving. After another 10 minutes, the feelings of hot and cold completely faded, and Bai Changsheng regained control of his body.
This evolution is complete, consuming 2,000 evolution points.
Congratulations, host, you have completed the 6th evolution. Required vitality for next evolution, 100,000 points, evolution points, 5,000. A series of system prompts sounded, raising the threshold for the next evolution to a staggering 100,000 vitality points. In comparison, even the 5,000 evolution points seemed pitifully small. The 7th evolution means I have crossed the threshold of a martial marquee, 100,000 vitality points, though high, it is reasonable. And with my current rate of vitality increase, it will take me a full 900 days to reach 100,000 vitality.
2.5 years.
This efficiency is not slow, after all, it only takes 3 years to achieve a martial marquee, which matches the cultivation speed of those top talents from Shuemu who appear once in several years.
But, I can be faster.
Bai Changsheng had made up his mind that after getting out of this cursed place, he would stick by his big brother's side. He needed to quickly gather enough evolution points to enhance his upgrades, then he would eat. This time, the evolution did not change his physique, but he could clearly feel that his body had become tougher.
This toughness was not just a simple increase in the defense capability of his scales.
Bone strength, muscle elasticity, recovery speed, and even energy capacity had all been directly enhanced by 2 to 3 times. Of course, the most crucial improvement was the significant boost in Bai Changsheng's mental strength. Though it wasn't huge, at least he wouldn't just fall asleep on the spot when hit by 3 bolts of lightning. He was young, but sleeping on command depended on the situation. The most obvious enhancement at this moment was that Bai Changsheng's thunderous attacks had become fiercer.
Alright.
Just as Bai Changsheng was immersed in the joy of evolution, Jiang Zhiyu suddenly spoke from the other side.
He was drawn in.
At the same time her words fell, the faint glow that had lingered around the bronze pillar began to shatter visibly, piece by piece. Seeing this scene, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but feel a joy deep in his heart. The array symbolizing absolute defense was broken, which meant that this bronze pillar could be smashed, and they had a chance to escape. If there are no accidents, we will be able to break this bronze pillar. Jiang Zhiyu stood up and summoned her alloy spear again, the spear tip flicked sharply, creating a sound that sliced through the air, standing beside her.
If you are ready, then let's start breaking the pillar now.
Bai Changsheng said nothing, only focused on gathering the elements of thunder. Jiang Zhiyu was the same, sharp golden intent once again sculpted at the spear tip, radiating sharpness.
Boom!
Thunder fiercely struck out, while Jiang Zhiyu's spear also pierced sharply. The 2 attacks struck simultaneously upon the bronze pillar. The bronze pillar, which was once as steady as a mountain, now trembled violently under the assault of thunder and spear, as if snow met water. Even the carvings on it began to shatter, piece by piece. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths later, the bronze pillar could no longer withstand the attack from this man and snake, and a huge crack spread from within. Ultimately, the bronze pillar embraced by the person collapsed with a loud crash. In the splashed dust, Bai Changsheng secretly let out a long sigh of relief. And in that dust, a silver figure walked out from the wall, looking at the collapsed bronze pillar. A glimmer of surprise flashed in its eyes, clearly not expecting that Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng really did it.
You too, the master invites you.
Perhaps because they had shattered the bronze pillar, the attitude of the silver guard toward them had undoubtedly improved greatly. The man and snake exchanged a glance, said nothing, and silently put away their weapons. In the next moment, there was a flash of light before them, and the pulling force surged again. By the time the light recovered, they had arrived in a great hall, facing a gigantic 10-meter-tall stone statue. For some reason, after glancing at the statue, Bai Changsheng felt a tremendous pressure in his heart, and he couldn't help but lower his head, afraid to look again. This feeling was quite inexplicable, yet it was undeniably real. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyu, upon seeing the statue, bowed with cupped hands. Junior Jiang Zhiyu pays respects to the predecessor Hunyuan Dan Emperor.
Wait, this is knowing?
As soon as this was said, even Bai Changsheng beside her was shocked, and it wasn't just him who was taken aback.
You know my master?
Another silver figure appeared, and unlike the silver guard they had seen before, this one was female, and her voice was gentle. I was fortunate enough to read about it in an ancient book. In ancient times, there was a genius who attained the path through pills. At just 40 years old, he ascended to the emperor realm, with boundless talent. Because he always appeared with a bamboo scroll, he was also known as the Wandering Poet.
Chapter 104, Tenderness and the Foolish Pillar.
Jiang Zhiyu's few words seemed to evoke the thoughts of these two silver guards. Both lowered their heads, trapped in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Especially the female silver guard, clearly possessing extraordinary strength, yet exuding a feeling that was hard to pity. However, fortunately, this situation did not last long, and the female silver guard recovered, speaking out. "The master has passed, but the teachings left by the master shall not be broken. Little girl, since you have passed the tests left by the master, it proves you have the qualification to become the master's disciple. Now that you know the master's name, you surely know how brilliant he once was. I ask you, do you wish to take me as your master?" Wait a minute, didn't the situation change too quickly? Just a moment ago, it was said that if we couldn't shatter the bronze pillar, we would be stuck here forever, and now it's about taking on disciples? Moreover, if the Hunyuan Emperor was still alive, taking him as a master would make sense. But looking at the two mysterious silver guards, it seems the Hunyuan Emperor has been dead for who knows how many years. To take a dead man as a master? Are you serious? However, Bai Changsheng didn't say anything, just quietly stayed aside. Whether to take on this master was entirely up to Jiang Zhiyu's choice. What will happen if I refuse? Jiang Zhiyu didn't directly agree but instead asked a question. The master's legacy forbids others from prying. If you do not take me as your master, you shall not remain. There is only one outcome, and that is death. The voice of the female silver guard remained soft, but what she said made Bai Changsheng's spine go cold in an instant. Even though the other party stood silently, Bai Changsheng felt a faint murderous intent enveloping him. If I agree, what must I do? Jiang Zhiyu spoke again. Your strength is too weak, you cannot even defeat the stupid pillar, so there is nothing for you to do. I have only one requirement from you. If one day you can reach the Emperor realm, avenge your master. When she spoke of revenge, a hint of very human hatred flashed in the eyes of the female silver guard. Clearly, this hatred that began countless years ago had continued to this day. Jiang Zhiyu fell silent, seemingly weighing the feasibility of this matter. The two silver guards also did not speak, quietly waiting for Jiang Zhiyu to make a decision. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Zhiyu turned around and bowed once more to the statue of the Hunyuan Emperor. Master, I bow to you. With sincere feelings in this bow, Jiang Zhiyu bit her right index and middle fingers after rising. Here, I swear with my blood, if one day I have the ability to avenge you, master, I will not fail you and will do my utmost. As Jiang Zhiyu finished speaking, a drop of her blood suddenly rose from her finger, only to vanish in an instant. Bai Changsheng felt a sense of connection with Jiang Zhiyu as the blood disappeared, vaguely sensing something intertwining around her. His strength was too weak to clearly feel this, but as his power increased, this sensation would become more real. So this world really has the power of oaths? Bai Changsheng pondered. Then, he saw the two silver guards move. Without any hesitation, they both knelt on one knee before Jiang Zhiyu. The master has passed away, the soul has perished, and there are no successors left in this world. Today, you become the master's disciple, and you also become the new master of us and the stupid pillar. Besides that, the entire hall and all the items within will be handed over to you. If Bai Changsheng was still very dissatisfied with the way the two silver guards accepted a disciple just moments ago, upon hearing these words, his resentment instantly vanished. He even felt a joy beyond expectation. Although he didn't know what was in the hall, the Hunyuan Emperor was at least an existence of the Emperor realm. Anything that slipped through his fingers would be enough for him and Jiang Zhiyu to eat until full. Let alone with these two silver guards. Two silver guards that an Emperor realm existence was unwilling to part with, what more could he say? Just the strength of the silver guardians at the Wuho level is worth far more than mere objects. His name is Stupid Pillar, what is your name? Looking at the two silver guards kneeling before her, Jiang Zhiyu spoke up and asked. In response to my master, my name is Gentle. The female silver guard, Shinro, spoke up. Her eyes still lowered. This name was given to me by your master. Perhaps it was because she really liked the name and couldn't bear to change it, that she said this. However, Jiang Zhiyu didn't have any intention of forcing anyone to change their name, and after nodding, she said, You don't have to call me master, just call me Jiang Zhiyu or Zhiyu. Also, besides the two of you, is there anything else in this great hall? Finally, she asked the key question. Bai Changsheng also looked sharply at Wenru and Xiazhu. But the next moment, an awkward expression appeared on the faces of the two. When the master fell so suddenly, only some miscellaneous items and spirit stones were left in the great hall. But the spirit stones have long been consumed over these nearly 10,000 years, and other things, like spirit herb seeds, have lost their vitality. So, besides you two, only those puppet dolls are left? Bai Changsheng interjected, and Wenru could only nod, yes. After all this, it turned out that there was nothing in this great hall, which had made Bai excited for nothing. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, but looking at the awkward expressions of the two, Bai Changsheng couldn't say anything more. Well, at least getting two secret silver guards with warrior-level strength was still a gain, wasn't it? At least for the time being, Bai Changsheng really didn't have the qualifications to look down on them. Hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu also pressed her lips together, but she didn't feel any disappointment. Her mindset was much steadier than Bai Changsheng's, accepting what comes with fate. We have been here for quite some time, and we need to leave before the entrance to the secret realm closes.
What about you? Do you want to leave with us or stay here?
Hearing this, Wenru and Shazhu quickly responded, of course we want to leave with our master.
But before leaving, there is one thing that needs the master's decision. The few people who came in with you, do we need to let them go?
Wenru's words made Jiang Zhiyu, who had originally lifted her foot, pause, turning to look at Bai Changsheng.
I know the kind of people they are. In fact, it won't be long before they start doing some wrongful deeds influenced by Wang Meng. Moreover, they might even betray the country's interests.
In fact, Jiang Zhiyu had already made a decision long ago. Her words were also meant for Bai Changsheng to hear. Seeing Bai Changsheng nod, Jiang Zhiyu no longer said much, turning to Shazhu and then lightly uttering a single word. Kill.
Chapter 105, I'm just a farmer.
In a somewhat dim bronze room, Duan Hongtao looked at the bronze pillar in front of him that still stood unmoving, feeling completely defeated inside. After all, he was a student from Magic City Wu University, a top-level genius in his entire sophomore class. But now he couldn't even cut through a bronze pillar. After more than a day, he tried 3 times, each time giving it his all, yet the result was the same every time. Not to mention cutting this bronze pillar, even the rust on the pillar had barely fallen off. Clearly, he was still far from being able to cut this bronze pillar. He wasn't foolish and knew that since someone could set this rule, there must be someone capable of doing this. But precisely because of this, he felt even more frustrated. Others could do it, but he couldn't, and there was such a big gap.
Did he really have to be trapped here forever?
He had tried to swing his sword to break through the walls around him, but it was clear the walls weren't much weaker than the pillar. A swing of the sword left only a spark but no other mark. Clearly, trying to break through the bronze walls to escape was also unrealistic. The only good news now was that before entering, he had brought plenty of water and food. Even at this moment, his storage rings still held all their gains after entering the secret realm. With these, he thought it was not a problem to survive for a while in this hidden room. And his teacher was just outside the secret realm, and soon, there would be official personnel entering the realm in great numbers to extensively collect spirit herbs. Once time passed, if he hadn't come out yet, his teacher would definitely send someone from the official side to rescue him. At that time, even if the ancient relics were hidden no matter how well, they would certainly be discovered, and he would naturally be saved. So even though he had already used up all 3 chances, Duan Hongtao wasn't anxious at all. But just then, a silver figure burst through the wall, making Duan Hongtao instantly alert. Before the figure could speak, Duan Hongtao took the lead and said, I warn you, my master is the Dean of Magic Capital University, and our celestial empire has countless martial kings, martial emperors, and even imperial beings in place.
If you dare to kill me, they will definitely not let you go.
If it were someone else, they might indeed be intimidated by Duan Hongtao's words, but he was facing Shizhuzu, a silly guardian made of secret silver who only followed orders.
I'm just a farmer, why are you threatening me?
Shizhuzu scratched his head, looking rather foolish. Seeing him like this, Duan Hongtao relaxed a bit, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Shizhuzu move.
Crack! After a crisp sound, Duan Hongtao saw his own back. But why was he seeing his own back? This question was something Duan Hongtao would probably never understand.
I'm just a farmer, I can tell, you're quite suitable to be fertilizer. Shizhuzu scratched his head again, lifting one of Duan Hongtao's legs with one hand, and walked towards the bronze wall. From the time Shizhuzu left to when he returned, it took only 10 minutes, but seeing him all muddy, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but curiously ask, what did you do? Why are you covered in dirt? Hee, I went to fertilize the flowers and grass outside.
Fertilizing flowers and grass? They were already about to leave, and he still had time to fertilize? Wait, hold on.
Bai Changsheng suddenly thought of something, looking at the naive-looking Shizhuzu, and suddenly felt that this guy didn't seem as foolish as he looked on the surface. However, Shizhuzu didn't elaborate much, instead he walked up to Jiang Zhiyu with something in hand, then opened his palm, revealing 4 storage rings lying quietly in his palm. I pried these off those 4 people.
Jiang Zhiyu didn't speak, just nodded and took the rings, then began to inspect them one by one.
Storage rings need to be attuned to a master, but once the master dies, these rings clearly become ownerless. They emptied the contents inside. Aside from some essential food and water for survival, the rest were all valuable items. Bai Changsheng immediately spotted the neatly piled red Nanmo boxes and those porcelain bottles specifically for storing pills.
After a simple count, he got a rough estimate.
These spirit herbs together are worth just over 100 million, especially since there are 3 soul-refining herbs inside. As for these pills, they aren't worth much, but they are essential for cultivation. Jiang Zhiyu opened a bottle and saw it contained bare blood pills. He casually poured out 2 and gave them to Bai Changsheng. The bear blood pills entered his mouth, and the system's prompt sound followed. However, Bai Changsheng smacked his lips, feeling that the bear blood pills were no longer satisfying his appetite. Having stayed with Dean Shen for a while and eating too many tiger blood pills had spoiled his appetite, not to mention the bear blood pills now really seemed a bit lacking. After his strength had risen to beast general, one bear blood pill only provided around 15 or 16 points of vitality. The evolution points are pitifully few. At this rate, when will I be able to gather 1,000 evolution points? By the way, speaking of pills, although the pills your master personally refined have long lost their effect, there are a few recipes left. If you need them, I can copy them down for you after we go out. Wen Rou cast a gentle glance at the porcelain vials containing the pills and suddenly spoke up. Recipes? Upon hearing this, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu both turned their heads toward Wen Rou. Perhaps feeling a bit guilty for not leaving any inheritance for Jiang Zhiyu, Wen Rou made this suggestion. However, to be fair, recipes are far more valuable than pills. One provides fish, while the other teaches fishing. They are completely incomparable. But the premise is that these recipes haven't been discovered by those pharmaceutical companies and patented, otherwise, no matter how good the recipe is, it's in vain. Jiang Zhiyu didn't pay too much attention to this matter, simply responding with an and then spoke again. You two don't fit to go out so conspicuously. If possible, I'd like you to stay in the spirit packing bag for a while. Also, summon back those puppet dolls to avoid any more conflicts with others. Once the students come out of the secret realm, the officials will enter the secret realm for a thorough search. In this situation, if the puppet dolls continue their previous antics, it will only bring unnecessary losses to both sides and expose the existence of this great hall. Wen Rou and Xiazhu had no doubts at all, and after Jiang Zhiyu finished speaking, they both placed a hand on their chests. We obey the owner's command. Seeing the two like this, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Forget about anything else, these two secret silver guards could now be used as a trump card. If they faced a strong enemy they couldn't defeat, throwing out two secret silver guards would create an unimaginable beautiful scene. Chapter 106, Returning with Abundance. Outside the secret realm, most schools had already begun to withdraw one after another. Since yesterday, most students had come out, those who remained were basically dead at the mouths of the alien beasts, and there were teammates bringing back news. As for the exact situation, only they knew. However, this number is not large. Confirmed dead, there were only 3. At this moment, the only ones still choosing to stay were Shuemu and Mo Duwude. Shuemu was still missing Jiang Zhiyu, as the most valued student of Dean Shen. How could Dean Shen leave without Jiang Zhiyu? So, the other students of Shuemu were also forced to remain stationed here. As for Mo Duwude, there had not been a single student appearing from the start. Whether they were alive or dead, there was not even a word of news. At first, Wang Meng was quite calm because he had specifically instructed his 10 students to act together before they set off. With the strength and vitality of these 10, as long as there were no high-tier beasts appearing in the secret realm, they would be able to fight. But high-tier beasts? Is that even possible? Knowing that his students wouldn't be in danger in the secret realm, Wang Meng even specifically tasked them. Find Jiang Zhiyu in the secret realm and eliminate her directly. It was precisely because of this that Wang Meng had remained calm, especially seeing Dean Xian so anxious he couldn't sit still, glancing toward the entrance of the secret realm from time to time, making him feel a sense of pride. However, gradually, as other school students had already come out, only Jiang Zhiyu and the 10 from Mo Duwude had not emerged. Wang Meng began to panic. He knew why Jiang Zhiyu hadn't come out, but what about those 10 students? It had already been an entire night since the Mo students had evacuated, and by the next morning, no one has come out of the secret realm anymore. At this moment, Wang Meng was genuinely panicked. Time was running out, and if they really waited for the officials to take over, even if they had gained a lot, they wouldn't be able to keep it. No, you little brats, hurry up and come out. Wang Meng could no longer sit still, glancing at his wristband now and then, confirming how much time was left before the officials took over. On the other side, Dean Shen furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing in front of him. You two, tell me again what happened that night. Xian Shuang felt helpless. They had already been asked the same question 3 times by Dean Xian. But with their little courage, they didn't dare to contradict Dean Xian, and since Jiang Zhiyu hadn't come out, they were also anxious and could only repeat themselves, hoping Dean Xian could think of a way to bring Jiang Zhiyu back. You two are really something. The secret realm is filled with dangers, and no one can guarantee what risks they might face. How could you let Zhiyu go alone with that puppet? To be fair, Dean Xian's anger was somewhat unreasonable. Jiang Zhiyu insisted on going, how could they stop her? However, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing knew they were in the wrong. A better way would naturally have been for them to go together with Jiang Zhiyu, so if any danger arose, they could look out for each other. But now, it was too late to say these things. Rather than think about this, it was better to think about how to find Jiang Zhiyu first, so they had to determine her safety. Seeing the two of them silent, Dean Xian furrowed his brows even tighter, but in the end, it merely turned into a long sigh. If it really didn't work out, he would have to go find the officials. Even if it meant owing some favors, he had to bring Jiang Zhiyu back first. On the other side, Wang Meng was thinking exactly the same thing. Both of them stepped out of their tents at the same time, and then, without a word, headed towards the military green tent. However, upon seeing each other, they snorted coldly and began to walk back. But just then, a sound came from the secret realm entrance, instantly capturing both of their attention. They saw the light in the circle wavering slightly, as if something was about to come out from inside. Both of them were startled, stepping forward, and suddenly, they were at the mouth of the secret realm. Including everyone in the distant tents, upon hearing the noise, they all came out, looking towards the entrance of the secret realm. But under everyone's watchful eyes, a wolf dog over 2 meters tall jumped out from inside. It had a long wound on its body, seeming to be severely injured by some sharp object, blood still gushing out. After leaping out, upon seeing so many people gathered at the entrance, this creature was also startled, but before it could growl, Din Shen delivered a slap directly. With a crisp sound, the wolf dog was slapped over 10 meters away, collapsing on the ground, spitting blood, clearly unable to survive. In such a situation, anyone could see that Din Shen was extremely angry in that moment. This wolf dog was purely a victim of misfortune. After the slap, Din Shen no longer hesitated, turning around to walk back to the military green tent. Jiang Zhiyu was still inside. At this moment, he couldn't care less about face or favors. Bringing Jiang Zhiyu back was the most important thing. However, just as he turned around and hadn't walked 2 steps, he heard a student shout. "Dean, something else is coming out." "Whom?" "It should be a pack of wolves." Although he guessed the answer in his heart, Din Shen still turned back, just in case, right? In the next moment, a girl in black armor, wielding a metal spear, leaped out from the secret realm entrance, landing gracefully, the spear tip stained with fresh blood, clearly having just engaged in battle. Looking at the girl who stood firm, Din Shen felt as if a huge stone had fallen to the ground, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of overwhelming joy surged inside him. "She's back. She really is back. Where have you been, girl?" As soon as he spoke, it was clear that Din Shen was getting old. Jiang Zhiyu naturally heard the deep concern in Din Shen's words, but because of that, she suddenly felt unsure how to respond. In her view, it was best not to discuss the matters within the secret realm, although there was nothing left in that great hall. "Xiao Bai said he was hungry, so I thought I'd find him something to eat." The white long-lived being in the spirit pouch froze at this statement. "Huh? Me?" Turning to look at the silly pillar and the gentle one, wanting to find someone to talk about the huge burden she was carrying for them, but one was only scratching his head and grinning foolishly while the other had drooping brows, Jiang Zhiyu smiled wryly as she silently took on this burden herself. "It's fine, it doesn't matter, it's just good that you're back, just good that you're back, huh?" Jiang Zhiyu's excuse was clumsy, but Din Shen did not mind these trivialities. What mattered was that Jiang Zhiyu had returned. "Everyone, pack your things, we're setting off back," Din Shen called out, and the students standing in front of the tent erupted in cheers. Who wouldn't want to go back to a soft, cozy bed rather than stay in this place? But just then, an untimely voice rang out. "Wait. Jiang Zhiyu, where are my students?" Chapter 107, Hurry up and get lost, don't force me to slap you. Wang Meng's sudden shout made everyone stop in their tracks. Turning around, they saw Wang Meng's face twisted with anger, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. But thinking about it, he had sent his students to find Jiang Zhiyu, wanting to eliminate her in the secret realm. Now that Jiang Zhiyu had come back safe and sound, his students had disappeared, and it was obvious that it was closely related to Jiang Zhiyu. He led those 10 people out, and if he couldn't bring them all back, he would surely face harsh criticism from the school. Especially from the other 2 deans at the school. How could they possibly let such a good opportunity slip away? It was one thing for students to sacrifice themselves in the wasteland, or for the dangers within the secret realm to cause casualties similar to those at Magic City Martial University, but it was unacceptable that the total casualties from other schools did not surpass those of Magic City Martial University. How to report this? How to explain this? Because of this, Wang Meng lost control of his emotions and began to question loudly in front of Din Shen. But clearly, he underestimated Din Shen's protective nature. "If your students are missing, go find them yourself. Why ask my student?" Din Shen took a step forward, blocking the way between Jiang Zhiyu and Wang Meng, frowning slightly as he continued, "Get lost. I'm in a good mood right now, don't mess with me." Under normal circumstances, Wang Meng might have indeed gritted his teeth and endured it, but this matter was beyond whether he would endure or not. If there was no explanation, even if he passed Din Shen's threshold, he would still face issues with the school. Especially since there were official people stationed here, they would absolutely not allow Din Shen to act recklessly. At the thought of this, Wang Meng also stepped forward. "If you don't give me an explanation today, no one can leave." Wait, when did Wang Meng become so bold? Din Shen wondered in his heart, but his hands did not hesitate at all. He patted the spirit pouch hanging at his waist and summoned the ink jade beast directly. The moment the towering ink jade beast appeared, it completely filled the open space in front of the secret realm entrance, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped everyone's hearts.
Do you really think that because there are official people here, I won't dare to deal with you? Hurry up and get lost, don't force me to slap you. Dean Qian's attitude was unyielding. Shocked everyone present.
To scold once is to protect your own, but to scold continuously.
It's just a question, why set up to fight like this?
Especially with 3 students from the Beast Taming Academy present, they had never known that Dean Qian was so protective. Dean Qian naturally knew that his actions were a bit excessive, but he still went ahead. With his experience, when Wang Meng spoke the first word, he already had some guesses in his heart. Jiang Zhiyu came out so late, all the students from Magic City Martial University had disappeared, and combined with Wang Meng's current attitude, all signs pointed to a possibility. Although this possibility was slim, and even he thought it was somewhat ridiculous, even the slightest hint, he had to extinguish it before Wang Meng turned against Jiang Zhiyu. That's why this scene was happening at this moment. One insisted on questioning, the other insisted on blocking, showing clear signs that they might fight at any moment. Just then, a voice rang out, making both of them pause.
What are you two trying to do? Are you about to fight here?
The speaker's voice was old but full of strength, and with just one sound, the originally aggressive Dean Qian and Wang Meng calmed down. They had to calm down. The person before them had more qualifications than the current Dean of the Water and Wood Academy, and his martial emperor level strength was beyond what anyone present could compare to. Having fought for a lifetime, his achievements were even greater than those of some imperial level beings. At the same time, this person was one of the founders of martial arts in the Celestial Empire, and everyone present could count as his disciples.
A Dean of the Water and Wood Academy, a Dean of the Magic City Martial University, and you both behave like this in front of the students? You really are living in the past.
The old man snorted lightly, and Wang Meng's momentum weakened by a third.
However, Dean Qian actively came forward and pointed at Wang Meng.
Old Liang, this is not my problem. It's this guy, when he saw my student coming out, he wouldn't stop asking where his student had gone. Tell me, where did his student go that it concerns my student? Old Liang was silent, only turning to look at Wang Meng. Old Liang, all the students who entered have come out, and the only ones missing are from Magic City Martial University, yet this girl was the last to come out.
I just asked, is that a problem?
Yet he stopped me from asking another question, if he's not guilty, who would believe that? Dean Qian was about to speak but was stopped by Jiang Zhiyu. She knew Dean Qian was protecting her, but it was clear that in this situation, Dean Qian was no longer suitable to take the lead. After cupping her hands in salute to old Liang, Jiang Zhiyu looked at Wang Meng.
Since Dean Wang asked, I will honestly say.
I indeed encountered students from Magic City Martial University in this secret realm.
As soon as Jiang Zhiyu spoke, everyone was shocked, especially Wang Meng.
He had considered that Jiang Zhiyu might deny it, or remain silent, but he never expected her to admit it. And admitting it meant that this matter was related to Jiang Zhiyu, which meant that even if Qian wanted to intervene, he couldn't say a word now. Hearing this, Dean Qian became anxious. He couldn't understand why Jiang Zhiyu, who normally was quite clear-headed, would act foolishly at such a crucial moment.
Old Liang.
Dean Qian was about to speak up to defend Jiang Zhiyu, but he saw old Liang raise his hand, signaling Jiang Zhiyu to continue.
And I encountered not 1 or 2, but a full 10.
Upon meeting, these 10 students from Magic City Martial University rushed towards me. I sensed something was off, so I hid in the secret realm for 2 days before daring to come out just now.
Since Dean Wang asked me a question, I will also ask Dean Wang a question.
These 10 students from Magic City Martial University charged at me at the same time.
What does it mean? As soon as Jiang Zhiyu said this, Wang Meng was instantly speechless.
He naturally knew that the 10 people rushed over at the same time for a reason, and everyone else had guessed it too. Especially since Jiang Zhiyu had just made an enemy with the people from Devil City Martial University before entering the secret realm. Wang Meng opened his mouth, wanting to say something like they might be asking for directions to brush this matter aside, but clearly, he himself didn't believe such words.
And old Qian immediately snorted coldly, good.
Good. If it weren't for this girl mentioning it, I wouldn't have known you had such plans. I tell you, Wang Meng, this matter isn't over. Seeing old Qian about to start again, old Liang helplessly shook his head, stepped forward, and expanded his spiritual sense, directly penetrating the entrance of the secret realm. But just 6 or 7 seconds later, old Liang withdrew his spiritual sense, and his whole person appeared much more wilted. Forcefully resisting the world's rules to conduct a long search in the secret realm affected even a martial emperor tremendously.
Old Liang.
Wang Meng spoke up, but saw old Liang shaking his head. There are only 7 corpses in the secret realm, 3 of which had fatal injuries caused by beast attacks. As for the other 4, they all died from a sudden break of the neck. The attacker was swift and decisive, far stronger than the students. It wasn't this girl who did it. This matter ends here. How you make a scene when you go back is none of my concern, but for now.
Get the hell out of here, cough, cough. Chapter 108, The First Emperor Touches the Wire, One Big. This matter was doomed from the start to have no result. It was originally a matter with no evidence, merely passing the buck, hoping to shift the responsibility onto each other. For Wang Meng, if he could make Jiang Zhiyu, or even Xue Mu, take the blame, he could certainly reduce a lot of pressure in an instant. But all of this was put to an end when old Liang said this matter ends here. The underlying meaning of this statement was to give each a 50-50 share of responsibility, telling them to clean their own doorstep when they go back. With old Liang's strength and status, once he said this, no one dared to voice any rebellious words. However, one thing puzzled Wang Meng extremely. He could almost confirm that the deaths of his students were closely related to Jiang Zhiyu, yet old Liang insisted that the students died from a sudden break of the neck. These 2 points were clearly conflicting, and as for the final outcome, it might only become clear when officials bring out the corpses of those students. At that time, he would invite professional corpse handlers to perform an autopsy. No matter the result, he would have an explanation. So, Wang Meng stayed behind, determined to see the corpses, while Ding Xian led a group of Xue Mu students on their way home. This journey, overlooking that Jiang Zhiyu's outing was a bit late, was overall extremely smooth. The key was that the harvest was immense. The total value of all the spiritual herbs collected by the students exceeded 800 million. The quantity of high-level spiritual herbs alone was enough to ensure that this trip was a resounding success. Although they had to give 1/10 to the students, this was what they deserved, and Ding Xian wasn't greedy about this small amount. Of course, none of this was important. What mattered was that he obtained what he needed, 10 soul-refining herbs. Among them were 5 brought by Jiang Zhiyu, and the other 2 teams collected 5 together. With these soul-refining herbs, he could initiate the bloodline upgrade for the MOU Swan and I. Heaven knows how desperately Ding Xian, who had been stuck at this step for decades, longed for this moment. Thinking about it, Jiang Zhiyu took out the 3 soul-refining herbs she had obtained from Duan Hongtao and others. These 3 soul-refining herbs should help the teacher increase the chance a bit. At this moment, there was no one around. The entire carriage had only Jiang Zhiyu and Ding Xian. When Ding Xian saw these 3 soul-refining herbs, it was as if he had guessed something. After glancing at Jiang Zhiyu, he showed no politeness and directly accepted it. 10 soul-refining herbs are already enough to refine the restoration pill, which will raise the bloodline of the Ink Jade Qilin by 1 level. Adding 3 more will not make any fundamental difference. However, I can help you refine these 3 soul-refining herbs as well. By the time the pill is ready, although the effect won't help the Beast King level beast's bloodline, it can still benefit your white-scaled snake. Jiang Zhiyu pursed her lips upon hearing this. These 3 soul-refining herbs were, in fact, bait that she offered. Ding Xian had protected her in the past, and she had to pay him back. These 3 soul-refining herbs were the perfect gift, also a way to test Ding Xian's attitude. If Ding Xian accepted, then when Wang Meng targeted her in the future, she could rightfully ask Ding Xian to stop him. Moreover, given Ding Xian's cunning, he must have already guessed that something had occurred in the secret realm. Although she could keep 100 million of these spiritual herbs, how to turn them into money was a big problem. With 100 million, if one put in a little effort, Ding Xian's influence could easily find out. So rather than saying that these 3 soul-refining herbs were to thank Ding Xian for his previous protection, it was more like a hush money. But Jiang Zhiyu had truly not expected Ding Xian to refuse so simply, even turning around to offer to help her refine pills. Jiang Zhiyu said nothing, and Ding Xian also showed no intention of speaking. The carriage fell into a momentary silence, only the faint sound of wind rushing by as they sped along. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath and then spoke. Teacher, actually I have quite a few spiritual herbs in my storage ring. Adding these 3 soul-refining herbs, the total value is around 100 million. As for the source. Just as Jiang Zhiyu was about to explain the origin of these spiritual herbs, she was interrupted by Ding Xian. Everyone has their own opportunities, you don't need to explain everything to me. The portion of spiritual herbs you collected from the secret realm, I've already received. As for the rest. Ding Xian paused and then asked, you didn't personally pick them yourself, did you? Personal picking? What does it matter if I picked it myself? After thinking, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. The spiritual herbs were picked by Duan Hongtao and the others, and the storage ring was dug out by Sha Zhu. Strictly speaking, she simply took a storage ring full of herbs from Sha Zhu. Since you didn't personally pick them, they belong to the opportunity you fought for. Just keep them with peace of mind, and don't think too much about the others. In fact, if you have no channels, I can help you contact someone to sell these spiritual herbs. This matter can still be solved this way? The Bai Changsheng in the spirit bag was left dumbfounded. If this were to be heard by Principal Xue Mu, he would probably have to discuss it thoroughly with him, right? However, this was also good. Ding Xian would not speak without reason, and him saying that Jiang Zhiyu could keep these spiritual herbs clearly meant there was no problem. As such, with this 100 million worth of spiritual herbs, plus what she earned from collecting with Xin Shuang before, Jiang Zhiyu's total haul would directly reach around 120 million.
In addition, there were 2 unknown value Martial Marquis level Dark Silver Guards. This was the most important, with value far beyond this 100 million.
The term abundant could hardly describe Jiang Zhiyu's gains in this trip. This was purely the first emperor touching wires, winning so much. Jiang Zhiyu politely declined Ding Qian's offer to help again, and Ding Qian did not say anything further.
However, just as Jiang Zhiyu was about to turn and leave, he called out to her again. Zhiyu, I know you are mature and quite meticulous in your thoughts, but the teacher still has something to tell you. I'm not sure what you have experienced before, but why is there such strong vigilance and defensiveness? But in the future, you don't have to be on guard all the time here with the teacher. Jiang Zhiyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. It was obvious that Ding Qian had seen through her previous thoughts. However, Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything to defend herself, she just deeply bowed to Ding Qian and then turned to leave. When the train arrived at the station, everyone returned to school. Although the school did not explicitly forbid this trip, everyone chose to remain silent. After all, they understood the principle of making quiet wealth. The profits from collecting those spiritual herbs also arrived the day after they returned. Aside from the beast materials earnings, a total of 16.65 million came in, even more than Bai Changsheng had expected. It was clear that Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing really did not want the profits from those 5 soul refining herbs. This part all belonged to Jiang Zhiyu. What a wonderful person, it's just a pity their talent is a bit lacking. Bai Changsheng mumbled while chewing on the tiger blood pill, madly absorbing vitality points and evolution points, and he also sighed. With money now, Bai Changsheng never ran out of resources, taking 1 tiger blood pill every day, and occasionally visiting his good big brother for a couple of days, catching the autumn wind. His surplus evolution points increased significantly every day. He was just waiting for that moment to reach 1,000, and then he could upgrade the digestion enhancement again.
Chapter 109, Level 8 Digestion Enhancement, Restoration Pill.
For 3 consecutive days, Bai Changsheng's vitality points remained steady at around 100 each day, but his evolution points soared at an extremely exaggerated speed. Even though the cost was that nearly 2/3 of the effects of the tiger blood pill were wasted, Bai Changsheng felt no pain at all. Today's waste is for a better tomorrow.
Sure enough, the system notification sounded.
Congratulations to the host for devouring the tiger blood pill, gaining 274 vitality points and 241 evolution points. Watching the evolution points cross the 1,000 mark, Bai Changsheng did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to upgrade the digestion enhancement. 1,000 evolution points deducted, digestion enhancement branch upgraded to level 8. Required evolution points for further upgrade, 3,000, vitality points, 100000. Digestion enhancement LV8, deeply develop your digestive abilities while also storing a certain amount of vitality.
Current capacity limit, 1,000/5,000.
As a series of system notifications fell, Bai Changsheng only felt a cool sensation wrap around his stomach, and the faint bloated feeling after swallowing the tiger blood pill disappeared.
Is this what level 8 digestion enhancement feels like? It's indeed outrageous.
Although he didn't yet know how much vitality he could absorb daily with level 8 digestion enhancement, just the 5,000 point capacity limit was enough for Bai Changsheng to eat to his heart's content, without worrying about being overstuffed by anything that might cause too much vitality. The only problem is, like at level 7, level 8 digestion enhancement also has a vitality level restriction. A requirement of 100,000 vitality points meant that he'd have to elevate his own strength to Lord level if he wanted to improve the digestion enhancement. No, he had to go find his big brother and collect some snacks. Just then, Jiang Zhiyu, who was in a state of training, received a message from Ding Qian. The restoration pill has been refined, bring Xiaobai over.
Half an hour later, Jiang Zhiyu knocked on Ding Qian's office door.
Upon pushing the door open, she saw Ding Qian sitting in front of his desk, lost in thought, while 2 golden pills, one large and one small, lay before him, both wrapped in silk boxes. Just by looking, it was clear they were not ordinary items. Teacher! Jiang Zhiyu softly called out, and only then did Ding Qian turn to look at her.
You're here? It's hard to get this, I got a little sentimental for a moment.
A matter that had weighed on his heart for decades suddenly became so smooth, and it was no wonder Ding Qian would be lost in thought.
This is for the beginner.
Ding Qian pushed the noticeably smaller golden pill towards Jiang Zhiyu.
Just swallow it directly in the training room. If there's any issue, I can intervene at any time. Ding Qian's office was specifically equipped with a training room, although he rarely used it. The body of the Ink Jade Swanee was simply too large to unfold within the office building. If it did, the entire building might collapse.
For him, the martial arts of blood and qi were just a supplement, not necessary to practice constantly. Needless to say, the training room equipped for someone at the dean level was luxurious. Not only was the alloy used in the forging facility higher grade than the Class A training room, but the spirit gathering effect was subtly superior. Bai Changsheng was summoned by Jiang Zhiyu, and his massive form immediately occupied nearly a third of the training room.
He nodded towards Ding Qian and greeted him. Ding Qian also smiled at Bai Changsheng. Little one, this yuan supplementing pill is no easy thing to make. Let me see how far your potential can go. Bai Changsheng naturally understood the rarity of the Yuan supplementing pill, and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation deep in his heart. After swallowing the dragon blood jade essence earlier, his dragon blood had reached level 3. To raise it another level would require a full 10,000 evolution points. Such an outrageous amount, if nothing unusual happens, would probably only be gathered when Bai Changsheng's blood and chi value is about to reach the Lord threshold. But clearly, this evolution point had to be spent. Not to mention, just the words Beast King potential, Bai Changsheng had to make sure to gather these 10,000 evolution points. After all, his big brother, the Ink Jade Swanee, was still only at level 4 dragon blood. And now, Ding Xian had paved the way for him, with the weakened version of the Yuan supplementing pill held in Jiang Zhiyu's hand, and it would be a lie to say Bai Changsheng wasn't moved. To be honest, he was also quite eager to see the effect of level 4 dragon blood. With the dragon blood concentration reaching level 4, the dragon form will become more pronounced. At the same time, depending on his attributes, a talent ability will awaken. Ding Xian spoke, looking at Bai Changsheng with a hint of expectation. I wonder what talent ability this little one will awaken. Talent abilities as an unexpected gain? Bai Changsheng was also moved by the words, recalling that Principal Shuemu had mentioned it once before. Alright, feed the Yuan supplementing pill to Xiao Bai. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu no longer hesitated, and with her right hand, she picked up the quail egg-sized Yuan supplementing pill and placed it into Bai Changsheng's mouth. The system prompt sound followed immediately. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Yuan supplementing pill, gaining 514 blood and chi points, gaining 1147 evolution points. The Yuan supplementing pill melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a scorching hot flow, even carrying a burning, pungent odor. The soul-forging herb not only forges the soul but also burns the blood, and with the Yuan supplementing pill made from it, this effect becomes even more apparent when other spiritual herbs fully activate its medicinal properties. And this burning sensation intensified after entering Bai Changsheng's stomach, beginning to spread throughout his body. Moreover, Bai Changsheng's previously cool blood seemed as if it were being boiled, and his white snake scales unexpectedly began to show a bright red hue. With every breath, it felt as though a bellows was being pulled, hoarse and deep. Teacher, is there something wrong with Xiao Bai? Jiang Zhiyu was indeed lacking in knowledge of beast control. This was perhaps her only shortcoming. But fortunately, there was someone nearby who had been immersed in this field for decades, so Jiang Zhiyu naturally didn't hesitate to ask. The Yuan supplementing pill is indeed a heaven-defying item. Forcibly enhancing the bloodline of extraordinary beasts is not easy. The body and soul will be burned from the inside out, purging impurities. Wait for it, this situation will last at least 2 hours. And as Ding Xian's voice fell, Bai Changsheng only felt the burning sensation rise another level. This time, he felt as if his soul was being roasted in fire. Damn. These 2 words were what Bai Changsheng gritted his teeth to say. This feeling was different from normal pain. It wasn't very painful, but the extreme heat distorted his consciousness. It was like a wire being twisted and straightened wildly, ready to snap at any moment. But if he could endure, both his soul and body strength would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 110, Level 4 Dragon Blood, New Branch, Heavenly Fire. Half an hour, 1.5 hours. Bai Changsheng dared not think about how he managed to endure this over an hour. The heart-wrenching sounds never ceased. There was no other reason, the feeling of being burned like fire was too tormenting. If it were real fire, it would be fine, at worst, he would just cook for a while. But what was burning him now was not real flames. It was as if he had fallen into a vat of oil and then waded through lava, yet returned unscathed. Bai Changsheng had to hold on mentally, not allowing himself to faint, so as not to lose the full effect of the recovery pill. Amid such turmoil, even the Ink Jade Demon Dragon, who had stayed in Ding Xian's spirit bag, transformed into human form and came out. Looking at his struggling and writhing younger brother, worry filled the Ink Jade Demon Dragon's eyes. However, seeing that Jiang Zhiyu and Ding Xian were silent, it could only forcibly suppress itself and not speak to comfort Bai Changsheng. Of course, even if it did say something, Bai Changsheng was in no state to hear it. At this moment, he only felt as if his brain was about to split open. The 2 dragon horns on his head, once only rough in appearance, now seemed to be stimulated and were growing wildly. Even his spine felt tingly, as though countless ants were biting him. What this scene meant to Ding Xian and Jiang Zhiyu was different. The dragon horns are fully revealed, dragon tendons taking shape. The entire bloodline advancement has completed about 70 to 80%. As long as nothing goes wrong at the final moment, the bloodline advancement will be complete. If he can have level 4 dragon blood, this little guy's body, soul, and mental strength will have a qualitative leap. If he can again comprehend an attacking talent ability, it's likely that this little guy's future achievements won't be any less than mine, the Ink Jade Demon Dragon. Jiang Zhiyu pursed her lips, her eyes mixed with joy and worry. She was intertwined with Bai Changsheng's soul, and vaguely, she could sense the kind of pain he was enduring. But Jiang Zhiyu knew well that in order to grow, some things had to be endured.
So, despite her worries, she had no intention of interrupting the bloodline advancement. This state continued for nearly half an hour more. Until then, everyone had gotten used to Bai Changsheng's howls, and the pain he felt was gradually diminishing. Until the system's notification sound rang out, this feeling quickly receded like a tide.
Congratulations to the host, Dragon Blood level has risen, current level LV4.
Points required for next upgrade, 30,000. Dragon Blood LV4, you have officially embarked on the path to transformation into a dragon, possessing the bloodline of a dragon. Future achievements will definitely be extraordinary.
Congratulations to the host, hidden evolution tree unlocked, Heavenly Fire.
Heavenly Fire, gain the ability to control flames, attack strength increases with the host's mental strength and evolution tree level. Points required for next upgrade of Heavenly Fire, 1000. Congratulations to the host, species has changed, current species, White Scale Dragon. Listening to the system's notification sound, Bai Changsheng felt a sense of bittersweet reward. Such a massive enhancement could only mean that the torment of these 2 hours was not in vain. The Dragon Blood level had risen. A new branch of evolution has been unlocked. Even the race that had never changed now has a new name. Although it still sounds strange, it is better than the white scale snake by a lot. In addition to these direct improvements indicated by the system, Bai Changsheng can clearly feel that after the effects of the dragon blood, his body strength and soul strength have increased by at least 50%. Even if there is no change in vitality points, with the same vitality points, he can unleash much stronger attacks. And there is the enhancement of the soul, which is even more direct. As the soul strength increases, Bai Changsheng's mental power also experienced a surge. At this moment, his mental strength, although not as exaggerated as Jiang Zhiyu's, has already touched the threshold of a lord level. Perhaps soon, his mental power will be able to upgrade itself, who knows? An even more obvious manifestation is that Bai Changsheng can now easily unleash around 10 bolts of lightning without worrying about his mental power draining.
Refreshing! Bai Changsheng couldn't help but shout out. As soon as he did, the 2 people in the training room along with Mou Swanli knew that Bai Changsheng's bloodline upgrade had finished.
Little Bai, how do you feel?
Jiang Zhiyu spoke, locking eyes with Bai Changsheng.
Although one could tell from Bai Changsheng's current appearance that the bloodline upgrade must have been successful, it was still necessary to hear him say it himself.
The bloodline upgrade has been successful, and both my body and soul strength have increased a lot. As for the talent abilities,
Bai Changsheng only needed to think, and a group of golden red flames suddenly appeared beside him. The flames appeared out of nowhere, and in that instant, the temperature in the entire training room sharply increased. This scene made both Jiang Zhiyu and Ding Xian realize what talent ability he had awakened. Although it was not an extremely rare special ability, among the 5 elemental energies, metal and fire are the most aggressive, especially this fire's temperature, which looks nothing like ordinary fire.
Ding Xian's eyes lit up, and then he beckoned to Bai Changsheng. Come, attack this fireball at me.
Hearing Ding Xian's words, Bai Changsheng immediately understood he wanted to test the fire's strength. Therefore, he did not refuse, only saying please be careful, before his mental power surged, and the fireball, originally the size of a fist, suddenly expanded to the size of a soccer ball. In addition, Bai Changsheng did not hold back on the over 1,000 evolution points gained from swallowing the restoration pill, directly upgrading the Heavenly Fire by 1 level. 1,000 evolution points deducted, Heavenly Fire branch level upgraded to LV2.
Next upgrade requires 3,000 evolution points.
As the system notification sounded, the already exaggerated fireball, similar to a soccer ball, grew even larger, now no smaller than a basketball. And the temperature in the training room instantly soared by more than 10 degrees, with the nearby metal floor starting to heat up. Seeing that Bai Changsheng had no intention of holding back, and even constantly enhancing the fireball's strength, Ding Xian's eyelids suddenly twitched. He said he wanted to test, but it wasn't this one right now. He was the dean of the Beast Taming Academy, his focus was merely on supplementary martial arts. This little rascal really plans to embarrass him, doesn't he?
However, although he cursed inwardly, Ding Xian's smile grew more prominent on the surface.
Bigger is better, bigger is better. The larger the fireball, the greater Bai Changsheng's improvement, and the higher his potential. At this rate, in another month, he would truly be able to tell those 2 old-timers what he had always wanted to say. Of course, Bai Changsheng had no intention of really throwing this fireball at Ding Xian. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at his good big brother. The Ink Jade Lion with a blood value nearing 1 million naturally wouldn't take this fireball seriously. Seeing Bai Changsheng looking at him, it even waved its claws, as if to say, come over.
Bai Changsheng wasn't the least bit polite. As the fireball reached its peak, he ruthlessly launched it. The fireball moved at an incredible speed, fast enough to catch the Ink Jade Lion off guard. Moreover, since it was released at close range, in the blink of an eye, the fireball was already in front of the Ink Jade Lion. If it had been other third-tier warriors or lower-level generals, they might have faced a huge loss from this fireball, or even die. But when this fireball smashed toward the Ink Jade Lion, the outcome was already decided. The Ink Jade Lion raised its paw calmly, effortlessly catching the fireball in its palm.
Bai Changsheng's mind stirred. Just as he was about to detonate the fireball, he saw the ink jade lion act first. With just a slight squeeze of its massive paw, the fireball burst apart like a bubble. Though sparks flew everywhere, it had already lost its original power. Bai Changsheng knew very well that there was a great gap between him and the ink jade lion, but seeing how easily it handled the full-force fireball he had unleashed filled him with shock that words couldn't describe. Is this the power of the Beast King? Truly absurdly amazing. After crushing the fireball, the ink jade lion tilted its large lion head, blew out a breath, and extinguished all the flames in its palm. Ha! Boss is always the boss. Stuttering words paired with an unruly expression made it hard to imagine this guy was a Beast King. Meanwhile, Din Qian watched everything, and his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Bai Changsheng, perfectly matching the ink jade lion's act, looked astonished and spoke decisively. Wow, is this the Beast King? My full power attack was actually just a gentle squeeze. Perhaps even if the Beast God appeared, it wouldn't be much different, right? Hearing Bai Changsheng's words, the ink jade lion proudly raised its chin. Roar, it can be. You two don't understand a thing about the Beast God. If the Beast God really arrived, whether it was Bai Changsheng or the ink jade lion, it would be a matter of a single slap. Din Qian's mouth twitched again. Even Jiang Zhiyu, watching the exchange between the ink jade lion and Bai Changsheng, held a look of unspeakable meaning in her eyes. Of course, you are not bad. That paw just now. I used 1/10 of my strength. 1/10 of strength? Hearing the ink jade lion's words, Din Qian, who was originally planning to teach it a lesson, was stunned. To make a Beast King say such a thing shows just how strong Bai Changsheng's earlier attack was. Of course, they could feel some of the power dissipating from that fireball, but without facing it head-on, it wasn't as vivid as the ink jade lion's experience. If we were to talk about attack power, at this moment, even many lower-level generals probably couldn't match Bai Changsheng, especially since he had only just advanced to a low-level beast general. If he were to further familiarize himself with his innate abilities, and if his blood value rose even more, wouldn't that mean being invincible at the same level? Din Qian seemed to truly see himself wildly slapping those two old fools in the face, filled with joy, and he no longer dwelled on the earlier antics of the ink jade lion and Bai Changsheng. After the bloodline ascends, it consumes a lot of physical strength. I have already prepared the tiger blood pill for Xiao Bai, just feed it to him. Next, just keep familiarizing yourself with your innate abilities and steadily increase your blood value. If possible, it would be best to hone your control over your innate abilities in actual combat. Din Qian opened his mouth to speak, reminding Bai Changsheng of something. Speaking of which, since obtaining thunder, he hadn't really studied it properly, and now with an additional heavenly fire, he truly needed a lot of practical experience to enhance his understanding of these two top-tier evolution branches. Elemental attacks definitely do not just come in one form. In fact, Bai Changsheng faintly sensed that these two top talents might be able to attack in combination. Since Xiao Bai's bloodline has been upgraded, I should also upgrade this guy's bloodline. Zhiyu, just close the door when you leave, no need to lock it. Having witnessed Bai Changsheng's transformation, Din Qian could no longer suppress his inner thoughts. In everything, there is no need to wait until everything is perfect. It's better to be decisive and act straightforwardly. After speaking, Din Qian was about to put the black jade beast into the spirit pouch, while Jiang Zhiyu also thanked him with a cupped fist as a farewell. However, at that moment, the black jade beast was unwilling. Little brother. Ow, I don't want. One sentence of ow almost broke Bai Changsheng's defenses. With the simultaneous searing pain of the soul and body, anyone would have to let out a howl. Even though the feeling had faded now, Bai Changsheng still felt lingering fear. Be good, this is a good thing, eating it will be beneficial for you. Din Qian also knew that Bai Changsheng's earlier condition had been truly miserable, so he could only explain patiently. However, the next sentence from the black jade beast broke Din Qian's defenses. Good things, all for little brother. He gets the blessings. I bear the suffering. At these words, Bai Changsheng's eyes instantly widened. No, brother, I never taught you such things, don't slander me. Bai Changsheng wanted to argue, but seeing the change in Din Qian's expression, without any hesitation, he directly dove into Jiang Zhiyu's spirit pouch at her waist. Jiang Zhiyu also quickly cupped her fist, then left the training room without looking back. God knows what Bai Changsheng taught the black jade beast after she left him with Din Qian. And looking at the situation, it seemed that Din Qian would not let the black jade beast and Bai Changsheng interact again for a while. For some reason, Jiang Zhiyu inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu, like her Bai Changsheng had gone out and led a child astray. She shook her head, shaking off all those messy thoughts. Because of a recovery pill, Bai Changsheng's strength increased rapidly, and now his vitality and attack power had already surpassed hers. If Jiang Zhiyu did not focus on her cultivation, she might really be left far behind by Bai Changsheng. In the end, the black jade beast could not escape Din Qian's punishment either. The recovery pill had to be consumed. This matter was related to whether the black jade beast could upgrade to Beast King, and it couldn't be brushed off with just one refusal. However, to prevent it from rolling around and causing chaos like Bai Changsheng after swallowing the recovery pill, Din Xian brought it before the principal.
He couldn't forcibly suppress the rampaging Black Jade Beast, but the principal could. Although the principal's suppression did not allow the Black Jade Beast to go wild, the screams inevitably echoed throughout the entire Shuemu campus. No wonder it's called the Beast King. That roar could be clearly heard even by Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng in the training room. Moreover, the time the Black Jade Beast took to upgrade its bloodline was even longer than Bai Changsheng's, a full 4 hours. God knows how the Black Jade Beast endured in those 4 hours. Bai Changsheng listened and felt the pain deeply in his heart. As Jiang Zhiyu expected, in the following 7 or 8 days, Din Xian had no intention of seeing Bai Changsheng. He even specifically instructed that whenever he wanted to see Jiang Zhiyu, she should not bring along that little brat Bai Changsheng. It can be seen that Bai Changsheng has truly pushed the principal's buttons with his money. Especially when he corrected the mistake of the Ink Jade Beast, he said all the good things possible, yet the Ink Jade Beast didn't listen at all, thinking it was a test of the brotherhood between the principal and Bai Changsheng. Undoubtedly, this left the principal even more defenseless. How could his perfectly fine Ink Jade Beast turn into this after spending some time with Bai Changsheng? However, these matters were temporarily unrelated to Bai Changsheng. Although old Deng had some opinions about him now, it was all temporary. Once his anger cooled down, he could still sneak some snacks from his good brother. Anyway, he was well fed and had no worries now, so there was no need to add more troubles for the old man. Once he became financially comfortable, Jiang Zhiyu never lacked for Bai Changsheng's resources anymore. He bought 30 tiger blood pills at tens of thousands each, and even taking one a day would be enough for a month. Plus, there were bear blood pills and other supplements every day, making his vitality and evolution points increase at a rapid speed. It's worth mentioning that after his digestion enhancement reached level 8, the amount of vitality he could digest every day skyrocketed from 100 to 220. Calculating at that efficiency, reaching the 10,000 vitality required for the Lord's threshold would only take 400 days. Comparing to the level 7 digestion enhancement, the time was cut down by more than half. However, Bai Changsheng felt that the level 8 digestion enhancement should only allow him to digest about 180 vitality points a day. The extra 40 points should be due to the dragon blood enhancing his constitution, resulting in a certain degree of improvement in his digestion ability. After all, he was now a beast general level beast, and also at level 4 dragon blood, eating a bit more blood and flesh was quite reasonable, right? On this basis, Bai Changsheng would also practice sparring with Sha Zhu every day. Fighting with Jiang Zhiyu would delay her training, and if there were any mistakes, it could easily hurt her. Even if the injury wasn't fatal, it was unnecessary. Coincidentally, Sha Zhu was an excellent practice partner. Not only was his strength strong enough, but due to his physical structure, he was not afraid of injuries. Anyway, if he got hurt, he just needed enough energy to recover. However, there was one obvious downside to sparring with Sha Zhu: this guy didn't know what it meant to hold back. Or perhaps he did hold back, but even so, Bai Changsheng still suffered a lot. Originally, Bai Changsheng thought that with his current strength, he was invincible at the same level, let alone fighting above his rank. But after getting beaten up day after day, he realized he was a bit too naive. Jiang Zhiyu witnessed everything but had no intention of reminding Bai Changsheng. Frequent combat training with a Silver Guardian, born for battle, was greatly beneficial for Bai Changsheng's practical experience, dragon blood adaptation, and talent honing. After all, such a suitable combat partner wasn't something everyone had. The result of this was that Bai Changsheng's overall combat power skyrocketed. Eat my fireball attack. A fireball condensed around Bai Changsheng, and before it fully formed, it was thrown out, continuously absorbing the fire elements wandering around during its flight. When it reached 3 meters from Sha Zhu, it hit its peak and was then detonated by Bai Changsheng. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed everything within a range of 4 to 5 meters, with an extreme temperature that seemed to burn everything to ashes. But a silver figure charged out from the flames, throwing a punch straight at Bai Changsheng's head. There were no obvious fluctuations of vitality. Yet it contained an exaggerated power. Bai Changsheng saw this, his vertical pupils narrowed, and his tail fiercely whipped out. Like a whip cracking, it made a sound of breaking through the air as it swung. Just as the tail was about to touch Sha Zhu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and in the next moment, a voice sounded from above Bai Changsheng's head. Above you. If it were in the beginning, facing this situation, Bai Changsheng would have surely panicked inside, and then been hit hard by a punch. But at this moment, Bai Changsheng's lips slightly curled up, and the purple scale on his forehead suddenly shone brightly. Boom! Thunder and fists violently collided, sending sparks flying, but never allowing Sha Zhu's attack to get any closer. At the same time, 3 fireballs gathered behind Bai Changsheng. Although the speed of gathering fireballs slowed down significantly compared to before, anyone could see that once the fireballs successfully formed, it would be the moment for Bai Changsheng to end this match. Of course, Sha Zhu was also aware of this, and he tried hard to pull back, but found that his right arm seemed to be trapped by this blue and white thunder, unable to find any support in the air to pull it out.
But what Bai Changsheng never expected was that Xia Zhu raised his left hand and chopped at his own right arm like a handblade. There was no sound of metal clashing, nor did it produce any sparks. Xia Zhu's right arm was simply cut off cleanly and then instantly devoured by the thunder. Realizing something was wrong, Bai Changsheng dared not wait for the fireballs to fully form. With a thought, the 3 fireballs shot out rapidly towards the falling Xia Zhu, while the thunder, as Bai Changsheng turned his head, seemed to transform into a light sword, chasing after Xia Zhu. Boom! 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 There were 3 consecutive sounds of fireballs exploding. In the next moment, Bai Changsheng felt his body suddenly tighten, as if it were being squeezed by something. With a burst of strength, Bai Changsheng felt as if his organs were about to burst. His body flipped and directly wrapped around too. Compared to the twisting of a snake? Once wrapped, even if you are a mithril guardian, so what? I can still crush you. But the reality was, it couldn't be squeezed. It really couldn't be squeezed. This mithril guardian was just too tough. Even if Xia Zhu restrained his strength, the toughness of his body remained, let alone Bai Changsheng. Even if Wu Hou came, it might not be possible to burst Xia Zhu's body directly. No, aren't you just playing dirty? Who fights by severing their own arm? Also, if your body wasn't made of mithril, it would definitely be you begging for mercy just now. Xia Zhu said nothing, just chuckled to himself, then picked up his severed arm, placing it back at the shoulder joint, and after 10 seconds, he returned to normal. Using all your advantages and characteristics to kill the enemy before you without hesitation is the rule of life and death battles. What Xia Zhu did is very reasonable. And you did not fully utilize your advantages. With both thunder and heavenly fire as your attack methods, retreating while fighting, not giving the enemy a chance to get close, is what you should do most. However, being able to reach this level, you are already quite good. In the distance, Wenro, who was writing something, spoke, pointing out Bai Changsheng's shortcomings. After finishing, she picked up the A4 paper, lightly dusting it off. Chapter 113, and Lingsan. Zhiyu, the pill formula you wanted, I've already written it out for you. There are a total of 7 pages, see if any can be used. Coming out of the spirit bag, Wenro held a small stack of A4 paper in her hand, and Bai Changsheng showed no interest at all. These 7 pages of pill formulas, Wenro had written, revised, and spent 7 days on. During that time, he had also been curious to look, but unfortunately, what Wenro wrote were all words Bai Changsheng couldn't understand. However, Jiang Zhiyu clearly could understand. 3 elemental transformation pills, main materials include fallen cedar, golden phoenix feathers, verdant fruit. They must be refined using 7 patterned virtual fire without stopping for 49 days. The Anling powder. The golden pattern breath transformation pill. Jiang Zhiyu scanned these pill recipes one by one, yet her face held an indescribable expression. She recognized the words, but when they were combined, she felt somewhat lost. Although she was familiar with many spiritual herbs above, it was of no use. She had little research on pills, most she knew were common and ones she would use herself, and she was utterly clueless about pill refining. Pill refiners belong to a branch of wizards and are also related to liberal arts research institutes, but it was clear that Jiang Zhiyu had no interest in either. So, after a glance, she folded the paper back up. Wenru saw this and thought Jiang Zhiyu looked down on these pill recipes, feeling a sense of guilt. Master can refine many pills, but I am too foolish and because of a long time, I could only remember these 7 recipes. Jiang Zhiyu tilted her head to look at Wenru and then shook her head gently. Remembering 7 recipes is already very good. It's just that my understanding of pill refining is truly too little. Whether these 7 recipes are correct, whether the herbs can be found, and even the specific refining methods, I don't understand. This matter can only be researched by professionals. Seeing that Jiang Zhiyu was not blaming her, Wenro nodded lightly and returned to the spirit bag. The cultivation room fell silent again, but Jiang Zhiyu had lost her desire to cultivate. She reopened the 7 pill recipes, her gaze deepening as she pondered. Although she did not understand pill refining, she had a basic understanding of pills, and with her past life at a high position, she clearly knew what these 7 recipes represented. 7 pill recipes, as long as one could be produced in bulk and widely needed, it would mean endless wealth. Although she had never heard the names of these 7 pills in her past life, their actual value could only be determined after a professional review. Her thoughts stirred, and Jiang Zhiyu decided to get up. Since cultivation wasn't urgent, it would be better to first clarify this pill recipe matter. After taking the recipes from the A-level cultivation room, Jiang Zhiyu headed straight to the Haki building. Among the people she knew, only Dean Li and Dean Xian had knowledge of pills. Compared to Dean Li, Dean Xian had a huge advantage, his identity as a business tycoon. Refining pills is not particularly difficult, the challenge lies in how to produce them in bulk. For example, the most daily consumed Shi blood pills, just Jiang Zhiyu alone needed to consume 1 or 2 a day, not to mention that the number of martial artists in the entire Celestial Empire is in the tens of millions. Although not every martial artist could consume Qi blood pills daily without care like Jiang Zhiyu, under an exaggerated base number, the annual consumption of Qi blood pills across the Celestial Empire could exceed hundreds of millions. This number determines that Qi blood pills cannot be refined batch by a pill refiner, but must be researched and then placed directly on the production line for manufacturing. Jiang Zhiyu didn't know if Ding Xian had a pill production line, but he could definitely find a way to get one. When Ding Xian heard Jiang Zhiyu's intentions, he showed no difficulty or evasion, but instead cheerfully said, "I own a company worth over 10 billion, and we are engaged in pharmaceutical research and production. Although we do not specialize in pill refinement, we happen to have plans to enter the pill market recently.
If you don't mind, I can have someone come over to ask?"
Jiang Zhiyu certainly had no objections, she came here for this very purpose. Ding Xian did not hesitate and made 2 phone calls in quick succession. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Zhiyu copied the formula again. The previous version was in ancient script, and very few people understood it. Just 20 minutes later, 2 middle-aged men arrived together.
"Let me introduce you to each other. This is my new student, and my most valued one, Jiang Zhiyu.
This person is the head of the research department from a company I recently recruited, responsible for medicine research, Lin Shuhai.
You can just call him Uncle Lin.
Show him your formula, he can give you an idea if it can be made, what effects it will have, and even what market scale it can reach. As for this person, he is the head of the patent department. Later, he will help you apply for the patents for these 7 formulas. Regardless of whether it will be useful, it's always better to be prepared." To be fair, Ding Xian is very reliable when it comes to beast taming, and he is even more reliable in business. After all, he is the boss of a 100 billion group, he can spot these small problems at a glance. Jiang Zhiyu nodded and directly handed the newly copied formula to the bespectacled Lin Shuhai. After receiving it, Lin nodded and sat down to take a look. However, once he focused on the formula, his brows furrowed and remained so throughout. Ding Xian began chatting with Jiang Zhiyu about cultivation, and after about 10 minutes, he heard a long sigh from Lin Shuhai before stopping the conversation and turning to look at him.
"President Qian, I have looked over this prescription. It is unheard of and unseen. Student Jiang, where did you obtain this formula?"
Lin Shuhai seemed somewhat excited, looking at Jiang Zhiyu with an eager expression.
"Ahem."
Upon hearing this, Ding Xian lightly coughed. Lin Shuhai immediately realized he had misspoken and shifted the topic, no longer dwelling on the origin of the formula, but began introducing it instead. "I have already reviewed these 7 formulas. 4 of them can be confirmed as unrefinable because they contain ingredients that are definitely extinct. Perhaps there could be alternatives, but I need to study this carefully after returning to draw conclusions. As for the remaining 3, these 2 require spirit herbs of too high a level. Although they are extremely valuable, they can only be used by martial emperors or even beings above that. The effects are too powerful. If one's vitality is too low, it is unnecessary and cannot be used. Without a capable production line for mass operation, they hold little commercial value and are more suitable for alchemists to refine.
Only this last one, the Anling San.
Long-term use has the effect of nourishing the soul and enhancing mental strength. Moreover, this medicine has very low requirements for raw materials. They are all common spirit herbs, so costs won't be high." Ding Xian, being so clever, already had an answer upon hearing Lin Shuai's words. In other words, this thing has the potential for commercialization, and it's significant.
Chapter 114, The 3 Paths Offered by Ding Xian.
Any mature product has 2 characteristics, high repurchase and high coverage. High repurchase means frequent purchases, like Qi blood pills and shock blood pills. It's obvious which has a higher repurchase rate. High coverage means a broad audience. For example, Qi blood pills can nearly cover all martial artists, and even mages would occasionally buy a few to increase their vitality.
After hearing Lin Shuai's explanation, Ding Xian understood what level of medicine Anling San was. He immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. What is the applicable range, and how much can the cost be controlled?
Lin Shuhai thought carefully and provided a rough estimate.
The specific effects still need detailed research before they can be confirmed. For example, can a higher grade elixir replace the current one to achieve stronger effects? However, as of now, it should be effective for everyone from apprentices to martial generals. As for martial lords, after a dramatic increase in mental power, even if it's effective, the effect is minimal. Lin Shuhai's words seemed like a shot of adrenaline, directly brightening Qian Lao's eyes. Starting from martial lords, one can begin practicing secret methods to strengthen mental power, but the slight increase in mental power is of little use to martial lords. The range from apprentices to martial generals perfectly covers the population in need. Moreover, it is foreseeable that whether it is magicians, warriors, or beast tamers, there will be a huge demand. Although it's not as essential as blood Qi pills, the potential market is still large enough. The key is that there are no similar products on the market.
There are indeed potions that restore mental power, but potions or pills that assist in cultivating mental power have never existed before. This is also because the development of martial arts has been too short, and some niche research fields have not fully caught up yet.
What about the cost? If we mass produce it, how much can we control the cost?
The market potential is large enough, and if the cost can be controlled to be the same as blood chi pills, or even lower, Ding Xian couldn't even imagine how profitable this business would be. If we follow the materials listed in this prescription, let me calculate. Lin Shuhai said, and indeed opened the laptop he brought, checking data and calculating. The preliminary conclusion is 18,000 per batch, but this number is based on purchasing all raw materials from the market. If we can establish our own material cultivation base and optimize the production process, this number should be able to drop by 30 to 40%. 30 to 40%, if calculated at this ratio, once everything is on the right track, the cost of an Anling San will be reduced to between 12,006 and 10,008. Ding Xian fell silent, and after a moment, he returned to his previous calm demeanor and waved his hand, signaling the two to leave first. The patent matters can be started. First, secure the patents in our country as quickly as possible, then apply for foreign patents. Before leaving, Ding Xian reminded the person responsible for patents once more. Remember, not a whisper can be leaked. That person understood the seriousness and nodded before leaving with Lin Shuhai. With the door to the office closed again, Ding Xian then looked at Jiang Zhiyu. Zhiyu, you heard what I said earlier, you should know the value of this item by now, right? Jiang Zhiyu nodded. In fact, she had high hopes for Anling San long before coming, and the facts indeed proved her right. Since that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush any longer. What do you plan to do with this prescription? Jiang Zhiyu fell silent for a moment, a rare sense of conflict appearing in her heart. Anling San has tremendous potential value and is a flagship product that can rival blood chi pills, with foreseeable profits being calculated in billions. But how to manage Anling San is a big problem. R&D, production, management, marketing, sales, channels, transportation, any one of these would drain a person's entire energy. In this case, Jiang Zhiyu's strength alone is clearly not enough. She could only turn her gaze toward Ding Xian. Teacher, you must already have an answer, right? Director Qian had no intention of hiding anything. Nodding, he spoke again, 3 options. The first option is that I will pay for the Anling San and buy it. I can give you a total of 10 billion in cash, paid within a month. The second option is that you and I invest together to start a new company, you will contribute the recipe as your share, holding 51% of the shares, while I will invest with funds, equipment, channels, etc., holding 49%. As for the third option, it is to manage the Anling San yourself, invest your own money, hire people, buy equipment, and so on. Of course, if necessary, I will help you. Hearing the 3 options laid out by Ding Xian, not only was Jiang Zhiyu shocked, but even Bai Changsheng, who had been hiding in the nailing bag, was a bit stunned. What they were shocked by was that Ding Xian was being too generous. 100 billion cash to buy a pill formula? Although Anling San has huge market potential, some things can't be measured this way. The country has strict pricing limits on pills and medicines, especially for products identified as necessities, like chi blood pills, which is a typical case. The basic production cost and selling price cannot fluctuate more than 5% above the cost, this is an ironclad rule. And this 5% gross profit must also include costs like research and development, marketing, transportation, channels, etc., leaving the actual profit at only about 1 to 2%. For example, if a chi blood pill sells for 10,000, the actual net profit for the operating company would only be 100 to 200. So theoretically, if Ding Xian really bought Anling San, he would need to sell at least 50 million units to recoup his costs, fewer than that means he suffers pure losses. And with 100 billion cash, Jiang Zhiyu could probably cultivate all the way to Martial Emperor without worrying about resource issues. As for the second option, it was even more absurd. Business people seek profits, especially with a pill like Anling San, which has a potential audience of all martial artists. Even a 1% share could represent profit shares counted in billions in the future. What Ding Xian did wasn't just giving Jiang Zhiyu a considerable profit, he also handed over control of the new company. To present dozens of billions in real money and give up all possible resources while surrendering company control to Jiang Zhiyu? If Bai Changsheng were in his place, he absolutely could not do this. Perhaps this is the gap between Bai Changsheng and business tycoons, at least in terms of perspective, Ding Xian crushed him. And these 2 conditions indirectly confirmed one point, Ding Xian genuinely cares for Jiang Zhiyu. As for the third option, neither Jiang Zhiyu nor Bai Changsheng would even consider it. Compared to the first 2 conditions, this one is completely worthless. It seems like a one-man show, but without enough money, resources, connections, and channels to back it up, no matter how good Anling San is, it is just a small workshop product. It would take at least another 10 years of wrong paths to develop, and whether it can grow in the future is still uncertain, as it would inevitably face pursuit and blockades from other companies. Mergers, suppression, and even assassination are all possibilities. Chapter 115, Competitors are. In just a moment, Jiang Zhiyu already had the answer. It is still better to teach a man how to fish than to give him fish. In the short term, directly taking the 100 billion cash and leaving might seem to earn more, but looking long term, over 10 or even 100 years, this 100 billion cash seems a bit insufficient. Moreover, the path of martial arts is fundamental. Jiang Zhiyu has neither the heart nor the energy to manage a company. With this time, he might as well practice more.
Of course, regardless of which choice he makes, it means that Jiang Zhiyu's earlier risky exploration into the ancient ruins pays off immensely. A single pill formula is worth more than countless spiritual medicines. Teacher, I choose the second option. Jiang Zhiyu spoke, giving an answer that Dean Xian had anticipated long ago. Okay, but there's something I must clarify first. Although I will do my utmost to promote this matter, it will still take some time for Anling San to officially hit the market. Even if it is listed and starts selling it. Because of cost issues, sales won't go up, and if it's serious, there could even be losses. In my estimate, it will take at least 2.5 years to officially enter a stable profit period. For those who have never dealt with this, they might think that 2.5 years is a long time. But in reality, just the layers of approval and clinical trials required for the formula would take at least 5 years. It's only because Dean Xian is backed by a trillion-dollar group and has all sorts of connections that he can shorten this time by half. Jiang Zhiyu naturally understands this, so she has no objections.
And Dean Xian is powerful enough to directly take care of everything.
Alright, you don't need to worry about anything else.
I'll have the lawyer draft the contract, you just need to sign it and wait to receive the money. When a person faces joyful events, their spirit is uplifted, especially when there are two pieces of good news in a row. The advancement of the bloodline of the MOU Swanli means he now has the qualification to touch the martial emperor level, and now he has encountered a pill formula of the level of Anling San, which will elevate his achievements in business to a new level. He can't even imagine, in a few years, when he becomes both a martial emperor and the richest person in the country, what the scene will be like when he meets those competitors and old friends. Looking at the competitors, they are, and looking at old friends, you are the same. Just thinking about this scene makes Dean Xian feel refreshed all over. Especially when he looks at Jiang Zhiyu, he feels that she is completely his lucky star. Ever since meeting Jiang Zhiyu, everything has been going smoothly. The only downside is Jiang Zhiyu's spiritual beast, which is a bit too much. His MOU Swanli, who used to be perfectly fine, now is entirely focused on becoming some big shot in Causeway Bay. However, because of Jiang Zhiyu, Dean Xian temporarily can't be bothered to argue with Bai Changsheng, and in such a good mood, he even took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Zhiyu. Inside this is the complete vitality pill, made with 10 types of spiritual herbs that supplement energy and blood. It was originally prepared to help MOU Swanli advance its bloodline, and there are 3 pills left.
Give it to that little guy.
Tell him to eat it carefully, don't stuff himself to death.
The last sentence was obviously said with a bit of resentment. Hearing this, Bai Changsheng in the spiritual bag couldn't help but shudder.
As for dying from overstuffing, Bai Changsheng looked at the 5,000 points of blood energy storage limit provided by the 8th level digestion enhancement, and his mind calmed down a bit. It was impossible to die from overstuffing, not even in this lifetime. Speaking of Bai Changsheng, Jiang Zhiyu also felt a little embarrassed. She wanted to ease the relationship between Bai Changsheng and Dean Xian, but when she thought about the things Bai Changsheng had done, forget it, let things take their course. After leaving the Haoshi building, Jiang Zhiyu returned to the cultivation room. Since the pill formula issue was settled, it was time for her to continue cultivating. But before entering a cultivation state, Jiang Zhiyu remembered something and took out the porcelain bottle that Dean Xian had just given her. She poured 1 pill out and summoned Bai Changsheng from the spiritual bag. Bai Changsheng wasn't polite at all. After coming out of the spiritual bag, he immediately opened his mouth. He really wanted to see how much the complete vitality pill that Dean Xian mentioned could stuff him. The dark red, thumb-sized pill entered his mouth, and a pure, extreme energy and blood force exploded instantly. It was like a balloon being blown to its limit in an instant. Bai Changsheng's entire body swelled up slightly due to the effect of this energy and blood force. Fortunately, the digestion enhancement was strong enough. In the blink of an eye, the originally overwhelming energy and blood force disappeared without a trace. At this time, the system prompt sound slowly arrived. Congratulations, host has consumed complete vitality pill, gaining 1721 energy and blood value, gaining 325 evolution points.
No way, this tiny thumb-sized thing actually provided 1,700 points of energy and blood value? No wonder Director Chen would say to take it easy when eating this.
If it weren't for the digestion enhancement, Bai Changsheng might really have been hurt by the surge of energy and blood brought on by this complete recovery pill. If he did get hurt, that would truly be a joke. After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Bai Changsheng happily retreated into his spirit pouch to rest, while Jiang Zhiyu immersed herself once again in her training. During this period, her energy and blood value grew rapidly. In about a week's time, she would touch the threshold of a martial general. Of course, before that, she needed to open up the second inner sea. The second inner sea was of utmost importance, allowing for no mistakes. Compared to this, the breakthrough in realm seemed trivial. And the progress on Director Qian's side was also extremely swift, with patent applications, company establishment, office space confirmation, personnel recruitment, construction of the production line and factory, renting medicinal fields, and planting spirit herbs all proceeding in an orderly manner. Every time a task was started, someone would report to Jiang Zhiyu. Looking at the dense information, she could only say, thank goodness. If she had to handle all of this herself, then there would be no time for martial arts training. With the trivial matters out of the way, Jiang Zhiyu's daily schedule grew calm and fixed, consisting of 3 points: the training room, the cafeteria, and the dormitory, occasionally going to the other 2 directors for some learning. And Bai Changsheng's daily essentials included swallowing a tiger blood pill and then sparring with the silly pillar, honing his skills while steadily increasing his energy and blood. Director Qian was busy with matters related to the Yinling powder and had not come to the school for a long time. Everything seemed to have settled down until a month later, several pieces of news directly exploded the entire Shuimu, along with setting off other martial universities across the Heavenly Dynasty. Free Academy, Holy Angel Academy, and War Academy jointly launched the 14th Global Martial Arts Competition for universities. During the 13th Global Martial Arts Competition, Shuimu ranked last among the 4 top martial universities. Can they wash away their shame this year? As a former number 1 top martial university, Shuimu's glory is long gone. Today, they lack talent and may even give up participating in this year's Global Martial Arts Competition. Chapter 116, Global Martial Arts Competition for Universities. Bai Changsheng didn't know what the Global Martial Arts Competition for Universities was, but when Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing invited Jiang Zhiyu for a meal and started chatting about it, Bai Changsheng learned. Shuimu was the number 1 in the Heavenly Dynasty, but on a global scale, there are 3 that can match Shuimu. Free Academy, Holy Angel Academy, War Academy, and Shuimu are collectively known as the 4 top martial universities. To be precise, it should be 4 super and 12 first class, that is 4 super martial universities and 12 first class martial universities. However, among these 12 first class martial universities, only Magic City Martial University made the list, and it was the one at the bottom. Seeing Bai Changsheng's puzzled face, Xian Shuang explained a few things. So what's the situation with the Global Martial Arts Competition for Universities? In simple terms, the Global Martial Arts Competition for Universities is an academic exchange competition jointly initiated by the 4 top martial universities, held every 4 years. All martial universities worldwide can participate after paying a registration fee, but each school has only 12 spots, 3 spots for each grade from freshman to senior. It uses a point-based group stage and knockout stage format, ultimately determining the top 3 in each grade. In theory, some schools could win all awards, but of course, that's practically impossible. As for the rewards, all registration fees collected from participating martial universities form a prize pool, and the initiating school will additionally offer 4 spirit herbs or spirit materials as rewards for the champions. Although the rewards for each martial arts competition are different, it can be affirmed that no champion has ever received a prize and bonus less than 50 million. When Xian Shuang talked about this matter, her eyes were filled with deep longing. 50 million and the title of champion, it seemed that no student could refuse, even if she actually didn't lack money and training funds right now. After all, just from that secret realm, she had earned quite a bit. Zhang Heng's performance wasn't much better than Xian Shuang's, both were at a fiery age of idealism, and even if they appeared calm, it was hard not to feel a bit anxious at this moment. However, winning the championship at the Global University Martial Arts Competition seemed a bit unrelated to them. In the end, it came down to their weak strength, even though both of them had just advanced to the level of a martial general after coming out of the secret realm. This strength still couldn't even put them in the top 100 at Shuimu University in their sophomore year, let alone compete with the geniuses of the world. So, some things, you could just think about, but if you took them seriously, it would be a bit unrealistic. But, if it were you, Zhiyu, you shouldn't have any problem winning the freshman group championship. Xian Shuang's gaze was fiery as she looked at Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu, however, said nothing, merely turning the barbecued meat in front of her, appearing somewhat distracted. Zhiyu? Xian Shuang waved her hand to bring her back from her daze. Sorry, I was thinking about something and got lost in thought. So, what do you think? Do you want to sign up for this year's Global University Martial Arts Competition? With your strength, as long as you participate, it would be a sweeping victory. Only students from the other top 3 martial arts universities could barely compete with you. But even if you don't win the championship, the runner-up can still get around 20 million in rewards. This is guaranteed money. If Jiang Zhiyu really participated, due to her previous performances, coupled with Bai Changsheng who had already broken through to the Beast General level, winning the championship was indeed highly probable. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. I probably won't participate. Recently, I'm practicing a martial art, and I can't mobilize my qi and blood on a large scale. Forcibly doing so may ruin my progress. Bai Changsheng naturally knew what Jiang Zhiyu was practicing. As her chi and blood gradually approached the level of a martial general, the construction progress of her second inner sea was already over half complete. But based on her current efficiency, she still needed at least a month to complete the construction of the second inner sea and fill it with chi and blood. Before that, if she got injured or exerted herself too much, causing a chi and blood reverse flow, it was very likely that the nascent second inner sea would directly collapse. Compared to the 50 million championship prize, the second inner sea was clearly far more important. What Jiang Zhiyu was doing, Xian Shuang didn't know, but seeing Jiang Zhiyu refuse, she had no intention to persuade her. Instead, she started chatting about other gossip regarding this matter. Although at first, the Global University Martial Arts Competition was just an academic exchange event concocted by 4 top martial universities, it started to change flavor from the second session onward. Now, the rankings in the martial arts competition can to some extent even affect the admissions for the following year. So, even if major martial schools are just participating half-heartedly, they generally still pay the registration fee and then try to raise their ranking a bit. And the officials also intend to promote this competition to become an official type contest. However, in the last 3 sessions, Xu Weimu's performance has been disappointing, almost finishing last each time. There have even been claims abroad that Xu Weimu doesn't deserve to stand alongside the other 3 top martial schools. If this time they finish last again, it seems the officials would give up on this idea. Xian Shuang made a prediction, but Jiang Zhiyu was confident that until her rise in her previous life, the Global University Martial Arts Competition never had official endorsement from the Celestial Empire, so Xu Weimu's performance wouldn't be too good. Meanwhile, as Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Shuang chatted back and forth, on the other side of Xu Weimu. Yet, there were some fierce arguments, even causing faces to turn red and necks to strain. I do not agree with this matter.
Jiang Zhiyu is at a critical moment in opening the second inner sea.
At such a time, letting her compete carries risks none of us can afford. Dean Ji looked at the principal in front of him, who wore simple coarse linen clothes and looked like an ordinary old man, and for the first time spoke so firmly. I say, Principal, you haven't guided students for a long time.
You don't realize how difficult it is to cultivate a talent like Jiang Zhiyu.
We are cautious, afraid something might go wrong with her.
And you?
At a crucial moment of her training, you want her to participate in this ridiculous martial arts competition.
I really don't understand what you are thinking. Is it that you have gone mad for results? Oldly, you say something.
After venting their dissatisfaction, Dean Ji turned his head to look at Dean Li beside him. Dean Li also had a somewhat grim expression and said to the principal in front of him, this matter is indeed inappropriate. What Jiang Zhiyu should be doing now is not participating in competitions, but to diligently open the second inner sea. Principal, you should know very well that if Jiang Zhiyu really opens the second inner sea, with her talent, she will soar straight up and achieving the title of martial emperor in the future won't be difficult. If it's just for some empty fame, I do not agree either. Rarely, the 2 deans agreed on one matter, and if Dean Xin were in school, he wouldn't know about this matter. If he knew, he probably would have rushed over to refute it already. On other matters, as long as they do not touch the bottom line, they can respect the principal, but on this matter, Jiang Zhiyu is their bottom line. And the principal, hearing this, looked helpless.
I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you all making such a noise? I never said I wanted Jiang Zhiyu to participate. Isn't she training both martial arts and beast taming?
Furthermore, according to what Old Qian said, her spirit beast has already upgraded its dragon blood to level 4 and comprehended a talent divine ability, combined with beast general level martial strength. This level of strength, even in the Beast Tamers Academy, is probably one of a kind, right? If we only let Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast fight, how much chance do you think we have of winning the championship? The principal's words stunned both Dean Ji and Dean Li. There were some things they were truly unaware of, such as Bai Changsheng's martial strength already reaching the beast general level, along with this level 4 dragon blood and talent divine ability. With this configuration, if placed among students in other beast taming academies, it would probably instantly create a genius capable of matching Jiang Zhiyu. While all the first-year freshmen were still wandering around 4,000 or 5,000 martial strength, Bai Changsheng's power and potential were like a dimensional strike.
However, he had always been overshadowed by Jiang Zhiyu's brilliance, so everyone subconsciously regarded Bai Changsheng as Jiang Zhiyu's subordinate.
But now, when Bai Changsheng was singled out, they suddenly realized that this once-ignored white-scaled snake seemed to possess extraordinary talent as well. No, with the blessing of level 4 dragon blood, it could no longer be called a white-scaled snake, but should be called white-scaled dragon. Wait, how come we had no news about Bai Changsheng having such power before? The 2 exchanged glances, quickly understanding the situation. The fact that such news could be kept from them clearly meant that it was that old man Qian pulling strings behind the scenes. As for why, they could guess without using their brains.
Damn, we almost fell for that old man Qian.
Dean Ji and Dean Li secretly thought to themselves that fortunately, if the principal hadn't called them over this time, it's likely old man Qian would have had some big trick up his sleeve. While shocked, they began to contemplate the possibility of letting Bai Changsheng enter the competition. Don't say, with just a little bit from the principal, it really seems like the chance of winning the championship is quite high. Just with Bai Changsheng's configuration alone, it is enough to lead all freshmen by a long shot. Well, at least within Xuemu, it is like this. As for the situation of other new students at Wuhan University this year, even they still don't have specific information. But it is unnecessary to think too much. These three schools must have something real to jointly promote this global martial arts competition for universities. Otherwise, why would they push for this? To give money to other schools? Or to embarrass themselves in front of countless people worldwide? Speaking of which, it's also because Xuemu's student recruitment situation has not been great in recent years. Over the past decade, only Li Changming has emerged, and now with multiple Jiang Zhiyu, they are all busy building the second inner sea and cannot participate. Otherwise, why would they need to be so awkward? When a school only has one student who can represent it, it's inevitable to attract ridicule. If what you just said is true, then sending Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast to battle is indeed a very good choice. At least, it won't be crushed by the other three schools from Wuhan University. Speaking of this, Dean Ji and Dean Li also felt somewhat helpless. They have indeed tried their best, whether it is the treatment for students or teacher resources, they have given the best. They even often tell the school teachers to spend more effort on cultivating students and teach according to their abilities. But the fact is, the gap between a genius and a top genius is often not something that can be made up for after birth. Jiang Zhiyu's unwavering determination certainly makes them happy, but the increasing gap between her and other students makes them anxious. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiyu is playing her role. Because of Jiang Zhiyu's arrival, the enthusiasm of the entire freshman and even sophomore students for cultivation far exceeds previous years. This is also the reason why they initially wanted to compete for Jiang Zhiyu, to let her be the catfish. Since you all think there is no problem, then it's decided. You go discuss this matter with Jiang Zhiyu, and you will also provide the list of other contestants. According to past rules, this year's global martial arts competition for universities will be held at Xuemu. As for the time, I will discuss it with them again. Initially, the time is tentatively set for 2 weeks later. If there are any other changes, I will notify you. 2 weeks later? Although the time is a bit tight, it's not a big deal, and there isn't anything particularly noteworthy that needs arrangement. Compared to time, their more concerned issue is the venue. Having lost in previous years is one thing, as they could attribute it to being the away team, but this year, being held in the Celestial Empire and within Xuemu's campus, if there are no results again, they really won't be able to face everyone. Hearing the principal's words, both of them knew that this matter was already set in stone. Whether they were willing or not, choosing Xuemu as the venue could not be changed. Then principal, we'll take our leave. Dean Ji and Dean Li exchanged glances and bowed their hands in respect. The principal didn't intend to pursue their earlier remarks, waved his hand, and let the two go. You go give Li Changming a pre-match boost. Even if we can't win the championship for the senior team, at least we must secure a second place. I will go find Jiang Zhiyu, explain the situation to her, and try to test the strength of that white-scaled dragon. Dean Ji spoke up, perfectly coinciding with Dean Li's thoughts. Holding the competition at Xuemu is a lot of pressure. The principal did not directly state the rank requirements, not wanting to give them pressure, but the two were already feeling fully stressed themselves. A global college martial arts competition will produce a total of 12 medals, 4 gold, 4 silver, and 4 bronze. In their plan, at least they must secure 2 silvers to avoid being scolded too badly. As for the rest, they could only leave it to fate. What they could do was to give some seed players intensive training while gathering as much information as possible about the competing students from the other 3 schools. After the two parted ways, Dean Ji found Jiang Zhiyu, who was having a picnic with Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, and first asked about her training progress. If Jiang Zhiyu could complete the opening of her second inner sea before the competition started, that would be even better. At that time, her goal wouldn't just be a silver medal, but a gold medal. However, unfortunately, Jiang Zhiyu still had to wait for another month before her second inner sea could be completed, and by then, the competition would already be over. Helpless, Dean Ji could only shift his focus to Bai Changsheng. At this moment, Bai Changsheng had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he first entered the school. Not only did he look more imposing overall, but he was also showing signs like a dragon. Apart from not having grown dragon claws, he was hardly resembling a white-scaled snake. Especially the vigor of his blood and energy, which was even slightly higher than that of Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, these two second-year students. With just one glance, Dean Ji knew that Bai Changsheng's strength had greatly improved, but everything would still need to be tested to know for sure. Chapter 118, The Little Brat is Too Devious. After 2 minutes, Dean Ji stopped. He couldn't keep going. With Bai Changsheng's tricky fighting style, it was hard to imagine what this guy usually thought about. What with swiping with his tail, then detonating a fireball, using it to conceal thunder, and then detonating the fireball with the thunder, before wrapping around and treating himself as a self-detonating truck. If a regular martial general were to face this, they would probably have long since been caught off guard by Bai Changsheng's devious tricks. But fortunately, Dean Ji was not a martial general, but a martial king. With Bai Changsheng's attack intensity, it was impossible to injure Ding Ji. Instead, Ding Ji had to be extra cautious, fearing that if he exerted too much force, he would disable Bai Changsheng.
Yet even though the attack couldn't hurt Ding Ji, it was certainly a bit embarrassing.
Ding Ji merely regarded Bai Changsheng as an ordinary exotic beast, and was shocked that he could control both thunder and fire simultaneously, before being tricked by this little rascal.
How should one put it?
It was rather hard to judge. Ding Ji naturally blamed all of this on Ding Xian, believing he had taught Bai Changsheng these tricks, but upon reflection, old Xian couldn't have been as devious as this kid. If it really was taught by old Xian, then it truly would be surpassing the master.
Not bad, you're quite impressive.
Ding Ji gave Bai Changsheng a thumbs up, but his tone hardly resembled a compliment, and instead carried a sort of gritted teeth flavor.
But upon thinking about it, it was understandable. Anyone, being a dean, would find it impossible to still genuinely praise a little guy who had made their hair stand on end and their face dark. Bai Changsheng shrank his head in slight embarrassment. You clearly told me to go all out. It's not my fault if I can't defend myself.
Bai Zhu wouldn't act like you.
However, this was certainly something Bai Changsheng dared not say.
And Ding Ji didn't really hold it against him. After all, the stronger Bai Changsheng was, the better it was for Xuemu.
If even he was caught off guard, thinking of those other first-year students from martial universities, wouldn't they be tortured to the brink of collapse by Bai Changsheng?
After simply washing his face, he brought the conversation back on track. For this global martial arts competition for universities, the principal has selected you to compete. Ding Ji spoke, and a hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, but she didn't interrupt. Teacher Ji obviously knew she was in an important phase of training, but still said this, which suggested there was more to come. However, it doesn't mean you'll fight personally, but rather register as a beast master.
When the real fighting begins. It's also to have your white-scaled dragon go into battle.
If it were possible, the teacher wouldn't want you to engage in such a big fight to participate in the competition at this time, but... Ding Ji paused his voice, hesitated for a moment, then continued speaking.
Of course, you can refuse.
However, the teacher hopes you can think carefully before making a decision. Ding Ji did not use any national or school glory to morally bind Jiang Zhiyu, but simply explained the past competition rules briefly, then let Jiang Zhiyu make her own decision.
Jiang Zhiyu remained silent for a long time but eventually nodded. If only Xiao Bai needs to fight, then it's not a problem. However, if there is any situation that might disturb my vitality, I will give up immediately. I hope the teacher can understand this. In the realm of what is possible, if she could do it, Jiang Zhiyu naturally didn't mind going for it.
That's natural. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu agreeing, Ding Ji nodded.
The teacher thinks the same way. The martial arts competition is important, but ultimately, it's just about reputation. Just do your best.
On one side is the reputation of Xuemu, and on the other, the most crucial step in the cultivation of his genius disciple.
Both palms are flesh, no matter how you choose, it's a tough problem. However, Ding Ji was very clear-headed.
Even if this martial arts competition ultimately fails, it is only temporary. But if he can cultivate a martial sovereign, or even an existence above a martial sovereign, that would be the most beneficial thing for the entire Xuemu and even the Heavenly Dynasty. Everyone knows how to choose between nominal dishes and actual dishes.
Little one, are you alright?
After saying this, Ding Ji turned to look at Bai Changsheng.
Although on the surface, Bai Changsheng was just Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast and only needed Jiang Zhiyu's consent, after spending time together, it became clear that Bai Changsheng's intelligence was extraordinarily high and now he could even speak.
Ding Ji asking for Bai Changsheng's opinion was purely heartfelt, as if he regarded him as a student of Xuemu. Regarding the matter of participating in the competition, Bai Changsheng naturally had no objection. After all, this kind of competition wouldn't lead to death, and his daily routine was simply to eat enough and then spar with Xiaozhu.
Participating in the competition was just a change of opponent for a fight.
In fact, if he performed well, he could even win a substantial prize.
Why not?
Seeing that Bai Changsheng had no objections, Ding Ji nodded.
Alright, you guys continue your dining.
Once the competition details are out, I will send you a copy. And the list of competitors, I will also prepare a detailed document for you so you can study it in advance. Speaking of the contestant information, Ding Ji suddenly realized that over the past month, Bai Changsheng had hardly appeared publicly, and Jiang Zhiyu had always been low-key.
He himself only knew the extent of Bai Changsheng's strength after trying it out today.
Even if the other three families knew of Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng's existence, the information would likely only cover the battle at the Stardust Tower when they enrolled. Thus, Bai Changsheng had become a secret weapon. Perhaps, there is still a chance for the first place of the first year to touch a bit of glory. Muttering this in his heart, he suddenly began to look forward to Bai Changsheng's performance when he takes the stage.
After Ding Ji left, Xian Shuang and Zhang Hang, who had originally avoided returning to avoid hearing the conversation, also came back. However, after being interrupted and already having eaten almost enough, the three packed their things and went home.
In the following week, Jiang Zhiyu continued her daily routine of 3 points and 1 line, and Bai Changsheng did not feel any psychological burden due to the upcoming battle. He just ate, drank, and sparred with Xiaozhu when he was really bored. During this time, Dean Ji also sent over the competition details and the contestant information. But it is obvious that those who can be clearly investigated are just lazy players, merely filling the numbers. And the real C players have very vague profiles. Clearly, they are well protected by their respective colleges, and their true strength will probably only be known after stepping on stage. Therefore, Bai Changsheng only took a glance before losing interest, turning around to continue practicing with Zhiyu. In these past few days, he has been researching the combination of thunder and heavenly fire, and he has actually figured out a new method. However, he has been unable to successfully execute it due to his insufficient mental strength. He estimates that he will have to wait until his mental strength breaks through to the Lord level to say more. As time slowly passed, students with blonde hair and blue eyes began to appear in Shuemu campus, and the number of them kept increasing as time went on.
Chapter 119, Yasi, Flower Girl. Wherever there are many people, there will be disputes. Especially when a group of young people with different cultures, languages, and even skin colors gather together. A conflict can erupt just because the training room was taken over, leading to a large-scale brawl. Even Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng, who had been in the training room, came out to take a look. However, before they could figure out what the issue was, they were stopped by the arriving teachers. With a single statement, all active provocateurs from outside Shuemu student will be disqualified, and Shuemu students will receive a demerit. The Shuemu campus returned to silence. As for the reason for the conflict, it was learned from Xin Shuang. Hearing that it was just about a B-class training room, both Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng felt a sense of absurdity. Although the school temporarily suppressed all students, anyone could feel that both sides were already at odds and, as time progressed, it was getting worse, all waiting for the martial arts competition to begin. And that day finally arrived, albeit a bit late. According to the competition rules, the representatives from the 4 top martial arts universities do not need to participate in the group stage competitions. After all, with the strength of the students from the 4 top martial arts universities, if they were to participate in the group stage, it would likely just be a case of badly unlucky encounters that could affect the results of the group matches to some extent. In fact, the group stage competitions are there for schools of similar levels, such as the Demon Capital Martial Arts University, to compete for rankings. If there are no medals, or the number of medals is the same, then the rankings are determined by points. From the opening ceremony, the entire process of the Global University Martial Arts Competition was simultaneously broadcast live to the world. On the first day, the heat remained high, giving Bai Changsheng a faint feeling reminiscent of the global sporting event from his past life. However, Jiang Zhiyu only attended the opening ceremony on the first day and then continued to immerse herself in her own training routine. As for Bai Changsheng, he followed Xin Shuang to watch 2 group competitions, but after seeing students who were just entering the 3rd tier, or even those who hadn't yet reached that level, his interest suddenly vanished. Studying opponents of this caliber was purely wasting time. He might as well continue to ponder his researched big move. The group competition lasted a total of 7 days. After 7 days, based on the points rankings, the top 36 from each grade advanced, totaling 144 people. At this point, it meant that 7 out of 10 participating schools had been confirmed to be eliminated. Many martial arts universities ended up with only single-digit points or didn't score a single point from the start of the stage to the end of the group matches, and there were quite a few such schools. If Bai Changsheng didn't know that they had already done their best, he would even suspect that they were just here for a vacation in Tianqiao. It was indeed hard to evaluate. And these 144 people, along with the students from the 4 top martial arts universities. 48 people were perfectly assigned to each grade, eliminating any possibility of a bye, until only 3 remained to begin cross battles and determine the final 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places. 2 days passed, and the elimination rounds officially began. Pairs were matched, and failure meant elimination. It sounded a bit unfair, since the draw depended purely on luck. Drawing a strong opponent meant an instant exit, but if luck was on your side, you could glide through to the top. After all, luck is sometimes part of strength, isn't it? As for Bai Changsheng, he could scarcely tell if his luck was good or bad, but the guy on the opposite side clearly didn't have much luck. Yoshi, Flower Girl. Some people spoke in ways that instantly made you feel good, while others made you want to put an end to them. Take the guy in front of me, shrouded in black cloth, wielding a samurai sword. Speaking in broken Chinese, occasionally mixing in some foreign languages, Bai Changsheng could barely understand. The general idea seemed to be that upon meeting Jiang Zhiyu, a girl, he was thrilled and urged her to admit defeat quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't hold back. Jiang Zhiyu, who understood this just as well, turned to Bai Changsheng with a serious look. At that moment, Bai Changsheng understood Jiang Zhiyu's intent and decisively struck with his tail whip, sending the masked opponent flying several meters away, lying motionless below the contest stage. With Bai Changsheng's current strength, a blow like that to a competitor with around 6,000 vitality would likely leave them bedridden for months.
After doing all this, Bai Changsheng returned to his spirit bag, while Jiang Zhiyu walked down the stage with an indifferent expression after the referee announced the result, never glancing at the masked contestant again. Such a quick resolution to the fight, without even breaking a sweat, was hard not to attract attention. Around the contest stage, on the high platforms, many had turned their intense gazes toward Jiang Zhiyu's departing figure.
Sophia, did you see that? That one is Jiang Zhiyu, the leader of the freshman class at Shuimu University, also the one our teacher warned us to pay attention to.
In the crowd on the high platform, a golden-haired, blue-eyed pair sat together. The boy had high cheekbones and a prominent nose, giving people a very strong sense of aggression. In contrast, the girl named Sophia, though her hair was golden, didn't have the typical Western features. Instead, she had a soft beauty reminiscent of an Asian. Even though they hadn't done anything, the handsome man and beautiful woman together were a sight to behold, drawing the gazes of people around them.
In this global college martial arts competition, the competition among freshmen is far more fierce than other grades.
Jiang Zhiyu from Shuimu, Pablo from the War Academy, Josh from the Freedom Academy, plus the two of us. In the past, they were strong contenders for the championship, but this year, someone is bound to fall early. Your talent and strength are above mine, so if I encounter any of these three early, I will do my best to force them to reveal all their secrets. As he spoke, the boy turned to the still calm Sophia beside him. I hope you won't disappoint the trust the teacher has in you. After all, the teacher secured your mother's entry into the sacred water for healing in advance. Mentioning mother caused the calmness in Sophia's eyes to finally show some fluctuation, and she slowly nodded, raising a hand to her heart. All for Lord Holy Angel.
All for Lord Holy Angel.
The boy beside her echoed the same words. And similar scenes were happening in other areas of the stands, but for now, none of that mattered.
At least for Jiang Zhiyu at this moment, it didn't matter. Because on her way back to the training room, she received a call from her parents.
Seeing the excited faces of her parents on the screen, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but smile. Even the tension from days and nights of training faded a bit.
Chapter 120, I can do it too. For parents, nothing excites them more than seeing their children achieve success. Especially when they saw Jiang Zhiyu representing Shuimu on television.
Even the usually steady comrade Jiang couldn't stop saying good 3 times. At first, we were unsure when we saw the list, but then we really saw you on TV. You don't know, the news of you representing Shuimu in this competition spread throughout the entire factory. Now everyone knows my daughter is a top student from Shuimu and is competing for the school. And Xiao Bai, that little guy has grown up so much, and he looks so impressive.
Not crying, Mom and Dad are just happy.
Looking at her mother who was so emotional that she was crying, Jiang Zhiyu suddenly fell silent. She had never experienced the feeling of wishing her child to succeed, but now, seeing her parents' hair that was starting to turn gray in the video, she felt a sudden heartache. In her previous life, when she transitioned to practice blood and energy martial arts, she was already 40 years old. At that time, her parents had long been worn out from years of hard work. Even if she achieved something later, there was little she could do for them. The phrase unable to be supplemented when weak suited Jiang father and Jiang mother perfectly. But fortunately, she had been reborn, everything was still in time, and she also had the ability to do something for her parents.
Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. It's like this, I recently entered a secret realm, and got a recipe from there.
After discussing with my teacher, I decided to set up a company together, specifically to manage this medicine recipe. Jiang Zhiyu briefly explained the recent events to her parents, glossing over the dangerous parts in one sentence, focusing mainly on the potential market size of Anling San. This is what I'm thinking, although the overall affairs will be arranged by my teacher's side. But the company still needs a few people I can trust, so I can know what's happening at the first moment.
How about you and Mom simply quit your jobs and come work for this new company?
You just need to help me keep an eye on the company, and normally you can travel to other cities. In simple terms, it was about having a position in the company that was not essential, with tasks to do or nothing to do, depending on their choice. With Jiang Zhiyu's shareholding in the new company, arranging 2 positions was nothing. If necessary, they could hold the title of directors. However, when Jiang Zhiyu said this, Jiang father and Jiang mother fell silent. They were pleased that their daughter had achieved success, but they worried more about not knowing anything, having spent their whole lives on the assembly line, suddenly being asked to manage things. If they could help their daughter, that would be one thing. But what if they dragged their daughter down, causing her teacher to have a negative opinion of her? It was fine for them to suffer a little, but what if it delayed their daughter's future? Jiang Zhiyu could only patiently explain and talked about her relationships with the 3 deans to finally get Jiang father and Jiang mother to agree. Bai Changsheng watched all of this, and though he felt a bit touched, it was just a little. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage. The concept of family only existed in other people's words. After hanging up the call with his parents, Lin Jingyao also called. This girl, during the martial arts exam, couldn't reach the scoreline of Shuimu, but luckily, at that time, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng helped her, and in the end, she got into a well-known martial arts university that seemed to be among the top 10 martial arts universities in the Tianchao. Calculating the time, it should have just started school not long ago, dressed in camouflage, looking like she was still in military training.
I say, you are my best friend, my roommates don't believe it, look, isn't this Jiang Zhiyu?
The video screen changed, and 3 other pretty girls appeared in the frame. When they saw Jiang Zhiyu in the video, they quickly greeted her. And Jiang Zhiyu didn't maintain that cold look anymore, she smiled and greeted the 3. Walking and chatting, the 2 girls moved from school to military training, then from military training to this year's Global University Martial Arts Competition. Being able to participate in this competition is already a success. You don't know, our school is almost going crazy trying to secure those spots.
And the freshmen who went up got all eliminated, they didn't score a single point. Anyway, since they were directly eliminated, I would do just as well.
Jiang Zhiyu remained silent upon hearing this, only slightly raising the corners of her mouth. Lin Jingyao's life seemed to always be full of energy. Chatting with her, even if it was just trivial matters, could make one feel very relaxed until they reached the door of the training room, when the video call was finally ended.
Relaxation is relaxation, and training is training.
Jiang Zhiyu was always very clear about this. In fact, the construction of her second inner sea had reached the most crucial step. As long as this step succeeded, the second inner sea would be basically stable, needing only to fill it with energy and blood, then keep perfecting it. This also owed much to Bai Changsheng's dragon blood being upgraded to the 4th level, which greatly improved her efficiency. Otherwise, building the inner sea alone would have delayed her by another month or 2. The next morning, Shui Mu's campus returned to its noisy state. Speaking of which, since the start of the Global University Martial Arts Competition, Shui Mu's campus has been bustling with people. Even though the group stage of points had already ended, the situation hadn't improved much. Clearly, everyone knew that the elimination rounds after the group stage were the key, while the earlier rounds were just a bunch of newcomers sparring. The freshman competitions were scheduled for the morning, but since it was still early, Jiang Zhiyu slowly got up, washed up, ate breakfast in the cafeteria, and then walked towards the martial arts stage. However, compared to yesterday when no one knew who she was, only feeling that this girl was extraordinarily beautiful, today, many people had clearly taken a deep impression of her. Not to mention, the opponent who fought against her yesterday had broken 4 ribs and became one of the heaviest injured contestants since the competition began, knowing just how strong Jiang Zhiyu's abilities truly were.
This was not some group stage where ridiculous disparities in strength could occur.
Yet Jiang Zhiyu still achieved the feat of defeating her opponent with just 1 strike. As a result, everyone she passed by instinctively gave way. Jiang Zhiyu didn't think much about it, she kept to herself while stepping onto the stage to draw lots. After seeing her opponent for this match, her brows furrowed slightly, as this opponent's energy and blood were clearly at the level of a martial general and not just a random contestant. And the blonde, blue-eyed boy, upon seeing Jiang Zhiyu, also showed some surprise. After the elimination round yesterday, there were still 24 contestants left on the field. Although it ultimately became a situation of kings facing kings, it felt too early for that.
Chapter 121, You are not qualified. Jiang Zhiyu, I know you.
The teacher showed me your battle video, you are definitely one of the biggest obstacles on my path to victory. Hearing the other person's inexplicable words, Jiang Zhiyu still maintained her cold expression. From beginning to end, there was no intention to speak.
Let me introduce myself, my name is Monty, Ethan Monty. Remember this name, for the next 50 years, I will be your greatest rival. Wrapped around Jiang Zhiyu, protecting her, Bai Changsheng watched the performance Monty put on in the distance and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. No, why is this guy able to act so cool? And what do you mean by the biggest rival in 50 years, do you think you can even stabilize the martial emperor? Bai Changsheng was confused, Jiang Zhiyu was also confused, they exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. But what they didn't expect was that Monty's words attracted cheers from the crowd of students in the stands. Even some blonde-haired students took the lead in shouting Monty's name. Everyone was at the age of being a bit rebellious, doing things that matched their rebellious spirit. Naturally, the more pretentious, the more popular they became. In other words, the more they acted like it, the more they were loved. Bai Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, then he stepped forward a few meters, looking at Monty ahead, and slowly spoke up. Everyone wants to be our rival, but in fact, our only rival is ourselves. His words seemed casual, not as imposing as Monty's, but in reality, it showed his disregard for Monty. You say you are my greatest rival, but I think you don't even qualify to be my rival. The key point is that it wasn't Jiang Zhiyu who said this, but Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast. Although they didn't know why Bai Changsheng could speak, it was clear that his words had a much greater impact than if Jiang Zhiyu had said them herself. After a brief silence, the stands erupted into even louder cheers than before. And this time, the shouts were mostly from the students of Shui Mu. In Shui Mu's home ground, whether they could win was another matter, but they must not be outdone in momentum, and Bai Changsheng's words won their hearts. When Monty heard Bai Changsheng's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, a strange sense of being looked down upon welled up in his heart, and a fighting spirit almost overflowed from his eyes.
If these words had come from Jiang Zhiyu, he wouldn't have felt this way, but ironically, the speaker was a pet spirit.
Since when could a spirit pet look down on him?
With a flick of his right hand, a heavy golden shield and a great sword appeared in Monty's hands, and with the enhancement of his equipment, his aura changed instantly, giving off a feeling of being unshakable yet strangely sharp. The martial arts development in various countries of Blue Star is somewhat influenced by cultural differences, though they all follow the basic routes of chi blood, beast control, and magic. There are still significant differences in the details. For example, Shuemu's major martial arts colleges mainly focus on the revival of ancient martial arts, combining martial skills with the explosion of chi blood. In contrast, the Holy Angel Academy located in the West stimulates chi blood through belief. The stronger the belief, the greater the power that can be unleashed. Just like Monty at this moment, his combat power is at its peak when he firmly believes he can defeat Jiang Zhiyu.
It has somewhat idealistic implications, but that's all there is to it. After hearing Jiang Zhiyu's explanation behind him, Bai Changsheng immediately understood Monty's fatal weakness and how he should act. He only needed to make Monty doubt his own confidence, even if it was just a little bit. As the teacher in charge of the match announced the start, Bai Changsheng's figure suddenly shot out, launching the first attack. In less than a moment, the nearly 20-meter-long body had swiftly rushed to Monty's front. At the same time, a fireball rapidly gathered beside Bai Changsheng while his tail lashed out. Looking at Bai Changsheng charging forward, Monty didn't dodge or evade.
He just raised the huge shield that could cover half of his body and blocked it in front of him. In the next moment, a faint golden halo floated around him.
Bang!
A muffled sound rang out, and Bai Changsheng felt as if his strike had landed on an iron block, producing a sound but failing to move Monty even a fraction.
This situation slightly exceeded Bai Changsheng's expectations. With his current vital energy, a full-force strike should leave a dent, even on a real iron block. Could it be that this guy, Monty, is harder than iron?
A slight coldness crept into his heart, but Bai Changsheng did not stop attacking. The fireball formed beside him fiercely shot out, crashing heavily onto the shield, exploding and engulfing Monty in a fierce blaze. With Bai Changsheng's current mental strength, he couldn't push the fireball's temperature above 1,000 degrees, but 700 or 800 degrees should be achievable. An ordinary person would at least be burned, if not killed, by such proximity. But Monty still did not flinch or evade, allowing the flames to consume him.
Not a buddy, are you really not afraid of death?
Bai Changsheng watched Monty engulfed in flames, unsure if he should withdraw the fire. It wouldn't be fun if someone got hurt during the competition. But the next moment, Jiang Zhiyu's voice rang out behind him.
Little Bai, retreat. Confused as to why Jiang Zhiyu would tell him to retreat when he had the upper hand, Bai Changsheng trusted her completely and did not hesitate to withdraw.
Then he saw a golden light slicing rapidly out of the flames, leaving a phantom in the air, landing on the spot he had just occupied.
Crack!
The golden light struck the alloy martial stage, instantly creating a fine crack.
Seeing this scene, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but feel his eyelids jump.
This alloy martial stage was built to the standards of a military general, capable of easily withstanding a full-force strike from a low-level general without any damage. But now, the martial stage had been cracked by the opponent's sword strike, which meant that the attack just now was at least the level of a mid-level general. If it had landed on him, even his dragon scale and rock armor defense would likely be unable to withstand it, and he would certainly suffer light injuries. Wait a minute, the opponent's vital energy was clearly just over 10,000, how could he unleash an attack several times stronger than that? At this moment, Jiang Zhiyu's voice came from behind him.
This is a special martial skill from the Holy Angel Academy, Divine Defense.
Once activated, it can withstand an attack several times above its original limit within 2 seconds and convert all the opponent's attack power back into counterattack. In a match of the same level, it's basically impossible to break this defense. So avoiding battle was the right choice. As the flames dissipated, Monty, holding the golden shield and giant sword, walked out with a proud look in his eyes, shaking his head at Bai Changsheng.
You are not worthy, let Jiang Zhiyu come.